Chapter 1I, Lin Mo, a top actor performing an online act of family torn apart. Dust was flying, and the wind from punches was coming at him. Lin Mo closed his eyes, preparing for the second impact. But the expected pain did not come at a hand, like an iron clamp, grabbed the wrist of the campus bully, Gao Yang, who was swinging at him. Gao Yang's wrist was squeezed painfully. He struggled a bit, but remained motionless. A middle-aged man in an administrative jacket stood in front of him, looking serious. "Classmate, it's not good to hit others at school, is it?" Gao Yang shook his hand, unable to shake it off, and immediately became arrogant. "Who the hell are you? Why are you meddling in my business? We are from the City Education Bureau." Behind the man, another person showed his work ID. The words Education Bureau Supervision Team made the previously fawning director's face turn pale. A surprise inspection, the middle-aged man, who was the leader of the supervision team, Wei Jiang, released Gao Yang's wrist. He didn't look at Gao Yang again or pay attention to the principal and director who wanted to come over and explain. He walked straight to Lin Mo, who was curled up on the ground. "Classmate, are you okay? Can you stand up?" Lin Mo's body instinctively shrank back like a frightened rabbit. This reaction deepened Wei Jiang's frown, that he raised his head and glanced around. The students watching instinctively avoided his gaze. The atmosphere in this school was rotten to the core. With the help of another supervisor, Lin Mo stood up unsteadily, always keeping his head down, too afraid to look at anyone. "I am fine." His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, trembling uncontrollably. Deep inside, a voice was screaming wildly, "Good. This is the feel. Oscar owes me a little golden man." Startled, timid, helpless, but still showing a bit of stubbornness. "Perfect." Wei Jiang looked at him. Over his school uniform was covered in dust, and there was a noticeable swelling on his face. "What happened? Why did he hit you?" Lin Mo buried his head lower, gripping his clothing tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. No, it's my fault. I accidentally bumped into Gao." He quickly glanced at Gao Yang not far away, and then snapped his gaze back as if burned. "It's my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going. It has nothing to do with Gao. Nothing to do with the school. It's all my fault." This jumbled, self-blaming talk left all the adults present in silence. A victim, when confronted with public authority, instinctively tried to exonerate the abuser. How terrified must he be? Sweat dripped down the foreheads of the principal and director. "Where are your family? We need to contact your guardian." Wei Jiang's tone softened a bit, trying to soothe him. "Family." Lin Mo repeated the word, and the tremors in his body suddenly intensified. It was as if that word had hit some switch, and the emotions he had been suppressing finally found an outlet. Here it comes. The climax of the whole act. "Lighting technician, please give a close-up." Emotions brewing. 3, 2, 1, action. His shoulders began to shake initially. It was silent sobbing, but soon a choked cry escaped his throat. I have no family anymore." This one sentence made the noisy scene fall silent instantly. Wei Jiang was stunned. "My dad. His name is Lin Weiguo." Lin Mo's voice was thick with nasal tones, intermittent, that he was a soldier. At the border. To protect his comrades. He sacrificed himself. He raised a hand, wiping his face haphazardly, as if trying to wipe away the tears, but only making it worse. The country posthumously awarded him first-class merit. The medal is big and shiny. But my dad will never come back. Wei Jiang's heart jolted. Lin Weiguo? That name. That he stared intently at Lin Mo's face, trying to find some familiar outline in this young and disheveled face. "My mom is called Su Qing." Lin Mo's cries grew louder, filled with a child's helplessness and despair. She was a doctor. During the pandemic, she was one of the first to go support. She saved many people, but she was too tired. Later, she got infected too, they said. "My mom is a hero." Emotional escalation. Pay attention to the layers. From sadness to despair, then squeeze out a hint of pride as a family member from that despair. "Yes, that's the feeling. I'm such a genius." The female supervisor present had already turned her head away, her eyes red. The principal and director wished they could find a hole to hide, and they had let an orphan of a hero be bullied like this in their own school. Gao Yang was also a bit stunned. He had never expected that the softie he usually bullied had such a background. Wei Jiang's breathing became heavy. That he remembered. Lin Weiguo, his former squad leader, the man he could completely trust on the battlefield. The one who always smiled and said he would go home to hug his son after the mission. "Could it be that I have an older brother?" Lin Mo's voice was already hoarse. He squatted down, hugging himself into a ball. "My brother is called Lin Feng. He's a police officer. He went undercover to catch bad guys. On his last mission, he and the biggest drug lord, together he was also awarded first-class heroic model. Wrap it up. It must be beautiful. In the humblest posture, speak of the most glorious past. This extreme contrast will create the most intense emotional impact. Lin Mo raised his head, and on his tear-streaked face, he squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Uncle, look, my family. They're all heroes. They're all amazing. Only I am a waste. Only bringing shame to them. So today's matter is really not someone else's fault. It's my fault. I'm too useless. He cried while incoherently repeating, "It's my trouble. Please, don't cause trouble for the school. And don't cause trouble for Gao. It's all my fault." The entire scene was dead silent. Only the boy's suppressed and painful cries remained, along with his humbly repeated, "It's all my fault." Wei Jiang slowly, step by step, walked to Lin Mo. His body trembled slightly, not from anger, but from an overwhelming, tumultuous emotion. He remembered the boy who, after Lin Weiguo's sacrifice, hid behind his mother with big bright eyes, biting his lip to keep himself from crying. Yes, it was this face. Only the stubbornness of that year had now turned into deep-rooted timidity. Wei Jiang reached out and heavily pressed his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder. That hand contained immense strength. He leaned down, not saying any comforting words. His voice was low, yet like a needle, precisely piercing the core of this perfect performance. "You are Lin Weiguo's son. Chapter 2 under my acting. Do you think you can run away?" Lin Mo's body seemed to be nailed to the spot by that sentence. He slowly raised his head. On his tear-stained face was an appropriate mix of confusion and fear. "Here it comes. The first climax point since I crossed over here. Identity confirmed. The following reaction is key. I can't be too quick. I need to cautiously poke my head out like a startled rabbit." He moved his lips a few times but didn't make any sound, just mechanically nodding his head. The movement was slight, carrying a deep-rooted humility. Wei Jiang's chest heaved violently, and his hand pressed on Lin Mo's shoulder had turned pale from the pressure. Yes, it's him, the son of the old-class leader, Lin Weiguo, a descendant of heroes. How could it have come to this? Lin Mo's gaze flickered, unable to meet Wei Jiang's eyes. He lowered his head, looking at his dirty pant legs, his voice faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Uncle, I the medals of my parents and brother, they're all at home. I clean them every day. They're very shiny." His words were fragmented and illogical, like he was talking to himself. Setting the stage? Yes, that's the feeling. First mentioning the medals, then an unrelated daily detail, filling the atmosphere with sadness that I'm such a clever little one. Uncle Lin Mo suddenly gathered his courage and looked up at Wei Jiang again, his red eyes filled with innocent cruelty. "Can I return those medals to the country, okay? Can the country bring my family back to me?" Boom. This childlike, innocent question was like a heavy bomb, exploding in everyone's hearts. The female supervisor couldn't hold back any longer, covering her mouth and letting out a suppressed sob. The principal and the director's faces turned from white to green, drenched in cold sweat. Gao Yang was struck like he had been hit by lightning, standing frozen in place. For the first time, he realized what the object of his daily bullying had been bearing. Wei Jiang's body trembled violently. He felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, painful enough to make him almost unable to breathe. "Return it to you? How could I return it to you? What do I have to return to you? Old-class leader, do you see this? This is your son. He has been bullied to this extent, and is still asking if he can use your glory to exchange for your return." Wei Jiang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his tiger-like eyes were already red. He released the hand pressed on Lin Mo's shoulder and gently patted his back instead. His movement was light, as if he were handling a rare treasure. "Child, don't worry." Wei Jiang didn't say any grand principles or make any guarantees. "I will resolve the matters here." A simple sentence, yet it carried an undeniable strength. Lin Mo seemed to have all his strength drained away by this sentence. His body softened, almost collapsing to the ground again. Perfect. A firm promise is enough to shatter all disguised strength. Now, it's time to shift the conflict to the next phase. He leaned against the wall, barely standing, and in a timid yet hopeful tone, cautiously spoke. "Uncle, then can I borrow a little money first?" Wei Jiang was taken aback. "Gao's clothes, I got them dirty. He said it would cost 30,000. Lin Mo's voice grew softer, his head lowering further. I gave him all my living expenses, but it's still not enough. I haven't had money for meals for several days. This sentence was like a loud slap, hitting the principal and the director hard in the face. The IT also struck the counselor, who had just arrived and was about to ask what was happening. Lin Mo, what nonsense are you talking about? A sharp female voice rang out. The newcomer was Lin Mo's counselor, Zhang Las. Soon as she saw the scene, especially Wei Zhang's upright posture, her heart sank, and she immediately scolded, trying to take control of the situation. Wei Zhang ignored her, his gaze like a knife, fixed firmly on Lin Mo. No money for meals? The orphan of a hero, in his alma mater, with no money for meals? Wei Zhang felt a rush of blood to his head, but his years of military experience forced him to suppress his anger. He turned to the pale-faced principal. Is the special pension for the orphans of martyrs and the education subsidy for the children of heroes not being implemented? His voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. Are the school's subsidies and scholarships for impoverished students not being distributed properly? The principal's lips trembled, sweat pouring down, unable to utter a single word. Everyone's gaze turned to the newly arrived counselor, Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan felt her heart race under Wei Zhang's piercing gaze and quickly waved her hand, incoherently defending herself. No, that's not it. This leader, you misunderstood. These subsidies, some have been dispersed. It's just the process is complicated, needs to be reviewed, and there are many students in the class facing difficulties. We're studying it. Here it comes. Passing the buck on live. Watch me deliver a fatal blow with the most innocent tone. Let you see people with dog eyes. Before Zhang Lan could finish, Lin Mo timidly tugged at Wei Zhang's sleeve. Uncle, don't blame Teacher Zhang. He raised his pitiful face, voluntarily exonerating the counselor. Teacher Zhang said that our class leader and Gao Yang need this money more. She said Gao Yang needs to buy a new computer for studying, and the class leader needs fund for competitions. Their future is more important. The teacher told us those of us who are not that important should wait. She said it will all be fine. Lin Mo's words were like poison daggers, precisely stabbing at Zhang Lan's vital points. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Zhang Lan with incredulous eyes. To take the subsidies for the orphans of martyrs and use them to buy a computer for the bully. Is this something a person can do? I'm not. I didn't. Lin Mo, you're slandering me. Zhang Lan's face instantly turned the color of a liver, screaming in rebuttal. But her panicked reaction, in everyone's eyes, was no different from an admission. Wei Zhang looked at her. His gaze had turned as cold as ice. He didn't ask another word. He simply nodded slowly at Zhang Lan. Got it. Then, he turned around, no longer looking at anyone. He reached into his pocket and pulled out all the cash inside. A neat stack of bills, still warm to the touch. He directly shoved the money into Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo flinched as if burned, trembling as he counted it. No, uncle, this money isn't enough. He returned the money to Wei Zhang. Pulling and tugging. Extreme pulling. The more he refuses, the more pitiful he seems. I'm truly a performing artist. Wei Zhang didn't give him a chance to refuse. He grabbed Lin Mo's hand and forcefully stuffed the stack of money into his school uniform pocket. The action was rough, but carried a touch of clumsy tenderness. Take it. I will personally deliver the compensation to the Gao family. Wei Zhang released his hand and turned, like a volcano about to erupt, facing the trembling Zhang Lan and the pale school leaders. Now let's talk. Chapter 3. Your dad has money power? My dad is a nationally recognized hero. In the office, the air was as still as ice. Wei Zhang's words, let's talk, felt like a death warrant, completely shattering the last shred of hope for the principal and Zhang Lan. The principal's cold sweat had soaked through the back of his shirt. He hurriedly forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, lowering his posture to the utmost. Vuvai. Leader Wei, this matter is a significant mistake in our school's work. It's my failure to supervise. I bear the main responsibility. He slammed the table and turned to Zhang Lan, whose face had turned pale. As a counselor, Zhang Lan's morals did not match her position. She openly misappropriated and withheld the subsidies for the children of martyrs issued by the state, which is extremely serious. The school has decided to immediately dismiss Zhang Lan from all positions and to publicly criticize her throughout the school regarding this matter. Oh, a desperate act for survival. And it was quite convincing. What a pity. Does the small soldier think clearing this up will end it? My protagonist's script isn't even halfway done yet. Lin silently applauded in his heart, but his face appropriately displayed a hint of reluctance and fear, as if he had been frightened by the principal's thunderous methods. Wei Jiang ignored the principal's statement and calmly looked at Zhang Lan. Misappropriation? Withholding? He repeated these two words, each syllable striking Zhang Lan's heart like a heavy hammer. I will personally contact the Municipal Education Bureau and the Discipline Inspection Department to thoroughly investigate this matter. As for whether it involves illegal activities, I believe the comrades from the Public Security Bureau will be more professional than I am. This statement completely shattered the principal's defenses. Once the matter reached the levels of discipline inspection and public security, it was no longer something he, as a principal, could suppress. His legs went weak, and he nearly slumped down in his chair. After completing all of this, Wei Jiang turned back to Lin Mo, a rare softness squeezing through his tough exterior. He took out a square wooden box from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Lin Mo. This is your father's relic, the first-class merit medal. It should have been given to you earlier. It was delayed by them. Keep it well. This is your father's glory, and it is also yours. Lin Mo extended his slightly trembling hands to receive the heavy wooden box. Here it comes. The ultimate weapon is here. This thing is way more useful than money. It's practically a detector for villains. Once it's revealed, all monsters will show their true forms. A few days later, the storm seemed to have calmed. Zhang Lan was dismissed at lightning speed, and the school also issued all previously owed subsidies. However, there was no follow-up regarding Gao Yang's case. The Public Security Bureau personnel came to the school for a brief visit, asked a few students some questions, and then vanished without a trace. Rumors swirled on campus. Some said that Gao Yang's father, the province's richest man Gao Wei, made a phone call to the city and suppressed the matter. Others said that Gao Wei declared that his son was just joking with classmates, and anyone who dared to make a big deal out of it was going against the Gao family. The disdainful attitude was evident. That afternoon, Gao Yang swaggered back into the classroom. He appeared unaffected and even more arrogant than before, as if the uproar of that day was a badge of honor for him. He walked straight to Lin Mo's desk and kicked the leg of his table with his toe. I heard you found a big backer. What? Not going to complain anymore. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone around to hear. Lin Mo looked up, revealing a timid face, and said nothing. Oh no, the big villain has come back to life. This recovery ability is stronger than a cockroach. Nice, nice. I like your rebellious demeanor. If the difficulty of the game is too low, it just won't be interesting. Seeing him silent, Gao Yang took it as fear, and the mockery on his face deepened. He leaned down, brought his mouth close to Lin Mo's ear, and spoke in an extremely arrogant tone, unabashedly and word by word. Don't think you're impressive just because you have someone backing you up. You're just a jinx who caused your parents to die early. Your parents died young, and you turn out to be a useless brat who only knows how to complain. The air around them instantly froze. Several students who were originally watching the excitement changed their expressions and instinctively looked away. Those words were too poisonous. Lin Mo's body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Here it comes. The classic personal attack segment. The lines may be glitch, but the impact is strong. Director, give me a close-up. I'm about to start showcasing my acting skills. Gao Yang was very pleased with her reaction. He straightened up, his gaze landing on the square wooden box on her desk. It was as if he had discovered a new toy, and he snatched the wooden box away. What treasure is this? Is it your dead dad's ashes? He laughed frivolously and casually opened the box. Inside lay a shiny first-class merit medal, quietly resting on red velvet. The solemn national emblem and the words first-class merit glimmered under the light. Gao Yang's smile faltered, then turned into deeper disdain. TCH, what did I think it was? Just this yellow piece of junk? He pinched the medal with 2 fingers in disgust, as if it were something filthy. Your dad died for this thing? What a fool. Just a stinky soldier, and you all take it seriously. How much can this thing be worth? Is it enough for you to have a full meal in the cafeteria? Holy crap. High energy warning ahead. The villain is about to trigger the ultimate self-destructive skill, desecrating honor. Audience, please take your seats. The moment of witnessing history has arrived. Lin Mo suddenly stood up, seemingly wanting to snatch the medal back. Gao Yang raised his hand, dodging his movement, and his malice nearly overflowed. He tossed the medal in his hand as if weighing an inconsequential toy. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he made a move that left the scene in complete silence. He casually threw the first-class merit medal, which represented supreme honor and sacrifice, onto the ground. As if not satisfied, he lifted his foot and heavily stomped down with his expensive sneakers. A useless person deserves a broken piece of iron. It's over. He ground it underfoot, producing a harsh, screeching sound. Lin Mo's heart turned cold. There was no anger, only a kind of ecstatic joy from the plan going smoothly. He actually stepped on it. Perfect. Too perfect. You walked right into the gun's mouth. Even the King of Heaven can't save you now. But his face revealed unprecedented fear and despair. It was as if all his strength had been drained away. He collapsed to the ground, frantically trying to pry the metal from under Gao Yang's foot. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, his voice broken and trembling. No, it can't be. He looked up, his tear-streaked face showing pure, heartbreaking pleading. Please, you can't do this. Chapter 4. Everyone stand up. I announce that the high-stakes match begins now. Gao Yang's foot is still crushing the metal, the harsh sound grating on everyone's nerves like sandpaper. Lin Mo lifts his head, tears streaming down his pale cheeks, his voice breaking into pieces. My dad. He is not a worthless soldier. He is an army man, a warrior defending our home and country. Yes, that's the right vibe. Max out the victim's grief and helplessness. Make the lines even more classic, and the emotions more on point. Gao Yang looks down at him from above, his contempt growing. He moves his foot aside and kicks the metal again with the tip of his shoe, as if kicking away an annoying piece of trash. An army warrior? Isn't he just a worthless soldier? A fool who died for a piece of scrap metal? The son of a fool is still a fool. Fool. Another keyword acquired. Lin Mo's inner self has begun to take flight, but his face is a mask of dead gray. Just then, a figure rushes over and pushes Gao Yang aside. Gao Yang, are you out of your mind? That's a first-class merit medal. It's for heroes. It's a tall, strong boy named Li Jian, the class sports committee member, with a righteous look on his face. Gao Yang stumbles back, his face twisting in an instant. Li Jian? What are you? How dare you teach me a lesson? A hero? A dead man is worth nothing as a hero. Let me tell you, whoever helps him today will share his fate. Gao Yang says as he swings a punch directly at Li Jian's face. Li Jian didn't expect him to strike, and he turns his head to the side, immediately tasting blood from the corner of his mouth. The scene is completely out of control, screams erupting. Fight! Fight! Adding a righteous cannon fodder will highlight the villain's lawlessness. Thank you, Li Jian, for your guest appearance. The meal must include an extra chicken leg. Amid the chaos, Lin Mo rushes over and finally holds the dusty metal tightly in his arms, as if it were the entirety of his world. Soon, the Dean of Discipline arrives, looking at the messy classroom with a frown. What is going on? Gao Yang, Li Jian, and Lin Mo, all of you come with me to the office. In the Dean's office, the atmosphere is oppressive. The Dean, Mr. Wang, is a middle-aged man with glasses. He first gives a calming look to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, conflicts between classmates are normal, but it's wrong to resort to violence. Apologize to classmate Li Jian. Gao Yang twitches the corners of his mouth, looking indifferent. Apologize? Why should I? You pushed me first. Besides, I was just joking with Lin Mo, who told him he couldn't take a joke. A joke? Li Jian wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Furious, you call throwing a hero's medal on the ground and stepping on a joke? Dean Wang's gaze falls on the dirty metal in Lin Mo's arms, his expression slightly changing, but he quickly regains his composure. He turns to Lin Mo, his tone much gentler. Lin Mo, you see, this is just a misunderstanding. Gao Yang didn't mean it. He is young and impulsive, doesn't he know better? How about? Here it comes, the classic mudslinging session. He is still a child, he didn't mean it. Just forgive him, the trifecta arrives albeit late. Lin Mo just holds the medal, head down, trembling all over, silent, perfectly portraying the image of a traumatized orphan. Just when Dean Wang doesn't know how to wrap things up, the phone on his desk rings. He glances at the caller ID and sits up straight. Hello, mister. Gao. Yes, hello. The Dean's attitude does a complete 180, his face plastered with flattering smiles, his waist bending unconsciously. Yes, yes. Your son is with me. It's nothing serious, just a little friction between classmates, young people, tempers flare. Don't worry. I will handle it well. Yes, yes, understood, understood. After hanging up, Dean Wong wipes the sweat from his forehead. When he looks at Gao Yang again, there's no trace of reproach left. Then he turns to Lin Mo. The previous gentleness completely vanished, replaced by a cold, businesslike indifference. Lin Mo, considering your recent emotional fluctuations have seriously affected the normal classroom order, Mr. Gao is also concerned about you and suggests you go home and rest for a few days to adjust your state. Li Jian listens in shock from the side. Dean Wong, the one who did wrong is Gao Yang. Why should Lin Mo go home to reflect? Dean Wong's expression darkens, and he scolds sharply. Li Jian, how do you say that? Ignoring discipline and openly fighting in the classroom, seriously undermining the school's atmosphere. Go back and write a 3,000-word deep reflection and submit it tomorrow. This upside-down handling makes Li Jian speechless with anger. Gao Yang, on the other hand, wears a victorious smile beside him. He walks up to Lin Mo and leans down. Did you hear that? Fool, go home and roll back. Then, he swaggeringly walks up to Li Jian and pats his face. Listen up, this is the consequence of helping him. If you oppose my Gao family, you'll have it worse. Suddenly, Gao Yang's phone rings. He puts it on speaker, and an overbearing middle-aged man's voice booms from it, echoing throughout the office. Son, has the matter been resolved? I've already spoken to Dean Wong. Let that kid go home. And that meddling kid must be punished. Let them know who they can mess with and who they can't. It's Gao Wei's voice. He seems to deliberately let everyone in the office hear. My son Gao Wei can't suffer any grievances at school. Whoever dares to make my son uncomfortable, I'll make their whole family uncomfortable. Dean Wong's face turns red and white, but he doesn't dare to retort. Lin Mo, clutching the metal, silently walks out of the office under the complex gazes of everyone. Perfect conclusion. The villain father and son team up to commit evil, stacking buffs. Witnesses' testimonies. The school's distortion of truth and arrogant threats, all elements gathered. This operation, I give a 99, 1 point less to avoid making you proud. Back in that small rental room, Lin Mo closes the door, shutting out everything outside. The sadness and despair on his face instantly fade, replaced by an almost cold calm. He walks to the sink, turns on the tap, and with a clean soft cloth, wipes the metal bit by bit, treating it with utmost care. The dust washes away, and the metal shines with a golden glow under the light. The national emblem is solemn, and the words first-class merit shine brilliantly. He puts the metal back in the wooden box and closes the lid. The entire motion is filled with a sense of ritual. All right, the actors clock out. The director comes online. Let us review today's plot. The villain Gao Yang is foolishly perfect. The villain's father Gao Wei is incomparably arrogant. The school is weak to the point of perfection. The righteous bystander is beaten just right. The Gao father and son thought that relying on their money and local connections could suppress this matter. They thought that sending me home to reflect and punishing a student who stood out would end it. Their thinking was to minimize the big issue and trivialize the small issue, defining the desecration of national glory as a joke between kids. Lin Mo's fingertips lightly tap on the table. They can suppress the school and local public opinion. But they underestimated one thing. His gaze falls back on that wooden box. My cheap old man, Lin Weiguo, is an army border officer. What they insulted is the hero of the army. A crazy and bold thought gradually takes shape in his mind. The army, that's just a branch of the military. I remember reading military news before about the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the newly established Rocket Force and Strategic Support Force. Although they're all part of the People's Liberation Army, each has its own pride and hierarchy of disdain. They often enjoy teasing each other and competing subtly. So if an outsider were to throw the Army's face on the ground and stomp on it hard, would the brothers from the Navy and Air Force stand by and watch? Or would they take the opportunity to step on the Army as well, while highlighting their own branch's emphasis on heroes? Lin Mo's mouth curved into a dangerously mischievous smile. Stir the waters, blow things out of proportion. Let it exceed what the Gao family can control. Does your dad have financial power? Sorry, my dad may not be around anymore. but he has a group of nationally certified brothers spread across the 5 armed forces. He took out his phone and opened a search engine. His fingers quickly tapped on the screen, searching for several keywords. Navy, East Sea Fleet, stationed in Yangcheng. Air Force, Airborne Division, stationed in Yangcheng. Chapter 5, Everyone Stand Up. I, Lin Mo, kneel down for you today at the entrance of the military restricted area. The light from the phone screen reflected Lin Mo's calm face. Navy, Air Force. 2 search results were displayed side by side, like 2 completely different menus. Which one to choose? Air Force, high gates and large courtyards, the pride of the sky, each one looking down on others. Flying advanced fighter jets, guarding the nation's airspace. Their sense of honor is as high as their flying altitude, absurdly lofty. Navy, walking into the deep blue. A new era of military branch. Aircraft carrier fleets, 10,000-ton destroyers. They represent the rise of a great power, a moving territory. Their pride is the color of the sea. Lin Mo's finger hovered between the 2 options, hesitating to make a choice. If I go to the Air Force, will I be mistaken for a clueless troublemaker? After all, they're all so prestigious, while I look malnourished. If I go to the Navy, will the sailors think I'm hindering their mission to maintain world peace? His brow furrowed slightly. Both options were too dignified. Dignity meant complicated procedures. It meant being particular about methods. He needed a sharper, more direct knife that could tear through all disguises. His finger unconsciously slid across the screen, and an old post title from a military forum suddenly caught his eye. Underwater for 100 days. Do you know how the submarine soldier survived? Submarine. The 2 words struck him like lightning, instantly cutting through all his hesitation. Right. How could I forget them? The most mysterious, the most arduous, and the most repressed branch in the Navy. There's an old joke that says the resentment of a soldier just released from a submarine is heavier than that of a water ghost in the deep sea. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, shining with the brilliance of having found the ultimate weapon. In that iron can, without seeing the sun, isolated from the world, breathing recycled air, eating compressed food, enduring enormous mental and physical pressure, staying for months on end. These soldiers have the purest and most direct understanding of honor. They return from the deep sea to the human world, only to find that the heroic metals they protected with their lives are trampled like garbage in the nation they serve. That suppressed anger after months, mixed with this ignited fury. TSK. Just thinking about that scene is enough to make the Gao family tremble. Air Force and Navy are still too grand and righteous. What I'm looking for is a devil who can directly flip the table. He no longer hesitated and immediately began searching for information about the submarine unit in Yangcheng. But soon, he realized that such a highly confidential unit had very little public information, and it was even more impossible to find an exact location on the map. Professional matters still needed to be asked of professionals. Lin Mo opened his contacts and found that name, Wei Jiang. The call connected quickly, and Wei Jiang's slightly resentful voice came through immediately. Lin Montag, are you okay? I sent you a message, and you didn't reply. Did those bastards at school give you trouble again? I'm fine, my phone was on silent. Lin Mo's voice still sounded a bit timid. Uncle Wei, I want to ask you something. Ask. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you. Before you retired, Lin Mo organized his words. Do you know approximately where the Navy's submarine unit is located? Wei Jiang on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback. The submarine unit? Why are you asking about that? That's a military restricted area. Ordinary people can't even get close. And it's in a very remote location. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. He needed an ally who could understand his crazy plan. Wei Jiang was the only candidate. I want to report. He said those 3 words lightly and slowly, but they were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Report? Who are you reporting to? Didn't you? Wei Jiang's voice was filled with confusion. Didn't you say this matter was settled? That was just for them to hear. Lin Mo's tone didn't change, but the content made Wei Jiang's heart skip a beat. The Gao family can suppress the school and the local area. They think that by sending me home, this matter is over. They define the desecration of a first-class merit as a joke among kids. Now, I want a group of real soldiers to redefine what the hell a joke is. They insulted the heroes of the army. Lin Mo enunciated each word clearly. So I won't look for the army. I want to find the Navy, to find the most difficult submarine soldiers in the Navy. I want to hold my dad's medal and ask the uncles in the Navy whether they pretend not to see the Army brothers' faces being stepped on or... I'll pick them up. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Mo could even hear Wei Jiang's heavy breathing. Just when he thought Wei Jiang was scared by his crazy idea, a low growl filled with extreme excitement and anger erupted from the receiver. Damn, Lin Mo, you are really a genius. Wei Jiang's voice was shaking, a tremor woven with anger and excitement. Yes, that's how it should be. Make a big fuss. Turn everything upside down. I want to see how the Gao family ends this time. I've been unhappy with those bastards for a long time. Wei Jiang's voice suddenly rose, filled with youthful vigor. Why? Why should heroes bleed and sacrifice in front while their families suffer this kind of humiliation behind? What the hell is this? What a big deal. At worst, I'll quit my job. Don't worry about implicating me. And don't worry about implicating anyone. Just go and do it. If you need someone, I'll go with you. We'll go together. A warm feeling flowed through Lin Mo's heart. See, righteous people aren't so easily knocked down sometimes. No need. I'll go alone. The target is small. Good. Wei Jiang didn't insist anymore. I remember the address. I'll draw a map and send it to you right away. Lin Mo, damn it. After hanging up the phone, a simple hand-drawn map quickly arrived, clearly marking the route and endpoint. Lin Mo carefully placed that spotless first-class merit medal, along with the wooden box that carried the honor, into his backpack. Script completed. Director ready. Actors on stage. Lights, camera, all units pay attention. The high-end scene officially begins. He opened the door and stepped into the night outside. More than half an hour later, a taxi stopped at an intersection about a kilometer away from the map's endpoint. Lin Mo paid the fare, shouldered his bag, and walked alone toward the end of the road. A faint smell of the sea began to waft through the air, and the buildings on either side of the road became fewer, replaced by tall walls and barbed wire. At the end of the road was a heavily guarded gate. In the sentry box at the entrance stood a figure as upright as a green pine. The guard's uniform was sharp, holding an automatic rifle, and his eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Above the gate, the national emblem was solemn. Lin Mo did not approach or attempt to communicate with the guard. He stopped about 10 meters away from the gate. Under the guard's puzzled gaze, he slowly removed his backpack. He unzipped it and held the deep red wooden box with both hands. His movements were slow and filled with solemnity. He opened the box and faced the metal, which still shimmered with golden light in the night, toward the direction of the gate. Then, in the guard's suddenly constricting pupils, Lin Mo bent his knees and, holding the metal, knelt heavily down. His knees collided with the hard concrete floor, producing a dull sound. Chapter 6. The metal bought with my life. I don't want it anymore. Country, can you give my family back to me? Stop. A loud shout came from the guard booth, carrying the penetrating power unique to soldiers. Military restricted area. Retreat immediately. The body of sentry Xiao Zhang instantly tensed. His fingers gripping the Type 95 automatic rifle turned pale from the effort. His brain completed several contingency plans in just 0.1 seconds. Was it a disguise for a terrorist attack or an impulsive act of a mentally disturbed person? But the boy did not advance any further, only knelt there, motionless, like a statue that suddenly grew out of the ground in the night. Xiao Zhang stepped out of the guard booth, his footsteps steady, the gun slightly lowered, maintaining a standard alert posture. He did not approach completely, stopping 5 meters away from Lin Mo, warning. Stand up immediately. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Lin Mo still did not respond, only raised the deep red wooden box in his arms again, as if offering a priceless treasure. The night breeze blew, carrying the salty smell of the sea, and rustled the boy's thin clothing. Xiao Zhang's brow furrowed into a knot. Something was off. This was unlike any emergency situation training he had received. The other party showed no aggression, no shouting, just a suffocating, silent sorrow. He took 2 more steps forward. This time he saw clearly. He saw the object reflected in the light at the gate of the camp inside the wooden box held high by the boy. A first-class merit medal. Golden wheat ears and gears surrounded the bright red 5-pointed star and Tiananmen. It was not a replica, A soldier had an almost instinctive ability to identify such supreme military honors. Xiao Zhang felt his breath catch for a moment. He noticed next to the medal, there was also a badge with faint words of anti-drug and hero on it. The suffocating feeling surged like a tidal wave. The weight of the medal seemed to press down on his shoulders in an instant. He instinctively lowered the gun in his arms, letting the muzzle point to the ground. You get up quickly." Xiao Zhang's voice had lost its previous sternness, leaving only a sense of helpless panic. He rushed over in 3 steps, reaching out to support Lin Mo's arm. "Whatever it is, say it while standing up. The ground is cold. A man's knee is worth gold. What are you doing kneeling here?" But Lin Mo's body seemed rooted to the ground. No matter how hard Xiao Zhang tried, he remained unmoved. His shoulders trembled slightly, and the suppressed sobs were particularly clear in the quiet night. Cry. Cry louder. Let your emotions be full. Show the enthusiasm you had when watching the finale of soap opera. Yes, just like that. Shake your body a bit more. It looks helpless. Xiao Zhang was completely at a loss. He, a robust soldier over 8 meters tall, felt a wave of powerlessness facing a frail boy. He couldn't truly use force. The other party was holding a first-class merit medal. That was an honor that countless soldiers could not attain in their lifetime. It was earned with their lives. He suddenly turned around and pressed the intercom on his shoulder. "Dong Yao calling command center. Dong Yao calling command center." His voice was slightly distorted from anxiety. "Emergency situation found at the gate. A boy, carrying a first-class merit medal, kneeling at the gate of the camp, requesting support. Repeat, it's a genuine first-class merit medal." On the other end of the intercom, it seemed the news stunned them as well. There was silence for a few seconds before a response came. "Command center received. Maintain position. The political commissar is on the way." After ending the call, Xiao Zhang turned around and squatted down, trying to meet Lin Mo's gaze. "Little brother, please don't do this. What happened? Tell uncle, who bullied you?" His tone was already like that of coaxing a child who had suffered great injustice. "Is this medal from your family?" Lin Mo slowly raised his head, his tear-stained face showing an almost numb sorrow. His lips moved, and the sound he produced was fragmented and hoarse. "Uncle, I don't want it anymore." He pushed the wooden box forward with all his strength, pushing it toward Xiao Zhang. "I want to return this to the country." Xiao Zhang instinctively reached out to catch it. The wooden box felt heavy in his hands, almost burning him. Lin Mo's next words hit Xiao Zhang's heart like a heavy hammer. "Country, can you give my dad and mom and my brother back to me?" Boom! Xiao Zhang's mind went blank. He froze in place, his squatting body swaying slightly, almost falling to the ground. "He wants to return it to me." These words were like the sharpest knife, instantly slicing through everything he had wrapped in military uniform and discipline, piercing directly into the softest part of his heart. What did he see? A hero's descendant, holding the glory earned by his ancestors with their lives, kneeling at the army's gate, crying out to return the medal, just to get his family back. What a tragedy! What irony! An indescribable anger and heartache exploded from his chest. He wanted to scream, to roar, to question the heavens and the earth. Why? Very good, the emotions are in place. The eyes are starting to show anger. It seems the Navy brothers, like the Army brothers, are all men of blood. Lin Mo lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling into an unnoticed arc. This scene has worked. Just then, a hurried and heavy sound of footsteps came from inside the gate. "What is going on?" "Xiao Zhang," a strong voice questioned loudly. Immediately after, 7 or 8 soldiers in navy blue training uniforms rushed out from the gate. Led by an officer with 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder, his expression serious, eyes sharp. They had clearly received the notification and rushed over, each carrying an aura of training ground ferocity. "Political commissar." Xiao Zhang seemed to have found his backbone, standing up abruptly, his voice trembling. The political commissar quickly approached, his gaze immediately falling on Lin Mo, who was kneeling on the ground, and the medal held by Xiao Zhang. His pupils also constricted, but his expression was much steadier than Xiao Zhang's. The political commissar hurriedly took the wooden box from the sentry's hand, examining it carefully. After confirming the authenticity of the medal, he slowly turned to look at Lin Mo. His gaze swept across Lin Mo like a knife. "Little brother, get up quickly." The political commissar's voice was not loud, but carried a tone of concern. Lin Mo did not move, still kneeling there, as if he hadn't heard anything. The political commissar's brows furrowed, and the soldiers behind him gathered around, curiously observing the scene. What is this kid doing? I don't know. Why is he kneeling? Holding a first-class merit, suddenly realizing it was a first-class merit badge. The political commissar raised his hand to stop the discussions behind him. He stepped forward again, using his broad hands to help Lin Mo up. I don't care what grievances you have. Since you are here with me, I can resolve any grievances you have. Let's go talk inside first. Chapter 7. You were trained to imitate, not to provoke the naval political commissar. The office door was gently pushed open, revealing a clean and straightforward office. Everything here was sharp-edged, exuding the integrity expected of a soldier. My name is Zhao Jianjun, and I am the political commissar here. The officer's voice was steady and powerful as he helped Lin Mo to the sofa and stood beside him. He did not sit down, only leaning slightly forward with his hands on the table. Child, don't be afraid. He poured Lin Mo a cup of hot water, the white steam obscuring the 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder. Here, no one can bully you. Lin Mo lowered his head, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, holding the cup of hot water as if it were a lifeline. The environment is nice, simple enough, and hardcore, matching all my stereotypes of a military camp. This Commissar Zhao is quite skilled. First, he introduces himself to build rapport, then uses a cup of hot water to calm emotions. A complete set of combination punches, flowing smoothly. Unfortunately, he encountered me. Oscar owes me a little golden man. Today, I'll find a breakthrough from the Navy. Zhao Jianjun did not rush him, just quietly watched him, the first-class medal handed to him by the sentinel Xiao Zhang resting beside him, its deep red wooden box resembling a beating heart. There were others in the office, young officers wearing liaison arm badges, along with other officers. They all stood straight, not daring to breathe. The only sound in the room was the suppressed sobs. Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. My dad is in the army. His words were intermittent, each one squeezed out of his throat with great difficulty. At the border, he sacrificed. Zhao Jianjun's hands on the table tightened. Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes red and filled with tears, pointing to the wooden box on the table. My mom, a doctor during the pandemic, got infected and also passed away. My brother, drug enforcement mission, undercover. Something happened. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His body swayed, and the cup of water in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Hot water splashed everywhere. The liaison officer instinctively wanted to help him. Zhao Jianjun raised his hand to stop him. Let him speak. Lin Mo ignored the mess at his feet. His emotions seemed to completely collapse, covering his face with his hands, letting out an uncontrollable wail. At home, I'm the only one left. I have the admission notice. I want to go to the best high school. I want to make my dad proud. I want to tell him that his son has succeeded. But his voice suddenly rose, filled with grievance and unwillingness. They all bully me. They laugh at me for not having parents. Laugh at me for wearing rags. Zhao Jianjun's brows furrowed into a shape. Does the school not care? Care. Lin Mo let out a sharp laugh. They just want me to endure, to not cause trouble, because the ones bullying me are called Gao Yang. His dad is Gao Wei, the richest man in our province. Here it comes. The moment of reversal is approaching. Watch how my unbeatable acting takes down the Gao family, letting them look down on others. He snatched my scholarship, even hit me, and I could endure that. Lin Mo suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhao Jianjun. But he should not. He should not touch my dad's things. His trembling finger pointed at the medal on the table. In class, I thought of my parents. I took this out. Gao Yang saw it, and he said it was just a piece of yellow scrap metal. He snatched the medal, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhao Jianjun's fist slammed heavily on the table, causing the enamel tea jar to jump. His chest heaved violently, and the muscles on his face twisted in anger. What else did he say? Zhao Jianjun's voice squeezed out between his teeth. Lin Mo's tears flowed even more fiercely as he mimicked that arrogant tone, reiterating word by word. He said, "Isn't it just a stinky soldier? If he is dead, then he is dead. What's so great about it? A piece of scrap metal, and you treat it like a treasure. I don't know how many stinky soldiers my dad's tax supports every year. Hero? How much is a hero worth? Can it bring his dad back to life? He also said, Enough, Zhao, Jianjun shouted, interrupting him. The air in the entire office seemed to freeze. The liaison officer's face turned purple, his fists creaking as he clenched them tightly, his teeth biting his lips until they nearly bled. Others were even more straightforward, turning to rush out. Commissar, I'll go call people. Let's take a military vehicle. If I don't break that little bastard's legs today, I won't be surnamed Li. Come back. Zhao Jianjun's roar was like thunder on a clear day. That person froze, abruptly stopping in his tracks, turning around with red eyes. Commissar, can we still endure this? This is trampling all of us soldiers' faces into the ground. The Army's heroes are also our heroes. What is the Gao family worth? If the Army doesn't take heroes seriously, then we, the Navy, will. Yes, Commissar. This matter cannot just end like this. The liaison officer couldn't help but speak up, his voice trembling. Yes, this is the effect we want. The crowd is excited, united in anger. Putting on a one-man show is too tiring. I need a few supporting roles. Lin Mo appropriately lowered his head, curling up his body to appear scared, mumbling to himself. It's useless. Their family is rich and powerful. The school is biased towards them. The teacher told me not to make trouble and to go home and rest for a few days, saying it was just childish jokes. My classmates kindly helped me, and the school even punished him. Each of these heart-wrenching words was like buckets of boiling oil poured onto an already ignited fire. Zhao Jianjun's anger seemed to break through the heavens, but his rationality as a senior officer forcibly suppressed that violent impulse. His breathing was heavy as he stared at the shiny gold medal on the table for a good 10 seconds. Then, he slowly picked up the medal, gently wiping away the non-existent dust with his sleeve. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if he were caressing a priceless treasure. The office was deathly silent. Zhao Jianjun spoke, his voice having returned to calm. But beneath that calm was a current strong enough to overturn the sea. The liaison officer immediately stood at attention. Yes. Take this. Descendant of a hero to the best room in the guest house. Arrange for someone to prepare a hot meal for him. Let him take a hot shower and change into clean clothes. Tell everyone that without my order, no one is allowed to disturb him. Yes. Xiao Wang nodded solemnly, walking over to Lin Mo with an unprecedentedly gentle tone. Little brother, I'll take you to rest. Lin Mo obediently allowed him to help him up. As they reached the door, he turned back and asked one last question in a heavily nasal voice. Uncle, my dad's medal, is it really just a joke? Zhao Jianjun did not answer. He simply turned around and ordered the liaison officer Xiao Wang. Go, call the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission for me. Also, notify the guards. I need to go out. Where to? Xiao Wang instinctively asked. A chilling coldness appeared on Zhao Jianjun's face. Yinsha No. 1 High School. Chapter 8 3 Questions, asking about your incontinence, letting you know what military authority is. In Yancheng, in a high-end club's private room, the atmosphere is rich, filled with the aroma of Maodai liquor and cigar smoke. Principal Mei, I raise my glass to you. Director Wang Badan holds up his glass, his face flushed, his demeanor very humble. This time, thanks to your far-sightedness and strategic planning regarding the Gao family's matter. In just a few words, you suppressed that troublemaker named Lin Mo. Principal Mei Liangxing, with his beer belly, leisurely swirls the liquid in his glass, his face showing undisguised pride. Little Wang, you really don't understand. He takes a sip of his drink and speaks slowly, saying that when dealing with a poor student without parents, you can't give him any face. The more reason you give him, the more he will take advantage of it. You see it clearly, Principal. Wang Badan immediately follows up with flattery. What heroic descendants, what era is this? A dead person's first-class merit can't compare to the importance of Chairman Gao Wei's investment. It's simply a joke. Mei Liangxing waved his hand dismissively, adopting a teaching tone. We need to think big. If we pacify Gao Yang, we are pacifying Gao Wei. If Chairman Gao is happy, our school's International Exchange Center will be secured. Right? Yes. Wang Badan nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. When the time comes for you to be promoted, don't forget to take care of your little brother. Sure, sure. The two clinked their glasses, producing a crisp sound, filling the private room with a joyful atmosphere. They didn't notice that outside the window, the dawn of the city was being stained with a completely different color. The next morning, at the entrance of Yangsheng First Middle School, a military off-road vehicle with a special license plate suddenly stopped 50 meters away from the school gate, like a silent steel beast. No honking, no extra movements, but the oppressive aura instantly froze the air around. Grandpa Zhang, the old security guard, was yawning when he saw the vehicle, rubbed his eyes, thinking he hadn't woken up. The car door opened, and several figures in navy blue military uniforms filed out, their steps synchronized. The sound of their military boots hitting the ground was dull. Leading them was Zhao Jianjun, bearing 2 bars and 4 stars, his expression as cold as water. Grandpa Zhang almost dropped the thermos cup in his hand. He had been guarding this gate for over a decade and had seen police cars and education bureau vehicles. But this was the first time a military vehicle came directly to him. He hurriedly ran out of the security booth and blocked the way of the group, his voice trembling. Comrades, who are you looking for? This is a school. You can't just enter. Zhao Jianjun didn't look at him, just nodded slightly to the guard behind him, Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang immediately stepped forward, pulled out a red document from his pocket, and flashed it in front of Grandpa Zhang. Military inspection. Executing official duties. Step aside. Grandpa Zhang's head buzzed. His calves began to cramp. He had never seen such a scene and instinctively wanted to find the school leaders. I'll call the principal. No need. Zhao Jianjun finally spoke, his voice devoid of any warmth. Take us to his office. In Principal Mei Liangxing's office, he was pinching his brow, enduring a hangover headache. Director Wang Badan was beside him, diligently preparing strong tea. Principal, I think that Lin Mo should be honest these days. An orphan with no background. How could he turn the world upside down? Let him write a self-criticism in a few days, and this matter will be over. Mei Liangxing waved his hand impatiently. Just then, the office door was violently pushed open with a bang. Mei Liangxing was about to get angry, but upon seeing who it was, his mouth instantly formed an O shape. Standing at the door was the flustered security guard Grandpa Zhang, and behind him were several neatly dressed soldiers. The rank on the leading man's shoulder stung his eyes. Why you are? Mei Liangxing suddenly stood up. The drunkenness and impatience on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a fawning suspicion. Zhao Jianjun ignored his greeting and walked straight to the desk, sitting down with a commanding presence. The 2 soldiers behind him stood guard like door gods. The atmosphere in the office instantly dropped to freezing point. Wang Badan was so frightened he didn't dare to breathe, quietly shrinking back. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Qiuba, not talented, the political commissar of the Navy stationed in Yangsheng. Upon hearing this, the principal was dumbfounded. This sounded so familiar. Before he could think deeply about Zhao Jianjun's words, they followed. I ask, you answer. Zhao Jianjun leaned forward with both hands on the desk, an invisible pressure enveloping him. Mei Liangxing instinctively straightened his back, like a student waiting to be lectured. First question. Zhao Jianjun fixed his gaze on him. Lin Mo, a student at your school. Do you know this person? Mei Liangxing's heart sank, cold sweat instantly pouring down. I know a good student. Good student? Zhao Jianjun's lips curled into a cold arc. Second question. His father's first-class merit medal was snatched and trampled by classmates. How did you handle this matter? This question hit Mei Liangxing's core like a bullet. His face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Zhao Jianjun didn't give him time to think, pressing on with questions like heavy blows, one after another. Defined as a child's joke? Let him go home to rest. Give a disciplinary action to the classmate who acted bravely? Mei Liangxing's body swayed. Nearly unable to stand, he looked to Wang Badan beside him for help. Zhao Jianjun's gaze also fell on the director, who was almost shrinking into the corner. Third question. Zhao Jianjun's voice suddenly rose, like thunder crashing. You and Gao Wei. What is your relationship? Boom. Mei Liangxing's mind went blank. The last glimmer of hope vanished. He finally understood that this was not a normal inquiry. They were here to accuse him. He panicked completely, pointing at Wang Badan beside him, his voice sharp. It's him, Commissar. It's all him. It was Director Wang Badan's idea. He said we couldn't afford to offend the Gao family. He said for the sake of the school's investment. We must put up with Lin Mo. He said it was just a broken piece of iron, and I shouldn't make a big deal out of it. Wang Badan's face instantly lost all color, staring at Mei Liangxing with disbelief. Zhao Jianjun coldly watched the dog-eat-dog scene unfold, then nodded to the disciplinary officer behind him. Write it all down, in the name of the Yangqing Navy. Send a letter to the Yangqiang Discipline Inspection Commission, demanding strict supervision. Chapter 9. A Dog-Eat-Dog World? Political Commissar Zhao. No, I'm going to push all your dog heads into the dung pit. Wang Badan's face instantly lost all color, and he looked at Mei Liangxing with eyes full of disbelief. Mei Liangxing. Wang Badan's voice became sharp. You slanderer. Who was it that took Gao Wei's benefits and patted his chest, guaranteeing that his son could walk around the school without any trouble? Mei Liangxing jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Wang Badan's nose. It was you. You told me that Chairman Gao Wei was going to donate a building for the International Exchange Center to the school. You advised me that for the school's development, we had to be flexible about some small matters. I asked you to be flexible, not to trample on the face of a hero. Wang Badan completely tore off the facade, roaring without restraint. Was it me who stuffed that pair of Qing dynasty official kiln vases into your study? Was it I who reimbursed your wife's first-class plane ticket to Europe last month? You're talking nonsense. Mei Liangxing trembled with anger. Then how do you explain that you use your power to sell 3 admission spots in key classes? Don't think I don't know. Each spot was 300,000. Where's the money? Did it go into your own pocket? You were slandering me. The two of them, like fighting cocks, accused each other in the office, exposing all the dirty deals that had been hidden under the table. The office was filled with a dirty stench. Bang! A loud noise silenced the entire room. Zhao Jianjun's fist slammed down on the solid wood desk, causing the enamel teacup on the table to bounce half a foot into the air before crashing back down. He slowly stood up, looking down at the two twisted faces before him, filled with fear and anger. I am a naval colonel. His voice was not loud, but it carried a pressure capable of crushing steel. I did not come here to watch you two clowns perform a farce. He didn't even glance at them again, just nodded slightly to the liaison officer, Xiao Wang, behind him. Xiao Wang. Yes. Contact the Discipline Inspection Commission of Yangqiang and inform the Yangqiang authorities to immediately send someone to the principal's office of Yangqiang No. 1 Middle School. Zhao Jianjun's speech was not fast, but each word was like a nail, driving into the bones of Mei Liangxing and Wang Badan. Just say that the Station Navy in Yangqiang has a major urgent official matter involving military honor and the rights of martyrs' families that requires their cooperation. Xiao Wang immediately pulled out a secure military communicator and dialed the number. His voice was clear and standard, echoing in the silent office. This is the Station Navy in Yangqiang. According to the relevant provisions of the law on the protection of the status and rights of soldiers, we are informing your unit of a serious incident involving the infringement of the rights of martyrs' families and the insult to military honor. Please immediately assign a person in charge to come to Yangqiang No. 1 Middle School. Mei Liangxing's legs went weak, and he slumped directly into the chair. Wang Badan leaned against the wall, his body slowly sliding down, ultimately collapsing onto the carpet. Every word from the phone felt like the tolling of a judgment bell, shattering their last shred of hope. It's over. The sky has fallen. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the office door. 2 groups of people entered. One group serious and revealing their Discipline Inspection Commission work permits, the other group composed and introducing themselves as the city official office. The head of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Director Liu, and the city office's section chief Zhang, upon seeing Zhao Jianjun sitting in the office and the 2 stars on his shoulders, changed their expressions to one of gravity. They realized that the severity of the situation far exceeded their imagination. Political Commissar Zhao. Director Liu actively extended his hand. I am Liu Jiangwo, responsible for the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission. What exactly happened? Zhao Jianjun did not stand up or shake hands with them. He simply raised his hand and pointed to the deep red wooden box on the table. Then, with a tone that was almost coldly calm, he began to narrate. Lin Montauk, the only son of our registered martyr, Comrade Lin Weiguo. His father, a first-class combat hero of the Army's border defense, sacrificed his life for the country. His mother, a respiratory doctor at Yangqing Central Hospital, died in the line of duty during the pandemic 3 years ago. His brother, Lin Feng, an undercover agent in the provincial drug enforcement team, sacrificed himself months ago during a sting operation. With each sentence he spoke, the temperature in the office seemed to drop by a degree. The expressions of Director Liu and Section Chief Zhang shifted from serious to ashen. A family of loyal martyrs, leaving only this one lone seedling. Zhao Jianjun's voice showed no emotion, but beneath that calmness was a volcano about to erupt. He held the admission notice from the Qi High School, the medal earned by his father with his life, and came to this so-called place of education. And then, his medal was snatched away by classmates, thrown on the ground, and repeatedly trampled. The perpetrator remained unscathed, while he, the victim, was asked by the school to consider the big picture and not to cause trouble. Another classmate who spoke up for him was given a disciplinary record. Zhao Jianjun slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the collapsed figures of Mei Liangxing and Wang Badan, finally landing on Director Liu's face. The Navy does not interfere with local education. The Army's heroes do not require the Navy to speak up. But he slammed the table, pushing the wooden box containing the medal to the center of the office. Heroes are not defined by their military branch. The honor of a soldier cannot be trampled upon. I am here today to demand 3 things. First, a thorough investigation. From the students who committed the violence, to the teachers who covered it up, to the school leaders who reversed right and wrong. Not one can be spared. Second, severe punishment. This is not a child's joke. This is a blatant insult to a national hero and a malicious provocation against military honor. Third, a swift verdict. I need a result that can comfort the spirits of the heroes, a result that can put all soldiers and their families at ease. Director Liu's chest heaved violently as he stared at the shiny gold medal on the table, his teeth grinding. Political Commissar Zhao, I assure you, Yangqing will never allow such things to happen. We will definitely give the hero an explanation. Hearing this dialogue, Mei Liangxing and Wang Badan felt that the last straw had broken. They knew that their political careers, and even their lives, had come to an end. In despair, their instinct for survival prompted them to make one last struggle. The two of them almost simultaneously exchanged glances, then spoke in unison, their voices shrill. It was Gao Wei. It was Gao Yang's father, the wealthy Gao Wei. Mei Liangxing nearly crawled to Director Liu's feet, tears streaming down his face. Yes, he pressured us. Wang Badan also scrambled to shout. He said he would donate 100 million to the school, and we didn't dare to offend him. We were forced into this too. Zhao Jianjun coldly observed this ugly scene. I will handle Gao Wei's matter myself. He stood up, adjusted his military uniform, and nodded to Director Liu and Section Chief Zhang. These 2 people will be handed over to you. Chapter 10, Principal Package, Indefinite Start, Full Responsibility. In the naval compound, the training ground was filled with the sounds of commands. Zhao Jianjun took off his coat, which was a bit dusty, handed it to the guard, and walked straight to a temporarily arranged room in the guest house. Lin Mo was sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding 2 cotton swabs, gesturing at a fly on the window glass, murmuring, 1st Battalion, attention, target straight ahead, 3 o'clock direction, prepare, fire. He flicked his wrist, but the cotton swabs didn't fly out. The fly flew away on its own. Zhao Jianjun pushed the door open, startling Lin Mo, causing the cotton swabs in his hand to drop to the floor. Zhao, Comrade Political Commissar. Lin Mo flustered and tried to get off the bed. Just sit. Zhao Jianjun pulled over a chair and sat down. The 2 people from the school, Mei Liangxing and Wang Badan, have already been handed over to the Discipline Inspection Commission and the city. Lin Mo blinked, gripping the edge of the bed sheet. The names Mei Liangxing and Wang Badan seemed like 2 distant symbols, failing to stir up much emotional turbulence in him. Serves you right for being arrogant. You got what you deserve, haha. Oh, he responded softly. Zhao Jianjun looked at him. The boy's face showed no joy of revenge nor relief of resolution, only a sense of detachment. Gao Wei's side is also investigating. The army will not spare anyone who dares to provoke military honor, no matter who they are. Zhao Jianjun added. Lin Mo nodded, suddenly grinning, pointing out the window. Commissar, do the flies here also have to participate in training on time? Zhao Jianjun was taken aback by his nonsensical question, unable to comprehend its meaning. You stay in the camp for now and adjust. It's safe here. Zhao Jianjun stood up. If you need anything, tell Xiao Wang. Lin Mo watched his back until the door was gently closed. I'm a time traveler. Although it's for defending the country, I don't want to suffer the pains of training. He picked up the 2 cotton swabs again, but had lost the enthusiasm to command a battle. Yet, a certain corner of his heart still felt empty. In the following days, Lin Mo became a peculiar sight in a naval compound. He would wake up with a morning call, trying to fold the blankets like the soldiers, but ended up making a mess. He would sneak to the edge of the training ground, watching the soldiers energetically engage in combat training, narrating simultaneously, hey. The competitor in blue shorts fakes a move, wow, a sweeping kick. The competitor in red shorts is not to be outdone. Iron plank bridge. Nice. At first, the soldiers were a bit reserved. After all, he was brought back by the political commissar and was the orphan of a martyr. But Lin Mo's natural friendliness and occasionally profound remarks soon made them relax. The cook, Old Zhang, noticed he was thin and gave him 2 extra eggs every day. Little Li from the guard company would tell him interesting stories from the barracks during breaks, leaving Lin Mo astonished. Li Ge, do you guys talk in your sleep at night? Do you shout kill? Little Li was amused and exasperated. We shout wife. Lin Mo stroked his chin, understanding killing towards the wife. The surrounding soldiers laughed until they couldn't stand up straight. Lin Mo laughed along, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. That afternoon, Lin Mo found Zhao Jianjun's office. Commissar Zhao. Zhao Jianjun looked up from a pile of documents and gestured for him to sit. What's the matter? I want to go home. Lin Mo sat up straight. Thank you and everyone for taking care of me these days. He indeed needed to go back. He still had studies to complete. Zhao Jianjun put down his pen. Your situation is special. At home, you only have yourself. Lin Mo lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, not responding. Have you thought about the future? Zhao Jianjun changed the subject. Going to college. How about military school? Zhao Jianjun leaned slightly forward. With your identity and your father's achievements, there will be policy support for entering military school. After graduation, the assignment won't be bad. Wearing this military uniform, you can inherit your father's legacy. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. The blurry images of his father in uniform, his mother in a lab coat looking tired, and his brother Lin Feng's always mischievous smile flashed through his mind. Inherit the legacy? He shook his head. Commissar Zhao, I want to study law. Zhao Jianjun was somewhat surprised. Why? Because I'm a time traveler. What else could it be? The army can't let me take down the Gao family. And I always feel that my cheap brother's incident isn't that simple. Lin Mo paused, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, quick enough to be elusive, I think. Using words as weapons can sometimes be more effective than real knives and guns. Besides, if you lose a lawsuit, at most, you pay money. You don't have to pay with your life. That's fine. Zhao Jianjun nodded. The path is chosen by yourself. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. Thank you, Commissar. Lin Mo stood up and bowed deeply. Lin Mo returned to that empty home. The key turned in the lock with a cold sound. Everything in the room remained as it was when he left, also as it was when his mother and brother last tidied up. He sat on the sofa for a long time until the sky outside gradually darkened. Then, he stood up, walked out the door, and headed straight toward Yangshan No. 1 Middle School. He wanted to take a look at the school gate. It was still the security guard, Grandpa Zhang, who looked much more spirited. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Grandpa Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then showed a somewhat complicated smile, nodded, and did not stop him. What the heck? Did I eat your family's rice? Lin Mo walked into the campus and headed straight for the bulletin board in front of the teaching building. There were already quite a few students gathered around, along with some parents who had rushed over upon hearing the news, buzzing with discussion. He squeezed in. A notice covered with a bright red stamp was posted in the most prominent position. Notice on the handling results of serious violations of discipline and law by former principal Mei Liangxing, former director Wang Badan, and former senior grade group leader Zhang Lan of Yangshan No. 1 Middle School. Lin Mo's gaze quickly swept over the official and cold wording. finally fixing on the handling results. Former principal Mei Liangxing, during his tenure, took advantage of his position to accept huge bribes, leading a corrupt and degenerate life, disregarding facts, shielding and condoning campus bullying, causing severe harm to the physical and mental well-being of the children of heroes and martyrs, seriously damaging the image of the teaching profession and social morality. After investigation by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, he was transferred to the judicial authorities, sentenced to life imprisonment for multiple crimes, deprived of political rights for life, and ordered to confiscate all personal property. Former director Wang Badan, during his tenure, colluded with Mei Liangxing to accept bribes, abuse power, reverse black and white, causing secondary harm to the children of heroes and martyrs, with serious circumstances. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison for multiple crimes, deprived of political rights for 10 years, and ordered to confiscate all personal property. Former senior grade counselor Zhang Lan, during her tenure, accepted bribes from students' parents, failed to fulfill her teaching responsibilities, adopted a tacitly permissive attitude towards campus bullying incidents, and shirked responsibility in subsequent handling, causing a negative impact. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison for multiple crimes and fine. Around the bulletin board, discussion érupted. My God, life imprisonment. Principal Mei is completely finished. Wang Badan also got 30 years. He'll spend the rest of his life in prison. Who is that Zhang Lan? Oh, I remember now. She's the glasses-wearing teacher in senior grade. Looks quite demure usually. Didn't expect her to. She deserves it. Letting the children of heroes suffer such grievances. She should be sentenced like this. I heard the military has intervened. How could it not be severe? Lin Mo stood among the crowd, quietly looking at the notice. There was no expression on his face. He just reached out his hand and gently touched the cold glass of the announcement board. Lin Mo, oh Lin Mo, I have crossed over into your body to help you resolve this matter, so you can rest assured. Chapter 11 with a call from Political Commissar Zhao. The army sounded the combat alert. In Zhao Jianjun's office, the ashtray was empty. He didn't like the smell of smoke. He preferred to dispel fatigue with a cup of steaming strong tea. When the call connected, he didn't even put down his teacup, just wedged the receiver between his shoulder. Old Luo, are you busy? A rough voice came from the other end of the line, raspy from training on the playground. Zhao Jianjun, you old rascal, spit it out quickly. I'm watching the new recruits practice armed cross-country. Zhao Jianjun took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. It's nothing major. I just wanted to inform you of a situation. He paused, as if organizing his words, and perhaps anticipating the other party's reaction. You army folks are really something. What do you mean? The highest commander of the army stationed in Yangsheng, Political Commissar Luo Jinyue, clearly wasn't keeping up with his pace. Your army's only first-class combat hero knelt at the gate of my Navy base a couple of days ago. Zhao Jianjun's voice remained steady, but it was like a needle, precisely piercing the most sensitive nerve of the other party. He clutched the first-class merit medal that his father earned with his life, crying and asking me if I could return the medal to him so he could have his parents back. On the other end of the phone, there was a deathly silence. It lasted about 3 seconds. Bang! A piercing crash echoed, as if a cup had been smashed on the ground. Immediately after, there was a sharp noise of a chair scraping against the floor. Zhao, Jian, Jun. Luo Jinyue's roar nearly broke through the receiver, making Zhao Jianjun's ears buzz. He could even imagine that tall Shandong man, standing at nearly 2 meters, with bulging veins and wide-open eyes, like an enraged lion. Say that again. I said, the hero's son has suffered a great injustice here. Zhao Jianjun's tone finally carried some weight. Pass down my military orders. On the other end, Luo Jinyue's voice was no longer talking, but roaring, directed at the guards outside the office. Guard company, reconnaissance battalion, assemble urgently. 5 minutes. Full gear. I want to flatten that damned Yanshu number 1 high school. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was slammed down roughly. Zhao Jianjun put down the receiver and shook his head helplessly. Old Luo, still so quick to explode. He picked up another red phone on his desk and quickly dialed a number. Connect me to Army Political Commissar Luo Jinyue's mobile. The call was almost instantly connected. Old Luo, don't rush to take the tank to the streets. Zhao Jianjun hurriedly interjected, let me finish. Finish? My army soldiers, my army's heroes' families. And you Navy are telling me they suffered injustice? Zhao Jianjun, I'm telling you, this matter is not over. Luo Jinyue's anger showed no signs of abating. I've already had the person taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhao Jianjun's words quickened. The responsible parties, from the principal to the teachers, none will escape. The report just came out this afternoon. Principal Mei Liangxing, life imprisonment. Director Wang Badan, 30 years. The breathing on the other end clearly became heavier. My navy is clearing the way for your army. Luo Jinyue fell silent. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. What about the student who bullied him? Gao Yang. His father is Gao Wei. Gao Wei. Luo Jinyue repeated the name, his tone carrying a dangerous calm. The richest man in Xilin province, a major taxpayer in Yangcheng, with connections everywhere, Zhao Jianjun added. Touching him will involve the economic stability of the entire Xilin province. The city is in a difficult position, and the Discipline Inspection Commission finds it tricky. This was the real purpose of his call. Shaking the mountain to scare the tiger was just an appetizer. The real tough nut to crack, he couldn't tackle alone. This is the hardest part, Zhao Jianjun sighed. The military shouldn't directly intervene in local economic matters. It's easy to give others an excuse. I understand. Luo Jinyue's voice regained its calm, a calm before the storm. After saying that, he hung up. Zhao Jianjun set the phone down, leaning back in his chair, looking out the window. He knew that the fierce tiger, Luo Jinyue, had been released from its cage. Meanwhile, in the army compound, dust flew up on the playground. The fully armed guard company and reconnaissance battalion had already lined up, silent as the grave. Every soldier's face bore an air of grim determination. They didn't know what had happened, but the political commissar's roar for the entire army to assemble spoke volumes. Luo Jinyue strode confidently onto the platform. He didn't use a microphone, but his voice carried across the entire playground. At ease, all the soldiers moved in perfect unison. I want to ask you a question. Luo Jinyue's gaze swept over every young, resolute face below. Why do we serve in the military? No one answered. To defend our homes and protect our people? Luo Jinyue asked and answered himself, then shook his head. All correct. But today, I want to tell you something else. We are, first and foremost, brothers. When we put on this uniform, it's a bond for life. I don't care if you're from the Navy, the Air Force, or our army. As long as you're a soldier, you are my brother, Luo Jinyue. His voice grew louder like a drumbeat. Just a few days ago, the son of one of our army heroes, a child whose father sacrificed for the country, whose mother died fighting the pandemic, whose brother died in drug enforcement. At school, someone took away his father's medal, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. Roar. The entire formation erupted in unrest. An indescribable fury ignited in the hearts of every soldier. Silence. With a wave of his hand, Luo Jinyue restored order to the playground. What is even more hateful is, the school leaders, for the donations of a wealthy businessman, turned black and white upside down, punishing our heroes' descendants. They have rubbed our soldiers' faces, our heroes' faces in the dirt. Again and again, he paused, giving the soldiers time to digest. I ask you, can we swallow this anger? No. The response was like a mountain calling the sea, shaking the leaves of the trees at the edge of the playground. Should we seek justice for this? Yes. The person who trampled on our brother's honor. Should we make him kneel and give us an explanation? Yes. 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 Luo Jinyue looked at the fervent soldiers below, nodding in satisfaction. This was the spirit he wanted. Very good. He turned around, addressing the operations officer behind him. Contact the military legal office. Notify the Yangcheng Veterans Affairs Bureau. Tell them to come here to report, especially on how they handle the guarantees and compensation for the families of martyrs. Not a word should be missed. Otherwise, wait for the army to accuse them. Chapter 12. Commissioner Luo's combination punch. Getting into Tsinghua and Peking University is just the opening act. The real trump card is this. Yinqing No. 1 Middle School. The hourglass for the college entrance examination has already run out more than half. The air is filled with the smell of ink from the papers and the anxious atmosphere of repressed youthful hormones. In the corridor, students rush by, their footsteps absorbed by the mountain of review materials, making the environment seem heavy and oppressive. Lin Mo sits in the corner of the classroom, with a stack of books piled in front of him like a small fortress. The college entrance exam. With a college entrance exam, it's a narrow bridge for many heroes. What a pity, isn't a piece of cake for me, an elite in the legal field. He is idly spinning a pen, trying to analyze the secret of keeping the pen tip balanced on his fingertip using the principle of torque from physics. The classroom door is pushed open, and a female teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses and an unfamiliar face walks in. She's holding a craft paper bag and walks straight to Lin Mo's seat. Lin Mo. All eyes in the class suddenly focus on this corner. The female teacher seems a little nervous. She pushes up her glasses and hands over the craft paper bag. I am the new homeroom teacher, and this is your item. Lin Mo stops spinning the pen and takes the rather heavy paper bag. New? Didn't Zhang Lan just go in to operate the sewing machine? This efficiency is too high. Wait, is this for me? Could it be a lawyer's letter from the Gao family? Then I should give you a proper display of what a top lawyer is. Before he has time to open it, the new homeroom teacher clears her throat and announces to the whole class, here I announce something. After the school's recommendation and the university's independent assessment, Lin Mo, due to his outstanding academic performance and compliance with the special talent introduction policy, has been admitted early to the law school of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Bang! The whole classroom feels like it has been dropped with a deep water bomb, instantly bursting into chaos. After about 2 seconds of silence, whispers like a tide surge in. Tsinghua and Peking University? Did I hear that right? Is it that Tsinghua and Peking University? A boy turns his head with an exaggerated expression. The law school? The top one in the country? What a joke! Isn't his score average? The top student in the front row raises a sharp question. Special talent. Does being an orphan of a martyr count as special talent? This policy is too biased. A girl speaks sourly. Shut up. Their father sacrificed for the country, and their brother sacrificed for the people. Would you dare take a spot given to you? Do you have that fate? A sports student in the corner can't take it anymore and retorts back. Yes, this is what he deserves. Much better than those who got in through money. Lin Mo ignores the discussions around him. He slowly tears open the craft paper bag, pulling out a document from inside. The embossed words admission notice shine dazzlingly under the fluorescent light. Wow, it's real. The traversing God does not deceive me. Although I didn't get a system or a golden finger, this identity as an orphan of a martyr is simply a top-tier VIP gift package. The principal package starts with no limit, and the admission package covers Tsinghua and Peking University. He holds the thin, yet incredibly heavy paper, showing little expression. But his mind is already calculating. Studying law is just right for me. Gao family, your countdown has begun. At noon, in the cafeteria, Lin Mo deliberately finds the most secluded corner, chewing on a steamed bun while studying that admission notice. Tsinghua and Peking University, the capital. That's good. A change of place, a fresh start. As he thinks, an old flip phone in his pocket abruptly vibrates. It's an unfamiliar number with a local origin. A sales call? Or he presses the answer button. Hello, is this Lin Mo? A strong, booming voice comes from the other end of the phone, making his ears buzz. Lin Mo is stunned for a moment. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. This voice, it rivals that of Commissioner Zhao's fierce brother. I am Luo Jinyue. Lin Mo almost spits out the steamed bun in his mouth. The army's political commissar, Luo Jinyue, the one who roared on the phone about flattening the school with a tank. Luo, Commissioner. Lin Mo quickly sits up straight, his voice becoming respectful. Luo Jinyue's voice softens a bit. You received the admission notice, right? Yes. Thank you this. So it was you, the thick-browed guy, working behind the scenes. I knew it. There are no free lunches, only Commissioner Luo. No need to thank me. Luo Jinyue's tone carries an undeniable firmness. I have an older brother who is the dean at the law school of Tsinghua University and Peking University. I mentioned to him that I have a descendant of a military hero who wants to study law and asked if there was a way. The voice on the other end paused. He said that the doors of Tsinghua and Peking University will always be open for the families of heroes. Lin Mo grips the phone, speechless. He can imagine the weight behind this casual mention. You don't need to feel psychological pressure. Luo Jinyue seems to have guessed his thoughts. This is not charity, nor is it privilege. This is the respect earned by your father, your mother, and your brother with their lives. You just need to walk in with your head held high, and if anyone is unconvinced, let them come to me, Luo Jinyue. Lin Mo's throat feels a bit dry. Studying law is a good thing. Luo Jinyue changes the subject. Having passion is not enough. You also need brains and means. You chose the right path. Lin Mo doesn't reply, listening quietly. When you arrive in the capital and settle down, go to a place to report. Report? Luo Jinyue gives an address, a place called Qinglu Law Firm. Go find a lawyer named Han Qing and just say I sent you. Qinglu Law Firm? Sounds like it's not a good place. Qinglu, is it going to cleanse the dirty flow? Commissioner, this is a mess that pays you to clean up. Luo Jinyue's voice carries a hint of self-deprecation. There isn't a normal person there. They only take cases that no one dares to touch, gnawing on bones that no one can chew. If you go there, you will learn things that are not in textbooks. Lin Mo understands. This is Luo Jinyue's real arrangement. The admission notice from Tsinghua and Peking University is just a ticket, and this Qinglu law firm is the real weapon prepared for him. They will teach you how to use the law to send those dressed in suits to where they belong. Luo Jinyue's voice is low but carries a metallic quality. Galway, that local tyrant, can't be touched in the city. The disciplinary committee finds it too hot to handle, and the military can't directly intervene in local affairs. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo hears the sound of Luo Jinyue pulling out a chair. Just focus on learning and mastering your skills. You need to use legal means to solve problems. Beep, beep, beep. The call is disconnected. Lin Mo holds the phone, motionless for a long time. He looks down at the half-eaten steamed bun on the plate and glances at the embossed admission notice next to it. Chapter 13, Dormitory 404. In August, the capital city felt like a gigantic sauna, with heat waves rising from the asphalt roads, distorting the view in the distance. Lin Mo dragged a somewhat worn suitcase and stood at the imposing entrance of Qingbei University. Wow, this is indeed the legendary ultimate dungeon entrance of the newbie village. This entrance is even more impressive than the military compound in Yanqing. The air is filled with a sense of superiority, as if it belongs to a future elite. He didn't ask the volunteer assigned by the school for help, instead following the signs through the tree-lined path to find the law school dormitory building. Room 404. 404? Not found. The server can't find me? What a twisted sense of humor in this allocation. Is the traversing god implying that I won't survive even one episode? He pushed open the slightly ajar door, and a mixed scent of wooden furniture and men's shampoo rushed out to greet him. The dormitory was a 4-person room with bunk beds and desks, spacious enough. At this moment, there were already 3 people inside. By the window, a boy in a linen shirt was wiping his desk, moving at a steady pace with an innate calmness. Opposite him, a tall boy dressed in branded sportswear was reclining with his legs crossed, focused on fiddling with the latest smartphone. There was also a dark-skinned boy, slightly thin, standing awkwardly in front of his bed, seemingly unsure of which package to organize first. Lin Mo's entrance broke the subtle tranquility in the room. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously. The boy on his phone looked up, sizing Lin Mo up and speaking first. New here? Which department? His tone was direct, carrying an evaluative undertone. Lin Mo placed his suitcase near the door and smiled widely. Law school. Hello, everyone, I'm Lin Mo. Lin from the forest and Mo from silence. Opening line, pretending to be humble can't go wrong. The boy wiping the desk paused, turned around, and nodded with a smile. Zhou Shubai, local from the capital. Welcome. His voice was gentle, yet held a just right sense of distance. Zhou Shubai sounds like the kind of second male lead who strategizes in a TV drama. The boy with the phone put it away and stood up, towering half a head over Lin Mo Luhong. From the South Province. My family runs a small business. Small business? With that outfit, it must cost at least 5 figures from top to bottom. Huh? Learn something about small businesses in the South Province. Finally, the dark-skinned boy spoke up quietly. Chinmai, from Ganlan. He only gave his name and hometown, then fell silent, lowering his head. Lu Heng's gaze shifted back to Lin Mo, curiosity unabashed. Lin Mo, how many points did you get on the college entrance exam? The cutoff for the law school was ridiculously high this year. As soon as this question came out, Zhou Shubai slowed his desk wiping, and Chunmai quietly perked up his ears. Here it comes, the dormitory classic head count check. Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets, leaning slightly back, striking an exaggerated pose. Score? How would I know? I didn't take the college entrance exam. He paused, savoring the astonished expressions of the other three. I was recommended for admission. Can you believe it? People still take the college entrance exam these days? His teasing tone and expression made others want to rush over and give him a punch. Recommended? Lu Heng raised an eyebrow. Where did the law school get the recommendation spots? Grades? Or? He didn't finish the phrase, but the implication was clear. As expected, a businessman's mindset. Everything is negotiable. Only interests are eternal. Zhou Shubai stopped his work, leaning against the desk, watching Lin Mo with interest. Lin Mo shrugged, looking entirely nonchalant. Not really. Mainly, the school leaders think that as a top university in the country, having only scholars and geniuses among the students isn't diverse enough. We need a bit of variety. He cleared his throat and continued to speak nonsense seriously. They found that the student body lacks an important element. Someone like me, a genius combining ability, knowledge, and good looks. Boom! This explosive self-introduction plunged the dormitory into instant silence. Lu Heng opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. Chen Mai suddenly looked up, his eyes full of shock. Only Zhou Shubai maintained his smile, though a trace of disbelief flickered in his eyes. How's that for a fresh and unique display of shamelessness? Lin Mo watched their reactions, feeling secretly pleased. Using the most humorous tone to cover the most tragic facts was a top-notch defense skill he honed during his previous life as a lawyer. Embarrassment is for others. Ahem. Lu Heng was the first to recover, clearing his throat to mask his own slip-up. He re-evaluated Lin Mo, incredulous, wondering how someone could display shamelessness so refreshingly. All right, you're impressive. Lu Heng pulled out his car keys, spinning them on his finger. Forget about organizing. Since we've met, I'll treat tonight. You can choose the place. Consider it a welcome for you. Our dormitory's new face. His last sentence was directed at Lin Mo. Zhou Shubai put down the cloth and washed his hands. I'm fine with that. Lu Heng looked over at Chen Mai in the corner. Chen Mai instinctively glanced at his worn-out canvas shoes. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Lin Mo walked over and slapped him on the shoulder. Let us go. What are you afraid of? A rich guy is treating us. We might as well enjoy it. It's a good chance to see what the decadent life of capitalism is like. He winked at Chen Mai. Don't worry, if he dares to charge us, a law student, will sue him for fraud on the spot. Chen Mai was amused, the awkwardness on his face dissipating, revealing a simple smile as he nodded. Okay. Lin Mo withdrew his hand, satisfied. Done deal. This dormitory seems more interesting than I imagined. One official, one businessman, one farmer, plus me. A law god ready to uphold justice. This lineup will be a shame not to film a struggle too. 0. Lu Heng looked at Lin Mo's familiar demeanor and smiled. Then let us go. Moments later, they arrived at the dormitory entrance. Bye, your business is quite small. Huh? Driving a Cullinan to school, what should we eat? Chen Mai, a bit shy, suggested going to the night market instead, saying going elsewhere would be too wasteful. Zhou Shubai couldn't help but glance at him. Sure, let us experience a bit of Qing-based street stalls. We'll have plenty of chances to dine out. Chapter 14. On the first day of new student registration, the law professor surprisingly says law is not justice. In Blue Star, university life does not involve military training interwoven with sweat and camouflage uniforms. It straightforwardly switches from vacation mode to study mode, lacking the iron blood tempering and adding a few more feelings of confusion in a new environment. Monday morning, before the alarm rang, Chen Mai had already quietly finished washing up and was sitting at the table flipping through a brand new General Principles of Commercial Law. Lu Heng rolled over in bed, buried his head in the quilt, and mumbled complaints. An 8 a.m. class. Which devil scheduled this? It's killing me. Zhou Shubai was already dressed and was tidying up his perfectly styled hair in front of the mirror, moving calmly. It was Professor Lu Shi's class, and she reportedly never takes attendance, but her failing rate is the highest in the entire department. What? Lu Heng suddenly sat up from under the quilt. Is that true? It is. Lin Mo yawned and peeked his head out from the upper bunk. I also heard that even if you fill out all the answers on her exam, you might not pass because what she wants is not just the answers, but the logic. The highest failing rate? Interesting. Is she really skilled? Or just putting on an act? Lu Heng groaned and resignedly got out of bed. The law school of Qing University, class 1 of the commercial law department. The lecture hall, which can accommodate 100 people, was packed, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh ink from new books and the undeniable excitement. Most students sat together according to their dorms, whispering and sketching their expectations for the future. Lin Mo and his 3 friends found a middle back seat. Lu Heng was still dwelling on the early rise. You say you study law, just study law. Why all these mathematical models and business cases? I thought we were here to memorize statutes. If you don't understand these things, how are you going to inherit your father's billion-dollar assets? Are you relying on your father's capable subordinates? What if they short sell your father's company, and you wouldn't even know about it? Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses. Modern business disputes are fundamentally about interests. If you don't understand business, how can you win a lawsuit? Law is just a tool. Business logic is the battlefield. No wonder he's a bureaucrat's child. He hits the essence of the problem directly. Chun Mai nodded vigorously, committing this statement to memory. Lin Mo lazily leaned back in his chair, looking around. A group of future social elites. 10 years from now, some of them will become top lawyers, judges, corporate legal directors, and of course, there might even be a few class enemies among them. The class bell rang, and the classroom instantly quieted down. The crisp sound of high heels tapping against the floor approached, and a woman dressed in a simple white shirt and black trousers walked in. She appeared to be just over 30, with a beautiful face but a capable demeanor, showing no unnecessary expressions. She is Lu Shi. She walked to the center of the podium, set down her tablet, and scanned the room. I am Lu Shi, your commercial law teacher for this semester. Her voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating. I know many of you are here for criminal law, thinking it has passion, justice, and dramatic stories. She paused for a moment, a nearly invisible smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. But I want to tell you that what truly determines how resources are allocated in this society, how wealth circulates, and how classes solidify, is commercial law. She picked up a pen and drew a complex equity structure diagram on the touchscreen. This contract is worth $300 billion. It can make a company rise overnight or leave thousands of shareholders with nothing. And the direction of all this might hinge on just one inconspicuous clause. Your battlefield is not in the courtroom, but in the conference room, at the negotiation table, and in every document you draft yourself. Your weapons are not eloquence, but logic, rules, and your insight into human greed. This is impressive. She has articulated the essence of law. While law is indeed the embodiment of justice, more so, it is a collection of rules. Whoever can utilize the rules holds the power. In the future, you will become guardians of capital or knights challenging giants. I don't care which path you choose, but the prerequisite is that you must first learn to forge the sword in your hands. Now, turn to the first page. The class dismissal bell became the horn of salvation. Students surged out of the classroom like a burst dam, and Lu Heng let out a sigh of relief. My God, I feel like my brain has been rubbed against the ground by her. It's terrifying. Is this woman an AI? He turned to Lin Mo. Let us go. Let us eat. We must have a good meal to comfort my wounded soul. Today I'm taking you to a good place. Zhou Shubai packed up his books. I need to go to the library. It seems I can't find the domestic database for a few cases she mentioned. I need to check for materials. Lu Heng's gaze fell on Chun Mai. Chun Mai subconsciously tightened the strap of her backpack. Lin Mo patted Lu Heng on the shoulder. You guys go ahead. I have an appointment today. An appointment? Lu Heng looked him up and down. It's only the first day of school, and you've already hooked up with a senior? Lin Mo grinned, revealing a mysterious expression. Not a senior. I'm going for an interview for a part-time job. Part-time job content, eliminating harm for the people. Salary treatment, may generate power for love. Are you crazy? Why work when you have a life at Qing? Lu Heng couldn't understand. No choice. My talent is too high. I have to find a place to shine. Lin Mo waved at them and turned to squeeze into the crowd. Qing Lu Law Firm. Here I come. Comrade Luo, the beginner's package you prepared for me, I have to personally unpack it. Following the address given by Luo Jinyue, Lin Mo boarded a bus heading to the old city. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from the high-rise, modern university town to low, old residential buildings and narrow streets. The air, once filled with the aura of future elites, was washed clean by the smoke of the market. He got off at a rundown bus stop and turned into an inconspicuous alley. At the end of the alley stood a gray, three-story building with peeling walls, and downstairs was a hardware store with a lack of business. Lin Mo looked up and saw a wooden sign hanging from the second-floor window, the writing on it already somewhat blurred. Qing Lu Law Firm. Comrade Luo said this is a mess. He was really being modest. This place looks like it could be marked for demolition at any moment. He climbed the creaking stairs to the second floor. An old wooden door was ajar, and the door didn't even have a proper nameplate, just hastily written Qing Lu with a marker. Lin Mo stood at the door and could vaguely hear voices inside. He did not knock, but pushed the door open and entered directly. Chapter 15 Interviewer. What do you think? Lin Mo, you're all wrong. He pushed open the door, and a wave of intense argument rushed toward him, drowning out the creaking sound of the staircase. This is rape. It is an undeniable crime. What do you mean by comprehensive consideration of both parties' emotional foundation? Does giving a bride price and holding a banquet mean you can treat a living person as private property? A sharp female voice, filled with anger, pierced through the air like a sharp ice pick. Wu Tian, calm down. The law is not an outlet for emotions. Another female voice spoke, calm and restrained, like a stubborn stone immersed in icy water, remaining unyielding amidst the flood of emotions. Wow, is it this intense right from the start? An office debate or a divorce case? No, from the sound of it, it's a post-engagement rape case. A bit like that case in Dadong. This law firm has quite a hardcore business scope. Lin Mo did not immediately enter, but leaned against the door frame, taking a keen interest in observing the interior. The office was not large, with several desks crowded together and documents piled up like small mountains. A woman in a professional suit, exuding competence, stood in front of a desk. She was the owner of that calm voice. Opposite her, a young girl with short hair and black-framed glasses was excitedly waving her arms, clearly Wu Tian. There was also a young man, wearing glasses, standing awkwardly between the two, trying to mediate. Hanjia, Tianjia, let us talk calmly, don't get worked up. Wu Tian completely ignored him, her focus directed at the woman in the suit. Han King, you are excusing the criminal. If the law cannot protect even the most basic personal rights, what is its purpose? Is it just to allow you rational elites to play word games and uphold that decayed patriarchal social order? There was no ripple of emotion on Han Qing's face. She simply placed a document gently on the table. I am only stating the logic of the judgment. It does not mean I agree with it. If you believe the law is unfair, you should advocate for legislative reform, not vent your emotions here. My job is to fight for the maximum benefits for my clients within the existing rules. An idealist, a realist. One wants to change the world. The other wants to win in the world. Quite interesting. Lin Mo's arrival was finally noticed by the young man, trying to mediate. Hello. May I ask who you were looking for? His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a boiling pot of oil, abruptly halting the argument. Wu Tian and Han Qing both turned their gazes toward him. Wu Tian's look was scrutinizing and displeased, while Han Qing's was purely inquisitive. Lin Mo put away his spectator's expression, straightened up, and walked into the office. He glanced around before finally fixing his gaze on Han Qing. I'm looking for Han Qing. Luo Zhenyue introduced me. I'm Lin Mo, here to check in. His tone was casual, as if the earlier storm had nothing to do with him. Luo Zhenyue. Oh, Luo Zhenyue, you call this a mess? This is clearly a stress test site. Han Qing's eyebrows moved slightly. Luo Shu introduced you? She reevaluated Lin Mo. From his ordinary t-shirt to his seemingly casual but stable stance. He said he would come, but didn't he say today? Wu Tian snorted coldly from the side, clearly unimpressed with this guy who eavesdropped while they were arguing. Han Qing picked up a cup of water from the table, taking a sip slowly. Since you were introduced by Luo Shu, I will naturally give you some face. However, although our office is small, it's not open to just anyone. She put down the cup with a crisp sound. How about this? Let's consider it a temporary interview. You just heard what we were discussing. Talk about your views on this case. Wu Tian's lips curled into a sneer, clearly thinking it's a case that would lose. Han Qing must be out of her mind to take it, and now she's asking a kid for his opinion. Wasn't that a joke? Everyone's attention in the office focused on Lin Mo. Here it comes, the first hurdle in the workplace. It's either asking you to take sides or making you cannon fodder. If you don't answer this question well, life here will be tough. Lin Mo didn't look at the documents on the desk. He took a few steps and stood between Wu Tian and Han Qing. He first looked at Wu Tian. You believe this is a particularly heinous case of rape. The core issue is that, regardless of the relationship between both parties, as long as it goes against the woman's will, it is a crime, right? Wu Tian crossed her arms, nodded, and slightly lifted her chin. Then Lin Mo turned to Han Qing. And you believe that, although it constitutes a crime, your client's relationship qualifies as a quasi-marital relationship, and thus should be considered not guilty, right? Han Qing's gaze sharpened with focus. She neither nodded nor shook her head, just watching him, waiting for him to continue. Lin Mo spread his hands and smiled wide. In my view, what you both said is both right and wrong. The groundwork is laid, time to start showing off. What do you mean? Wu Tian furrowed her brows. Lin Mo's smile faded, replaced by a penetrating sharpness. You have both been entangled in one question. Does this count as rape? And what stance should the law take on this kind of marital or quasi-marital rape?
But that is not the essence of this case. His voice was not loud, yet it was resolute.
You are all confused by the word rape. The essence of this case is not a sexual crime, but a property dispute, merely cloaked in the guise of criminal case. Wu Tian was stunned. Han Qing leaned slightly forward. Lin Mo's fingers pointed in the air. Think about it. Why did the man resort to violence? Because the woman wants to back out of the engagement to leave. What does her leaving mean? It means that the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of bride price he paid might be lost. His violent behavior's primary motivation is not the release of sexual desire, but rather the fear and anger over his investment failing. He is trying to enforce the contract, or rather, force a recovery of his investment through the most primitive means of violence. He is not attacking a woman. He is trying to salvage a failing account, bringing the sacred law back to the mundane calculations of life. That is the truth. The office fell into dead silence. Only the faint sound of cicadas could be heard outside. You're arguing about the justice of the law, while the core meaning of a law lies in weighing social order. The surface of this case is a rape case, but the driving force behind this rape crime is money. Therefore, to win this case, do not start from women's rights. That is superficial. You should start from the civil code's provisions on the return of bride prices. That is the root. Or you can approach it from the perspective of the woman's premeditated fraud against the man. After Lin Mo finished speaking, the office remained terrifyingly quiet. Now, the plaintiff is presenting the conditions for accusation. Violating a woman's will indeed constitutes rape. You cannot cover up the facts with other conditions. Even more, you cannot use this method to divert the litigation content. This is discrimination against women, an insult to women. Is this woman out of her mind? Isn't this law firm the representative of the defendant? Why is she speaking in favor of the plaintiff? Han Qing had maintained a mask of calmness. But at this moment, a crack finally appeared. She looked at Lin Mo with the gaze of someone who had found a kindred spirit, mixed with surprise and admiration. Han Qing was silent for nearly half a minute. She slowly opened a drawer, took out a blank labor contract and a pen, placed them on the table, and pushed them toward Lin Mo. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, bring your ID and proof of education. She paused and added, come to sign the contract, and first become my legal assistant. Chapter 16. When you talk to me about unwillingness, I talk to you about fraud, aiming for a dimensionality reduction strike. The next day, in the morning, Lin Mo appeared on time at the entrance of the Qing law firm, holding a brown paper bag. Pushing the door open, the smell of gunpowder from yesterday seemed to linger. Wu Tian glanced up at him, then lowered her head to continue organizing the files, letting out a slight noise from her nose. The young man who had tried to mediate, another lawyer at the firm named Zhao Wan, gave him a friendly, yet awkward smile. Han Qing walked out of her private office, holding a blank contract. Come in. Her office was much tidier than the outside, spotless, with only neatly arranged legal texts and files on the desk and shelves. Lin Mo took out the copies of the ID and educational certificates from the paper bag and placed them on the desk. Han Qing pushed the contract over. The basic salary is 3,000, with 5 insurances and 1 fund. Assistants do not receive commission, but there are project bonuses, the amount of which depends on your contribution. Any questions? 3,000? From Tsinghua University, and this is all it's worth? Commissioner Luo, This is not just a mess you found for me. It's like you found me a branch of a beggar's gang. Lin Mo picked up the pen and swiftly signed his name. No problem. Han Qing took back the contract, her expression still neutral, but Lin Mo could sense that the pressure in the office had eased a bit compared to yesterday. She led Lin Mo to a vacant desk in the corner of her office. You will work here from now on. This arrangement surprised Wu Tian, and Zhao went outside. Han Qing's office had always been a restricted area. Wow, straight into the core circle? Is this for close cultivation or close surveillance? Han Qing ignored his inner thoughts and turned to pull out a thick file from the cabinet, tossing it onto his desk. This is the case from yesterday. The materials for the prosecution's appeal. Take a look. She sat back in her boss's chair, leaning slightly back. You said yesterday that we were all wrong. Now, prove it to me. Lin Mo opened the file, not looking at the reasons for the appeal first, but flipping straight to the evidence section, especially the key forensic report. His fingers lightly tapped on the pages, as if searching for a wrong note in a musical score. Sure enough, they focused on violent coercion in the woman's strong resistance, attempting to morally and emotionally hijack the judiciary. Found it. Lin Mo pushed the report to the center of the desk. Han Qing's gaze fell on it, hymen intact. No semen detected. Lin Mo's finger pointed to the conclusion of the report. This is our breakthrough, but not to prove attempted rape, rather to prove another matter. What matter? Han Qing asked. Lin Mo lifted his head, his face bearing a nearly cold calmness. To prove that the woman was not harmed at all. This was not an act of violence. It was a complete transaction. We should not passively defend ourselves in criminal matters. We should take the initiative. He leaned forward, his hands crossed on the desk. Simultaneously sue the woman for fraud. Using marriage as bait to obtain a large bride price constitutes fraud, with a significant amount and extremely negative social impact. Defeating magic with magic. You talk to me about rape, I talk to you about fraud. You wave the banner of feminism. I use the civil code and criminal law to nail you to the shame column of fraudsters. Han Qing fell silent. She had thought of this line of reasoning, but it was too risky, too ruthless. It completely abandoned moral defenses, directly targeting the most despicable calculations of human nature. If not handled well, it could backfire in public opinion, leaving the reputation of a shameless lawyer who absolves rapists. The risk is great. Finally, she spoke. Lin Mo grinned. The rewards are also substantial. Once we win, this case will set a precedent. All similar bride price disputes will have to reference our approach in the future. Han Qing stared at him for a few seconds, then picked up the phone. Zhao 1, notify the client Yuan Zhong to come to the law firm immediately. Lin Mo was taken aback. If I were in your position, I would see you as a victim too. Half an hour later, a seemingly honest and somewhat dull-looking man sat on the sofa in the office. He was Yuan Zhong. He wore a faded plaid shirt, his hands awkwardly resting on his knees, his head nearly buried in his chest. Lawyer Han. He spoke, his voice thick with a rural accent and unmistakable fear. Han Qing said nothing, just tilted her head slightly toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo pulled up a chair, sitting opposite Yuan Zhong, at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Yuan Zhong, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you must tell the truth. Not a word can be wrong. Yuan Zhong nodded vigorously. Did you and the woman date with marriage as the premise? Yes. It was introduced by someone from our village, and it was aimed at marriage. Then did she want to marry you? Lin Mo's question was very direct. Yuan Zhong froze for a moment, his expression becoming complicated, filled with confusion and grievance. She always said she wanted to. She was willing when accepting the bride price. And also willing when we held the banquet. What I asked is whether she is willing to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get that red marriage certificate. Lin Mo interrupted him. Yuan Zhong's head drooped even lower, his voice becoming softer. I brought it up several times, really several times. The first time, she said her mom had someone check the dates, and those days weren't good. The second time, she said the household registration book was at her hometown, and she had to wait for her brother to send it over. The third time, she said a typical delaying tactic. Each time there was a reason, but none of the reasons could withstand scrutiny. The purpose was only one, to maintain a quasi-marital relationship, continuously extracting economic benefits, but never entering a legally binding true marriage. Lin Mo didn't let him continue. changing the subject. During the relationship, how much money did you transfer to her? In total, including the bride price. Over 300,000 yuan. Zhong's voice was choked with tears. That's all the money my parents and I saved up for a lifetime. And we borrowed a lot when transferring. Did you leave any notes? This question made Yuan Zhong raise his head again, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, I did. He fumbled to take out his phone, and due to nervousness, he unlocked it several times before succeeding. He opened the transaction records on WeChat and Alipay. Handing it over to Lin Mo, look, every transaction, I wrote it down. This one is for your engagement ring. This one is bride price for our marriage.
And this one, living expenses for my future wife. I wrote it all clearly. It was for her, for our marriage.
Lin Mo took the phone and flipped through the pages. Perfect. The evidence chain is closed. From subjective intention to objective behavior, the man was aiming for marriage, while the woman was aiming for money. This is no longer a simple civil dispute. Han Qing also came over, glancing at the transaction records on the phone screen. She said nothing, just returned to her desk, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote something on a piece of paper. Moments later, she pushed the paper in front of Lin Mo. It only had 2 words on it. Lawsuit. Chapter 17. Intensity before the hearing. Han Qing pushed the white paper with the words complaint written on it, along with a prepared electronic draft, in front of Lin Mo. Take a look at the draft complaint and see if there's anything that needs to be added. Lin Mo picked up the pages and quickly skimmed through them. The complaint was airtight, logically sound, well-referenced, and perfectly articulated the legal basis for the return of the dowry. It was a solid, textbook-like civil complaint. Too solid. Solid as a stagnant pool, stirring not a single ripple. This can only recover money, but it won't save Yuan Zhong. Lawyer Han's skills were impressive. Lin Mo set down the complaint and picked up a pen, but this complaint was meant for a civil lawsuit that was bound to win. What we are facing now is a bucket of dirty water thrown over the party. Han Qing remained silent, slightly leaning back and making a gesture to continue. Lin Mo removed the pen cap. Therefore, our demands cannot be this mild. He turned to the last page of the complaint, crossing out a line. First, we demand the defendant return all dowry and gifts during the relationship, totaling 314,000 yuan. Second, we demand the defendant compensate our client Yuan Zhong for emotional damages of 150,000 yuan. Han Qing raised her eyebrows. That amount for emotional damages was a bit high. Lin Mo did not pause, continuing to write on the paper. Third, we request the court to investigate the defendant's fraudulent actions, which were aimed at illegal possession, fabricating facts, concealing the truth, and defrauding our client of a large sum of money, and to sentence her to life imprisonment, depriving her of political rights for life. The pen fell silent, and the office was dead quiet. Even Zhao Wen, who was eavesdropping outside, nearly dropped the cup he was holding. That's right. It has to be this outrageous. You want to play public opinion hostage? Then I'll just flip the table and see who is tougher. Han Qing stared at the line on the paper, speechless for a long time. She had handled countless tricky cases and seen all kinds of fanciful demands. But she had never seen anything so insane. Life imprisonment? Han Qing's voice revealed no emotion. The maximum sentence for fraud is more than 10 years or life imprisonment if the amount involved is particularly large or if there are other seriously aggravating circumstances. But this case doesn't meet that threshold. I know it doesn't. Lin Mo placed the pen back on the desk. The court would not support this demand. I know they won't support it. Han Qing finally looked up, meeting Lin Mo's gaze. So what is your purpose? The purpose is to let the opposing lawyer and prosecutor know before the hearing that we do not intend to play within the framework of the rape case they have defined. Lin Mo smiled broadly. We want to open another battlefield beside their home ground, a battlefield specifically for judging humanity and greed. If they want to morally judge Yuan Zhong, we will legally judge that woman. I request a life sentence, not to actually imprison you for life, but to make you smell the scent of prison food with every breath you take in court. Han Qing was silent for a full minute. She reached out, took the modified complaint from Lin Mo, and re-examined the most outrageous demand. Good. She uttered a single word. She opened a drawer and locked the complaint inside. Tomorrow morning, you will go to court with me, as my legal assistant. The next day, City People's Court. The solemn national emblem hung high, and people instinctively lightened their footsteps as they passed by. The judge in charge of Yuan Zhong's case was named Li, in his 50s, with slightly gray hair and wearing reading glasses, flipping through the case files at hand. When he saw Han Qing and her overly young assistant walk in, he was a bit surprised. "Lawyer Han?" Judge Li adjusted his glasses. "I remember the hearing date is next Wednesday. Is today 4? Han Qing placed a sealed craft paper bag on his desk, her movements professional and restrained. "Judge Li, we are not here for the previous case." She paused, her tone calm. "We are here to file a new case." Judge Li's confusion deepened. "File a case?" "My client Yuan Zhong wants to sue the plaintiff in another case, namely Ms. Zhang Ji, for suspected fraud," Han Qing stated concisely. Judge Li was stunned. He took off his reading glasses and rubbed his brow, seemingly thinking he had misheard. After 30 years in the profession, he had never encountered such a situation. It was common for defendants to countersue plaintiffs, but to directly open a new criminal complaint, especially for fraud, turning the plaintiff into the defendant, was simply unheard of. He opened the craft paper bag and pulled out the complaint. When his gaze swept over the request section, the hand holding the paper froze mid-air. Demand, compensation, life imprisonment, depriving political rights for life? Judge Li slammed the complaint on the desk, producing a dull thud. He looked up at the calm, almost robotic female lawyer in front of him. "Han Qing, what are you doing? This is nonsense." The sky has fallen. His legal perspective and career understanding have violently shaken at this moment. Han Qing remained standing straight, her expression unchanged. "Judge Li, we have a complete chain of evidence proving that the woman committed fraud under the pretense of marriage. All the transfer records and chat records point to one fact. She never intended to marry. She only wanted to defraud money." Judge Li's chest heaved. Even if there are suspicions of fraud, it should be investigated by the Public Security Agency. You, a law firm, come directly to the court to file a criminal complaint and demand life imprisonment? What do you want? To create public opinion? He is anxious, he is panicking. He sees a storm about to spiral out of control. Lin Mo, who had been standing behind Han Qing, stepped forward. "Judge Li." Judge Li's gaze finally fell on a young man. "Who are you?" "I am Lawyer Han's assistant." Lin Mo's tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. "The reason we are directly filing a self-complaint in court is that these two cases are essentially the same case. If we do not bring the facts of the fraud to the forefront, the accusation of rape will be a haze. Only by clarifying the issue of money can we see the motivations behind people's actions. Separating the two cases for trial would be the greatest injustice to my client, Yuan Zhong." Judge Li looked at Lin Mo, then at Han Qing, and finally returned his gaze to the complaint, which could be described as insane. His temples throbbed. This case can still be fought this way. This is no longer about litigation. It's like dropping bombs on a battlefield. Lin Mo looked at Judge Li, who was lost in thought, and spoke again. "Therefore, Judge Li, we have one more humble request. To ensure judicial fairness and to save judicial resources." Lin Mo slightly inclined his body. "Can these two cases be tried together?" Chapter 18, the commercial law professor fell silent. The request for consolidated trial was like a deep water bomb thrown into a calm lake. In Judge Li's office, the air was thick with tension. He held his forehead, looking at the two people before him. One was terrifyingly calm, and the other was excessively young. After a long pause, he waved his hand. "I will accept the complaint for now, but the request for a consolidated trial does not comply with procedures. I will communicate with the prosecution and discuss it with the court. You two should go back and wait for news." As they stepped out of the courthouse, the midday sun was somewhat blinding. Han Qing did not immediately head for the parking lot, but stood on the steps, seemingly deep in thought. Lin Mo glanced at the time on his phone and broke the silence. "Han Lu, I have a commercial law class this afternoon, so I need to head back to school." Han Qing's body stiffened for a moment. She slowly turned her head to look at Lin Mo, whose young face still bore a hint of student-like innocence. Commercial law class? School? Her brain raced to piece together the fragments of information. Qingbei University, intern assistant. The contract, she had only glanced at the signature. A ridiculous thought surfaced, almost causing her to lose her composure. The wolf stirring up a storm in court, daring to slap the charge of fraud directly in the judge's face, was actually a student who hadn't even left campus. Every step he planned was precise, ruthless, and filled with insights into human nature and legal loopholes. traits that were far from what a student in an ivory tower should possess. This was the sophistication forged from countless dirty deals and brutal competitions. For the first time, she felt a sense of cognitive dissonance. What kind of monster was this young man, who bore the title of intern assistant? A freshman? Got it. Han Qing squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth and turned toward her car, her pace noticeably quicker than usual. Qingbei University, dormitory 404. The door was kicked open. Sons, Daddy is back to call you to class. One son, wearing headphones and playing a game, did not look back. Get lost. I'm in a promotion match. Don't bother me. Another, lying on the upper bunk reading, peeked his head out. Lin Mo, weren't you interning a law firm? Why are you back here suffering with us again? Lin Mo tossed his backpack onto the empty desk, experiencing life, while also promoting legal knowledge to society. With an internship salary of 3,000, skipping class to enjoy the air conditioning would be a huge loss. He grabbed a brand new book titled Commercial Law and headed toward the teaching building. The lecture hall was packed. At the podium stood a female professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a gentle and intellectual aura. She was Professor Liu Shi from the Department of Commercial Law. Therefore, when we discuss the essence of commercial law, it cannot be simply understood as rules. It is a fundamental logic of commercial society, a game between efficiency and fairness. The significance of commercial law lies in providing a predictable and stable framework for market economic activities, reducing transaction costs, protecting the legitimate rights and interests of commercial entities, and ultimately promoting the growth of social wealth. It does not pursue absolute justice in individual cases, but rather an overall, sustainable commercial civilization. It acknowledges human greed and attempts to delineate boundaries for it using rules. Liu Shi's voice was pleasant, and the content was profound. Translation: use the most civilized words to speak the most barbaric truths. Make the division of spoils sound noble and scholarly. Lin Mo felt himself getting drowsy, his eyelids beginning to droop. The material being discussed was already lacking in significance, and having spent the morning in court with the judge had drained his mental energy. Liu Shi's gaze swept across the room and quickly noticed the figure fishing in the corner. Her brow furrowed just slightly. That student by the window. Her voice echoed through the microphone, reaching every corner of the classroom. Yes, you, wearing the white t-shirt. Then Montag jolted upright, suddenly making eye contact with her at the podium. All the classmates' gazes focused on him. Liu Shi adjusted her glasses. It seems this student has a different opinion on my viewpoint. Why don't you share your understanding of the essence and significance of commercial law? Oh no, I got caught slacking off in class, and it's in front of hundreds of students. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well go along with it. Lin Mo stood up and cleared his throat. Professor Liu, I believe you are correct, but that is the commercial law from textbooks. As soon as he spoke, Liu Shi was momentarily taken aback. In reality, the essence of commercial law is not a framework, but a weapon. Lin Mo's speech was not fast, but every word was clear to the audience. It is not meant to protect all commercial entities, but to allow the stronger, who understand the rules better, to legally and efficiently plunder the weaker. It does not pursue fairness. It only acknowledges contracts. A carefully designed contract can make one party bear all the risks while the other enjoys all the benefits. And this is completely legal under commercial law. A slight commotion arose in the classroom. Liu Shi did not interrupt him, merely watching quietly. As for the significance of commercial law, Lin Mo smiled. Its significance is to dress the greed in commercial activities in a legal guise. It does not care whether you have been deceived. It only cares whether your signature is genuine. It constructs a precise hunting ground with a complex and asymmetrical set of rules. In this arena, lawyers are the hunters, judges are the referees, and those ordinary people who do not understand the rules are the prey. It does not punish greed, it only punishes stupidity. Commercial law is a legal robbery guide written for the clever. This is my understanding of its essence and significance. As his words fell, the entire lecture hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this unconventional statement. Liu Shi looked at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with scrutiny and amazement. What he said had completely surpassed the cognitive realm of an undergraduate. This was not theory. This was experience summarized from countless cases and bloody realities. This kid was definitely not an ordinary student. She even sensed a hint of the cold and pragmatic aura similar to that of her lawyer friend Han Qing from his words. The thrill of showing off is so plain and yet so exhilarating. Lucy remained silent for a moment, then nodded at him. Well said. Please sit down. Lin Mo returned to his seat, and the air in the lecture hall seemed to still, frozen in his proclamation of the legal robbery guide. Whispers began to spread in the corners. This guy is too fierce, saying commercial law is a weapon right in front of the professor. I just saw Professor Lu's face freeze, but she didn't refute it. Not only did she not refute it, but she also nodded. What does that mean? It means what he said is the truth. But this is too unconventional to speak so plainly about greed. How can we mix in this circle in the future? What do you know? This is called awakening to reality. The world of the big shots is beyond our understanding. A bunch of fledgling birds in an ivory tower still entangled in whether their posture is elegant, unaware that the outside world has long been a hunting ground of the survival of the fittest. Chapter 19 Judge. Enough arguing. Your cases will be tried together. Lin Mo packed up the brand new commercial law book, ignoring the mixed reactions of surprise, admiration, and disdain around him, and walked straight out of the lecture hall. Dormitory 404. As the door swung open, a wave of instant noodles mixed with sweat rushed out. Get lost. Can't you see I'm in a team fight? If I die, are you responsible? A chubby guy yelled without turning his head, his fingers pounding the keyboard. From the upper bunk came the sound of pages flipping, and a tall, thin guy with glasses poked his head out, his face alight with curiosity. Oh God, you're finally back. I heard you dominated in Lu Shi's class, even silencing the Extinction Master. The chubby guy's hand trembled, and the game character on the screen went black. He immediately took off his headphones, spun his esports chair around, and slid in front of Lin Mo. Is it true? Old Lin, you're not interning at some crappy law firm, working like a dog for the capitalists, are you? How you have time to come back and shock the professors all year? Lin Mo tossed his backpack onto the empty desk, stirring up a thin layer of dust. Experiencing life, and by the way, popularizing the harsh realities of society for my classmates. The internship salary is only $3,000. If I don't go to class to enjoy the air conditioning, it's a crime against nature. The chubby guy and the tall, thin guy immediately surrounded him, their faces filled with flattering smiles. Oh God, my knees are yours. Please, take me as your disciple. Teach me a couple of moves, so I can also show off later. Yes, the tall guy adjusted his glasses. Let me borrow your legal robbery guide theory. I feel like I can use this to win over the beauty from the next apartment. Lin Mo waved his hand in disdain. Forget about being a master. I'm afraid I'll lead you astray. He smirked, but there will be a free live teaching session next Wednesday. I can take you to see for yourselves. The chubby guy perked up immediately. What teaching? Where to? City People Escort. Lin Mo's tone was as flat as if he were stating he was going to the cafeteria for a meal. I'm the assistant lawyer for the defendant. You can see with your own eyes how the law in textbooks differs from the law in reality. The dormitory instantly fell silent. The chubby guy opened his mouth, about to say something, but couldn't utter a word. The amused expression on the tall guy's face froze, and the book in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. They had always thought Lin Mo was just bragging about interning at a law firm. Qing Lu Law Firm. Han Qing was flipping through the files of the Yuanzhong case, and the only sound in the office was the rustle of paper. Lin Mo pushed the door open and sat across from her. Lawyer Han, I have a question. Han Qing looked up, her gaze calm. In this case, if we only pursue a rape charge, public opinion and the existing evidence are extremely unfavorable to us. It's almost a guaranteed loss. Lin Mo leaned slightly forward. Given your qualifications and reputation, why take on such a hot potato? A shrewd hunter wouldn't fight a battle without confidence. She wouldn't be taking this case for that meager lawyer's fee. Han Qing closed the file, her movements devoid of any emotion. Because before Yuanzhong found me, he had almost searched all the reputable law firms in Jiangxing. Not a single one was willing to take it. They thought the money was too little, the case too sensitive, they couldn't win, and it would damage their reputation. Everyone advised him to plead guilty. Han Qing's tone remained flat, aiming for a pretrial settlement, obtaining the other party's letter of understanding, and getting a suspended sentence. This was the most rational and cost-effective result in their eyes. But he insisted he hadn't done it. Han Qing leaned back, staring directly into Lin Weiguo's eyes. A person who is at their wits' end, deemed dead by all professionals, still insists on their innocence. I just want to see if this innocence still holds any weight on the scales of justice. So that's it. This isn't just a business deal. It's a defense of legal faith, or rather, a high-stakes gamble. The office phone rang sharply at that moment, breaking the momentary stillness. Han Qing glanced at the caller ID and pressed the speakerphone button. As soon as the call connected, a woman's sharp, piercing voice erupted from the receiver. Han, you shameless bitch. Are you all crazy? It was Zhang Ji, that rapist Yuan Zhong. Instead of figuring out how to get him a shorter sentence, you're turning around and accusing me of fraud? I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. Your law firm doesn't want to survive in Jiangxing, does it? Do you believe I'll find someone to break your legs? And you're dreaming of sentencing me to life imprisonment? Why don't you just ask the court to execute me? I'm telling you, this isn't over. Just wait. If I don't ruin you, shut you down, I want TB named Zhang. Filthy words poured out like a flood. Han Qing's face still showed no sign of emotional fluctuation. Lin Weiguo reached out, picked up the receiver, and switched the call from speakerphone to handheld. The curses from the other end continued. Ms. Zhangji. Lin Weiguo's voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear. The voice on the other end paused for a moment. I am Yuan Zhong's assistant lawyer, Lin Weiguo. First, thank you for your call. Second, this conversation is being recorded in its entirety. Lin Weiguo's tone was calm and steady, as if stating an objective fact. Your personal attacks on our attorney, defamatory remarks, and the violent threats against our entire law firm will be compiled into new evidence and submitted to Judge Li. Thank you for providing new ammunition for our case. If there is nothing else, please save your energy. We'll see you in court. After finishing, he hung up the phone directly. With a click, the receiver was placed back in its position. The office returned to silence. In less than 5 minutes, the phone on the desk rang again. Han Qing looked at the number. It was the court's direct line. She answered the phone. Judge Li. A weary voice came from the other end, and Han Qing listened quietly, occasionally responding. MHM. Okay, we understand. The conversation was brief. Han Qing hung up the phone and looked at Lin Weiguo. It was Judge Li. The result of the trial has already been half determined before the court session begins. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Han Qing's mouth for the first time. He said that after urgent discussions among the court, the prosecutor's office, and relevant departments, they believed the fraud charges we proposed were highly related to the facts of the rape case, and separate hearings might lead to unclear factual determinations. She paused. To ascertain the truth and save judicial resources, the court decided to agree to hear the cases together. Chapter 20. Dog barking? The day of the trial felt like a dry iron pot, roasting the entire Jiangxing city beneath it. The air was thick and oppressive, the cicadas' cries tinged with a sense of powerless despair. Such weather was unsuitable for a trial, let alone for deciding a person's fate. At the Municipal People's Court, Criminal Trial Division, the cold air conditioning struggled against the heat waves outside, but could not suppress the restlessness rising from the hearts of the people. The prosecution, defense, and audience were all in place. Yuan Zhong sat in the defendant's seat, dressed in an ill-fitting suit, nervously rubbing the seams of his pants, his face pale. Opposite him, the plaintiff, Zhang Ji, adorned with delicate makeup, had a perfectly measured sorrow in her eyes. Han Qing sat beside her, expressionless, methodically organizing the case files. Each page arranged neatly. Lin Weiguo sat next to her, idly spinning a pen. This air conditioning is ineffective. I should suggest improvements to the court later. Judge Li, the presiding judge, picked up the gavel, surveyed the room, and struck it heavily. Bang! A muffled sound suppressed everyone's heartbeat. The trial is now in session. A young clerk stood up and began to read the court rules in a monotone voice. All rise. Please welcome the presiding judge and the judges into the court. Please sit down. The court rules are now announced. According to Article 6 of the Court Rules of the People's Court of Longwa, all personnel present must abide by the court's rules and obey the judge's commands. Parties involved and litigants wishing to speak or ask questions must obtain permission from the presiding judge. Audience members may not record audio or video, take photographs, move about freely, enter the trial area, speak, ask questions, applaud, make noise, or engage in any other disruptive behavior. Those who violate court orders may be admonished, ordered to leave the court, or fined or detained with the approval of the court president. Those who cause disturbances, assault judges, insult, defame, threaten, or physically attack judges, seriously disrupting court order, will be held criminally responsible according to the law. During the trial, if parties involved, litigants, or audience members wish to speak, they must raise their hands and may only speak after obtaining permission. When parties involved or litigants speak in court, they must stand. Is that clear? The lengthy and tedious announcement was like a lullaby. The trial officially began. Judge Lee looked toward the prosecution. Now, the prosecution will read the indictment. The prosecutor stood up, adjusted his glasses, and picked up a document. Defendant Yuan Zhong, on the night of May 20th this year, in the stairwell, engaged in a struggle. With each word spoken, Yuan Zhong's body trembled slightly. He wanted to look up to refute, but an invisible pressure suffocated him, leaving him to stare intently at his faded white sneakers. Against the will of the victim, Ms. Zhang Ji, using violence and coercion to force her into sexual relations. As the words fell, Zhang Ji's shoulders began to tremble slightly, and she raised a hand, pressing her fingertips against the corners of her eyes, as if desperately trying to hold back tears that were about to spill over. A faint sound of gasping and sympathetic murmurs arose from the audience. Lin Weiguo turned his head, lowering his voice to Han Qing. Good acting, the emotions are spot on. Han Qing's gaze did not leave the prosecutor. Her pen drew a heavy line under a specific word in the case file. Looking through the case file, finding loopholes, her voice was flat, as calm as a scalpel. The prosecutor was pleased with the effect he had created, pausing for a moment. He emphasized, his actions have violated Article 236 of the Longwood criminal law. The facts of the crime are clear, the evidence is solid and sufficient, and he should be held criminally responsible for rape. He cast a glance at the ashen-faced Yuan Zhong, throwing out the most critical piece of evidence. After the incident, the police found sperm belonging to the defendant, Yuan Zhong, on the bedsheet voluntarily submitted by the victim, Ms. Zhang Ji. We request the court to impose a sentence according to the law. With a buzzing sound, Yuan Zhong's mind exploded. He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji felt his gaze but merely buried her face in her palms, her thin shoulders shaking even more violently, emitting a suppressed whimper. The prosecutor sat down, adjusting his tie, his face calm with determination. In the entire courtroom, only Han Qing's expression remained unchanged at the defense table. She turned a page in the case file, lightly circling the words voluntarily submitted. Judge Lee's gaze shifted to the defense table. The defense now has the opportunity to present a statement regarding the facts of the crime as alleged in the indictment, and to argue for innocence or a lesser charge. Han Qing stood up. All eyes in the courtroom instantly focused on her. Your Honor, we fundamentally disagree with the facts presented by the prosecutor. Her voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. The prosecution accuses our client of rape, with the core evidence being the sperm on the bedsheet. She paused, fixing her gaze on the prosecutor. However, the sperm on the bedsheet, in legal terms, can only prove that our client, Yuan Zhong, and the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, engaged in a physiological act that could produce such traces. It does not prove whether that act was against Ms. Zhang Ji's will. The prosecution uses the result of an act to infer the process of the act. This is a logical fallacy and a significant gap in the chain of evidence. I request the prosecution to provide supplementary proof regarding the violation of will. A few sentences struck at the core, firmly kicking the ball back. The prosecutor's face turned somewhat ugly. Han Qing sat down, her movements crisp and decisive. She turned her head, calmly addressing Judge Lee. Your Honor, regarding our complete statement of the facts of this case, in our argument that our client does not constitute the crime of rape, but rather should be prosecuted for fraud against the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, my assistant, Mr. Lin Weiguo, will explain to the court. The air in the courtroom seemed to freeze the moment Han Qing's words fell. All eyes shifted from the renowned female lawyer of the imperial capital to her seemingly overly young assistant beside her. Lin Montauk, an unfamiliar name, in the defendant's seat. Yuan Zhong's hands tightened even more, palms sweaty. He looked to Han Qing for help, only to find her expression devoid of any comfort. quietly sitting as if Lin Mo were the true protagonist of this case. In the plaintiff's seat, Zhang Ji curled her lips into a sneer of disdain. Let a kid present the argument? Is this Han person out of tricks? Very well, contempt, anger, disdain. All the emotions I need are in place. Now, the performance begins. Lin Mo stood up, adjusting the non-existent wrinkles in his shirt cuffs, and walked to the center of the defense table. He did not speak immediately, but surveyed the room. His gaze swept over the prosecutor, the presiding judge, and finally landed on Zhang Ji's face in the plaintiff's seat. He even gave her a slight nod, as if greeting her politely. Your Honor, esteemed judges and the prosecution. His voice was calm, entirely different from Han Qing's sharpness, carrying a leisurely demeanor. Before I begin my statement, I would like everyone to consider a question. When a man and a woman meet, fall in love, discuss marriage, and during that time engage in economic exchanges, ultimately breaking up due to conflicts, is this a love story or a carefully planned scam? He did not wait for anyone to answer. The prosecution had just told us a sad story, a naive woman violated by a man with ulterior motives through violent means. Now, please allow me to tell you another version of this story. Lin Mo took an A4 sheet of paper from a folder, which was filled with dense tables. In January of this year, my client Yuan Zhong got to know the plaintiff Ms. Zhang Ji through a neighbor. In early February, the two confirmed their romantic relationship. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, Ms. Zhang Ji requested Yuan Zhong to transfer 52,000 yuan, claiming it was to test sincerity and that the money would be used for their future wedding dream fund. Yuan Zhong transferred the money. Chapter 21, a guide to elegantly insulting in court, requesting her to leave for her own good March 8th, International Women's Day. Ms. Zhang Ji demanded that Yuan Zhong buy her a luxury handbag worth 80,000 yuan, claiming that women need a sense of security. Yuan Zhong complied. April 1st, April Fool's Day. Ms. Zhang Ji said her mother was ill and hospitalized, urgently needing 100,000 yuan for surgery. Yuan Zhong scrambled to gather the money and sent it over. Upon investigation, it was found that her mother was dancing at the square with her old friends that day. In good health. In late April, Ms. Zhang Ji proposed to renovate a small apartment under her name as their wedding house, costing 120,000 yuan. Yuan Zhong paid again. With each item mentioned, Lin Mo marked it with a red pen on a piece of paper, each stroke clear and forceful. In the entire courtroom, only his clear statements and the sound of the red pen scratching the paper could be heard. The prosecutor furrowed his brow. Zhang Ji's expression shifted from disdain to embarrassment and anger. Each number felt like a slap, hitting her face. Lin Mo displayed the paper filled with red lines to the audience and the judges. From their first meeting in January to the incident in May, in less than 4 months, the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, had used the pretense of marriage to deceive, extort, and swindle a total of, he paused for emphasis, 350,000 yuan from our client, Yuan Zhong, according to Article 266 of the Criminal Law of the Dragon Kingdom, and the interpretations regarding the application of the law and the handling of criminal fraud cases by the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. Fraud involving public and private property valued at over 500,000 yuan is considered especially huge in amount. Lin Mo retrieved the A4 paper and placed it back on the table, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly. Some might argue that 350,000 yuan is still far from 500,000. However, last year's per capita disposable income for urban residents in Jiang City was 76,000 yuan. 350,000 yuan is equivalent to nearly 5 years of total income for an ordinary urban resident without eating or drinking. For Yuan Zhong, who only earns 8,000 yuan a month and still needs to repay a mortgage, this is everything he has, even his entire future. This is not a gift between couples. It is a precise hunting and extraction using marriage as bait and emotions as tools. Therefore, we believe that Ms. Zhang Ji's actions fully meet the criteria for particularly serious circumstances in the definition of fraud. His voice suddenly rose, each word resonating powerfully. Yuan Zhong's eyes turned red. He bit his lip hard, his body trembling slightly with emotion. These words were the grievances and anger he wanted to express, but could never voice. Lin Weiguo took a deep breath and faced the presiding judge again. Based on the above facts, we present the following litigation requests. First, we request the court to order the plaintiff, Zhang Ji, to immediately and unconditionally return all the fraudulently obtained funds, totaling 350,000 yuan. Second, we request the court to order the plaintiff, Zhang Ji, to compensate our client, Yuan Zhong, for emotional damages in the amount of 150,000 yuan. Third, we request the court to order that all litigation costs and attorney fees incurred in this trial be borne by the plaintiff, Zhang Ji. The courtroom fell into dead silence. Everyone stunned by the lion's share of the compensation amount. Even the prosecutor couldn't help but frown. However, it wasn't over yet. Lin Weiguo leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the edge of the defense table, his tone turning cold and sharp. Finally, and most importantly, we request the court to hold the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, criminally liable for illegally possessing property with the intent to occupy it, fabricating facts, and deceiving others for property, in an especially huge amount, with particularly serious circumstances. We request a sentence of life imprisonment, along with the deprivation of political rights for life. Don't ask, it's an intimidating demand. How can we expose her true self in court without pushing her to the brink? Our statement is complete. Lin Weiguo sat down, picked up a cup of water, and took a sip. The entire process was smooth and fluid. Silence. After a long 10 seconds of silence, I strongly curse. A sharp, ear-piercing insult erupted from the plaintiff's seat. Zhang Ji suddenly stood up, her exquisitely made-up face twisted in extreme anger as she pointed at Lin Weiguo, shouting angrily, "You little punk! What do you think you are? You're talking nonsense. 350,000. That was given to me willingly. He begged me to spend it. You still want it back? You want me to pay? Why don't you go rob a bank? Life imprisonment. Do you think this court is your family? Yes. I'm telling you right now, don't think you can keep this broken law firm going. You little bastard, be careful when you go out." Vulgar language, unbearable to hear. The court police instinctively wanted to step forward to intervene. However, Han Qing gestured for them to be patient. Lin Weiguo didn't even turn his head, still facing away from her, calmly standing up again to face the presiding judge. "Your Honor, I have a procedural request." Judge Li's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Speak. I request that the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, temporarily leave the courtroom." Zhang Ji's cursing paused for a moment, then became even more rampant. "You think you can kick me out? Dream on." Lin Weiguo completely ignored her and continued addressing the judge. "The plaintiff is too agitated to participate in the trial normally. I am concerned that this will seriously affect the quality of her subsequent testimony, which is unfair to her. Furthermore, her earlier remarks constitute a personal threat and defamation in court, and we reserve the right to file additional lawsuits. To protect the plaintiff's legal rights and maintain the court's seriousness, I request that she be allowed to leave temporarily." This statement sounded grand and watertight. In the audience, Lin Weiguo's 3 roommates were already dumbfounded. Is it possible to play it this way? Bang! The gavel fell heavily. Judge Li's anger could no longer be contained. Silence. He glared at Zhang Ji, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Plaintiff Zhang Ji, this is a court, not a marketplace for you to throw tantrums. The court hereby issues you a first warning. If you disrupt the court order again, we will take compulsory measures against you according to the law. Sit down." Zhang Ji was stunned by this roar. She glared at Lin Weiguo unwillingly, her chest heaving violently, but ultimately sat back down in anger. The court regained order, but the tension in the air grew even thicker. Judge Li rubbed his temples and looked toward the prosecution. "Prosecution, it's your turn to present evidence." The prosecutor stood up, his expression serious. He knew that after Lin Weiguo's reversal of black and white, he had to present stronger evidence. "Your Honor, we now have the following evidence. First, the bank transaction records showing that the defendant, Yuan Zhong, made multiple large transfers to the victim during their relationship. This fully proves that they were in a romantic relationship at the time, and the defendant's financial contributions were normal gifts between couples. Chapter 22, Reversal. When the victim of the rape case still has her hymen, the prosecutor cleared his throat, his voice tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. These large transfers precisely indicate the deep affection between the two. The defendant, Yuan Zhong, willingly gave to the victim. This is not in direct contradiction to the subsequent act of rape. A man can be gentle with you 1 second and turn into a devil the next. Objection. Lin Mo stood up, interrupting the prosecutor's imaginative depiction. I object to the prosecution's subjective assumptions and insulting descriptions without any supporting evidence. Judge Li lightly tapped the table with his gavel. The objection is sustained. Prosecution, please speak based on the evidence. The prosecutor's cheeks reddened with embarrassment, and he could only nod and sit down. Judge Li turned to the defense table. Now, the defense may present evidence. The prelude is over. It's time for the main course. Lin Mo pulled out the second piece of evidence from his folder, his movements unhurried. Your Honor, our first piece of evidence is a physical examination report of the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, issued by the Third People's Hospital of the city. He handed the document to the court bailiff, who presented it to the judges. A flash of panic crossed Zhang Ji's face, but she quickly regained her composure. She did not believe the other side could uncover anything. Lin Mo's voice was particularly clear in the quiet courtroom. The report concludes with 3 points. First, Ms. Zhang Ji has an intact hymen. Second, no suspicious fresh lacerations or scratches were found on Ms. Zhang Ji's body surface. Third, and most crucially, no sperm or DNA belonging to our client, Yuan Zhong, was detected in her reproductive organs. Boom! These few sentences were more explosive than the earlier sum of 350,000. The audience erupted into an uproar. What? That can't be true? Where did the stuff on the sheets come from? My God, this reversal. Damn, you're slandering. Zhang Ji, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumped up from her seat again, pointing at Lin Mo and screaming that the report was forged. You bribed the doctor. It's fake. Lin Mo didn't even look at her, merely shrugged at the presiding judge. Your Honor, this report bears the official seal of the Third People's Hospital and the joint certification of the Jiang City Forensic Identification Center. Its authenticity can be verified in court with the aforementioned 2 institutions. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable force. Judge Li quickly flipped through the report. His brow furrowed in a frown. He looked up sternly at Zhang Ji. Plaintiff, a warning again. If you cannot control your emotions, the court will forcibly remove you. Zhang Ji trembled at the shout, her face turning from red to white, then from white to green, ultimately sitting back down rigidly in the ensuing silence. Her hands clutched the edges of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white. Don't rush. This is just the appetizer. Lin Mo turned to the equally serious prosecutor. Prosecutor, let us clarify your evidence chain now. Your entire rape accusation is built on 3 foundations. First, a sheet said to be from the crime scene. Second, the word of the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji. Third, the video surveillance from the elevator. Now we have a third piece of evidence. An objective, unleashing piece of evidence directly from the plaintiff's body. He raised his voice, full of questioning intent. May I ask the prosecutor, among these 3 pieces of evidence, 2, namely the medical report and the traces on the sheet, are fundamentally contradictory. There are traces on the sheet, but none in the body. On what grounds do you only accept that sheet, which can be contaminated by anyone at any time in any way, while ignoring this medical report issued by an authoritative institution? On what grounds do you determine my client is guilty of rape based solely on Ms. Zhang Ji's word? This is unfair and a desecration of the law. The prosecutor's forehead was beaded with fine sweat. He opened his mouth but found himself unable to refute. Lin Mo did not give him a chance to breathe. As for the prosecution's repeated emphasis on the tugging behavior in the stairwell, we do not deny it. But the motivation for this behavior was not to commit rape. He pulled out the third and final piece of evidence. This time, it was a thick stack of printed paper. Your Honor, please look at the big screen. The courtroom's projection screen lit up, displaying all the WeChat chat records between Yuan Zhong and Zhang Ji from their acquaintance until before the incident.
Lin Mo walked the screen like a presenter at a product launch. On February 14th, Yuan Zhong transferred 52,000. Please look at the message before the transfer.
He used a laser pointer to enlarge a line of text. Yuan Zhong, Xiao Ji, this is our wedding dream fund. You keep it for now. Hope you like it. On March 8th, Yuan Zhong bought an $80,000 bag. Please look at the conversation from the day before. Zhang Ji, Sister Wang next door's husband bought her a new car, saying that that's what safety feels like. My safety doesn't cost much, just a bag is enough. Yuan Zhong, okay, for our future buy it. On April 1st, Yuan Zhong transferred 100,000. Please look at the message. Yuan Zhong, anti-surgery is urgent. Our marriage can wait. You take the money for now. If it's not enough, I'll find a way. Each record is clear and specific. The entire courtroom fell into silence. The audience members, who had previously shown sympathy for Zhang Ji, now wore expressions of extreme complexity. Lin Mo turned off the projection and returned to the defense table. Your Honor, in every large sum of money exchanged, my client clearly expressed that the purpose of these funds was based on the common goal of marriage. Legally, this constitutes a conditional gift. When the attached condition, namely marriage, cannot be fulfilled, my client has every right to demand a return. On the night of the incident, my client once again brought up the marriage issue, but was met with Ms. Zhang Ji's outright refusal and merciless ridicule. In a fit of anger, the two had a physical altercation. Yuan Zhong's tugging was not an act of violence, but a demand for an explanation. It was to reclaim the hard-earned money that had been deceitfully taken from him. This is a financial dispute triggered by fraud. Yet some people have cleverly packaged it as a rape case. His gaze cut through the prosecution like a scalpel. Prosecutor, I am very curious. What kind of professional ethics drove you to bring an ordinary citizen to the defendant's seat on a charge of rape, a charge that could destroy his life? Based on this flawed testimony and this sheet that proves nothing other than that they may have been in bed together, the prosecutor's lips moved, his expression changed. Lin Mo leaned slightly forward, delivering his final question. The cornerstone of the law is the presumption of innocence, not the presumption of guilt. It is not I suspect he is guilty, so he must prove his innocence. Rather, it is you accuse him of guilt. You must present a complete, closed, and flawless chain of evidence. May I ask, where is your evidence chain? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he slowly sat down. Han Qing picked up a water cup from the table and pushed it in front of him. The entire courtroom fell into a prolonged, suffocating silence. Judge Li's gaze shifted from Lin Mo to the sweating prosecutor across the aisle. He lightly tapped the table with his knuckles. Prosecutor, what do you have to say about the new evidence presented by the defense? Chapter 23. You can decide the sentence as you wish. After all, I have many crimes. As the lawyer said, the air in the courtroom seemed to solidify, and everyone's breath caught for a moment. The prosecutor, under immense pressure, slowly stood up. He adjusted his collar, trying to regain a bit of composure. Your Honor, we believe that the so-called fraud claim by the defendant's lawyer is purely nonsense. He deliberately avoided Lin Mo's gaze and turned to the bench. Indeed, my client, Ms. Zhang Ji, did receive some property from the defendant, Yuan Zhong, during their relationship. But as we stated earlier, this was a normal gift based on their romantic relationship, an expression of affection. As for the marriage, the prosecutor paused. Seemingly finding a breakthrough for rebuttal, my client only mentioned we'll get the marriage certificate later, and did not explicitly refuse. It was the defendant, Yuan Zhong, who suddenly lost control of his emotions on the night of the incident and physically pulled my client roughly. A hint of triumph appeared on Zhang Ji's face as she cooperatively displayed a look of grievance and fear, even lightly shaking her shoulders. The prosecutor seized on this detail and immediately intensified his tone. This unstable emotion, this tendency towards violence, gives my client reason to believe that the defendant cannot fulfill the responsibilities of a husband, and there is a high likelihood of domestic violence even after marriage. It is completely reasonable for my client to choose to distance herself temporarily as a form of self-protection. Therefore, the fraud charge is entirely unfounded. I asked the defendant's lawyer not to confuse the issue. This statement shifted all responsibility onto Yuan Zhong's emotional outburst, cleverly providing what seemed like a reasonable excuse for Zhang Ji's actions. Yuan Zhong's face turned crimson. He trembled with anger, his teeth grinding audibly. Thank you for the prosecutor's recognition of our defense logic. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. He stood up, holding no documents, simply looking calmly at the prosecutor, whose expression had turned to one of shock. The prosecutor's earlier statement perfectly illustrated one of our core arguments. When the defendant Yuan Zhong repeatedly proposed marriage, the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, subjectively had no intention of marrying him. She was just making excuses. How long is later? A day, a month, or a lifetime? This is a completely uncertain promise. Lin Mo placed his hands on the table, his gaze sharpening. When our client, Yuan Zhong, proposed specific dates to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate on 8 separate occasions, the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, repeatedly evaded with excuses such as incompatible zodiac signs. The lunar calendar is not suitable. My best friend just broke up and needs company. The color of my new lipstick is inauspicious, and so on. Each reason elicited suppressed laughter from the audience. These seemingly absurd excuses now became the most damning evidence. Subjectively, she took no actual steps towards marriage. Objectively, she was continuously demanding huge amounts of property under the pretense of marriage. This behavior has a very precise legal definition. Lin Mo emphasized each word. Fraud. Using marriage as bait to deceive others for their property. One party has no real intention of marrying from the beginning. Once the property is acquired, or when the other party can no longer provide more value, various excuses will be used to refuse to fulfill the core promise of marriage. He spread his hands, facing the bench. This is not called a romantic gift. This is called fraud. This is not called a romantic dispute. This is called a criminal act with the intent of illegal possession. The prosecutor was left speechless, cold sweat running down his temples. He realized that his previous defense had turned into ammunition for the other side. Zhang Ji's expression also changed completely. The feigned grievance disappeared, replaced by an unmistakable panic. Bang! The gavel fell with a heavy sound. Judge Li's face showed no emotion, but the storm brewing in his eyes lowered the courtroom's temperature by 3 degrees. The debate was over. He scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on the defendant's seat. Defendant, you may make your final statement. Han Qing gently nudged Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo adjusted the hem of his suit. This time, he did not look at anyone, just facing the high-hanging national emblem. Your Honor. His voice regained its previous calm and restraint. First, regarding the accusation of rape raised by the prosecution. We have provided medical reports, chat records, and other solid evidence, forming a complete chain of evidence to prove that it is entirely unfounded. However, we acknowledge the fact that on the night of the incident, our client, Yuan Zhong, due to emotional agitation, had a physical altercation with Ms. Zhang Ji. Yuan Zhong's actions did indeed go too far, and he is willing to bear corresponding civil responsibility and pay all reasonable medical expenses incurred by Ms. Zhang Ji as a result. This statement surprised everyone. Admitting fault and being willing to compensate is an extremely candid attitude. Even the prosecutor raised his head. However, Lin Mo's tone suddenly shifted. But these 2 words struck like thunder. Our client's candor does not mean that the actions of the criminal can be condoned. Regarding the series of behaviors exhibited by the plaintiff, Ms. Zhang Ji, in this case, we urge the court to pay attention. First, using marriage as bait. Within less than 4 months, she defrauded our client of a total of 350,000 yuan. The evidence is conclusive. The facts are clear. And her actions constitute the crime of fraud as defined in Article 266 of the criminal law. Second, after the fraudulent purpose could no longer be achieved, in order to occupy the illegal gains and simultaneously retaliate against our client, she did not hesitate to fabricate facts and maliciously accuse our client of committing the grave crime of rape. Her actions constitute the crime of false accusation as defined in Article 243 of the criminal law. Third, in the sacred and solemn courtroom, she openly roared, disregarding courtroom discipline. She verbally abused and personally threatened the defense lawyer, and her behavior is severe. It constitutes the crime of disturbing court order as defined in Article 309 of the criminal law. Lin Mo's voice rose higher, and with each accusation, it struck Zhang Ji's heart like a heavy hammer. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her face as pale as paper. Lin Mo turned around, facing the bench one last time, his voice resonating throughout the courtroom. Crimes are numerous and cannot be fully documented. We request the court to lawfully judge the plaintiff, Zhang Ji, and impose cumulative penalties with a heavy sentence. We have completed our statement. He bowed slightly, then turned and returned to the defense seat, sitting down. The entire courtroom fell into a prolonged, suffocating silence. The prosecutor had completely given up resistance. His head hung in defeat, staring at his desk. Zhang Ji opened her mouth but could not make a sound. Extreme fear choked her throat. Yuan Zhong raised his head, looking at Lin Mo's back. The humiliation, anger, and despair that had built up over months finally dissolved at that moment. A warm tear finally slipped from his reddened eyes. Bang! The gavel fell heavily, delivering a final verdict. Judge Li stood up, his face as calm as water. Court is adjourned. He did not say another word and turned to leave the bench. Lin Mo picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip. Chapter 24, I thought it was a King-S duel, but the opponent turned out to be a max-level novice. The moment the judge left the bench, order in the courtroom completely collapsed. Zhang Ji grabbed the prosecutor Su Zhang's arm, her nails almost embedding into the fabric of his suit. Su lawyer, what should we do? What he just said, those crimes, are they real? Her voice trembled sharply, her face drained of color. Are they going to sentence me? Didn't we come here to accuse him of rape? How did it turn out like this? You need to think of a way. I don't want to go to prison. I really don't want to go to prison. Su Zhang forcefully pulled back his arm, disgustedly straightening his wrinkled cuff. He turned his face away, too lazy to give Zhang Ji even an extra expression. Now you remember to be afraid? When you were throwing a fit in court, why didn't you think about the consequences? I warned you to control your emotions. He lowered his voice, but each word was like an icicle. Your testimony has too many holes, and I've already done my best to hold things together until now. The rest is up to you. After saying that, Su Zhang ignored the woman behind him, who was on the verge of collapse, and walked straight to the defense bench. Han Qing was pouring water for Lin Mo when she saw Su Zhang coming over, standing up to block the space between Lin Mo and the opposing side. Su Zhang stopped, forcing a professional smile, and extended his hand. Lawyer Han, I've long heard of your name. Today I've seen the strength of your firm. It's truly well-deserved. His gaze passed over Han Qing and landed on the young man who had remained unusually calm throughout. This is Lawyer Lin Mo, right? The younger generation is indeed formidable. I'm Su Zhang, and I hope we can be friends. Lin Mo stood up, shook hands with him, the touch cold and sweaty. Su prosecutor, you're too polite. Let's learn from each other. Good acting, but unfortunately, the heart is already in chaos. Before Su Zhang could retract his professional smile, 3 boys with backpacks suddenly rushed in from the audience, their faces youthful and fresh. They completely ignored the court officers trying to stop them, excitedly squeezing to the side of the defense bench like 3 cannonballs. The leader, Lu Heng, grabbed Lin Mo's shoulder with enough force to shake him apart. Mosey, awesome. You're really my god. I was watching down there. My palms were all sweaty. You made that Su guy go pale. So damn. His shout made Su Zhang, who was already frozen in place, look even worse. Another boy with glasses, Zhou Shubai, pushed up his glasses, his gaze scrutinizing as if examining a rare species. You, hiding too deeply. When you were citing legal principles and striking hard in court, I thought you had been possessed. He paused, lowering his voice, but his tone grew more excited. If it wasn't possession, then what? You cited the laws better than the prosecutor, and you set up one logical trap after another. He was led by the nose, without even time to react. This isn't called litigating. This is called dimensionality reduction attack. The last one, looking the most honest, Chen Mai, had a face full of simple admiration. He rubbed his hands, excited to the point of being incoherent. Mo, go. For the final exam, it all relies on you. We're still freshmen. We can't even understand the elements of the crime. How did you learn to litigate? At this level. Freshman? Core information. Freshman. Those 4 words struck Su Zhang like a thunderbolt. His smile froze. Those 4 words felt like a silent slap to his face, harshly hitting him. The muscles in his face twitched, and the smile he tried to maintain completely solidified and shattered. He looked incredulously at the 3 young, energetic boys in front of him, then glanced at Lin Mo, who was surrounded by them, also with a youthful face. It turned out, what defeated him was not some hidden legal genius, but a freshman who had just entered law school for less than a year. This is unscientific. This is even more unscientific than Zhang Ji still being a virgin. A huge, absurd sense of defeat instantly overwhelmed him. He felt that he had not lost to a lawyer, but to an era. Su Zheng opened his mouth, his throat dry, unable to utter a word. Just now, he actually wanted to be friends with a freshman. Even using the term younger generation is formidable, which is something an elder says to a junior. This is not being formidable. This is simply betraying one's teacher and ancestors. Time flowed in a strange mix of silence and noise. 2 hours later, the bell signaling the end of the recess rang. Everyone returned to their positions. Zhang Ji was helped to sit down, her body like a pile of mud. Yuan Zhong straightened his back, his eyes shining with unprecedented light. The courtroom door opened. Judge Li and the members of the tribunal returned to the bench. Bang! The gavel struck, and the entire court stood in silence. Judge Li picked up a document, his expression showing no waves, but every word he uttered carried the weight of the law. All rise. Everyone in the courtroom stood up in unison. After deliberation by this court, we will now deliver the verdict regarding the prosecution's accusation of defendant Yuan Zhong for the crime of rape. Due to the evidence provided by the prosecution, it cannot form a complete and exclusive chain of evidence. The core evidence, namely the statement of the victim Zhang Ji, fundamentally contradicts the medical examination report jointly issued by the Municipal Third People's Hospital and the Jiangxing Forensic Appraisal Center provided by the defense. According to Article 55 of the Criminal Procedure Law of Longwa, the standard of proof must be factual and sufficient, and the principle of doubt is to be resolved in favor of the defendant. This court rules that the prosecution's accusation against defendant Yuan Zhong for the crime of rape is unclear in facts and insufficient in evidence. The accusation is dismissed. Yuan Zhong's body swayed, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. He won. Judge Li did not pause and continued to read. Additionally, regarding the accusations made by the defense attorney against the plaintiff Zhang Ji for criminal conduct during the trial, the tribunal has reviewed and found the evidence sufficient and the facts clear. The plaintiff Zhang Ji, with the intent to illegally possess, fabricated a marriage prospect, deceiving the defendant Yuan Zhong out of a total of 350,000 RMB in 4 months, an amount particularly large. And her actions constitute the crime of fraud under Article 266 of the Criminal Law of Longwa. The plaintiff Zhang Ji, after her fraudulent actions were exposed, in order to continue to occupy the illegal gains, fabricated the criminal fact that defendant Yuan Zhong raped her, intending to have others face criminal prosecution. And the circumstances are severe, which constitutes the crime of false accusation and framing under Article 243 of the Criminal Law of Longwa. The plaintiff Zhang Ji, during the trial, disregarded court discipline, openly shouting and insulting judicial personnel, which constitutes the crime of disturbing court order under Article 309 of the Criminal Law of Longwa. After deliberation by the tribunal and approval by the Municipal People's Court, Zhang Ji's multiple crimes will be punished cumulatively. Judge Li lowered the document, raised his head, his gaze like a sword, piercing directly at the woman who looked ashen. The defendant Zhang Ji is sentenced to 30 years in prison, deprived of political rights for life. She is ordered to return all fraudulently obtained 350,000 RMB and additionally compensate the victim Yuan Zhong with 80,000 RMB for mental damages. All litigation costs of this case shall be borne by Zhang Ji personally. The judgment takes effect immediately and will be executed without delay. Court is adjourned. Bang! The gavel fell, a decisive conclusion. 2 court officers stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, supporting the completely dazed Zhang Ji. Dragging her out of the courtroom, Lin Weiguo picked up the folder on the table, gently closing it. Chapter 25, just out of court. Backstabbed by female colleague. How could you send her to prison? The crowd in the courtroom gradually dispersed, and the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Yuan Zhong walked through the crowd and headed straight to Lin Weiguo and Han Qing. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, the solid floor letting out a muffled sound. Lawyer Lin, Lawyer Han. Yuan Zhong's lips trembled, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. You are my reborn parents. He heavily bowed his head, his forehead touching the cold ground. I would work for you all my life and still couldn't repay this kindness. If it weren't for you, my life would really be over. I don't know what to say, really. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lin Mo hurriedly stepped forward and, together with Han Qing, helped him up. Mr. Yuan, please get up. You mustn't. He steadied Yuan Zhong's arm. This is what we should do. The law is just, we just help you find the truth. Living well in the future is the best thanks you can give us. After bidding farewell to the emotionally overwhelmed Yuan Zhong and his family, the two drove back to the law firm. As they pushed open the glass door of the Qinglu law firm, the receptionist was about to greet them when a sharp voice suddenly pierced through from the small conference room nearby. Stop! Wu Tian stood with her arms crossed, a furious expression blocking the corridor leading to the office. Han Qing, Lin Mo, you still know how to come back? She looked the two up and down, her tone full of sarcasm. That woman surnamed Zhang received 30 years. Don't you feel particularly accomplished now? Han Qing stopped in her tracks, her expression unchanged. Wu Tian took a step forward, raising her voice a few notches. We are defense lawyers. Our duty is to defend our client's innocence. When did it become our role to convict the plaintiff? Her words exploded like a string of firecrackers in the quiet law firm lobby. She only deceived a little money and told a few lies, right? A woman driven to that extent? What great mistake did she commit that deserves you to go all out against her? Finally, her attention turned directly to Han Qing. Han Qing, are you still a woman? Can you just watch another woman being sent to prison for 30 years over this minor issue? Is your heart made of iron? These few sentences were like a completely illogical barrage, leaving Lin Mo stunned in place. For a moment, he couldn't organize an effective rebuttal. Is this woman sick? Her saintly heart is almost overflowing into the Pacific. Zhang Ji scammed 350,000, and that is just a little money. Falsely accusing someone of rape is just a little lie? With this kind of worldview, who would dare hire her for a lawsuit? Aren't they afraid she'll suddenly empathize with the other side in the middle of the trial and betray her own client? Han Qing didn't make an extra motion. She didn't even glance at Wu Tian, simply stepped forward and walked past her. That complete disregard was more powerful than any rebuttal. Lin Mo came to his senses, gently shook his head, and followed Han Qing's lead. The two walked back to the office one after the other. Bang! The office door was closed, completely isolating any potential roars from outside. Lin Mo didn't sit down. He stood in front of the desk, the calm restraint he had in court completely gone. Sister Han, Wu Tian must go. His tone left no room for negotiation. Han Qing was unbuttoning her suit jacket when she paused at his words, looked up, and signaled him to continue. Her thoughts are too dangerous. Lin Mo organized his words, still feeling the frustration from the absurd logic. A lawyer's most important qualities are rationality, objectivity, and justice. Bringing extreme personal bias and overwhelming sympathy into the work is making a mockery of the client's freedom and fate, and it's also tarnishing our Qinglu's reputation. He paused to make his tone more serious. Today, she could sympathize with the fraudster Zhang Ji for being a fellow woman. Tomorrow she could sympathize with a robber or even a murderer for being a so-called weaker. Such a person does not deserve to be a lawyer. Her existence is the greatest desecration of the law. Han Qing listened quietly, not interrupting. The office fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of the air conditioning gentle breeze. After a long time, Han Qing slowly spoke. I agree with your view. This affirmation slightly relaxed Lin Mo's tense nerves. However, Han Qing's tone shifted. But the firm isn't my one-man show. According to procedure, dismissing a formal lawyer requires a partner meeting to vote on it. Moreover, Wu Tian currently has 7 cases on hand, 2 of which are going to trial next week. She hung her removed suit jacket on a hanger, turned around, and looked at Lin Mo calmly. If you insist on her leaving, fine. I'll handle the personnel process issue. She paused for a moment, each word crystal clear. All the cases she has, you'll take over completely. Can you do that? 7 cases felt like 7 mountains suddenly crushing Lin Mo's imagination. He spread his hands, revealing an exaggerated expression of difficulty. Sister Han, are you joking? 7 cases, 2 of which are going to trial next week. I'm just a freshman in college, without even the qualifications to register for the judicial exam. Are you betting the entire future of Qinglu on me? Freshman, he emphasized this phrase. Han Qing crossed her arms, leaning against the edge of the desk. relaxed in posture, but her words carried a hint of scrutiny. When you were quoting references in court, forcing Su Zheng into a corner, you didn't seem like a freshman at all. She leaned forward slightly, coming closer. What's wrong? Is your only skill those two tricks in court? Once you've used them, is that it? Or do you not even have a third move to pull out and can only shine briefly on Yuan Zhong's case? That ability of yours to strike down from a higher dimension, is it rented? Time limited? Once used, does it have to be returned? A series of questions struck Lin Mo's self-esteem like little hammers. Is this a goad? It doesn't work on me. But she does have a point. Hiding one work, might as well lay it all out. As a battle-hardened time traveler with a full set of legal codes and countless classic cases, if I can't handle a few small cases, wouldn't that embarrass the army of time travelers? The difficulty on Lin Mo's face vanished, and he straightened his back, lazily replying, "Fine, I'll take them. But I'll say in advance, if the cases go wrong, don't deduct my salary." Lose? How could I lose? In a legal field of this world, I am the only max-level player. The rest are just low-level characters warming up with me. Chapter 26. The boss is still thinking about a reduced sentence, while I'm already brainstorming a defense of not guilty. Is that all? Lin Mo walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup with water, and appeared as relaxed as if he were going on a spring outing, rather than taking on 7 cases that could explode at any moment. Don't waste time. You tell me, which case is the most urgent? Han Qing seemed to have anticipated his reaction. She had no extra words and directly picked up a blue file from the table, opening the first page. This one is the most urgent. A knife murder case. Her fingertip pointed at the title of the case file. The defendant is named Li Heng, a small fruit stall owner in the capital. The victim is named Zhao Peng, a local thug. The incident occurred half a month ago, right in Li Heng's home. According to the police file, the cause was Zhao Peng's long-term extortion of protection fees from Li Heng. Zhao Peng teamed up with other thugs and extorted, insulted, and even beat Li Heng for 2 years. On the night of the incident, Li Heng was not at home. After failing to collect the protection fee, Zhao Peng turned to Li Heng's wife and assaulted her. Halfway through, Li Heng returned home and, seeing this scene, stepped in to intervene. A fierce argument ensued, during which Li Heng stabbed Zhao Peng in the abdomen with a fruit knife from the shoe cabinet, causing him to bleed to death. Han Qing closed the file and looked up at Lin Mo. The prosecution had already charged him with intentional homicide and submitted all evidence. There were eyewitnesses and physical evidence. And Li Heng himself admitted to the act of stabbing. Currently, Li Heng is being held in the city's first detention center. The defense direction previously outlined by Wu Tian was to seek a reduced sentence. After hearing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brows. He put down the cup, the bottom of it lightly tapping the table. Why is it a reduced sentence defense? His question was quick and direct. Why not a not guilty defense? This question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly freezing the air in the office. Han Qing was momentarily speechless. Yes, why not a not guilty defense? Because the facts of the case are too clear, with both eyewitness and physical evidence, and the defendant himself has admitted it. From the perspective of any experienced lawyer, achieving a reduced sentence for excessive self-defense or a crime of passion would already be the best outcome in such a case. Challenging the classification of intentional homicide to pursue a not guilty defense would be like hitting a stone with an egg. This was the first reaction of all lawyers, including herself, upon seeing the case file. But Lin Mo, this freshman, raised a fundamental and shocking question. Han Qing looked at him and for the first time realized that she couldn't immediately provide a professional, irrefutable answer. She felt her established experience and rule-shaped mental walls cracked open by what seemed to be an innocent question from this young man. Her thinking was imprisoned. It seems the lawyers in this world are just like this. Lin Mo didn't wait for her response. He extended his hand. Where is Wu Tian? I'll go get the case file. Han Qing pointed to the door. You take over all the cases I have. Go now. Lin Mo walked straight towards Wu Tian's workstation. The entire office area was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The receptionist had her head down low, pretending to organize documents, while other colleagues secretly observed the impending battle out of the corners of their eyes. Wu Tian was not at her seat, but in the pantry. Lin Mo pushed open the door to the pantry, where Wu Tian had her back to him. In front of her was a steaming cup of coffee. Lawyer Wu. Wu Tian's shoulders stiffened for a moment. She slowly turned around, her face displaying undisguised disdain and contempt. What is the matter? Han said that all the cases you have will be taken over by me. Lin Mo extended his hand. The gesture simple and the intention clear. Please give me the case file. Huh. Wu Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. She picked up the coffee cup, but didn't drink, just lightly touched her lips to the rim. On what grounds? Just because you're an intern without even a lawyer's license? Or because you're a lapdog of Han Qing? This aggression is comparable to an unleashed pit bull. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Should I bark back at a mad dog? Lin Mo maintained his handout position, silent, just calmly looking at her. His silence was more oppressive than any rebuttal. Wu Tian felt her anger rise under his gaze and slammed the coffee cup down on the bar, splattering coffee and burning her hand. Who do you think you are? A savior? Her voice turned sharp. I'll tell you, Lin Mo, those clients trusted me to give me their cases. You can't take them away. You cold-blooded animal who would send a poor woman to prison for 30 years just to win. You don't deserve to be a lawyer. Taking over my cases will only endanger them all. Lin Mo finally moved. He retracted his hand and turned to leave. Wu Tian was stunned, her prepared accusations and anger seeming to punch into cotton. Stop. Where are you going? Lin Mo walked to her workstation, looking at the mountain of 7 blue file folders piled on the desk. Without any hesitation, he bent down and picked them all up. What are you doing? Put them down. Wu Tian chased after him, trying to snatch them away. Lin Mo sidestepped easily, avoiding her, holding the thick stack of files, like cradling a heavy fate. He walked straight toward the law firm's door, not looking back. Wu Tian's roar was blocked by the glass door behind him. Dorm 404. A scene of tranquility. Lu Hong wore noise-canceling headphones, sitting in his ergonomic gaming chair, fingers flying across the keyboard, the screen filled with dazzling skill effects. Shumai was at his desk, under a lamp, sprawled over a thick book titled Commercial Law Lectures, making notes with different colored pens, focused like a meditative old monk. Zhou Xiubai was the most leisurely. He was half reclined on his bed, holding a physical book with the title and the name of the people prominently displayed on the cover. Bang! A loud noise shattered the calm in the dorm. Lin Mo slammed the file folder down heavily on his desk, sending dust flying. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. Lu Hong took off his headphones. Damn, did you just rob a library? Pretty much. Lin Mo pulled out a file from the top, patting it in his hand. Come on, don't just sit there. Be my think tank for once. Chapter 27. Live trial across the internet? It's just what we need for nationwide legal education. He cleared his throat and briefly recounted the case of Li Hang. From the long-term extortion by the thug Zhao Peng, to the violence against Li Hang's wife on the night of the incident, and then to Li Hang's uncontrollable fatal stab after returning home. That's the basic situation. The prosecution charged him with intentional homicide, with ample evidence and witnesses. And the defendant has also confessed. The previous lawyer was preparing to argue for a reduced sentence. Lin Mo glanced around at his 3 roommates, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But I believe this case can be defended as not guilty. As soon as he said that, the dorm fell into dead silence. The first to react was Lu Hong, frowning as if assessing a losing deal. Not guilty? Are you out of your mind? The knife was his. He stabbed with it. He killed the person, and he admitted it himself. How can this be not guilty? Shumai also put down his pen, confusion and conflict written all over his dark face. Lin Mo, although that Zhao Peng is a bad guy, killing is against the law. Legally, this doesn't make sense, right? Zhou Xiubai didn't immediately express his opinion. He set down his book and sat up straighter, the slight movement indicating he was beginning to take it seriously. I know about Li Hang's case. His words captured everyone's attention. When the prosecution's opinion came out, it spread widely in the legal circles of the capital. The evidence chain is too complete. Murder weapon, testimonies, and crime scene traces. It's a solid case. He looked at Lin Mo, his expression serious. I heard that several big law firms declined the Li family's request, believing there was no room for defense in this case, taking it would be damaging to their reputation. I didn't expect it to end up with Qing Lu. Zhou Shubai's words made Lu Heng and Chun Mai's expressions even graver. A case that even big law firms dare not touch. Yet Lin Mo, a freshman, wants to argue for a not guilty verdict? Lu Heng was the first to shake his head. Too high a risk, too low a reward. Lin Mo, this ISNT worth it. You should play it safe. Aim for excessive self-defense, get a 10 or 8-year sentence, and that would be a significant achievement. Chun Mai nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, he was also protecting his wife. The judge will definitely consider this aspect. Not guilty. Too risky. Zhou Shubai pondered for a moment and provided a deeper analysis. The prosecution's logic would be very simple, even if Zhao Peng was in the wrong first. When Li Heng appeared, the unlawful harm to his wife could already have been stopped. The subsequent argument and knife-wielding behavior exceeded the scope of self-defense and constituted an independent retaliatory attack. They will focus on the result of murder. Right. That's the point. Lu Heng slapped his thigh. You talk about self-defense and they talk about murder. You can't argue against it. But if you don't resist, are you just going to watch? Chun Mai still felt aggrieved. It's no use talking to them. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. Lu Heng's thinking is that of a businessman, only calculating input-output ratios. Chun Mai's thinking is that of a farmer, with only the most basic view of good and evil. Zhou Shubai, while able to see the prosecution's thinking, is similarly constrained by lawyers' conventional operations and unshakable ironclad cases. They have all fallen into a trap of thought, using the result of Li Heng killed someone to retroactively deduce the nature of the entire process. But the essence of the law lies precisely in deconstructing the process, not just judging the outcome. Lin Mo's lazy expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand. All right, the discussion is over. He put his legs down from the table, leaned forward, and pulled the case file labeled Li Heng Intentional Homicide Case in front of him. It seems I still have to rely on myself. He opened the first page of the file. It was late at night. Lin Mo had flipped to the last page of the case file. In the dormitory, Lu Heng and Chun Mai had long since fallen asleep, and only the small lamp on Zhou Shubai's bedside was still lit. But the book in his hand had already slipped down to his chest. The whole world fell silent, and only in Lin Mo's mind did the narrative of the case rapidly reconstruct and evolve. Buzz, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated, and the screen flashed 2 words, Han Qing. Lin Mo swiped to answer, and before he could speak, Han Qing's urgent tone came through the receiver. Lin Mo, the prosecution just sent a notice. They are applying for a public trial of Li Heng's case, and it will be live-streamed online. These people have gone mad. They want to make this case a typical example, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Lin Mo pulled the phone slightly away from his ear, using his other hand to extinguish the cigarette, but what is the rush? His tone was as calm as if he were asking whether dinner had been eaten. Live trial? They want to completely nail Li Heng down in the court of public opinion, leaving no room for a comeback. The prosecution is trying to pressure me, hoping I will retreat and take the initiative to argue for a reduced sentence. Unfortunately, I thrive under pressure. Don't worry about the live stream. Let me finish reviewing everything. Lin Mo's voice came through the line, carrying an undeniable sense of calm. Tomorrow morning, arrange to meet with Li Heng's wife, Su Jia. I need to talk to her. There was a pause on the other end of the line, as Han Qing seemed taken aback by his unusual composure. All right, okay, I'll arrange it immediately. The next day, at Qing law firm. As soon as Lin Mo stepped out of the elevator, he saw Han Qing standing at the door, with faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept well all night. You finally made it. She approached. Lowering her voice, Su Jia is already in the meeting room, and her emotions are very unstable. Lin Mo nodded and walked straight to the meeting room. Pushing the door open, a heavy atmosphere rushed over him. A frail woman was curled up on the sofa, her hands tightly twisting the hem of her clothes. Her head bowed, her whole body trembling slightly. She was Li Heng's wife, Su Jia. Han Qing followed in, wanting to say some comforting words, but was stopped by a look from Lin Mo. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Su Jia, without any pleasantries or reassurances. Miss Su Jia, I am Lin Mo, Li Heng's defense attorney. His opening line was direct and cold. I need you to tell me everything that happened on the day of the incident, from beginning to end, without missing any details. Su Jia's shoulders trembled even more violently. She raised her head, and her pale, haggard face was streaked with tears. That day, Ah Hang went to the market to buy goods. He didn't come back until the evening. Her voice was broken and intermittent. Zhao Peng came in suddenly with 2 people. They wanted protection money. I said Ah Hang was home and told them to leave, but Zhao Peng, he just laughed, a really scary laugh. At this point, Su Jia could no longer control herself and covered her face, crying out in pain. Chapter 28, Don't Ask Me How to Win. Ask the corpse what it says. He said, Ah Hang is not here, so let me keep him company. Han Qing's fist instantly clenched tightly as she quickly walked to Su Jia's side, handing her a tissue and gently patting her back. Su Jia's cries were heart-wrenching. There were 3 of them. Zhao Peng and another person pinned me down on the sofa, and another was filming with a phone. I screamed. I shouted for help, but no one could hear. Lin Weiguo listened expressionlessly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, as if he were keeping time. He waited until Su Jia's emotions calmed down a bit before speaking again, his questions as precise as a scalpel. When did your husband come back? I don't know. My mind went blank at that moment. I just heard the door slam open, and then I saw Ah Hang rush in. What did he do? His eyes were red. He picked up a stool by the door and smashed it at Zhao Peng. What about Zhao Peng? Zhao Peng got hit and seemed even angrier, cursing as he fought with Ah Hang, while the other 2 tried to help. Su Jia's memories became clearer and more terrifying. They fought from the door to the living room. Ah Hang couldn't handle all 3 of them alone. I saw Zhao Peng kick Ah Hang down, and then he turned and saw the fruit knife on the shoe cabinet. The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze. Han Qing's movements also stiffened. Lin Weiguo leaned slightly forward, knowing that the most crucial part was about to come. Go on. Zhao Peng picked up the knife and walked toward Ah Hang, who was lying on the ground. He shouted that he was going to kill him. Su Jia's voice became sharp, filled with extreme fear. I was terrified at that moment. I rushed over and hugged Zhao Peng's leg, begging him not to. He kicked me away, and Ah Hang took the opportunity to get up and rush over to grab the knife from him. Han Qing suddenly raised her head, her face filled with shock. She looked at Lin Weiguo and found him still calm, as if he had expected this all along. So that's it. The case file only recordedly Hang injuring someone with a knife, deliberately obscuring the process of how the knife came to be. A typical case of selective presentation of evidence, showing you only the outcome while hiding the cause. A knife-wielding thug committing severe violence against others. A husband trying to defend himself and protect his wife, seizing the weapon from the thug. This is not intentional homicide, and it doesn't even qualify as excessive defense. This is the most standard, irrefutable, justifiable defense. Su Jia gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face again. The person was killed by Ah Hang. But that knife, he really did grab it from Zhao Peng. After he stabbed Zhao Peng, the other 2 were terrified and dragged Zhao Peng away. Ah Hang, he called the police himself. When the police arrived and asked him what happened, he said he was the one who stabbed the person, but refused to say anything else. He was afraid. He was afraid that I would be bullied and that I wouldn't be able to live. Stupid kindness. He thought he was taking the blame to protect his wife, but didn't realize it played right into the prosecution's hands, saving them countless troubles and easily constructing a perfect story of passionate murder. All the fragments came together in Lin Mo's mind. He closed the notebook in front of him. I understand. Lin Mo closed the notebook with a soft snap, drawing the attention of the 2 women in the meeting room to him. He stood up and walked to Han Qing's side, naturally pulling her away from Su Jia, while he half-squatted in front of the still trembling woman. Now let's reorganize this. His voice was not loud, but it carried a force that could instill calm. First, Zhao Peng and the other 2 were not causing trouble, but were committing extortion in the house, which is a serious crime. Second, after the extortion failed, they committed violent acts against you, which constitutes a rape crime, also a serious crime. Third, and most crucially, Lin Mo's gaze locked onto Su Jia's eyes. You just mentioned that someone was filming with a phone. Su Jia nodded in confusion. This is decisive evidence. A bunch of idiots daring to film their own criminal acts. They must want to die faster. Han Qing took a deep breath. Her mind began to race after the shock, The lawyer's instinct made her immediately see the problem. But Lin Mo, this is just Su Jia's word. Li Hang's testimony and the physical evidence at the scene all point to him alone. How do we prove what she said? Especially that video. She added, how do we get it? The thinking has reverted. Still using the old method of how to prove. Instead of thinking what are the facts, Lin Mo did not answer her question. He simply instructed Su Jia, you rest here for a while. Lawyer Han will stay with you. He stood up and turned to face Han Qing. I need to see Li Hang immediately. Also, the autopsy report for Zhao Peng. It wasn't in yesterday's case file. Give me a copy. His instructions were clear and continuous, leaving no room for doubt. Han Qing was momentarily taken aback by his commanding tone, but quickly reacted. This is not the time to quibble over such things. Okay, I will contact the detention center immediately, but I can't guarantee it will be arranged right away. She quickly walked toward her office. The autopsy report is supplementary material. I will go get it now. Finally keeping up with the pace. This case, the breakthrough is never in the courtroom, but before the trial begins. Han Qing was very efficient. A few minutes later, she returned to the meeting room with a thin craft paper bag, talking on the phone as she walked. Team Wong, this is Han Qing from Qinglu Law Firm. Yes, regarding Li Hang's case, we have significant information that needs to be verified with him immediately. I know it's against the rules, but it's serious. Yes, it concerns new key details that might affect the conviction. Her voice conveyed urgency and determination. Lin Mo took the paper bag, ignoring her difficult communication. He sat back on the sofa and pulled out the report inside. The report was not thick, containing only a few pages, accompanied by several black and white anatomical diagrams. Lin Mo read at an incredibly fast pace, his fingers skimming over the lines of lead type, as if he were reading a boring newspaper. Cause of death: abdominal puncture by a single-edged sharp object, leading to rupture of the abdominal aorta and death from hemorrhagic shock. Consistent with the case file description. External examination: besides the fatal injury, the deceased has abrasions and contusions on the right side of the forehead caused by blunt force. This was caused by the stool that Li Hang threw, which matches. On the back, multiple irregular abrasions and bruises on both outer arms. These were left during the fight with Li Hang. Chapter 29, I didn't come to plead for a reduced sentence. I came to tell you he is innocent. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, his fingers stopping at the last page of the report, which contained a close-up examination of the deceased's hands. Multiple slight scratches were found on the tiger's mouth of the deceased's right hand, as well as on the inner sides of the index and middle fingers. The edges of the wounds are neat and varied in shape, consistent with the characteristics formed by grasping the sharp edge of a blade. Grasping the sharp edge of a blade. The prosecution believes that these were left by the deceased during a struggle for the knife with Li Hang. But what if the deceased was the one who picked up the knife first? Would a normal person, in an attempt to wrest a knife pointed at them, use the palm of their hand to grab the blade? No, that's the instinct of a person resisting. They would want to grasp the wrist of the person holding the knife. Only the one holding the knife would inevitably cut themselves on their own blade during a struggle. The prosecutor took this detail as evidence favorable to them. A bunch of foolish pigs. The argument on the other end of the phone seemed to have reached a conclusion. Han Qing hung up, her face showing a hint of fatigue and relief. It's settled. The detention center has agreed, giving us 15 minutes. We'll have a video meeting in half an hour. She looked at Lin Chong, wanting to say something, but found his expression somewhat strange. It was a look of having found prey, a mix of calmness with a hint of excitement and cruelty. No need to go through all that trouble. Lin Mo gently placed the autopsy report on the coffee table, pushing it in front of Han Qing, pointing at the description of the hand injuries. Look at this. Han Qing picked up the report with confusion, reading that section carefully. She first frowned, then the color drained from her face, replaced by a stunned realization. This injury, this isn't a wound from a struggle for the knife. This is an injury from holding the knife. Lin Mo stated the conclusion for her. A simple logical question. He leaned back on the sofa. If I were Li Hang, seeing Zhao Peng with a knife intending to kill me, how would my hand act when I tried to wrest the knife away? He extended his own hand and made a grasping motion. I would grab his wrist, not wrap my palm around the sharp blade. That as self-harm, not self-defense. Only when Zhao Peng was holding the knife would his hand slide from the handle to the blade during a fierce struggle, getting cut by the knife in his hand. Han Qing felt a chill run down her back. This detail, overlooked by everyone, this detail that the prosecution took as evidence of the victim's resistance, under Lin Mo's interpretation, became the cornerstone that overturned the entire nature of the case. So, Han Qing's voice was somewhat dry. The one who first took the knife was indeed Zhao Peng. That's right. Now, all the evidence links have closed. Lin Mo stood up. Notify the detention center. The video meeting is canceled. What? Han Qing looked up in confusion. We're not going to see Li Hang anymore. Lin Mo walked to the door of the meeting room and opened it. Let him continue to remain silent. Why? Because a defendant who has confessed suddenly recants in court, revealing a truth that everyone, including himself, has denied. Lin Mo turned back, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Such dramatic effect is enough to shock. It's also enough to make those who want to watch the live broadcast, those who want to make an example of him, stretch their faces over so I can give them a hard slap. The air in the meeting room remained heavy, Su Jia's sobs turning into intermittent chokes. Han Qing felt as if all her strength had been drained, leaning against the edge of the sofa, replaying Lin Mo's brutally cruel conclusion in her mind over and over again. Lin Mo, however, seemed unbothered. He walked past the dazed Han Qing directly to her desk, pulled out a chair, sat down, and opened the computer. The light from the screen illuminated his expressionless face. Cleaning up the battlefield is always more important than analyzing the situation. He created a new document, typing a few words in the title bar. Regarding Li Hang's suspected intentional homicide case, defense statement, draft. Han Qing calmed Su Jia down, letting her lie down in the break room of the meeting room for a while. When she came out, all she could hear was the crisp and rhythmic sound of keyboard typing echoing from the office. Lin Mo's fingers danced on the keyboard, the text on the screen increasing at an astonishing speed. He showed no hesitation, as if all the legal provisions, evidence, and logical deductions had long been laid out in his mind, and now all that was left was to transcribe them. Defense position. Lin Mo typed these 4 words and paused for half a second. Our defense believes that the defendant Li Hang does not constitute the intentional homicide as charged by the prosecution. All his actions comply with the provisions of Article 20, Paragraph 3 of the criminal law, and are considered special justifiable defense. Thus he bears no criminal responsibility under the law. Han Qing walked behind him, looking at the line of text on the screen, her heart skipping a beat. It's not excessive defense, it's not passionate injury, but no criminal responsibility at all. This is no longer a defense. It's a declaration of war against the entire prosecution system. The reasons are as follows. 1. The scene of the incident was the private residence of the defendant Li Hang. The deceased Zhao Peng and his accomplices illegally broke in without permission, which constitutes illegal entry into a residence. 2. According to the statement of Ms. Su Jia, Zhao Peng and the other 3 intended to extort money. This behavior constitutes extortion and blackmail in a residence, which is a serious violent crime. 3. After the attempted extortion failed, Zhao Peng and others violently restrained the defendant's wife, Ms. Su Jia, tearing her clothes, and had an accomplice recorded on a mobile phone. This behavior constitutes rape, which is also an ongoing violent crime, severely endangering personal safety. Lin Mo's fingertips struck the last few words on the keyboard, echoing like the sound of metal. A citizen's home is being invaded illegally by 3 thugs, robbed and raped. May I ask, does this count as committing a crime? Han Qing looked at the text on the screen, feeling her breath becoming difficult. Lin Mo didn't give her a chance to catch her breath, continuing to write. 4. Regarding the ownership of the murder weapon. According to the autopsy report provided by the police, there are multiple scratches on the tiger's mouth of the deceased Zhao Peng's right hand, as well as on the inner sides of his index and middle fingers, consistent with the characteristics of grasping the sharp edge of a blade. The prosecution interprets this as the victim resisting the struggle for the knife, which completely contradicts basic physical common sense and human instinct. A person's hand, when threatened by a blade, instinctively reacts to block or control the opponent's wrist. It is impossible to actively grasp the sharp blade with the palm. The only reasonable explanation is the knife was already in the deceased Zhao Peng's hand. The injury occurred when he, during a struggle with the defendant Li Hang for the murder weapon, exerted too much force or had an improper posture, cutting himself on the blade he was holding. This injury from holding the knife is ironclad evidence that Zhao Peng was the first to use a deadly weapon, intending to inflict severe violence on Li Hang. In summary, when the defendant Li Hang returned home, he faced a scene where the door was destroyed, his wife was being assaulted by 3 thugs, and one of the thugs, after being knocked down by him with a stool, not only did not stop the assault, but also picked up the deadly weapon, intending to kill him. Lin Mo pressed the enter key, and the document turned to a new page. Chapter 30. Your opinion? I reject it. We believe that the defendant Li Hang, when faced with serious violent crimes such as assault, murder, robbery, and rape, took all necessary countermeasures to protect his own and his wife's life, which did not exceed reasonable limits. His actions fully comply with Article 20, Paragraph 3 of the criminal law. If a person takes defensive actions against violent crimes that seriously threaten personal safety, such as assault, murder, robbery, rape, kidnapping, and causes injury or death to the unlawful assailant, it does not constitute excessive defense, and it shall not bear criminal responsibility. He paused and wrote the conclusion at the end of the document. Defense request. 1. Legally acquit the defendant Li Hang and release him immediately. 2. Suggest that judicial authorities investigate the other 2 criminal suspects in this case, as well as the deceased Zhao Peng, for suspected crimes of illegal intrusion into a residence, extortion, and rape, and hold them criminally responsible. Snap. Lin Mo pressed the print button. The printer began to hum, spitting out warm sheets of paper. He organized the thin defense statement and pushed it in front of Han Qing. The action was decisive, with no unnecessary explanations. Han Qing picked up the defense statement. Each word felt like a branding iron burning her hand. She read it word by word, growing paler with each line, her fingers trembling slightly as she held the paper. Lin Mo, are you crazy? Her voice was dry, filled with uncontainable shock. Is this a defense statement or a declaration of war? Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, calmly looking at her. If the facts are as such, why can't we write it? Facts? Han Qing slammed the defense statement on the table, producing a loud sound. The court wants a chain of evidence, a logical closed loop, not the facts in your eyes. Right now, we only have Su Jia's one-sided testimony and an autopsy report that can be interpreted in 2 entirely different ways. Here we go again, the same old how to prove it mindset. We don't have that video. Li Hang himself won T-speak. Are you betting everything on a suddenly retracted testimony from a defendant and a courtroom drama you imagined? Han Qing's voice rose in excitement. You are gambling. Gambling with Li Hang's life. Lin Mo did not refute, just quietly listened. Han Qing's emotions calmed down a bit. Her tone softened, carrying a near-pleading tone. Lin Mo, I admit your reasoning is brilliant, and it might even be the truth. But the law doesn't work that way. The reality is that the court, in order to balance things and for public opinion, is most likely to give the verdict of excessive defense. We can work towards this direction, aiming for a prison sentence of 3 to 5 years. If we perform well, maybe we can even get a suspended sentence. This is the best result we can strive for. The best result, using the compromise of an innocent person to exchange for the stability of a system. Is this the survival philosophy of you experienced lawyers? So, Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly cutting off her words for a best result. We must first admit he is guilty, right? Han Qing was momentarily stunned by his question. That's not what I meant. You mean exactly that. Lin Mo stood up, looking down at her. You want not justice, but a judgment that can provide an explanation to the parties involved, to the judge, and to yourself. He pointed to the word not guilty in the defense statement. I'm here to tell everyone that he is completely innocent. Lin Mo picked up the defense statement and walked straight to the door. Submit it as it is. Wait. Han Qing stopped him. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Lin Mo halted, turned around, with a smile on his face that was both familiar and unfamiliar to Han Qing, mixed with mockery and confidence. I asked, and then? Your opinion, I reject. The door was not closed. Lin Mo's figure stood at the doorway, back to the office lights, like a statue refusing to compromise. The air froze. Han Qing felt a rush of hot blood surge to her head, her anger nearly burning through her rationality. Reject? She repeated those two words as if hearing them for the first time. She suddenly stood up, her chair sliding back with a screech from the sudden movement. Lin, M.O., who do you think you are? This is my law firm. I am the one in charge of this case. Here it comes, identity suppression. When logic can't win, start talking about status. Lin M.O. turned around, facing her again. He did not step inside, just stood at the junction of light and shadow at the door. His youthful face now devoid of smile, replaced by a near-cold scrutiny. Lawyer Han, I want to say something very unpleasant right now. His voice was not loud, but like a scalpel, it precisely dissected the hypocritical calm in the office. To put it bluntly, your thinking as a lawyer is fundamentally flawed. Han Qing's breath hitched. This was not a rebuttal. This was a judgment. Our job is not to rack our brains to prove Li Hang's innocence. Lin M.O. interrupted her. We don't even need to prove anything. He took a step forward, entering the light, his shadow stretched long. Our job is to question, to take a magnifying glass, to scrutinize, to attack, to tear apart every piece of evidence put forth by the prosecution, to prove how absurd their accusations are, how weak their logic chain is. We only need to tell the judge and the jury one thing. They are wrong. Han Qing was struck speechless by this line of reasoning. She understood all these principles. They were clearly written in the law school textbooks. But what about reality? The reality is that when you only attack without building, the judge will think you are being unreasonable. You are being too naive. She finally found her voice again. You have never been to court. You don't know what the judge wants to see. They want to see a complete defense story that can replace the prosecution's logic, not a bunch of scattered doubts. She is still framing justice with experience. So you just construct a story of excessive defense for them? Lin M.O. retorted, a story you don't even believe in? His words struck Han Qing like a slap, stinging her face. She indeed did not believe it. After seeing the fresh interpretation of the autopsy report, the scales in her heart had long tilted. But reason and experience told her that path could not be taken. Lin M.O., I admit you have persuaded me. The truth might be as you say. But she changed her tone, trying to wake him up with reality. I may be a first-year student. Without you, I wouldn't even be able to step into this courtroom or handle this case. Lin M.O. suddenly slowed his tone, even adding a hint of self-deprecation. Chapter 31. Do you still remember the oath you took when you entered the profession? You piece of trash. This sudden retreat left Han Qing's carefully prepared arguments stuck in her throat. She candidly admitted her shortcomings, which only made her more at a loss. However, Lin M.O. shifted his tone. All previous humility vanished, leaving behind an unwavering determination. Since this case has been assigned to me, I will take full responsibility for it. I will never wrong an innocent person, nor will I let any guilty person go free. The office fell into a deathly silence. Only the faint sound of electricity from the idle printer could be heard. Han Qing looked at him, this young man who was nearly 10 years her junior, and for the first time felt something called pressure. It didn't come from experience or status, but from a pure belief that she had almost forgotten. We'll lose. Her voice was soft, as if she were trying to convince herself that the risk was too great. If we fail, Li Hang will face life imprisonment. To give up a definite light sentence for a faint hope of not guilty is not bravery. It is irresponsibility. Still calculating risks and benefits. She has forgotten that justice is not a transaction. Lin M.O. did not continue to debate law and evidence with her. He simply looked at her quietly, his gaze piercing through her professional facade to see the soul that had once been young and passionate. Han Qing. For the first time, he did not add the title of lawyer. Do you remember the oath you took when you officially entered the profession, the first time you wore the lawyer's badge? Han Qing trembled all over. That scene had been sealed away for too long, to protect the lawful rights and interests of clients. Lin Mo's voice became deep and clear, each word ringing like a bell in Han Qing's heart. To ensure the correct implementation of the law, to uphold social fairness and justice. He paused, stepping forward until there was only a desk between them. He pushed that declaration-like defense document a little closer. Look at who you are now, and then look at this defense document. Then tell me, what can you accomplish now? These words struck Han Qing like a thunderclap, exploding her mind. Those oaths that had once kept her awake at night, those ideals that had supported her through countless difficult moments. Those initial aspirations that had been worn down and obscured by day-to-day compromises and worldly wisdom. At this moment, Lin Mo ruthlessly tore away all disguises and laid them bare before her. Deafening. She felt her blood flow backward, her limbs cold, but her heart was pounding wildly, as if trying to break free from the confines of her ribs. She remembered the first legal aid case she took, fighting tooth and nail for a migrant worker's few hundred yuan in compensation for work-related injuries against the opposing legal team for 3 months, without taking a penny. She recalled how she had faced everyone's misunderstanding and pressure to overturn a wrongful conviction, repeatedly visiting rural areas to gather evidence, nearly being mistaken for a fraud. At that time, she and the Lin Mo before her were so similar. When did she start calculating win rates, considering balance, and using the phrase, "this is the best result," to comfort herself and her clients? When did upholding justice become a business of weighing pros and cons? She is wavering. That flame has not completely extinguished. Han Qing's gaze was fixed on that defense document. Defense request. First, rule that the defendant Li Hang is not guilty and release him immediately. Every word became searing hot. Her hand uncontrollably reached out, her fingertips gently touching that piece of paper. It seemed to still carry the resolve and strength Lin Mo had when he typed those words. Outside the office door, the corridor lights were dim. Inside the office, the lights were bright, yet silent. Finally, Han Qing raised her hand and picked up the thin defense document. Her fingers no longer trembled. She didn't look at Lin Mo again, nor did she say a word. She simply took the defense document, turned, and walked straight past him toward her office. Thud. The office door was closed by her. Lin Mo stood in the corridor, the light behind him casting his shadow on the cold floor tiles. He did not turn back. That closed office door was like a clear boundary, separating two entirely different beliefs. Lawyer Han, I hope you can think it through. I hope that flame has really not gone out. He turned and walked toward the elevator, his steps showing no sign of hesitation. The confrontation with Han Qing had drained his last bit of patience, yet it also left him with an unprecedented clarity of mind. The defense document was merely the first call to arms. The real battlefield lay outside the courtroom. Now, only the most crucial link is missing. His fingers unconsciously rubbed in his pants pocket, as if he could feel the outline of that non-existent phone. The phone used for recording at the time, along with that segment of video from the scene. Without it, all my inferences are just inferences. I must find Zhao Peng's 2 accomplices. Lin Mo's footsteps stopped in front of the elevator as he pressed the down button. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing an empty cabin. The metallic walls reflected his expressionless face. Dormitory 404. When Lin Mo pushed the door open, Zhou Shubai was leaning back in his chair, holding a book. It was that book he had been reading for half a month, In the Name of the People. The dormitory was quiet. Only the slight sound of Zhou Shubai occasionally turning pages could be heard. Lin Mo threw his coat over the back of the chair, pulled out a chair to sit down, and casually picked up a cold apple from the table. Old Zhou, still studying the ways of governance? He took a bite of the apple, which was crisp and crunchy. So engrossed, when are you planning to join the department and shine? Zhou Shubai didn't lift his head, his gaze still glued to the pages. What's wrong? You don't want to join? His rhetorical question was light, but carried a tone of certainty. Me? Lin Mo scoffed, took another bite of the apple, and said, with my little arms and legs, I'd just be a bullet shield for the leaders if I joined. Better to take care of my own little plot of land first. No more nonsense. Lin Mo placed the half-eaten apple on the table, leaned forward, and rested his elbows on his knees. The atmosphere in the dormitory shifted from relaxed to serious in an instant with his tone change. Zhou Shubai finally lifted his head from the book, closed it, and set it aside. Speak. Just one word, without any unnecessary inquiries. Li Hang's case, you're not from the capital, right? You mentioned before that you had heard of it. Lin Mo spoke slowly but clearly. Yeah, Zhou Shubai responded, waiting for him to continue. The deceased Zhao Peng had 2 accomplices who broke into Li Hang's home at the time. Lin Mo paused, observing Zhou Shubai's reaction. The other party showed no reaction, just quietly listening, like a rock absorbing all information. The current situation is that I need to find these 2 people. Lin Mo stated his purpose. The police records mentioned these two individuals, but there were no follow-ups. I need them, or rather, I need something in their possession. Chapter 32. I have a superpower roommate. What's the main feature? A mobile phone. At that moment, one of them recorded everything that happened on site with his phone. Lin Mo threw out the most crucial information. As long as I can get that video, I can defend Li Hang's innocence. He leaned slightly back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. Not only that, but I can also pursue criminal responsibility for the two who are alive and one who is dead for illegal entry, extortion, and even rape. Zhou Shubai did not answer immediately. He picked up the cup of water on the table, took a sip, and moved slowly. In the entire dormitory, only Lin Mo's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. Can he really do it? Is it just a matter of a phone call? Or does he not have the ability at all? Just as Lin Mo was about to lose his patience, Zhou Shubai put down the cup. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and pulled out an unmarked number from the contacts, dialing it. The call was almost instantly connected. Zhou Shubai didn't use the speakerphone, but Lin Mo could still feel the respect from the other end. It's me. Zhou Shubai's voice was very calm, no different from how he usually spoke. Help me look up two people. He picked up a pen from the table and wrote down the name Zhao Peng on a sticky note. One called Zhao Peng died recently at a fruit stall owner's home in the west of the city. I want all the information on his two accomplices and their current whereabouts. The person on the other end seemed to be reporting something. Zhou Shubai listened quietly, only occasionally responding with an aha. A few seconds later, he interrupted the other party. I don't care what methods you use. I want to see these two appear at that fruit stall tomorrow morning. His tone had no fluctuations, yet it carried an unrefusable power. That's all. He hung up the phone, casually tossed it on the table, and picked up the book in the name of the people again. The entire process took no more than a minute. Zhou Shubai flipped open the book, found the page he was reading earlier, as if nothing had happened. He nodded at Lin Mo. It's done. Lin Mo opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Just like that, it's done? A person whom a law firm couldn't handle was resolved with just a phone call, and he even specified the time and place for tomorrow's meeting? This guy. The second-generation official is indeed different. Lin Mo's mind was in turmoil, but he tried to maintain his composure. He picked up the half-eaten apple on the table and took a hard bite. Zhou Shubai flipped a page of the book, as if suddenly remembering something, and added, tomorrow, you just go to Li Hang's fruit stall and wait. The next day started early. When Lin Mo arrived at Li Hang's familiar fruit stall, the morning sun had just cast a light golden hue over the city. The stall had not yet opened, the roll-up door tightly closed. But two men were already squatting at the entrance. One tall and thin, the other short and fat, both wearing ill-fitting jackets. Their heads drooping as they stared at the cigarette butts on the ground, looking like two defeated quails. Lin Mo walked over, his shoes making crisp sounds on the cement floor. The two men looked up simultaneously, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. Lin Mo, with his hands in his pockets, looked at them with interest. What are you two doing here? Waiting to grab the first batch of fresh fruit when the market opens? The fatter man moved his lips, but didn't make a sound, nudging his tall and thin companion with his elbow. The tall man cleared his throat, cautiously stood up, and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. No, big brother, we were waiting for someone. Oh, waiting for whom? We are waiting for a lawyer named Lin Mo. The tall man's tone was uncertain, as if reciting an unfamiliar text. Brother, do you know him? The fat man also stood up, nodding repeatedly. Yes, Lin Mo. He is a lawyer. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just pulled his hand out of his pocket and pointed to his own nose. The expressions of the two men instantly froze, shifting from confusion to shock, and finally turning into fear as if they had seen a ghost. It seems Zhou Shubai's work is not only efficient, but also quite ceremonial. I am. Lin Mo's tone was very calm. It's not convenient to talk here. Come with me. He turned and walked away, not caring whether the two could keep up. There were no coffee shops nearby, only some breakfast stalls and a milk tea shop decorated in pink. Lin Mo pushed open the door of the milk tea shop without hesitation. The wind chimes jingled. Lin Mo casually found a booth by the window to sit down, and the two men awkwardly followed him, sitting opposite him, their bodies stiff and unsure where to put their hands. Who found them? and how is not important. He didn't care about the process. He only wanted the result. The waiter handed over the menu, and Lin Weiguo didn't even glance at it. 3 lemonades. Please. He pushed the menu aside, leaned forward, clasped his hands on the table, and fixed his gaze on the 2 uneasy men across from him. I'm here for just one thing. His voice was not loud, but in the softly playing music of the milk tea shop, it sounded particularly clear. I want something. That night at Li Hang's house, the mobile phone one of you used to record, and the video on it. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men opposite him jumped like cats with their tails stepped on. The tall man's face flushed. He slammed the table, and in a hushed voice yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? We don't understand at all." Exactly. The fat man also mustered up his courage to agree. We are the victims. Zhao Peng is dead. What else do you want? Don't think we are easy to bully. The tall man's eyes darted around, but he stubbornly refused to back down. We didn't record anything. You're extorting us. I'll call the police. Lin Weiguo leaned back in his chair, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He wasn't angered, nor did he raise his voice. He simply picked up the lemonade that had just been served and took a sip. The cold liquid slid down his throat, calming his boiling thoughts. Don't be nervous. I'm not the police. He put the cup down, and the bottom of the cup lightly tapped the table. I'm just Li Hang's lawyer. My job is to help him, but sometimes helping him also helps you. Lin Weiguo's tone was sincere, but his words were like a knife, precisely stabbing at the 2 men's soft spots. Confessing will lead to leniency. Resisting will lead to strict punishment. You should understand the weight of this phrase better than I do. He watched the changing expressions on their faces and continued to apply pressure. Don't think we don't know anything. If we can find you, we can find that phone. Whether we find it or you hand it over yourself makes all the difference. By then, it won't be me sitting here drinking lemonade with you. It will be uniformed people inviting you to another place for tea. Illegal entry, extortion, and then add a charge of perjury. You can do the math on how many years you'll have to spend inside with those 3 charges hanging over you. Chapter 33, The Confession Bureau, is set up in a milk tea shop. How should you respond? Your Excellency? Every word Lin Mu spoke was like a stone thrown into the already turbulent lake of their hearts, stirring up countless waves. The pink walls and cute toy decorations in the milk tea shop seemed incredibly bizarre and ironic at this moment. This kid, how does he know everything? The tall and thin guy felt his back was already soaked, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Zhao Peng is dead, and there's no evidence of the crime. But if the video is really dug up, wouldn't we carry the blame for it all? The fat guy's mind was in chaos as he looked at Lin Mu's young, yet unnaturally calm face, feeling fear for the first time. Silence spread among the 3 of them. The fat guy kept wiping sweat with a tissue, while the tall and thin guy stared fixedly at the water stains on the table, as if trying to see through them. They were engaged in an intense psychological struggle. Handing over the evidence would mean admitting guilt and surrendering their fate to this young lawyer. Not handing it over, if he really finds it, the consequences are unimaginable. After a long while, the tall and thin guy finally raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with struggle and doubt. Lawyer Lin. His voice was hoarse and dry. Why should we trust you? Lin Mu leaned slightly forward, his fingers gently tapping on the table once again, striking at the 2's tense nerves. Trust or distrust depends on yourselves. His tone was calm and unruffled, as if stating a foregone conclusion. The choice is the same. There are 2 paths before you. The first, give me the evidence. I can use it to defend Li Hang's innocence and help you negotiate a minor role in a proactive confession. If all goes well, perhaps you could get a suspended sentence and avoid prison. The second path, he paused, his gaze turning sharp. You can walk out that door right now. I guarantee that within 3 days, the police will find you. By then, you will be Zhao Peng's accomplices and your crimes will be compounded. As for how many years you'll spend in prison, you can think about that at home. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he fell silent. He leaned back in his chair, quietly watching them, like a patient hunter waiting for his prey to walk into the trap. The tall and thin guy and the fat guy exchanged a glance, seeing endless fear and wavering in each other's eyes. In the end, the tall and thin guy's hand trembled as it reached for his pants pocket, just as his fingertips were about to touch the fabric. Another thick hand heavily pressed down on the back of his hand. It was the fat guy. Have you thought this through? The fat guy pressed down on his partner's hand, lowering his voice, yet it trembled from fear. If we can't find the evidence, the police won't be able to do anything to us. Zhao Peng is dead. There's no evidence. But if you hand it over, and if Li Hang is really exonerated, we'll end up in prison. Every word he spoke was like being squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with desperate struggle. The tall and thin guy's movements froze. The last bit of color drained from his face. The fat guy's words were like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the faint hope that had just risen in him. Yes, handing it over means voluntarily admitting guilt. Not handing it over might still be a gamble. Damn, a cooked duck is about to fly away. Lin Mu cursed inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. He didn't even change his posture. Simply picked up the lemon water in front of him, stirring the straw in the cup, the ice cubes clinking, making a crisp sound. Don't get excited, sit down. Lin Mu lifted his chin, signaling the fat guy to sit back down. The fat guy, panting heavily, shot Lin Mu a fierce glare, but still sat down as instructed, though his hand remained tightly gripping his partner's wrist, as if it were a detonator. The atmosphere in the milk tea shop became even more stagnant due to this brief outburst. Lin Mu put down his cup, changing to a completely different expression, even adopting a light-hearted tone. We've been sitting here for so long, and we still don't know your names? One sentence left the two across from him completely at a loss. The tense string in their minds buzzed with the sudden shift. What is happening? Weren't we just talking about prison and evidence? Why suddenly asking for names? The fat guy was stunned for several seconds before responding. He released his grip on his partner's hand, but his body remained tense. I am Zhang Qian. He held his neck high and pointed to the now completely deflated tall and thin guy beside him. He is Li Wei. Zhang Chang, Li Wei. Lin Mu nodded, as if remembering two very ordinary names, noting that they didn't sound like locals. Zhang Chang's lips moved, but he remained silent. Li Wei, on the other hand, instinctively added, We are from the neighboring province. Oh, that's not far. Lin Mu's tone was like chatting with an old classmate he hadn't seen in a long time, asking about family. This question completely shattered the last psychological defense of the two. They had anticipated threats, anticipated interrogations, even anticipated physical confrontations, but they had never expected such casual, everyday questioning. This was more chilling than any threat, because it implied that the other party seemed to have already figured them out completely. Zhang Chang's face turned pale. He thought of his 3-year-old son and his wife, who was always hoping he would send more money home. Li Wei's lips began to tremble as he thought of his parents back home, who were in poor health and relied on him to send money for medicine. Lin Mu observed their reactions closely. He knew the moment had come. He leaned forward, elbows resting on the table, his gaze sweeping over their terrified faces. Your son must have started kindergarten, right? The tuition isn't cheap, is it? And your parents are getting older. They must have high blood pressure and heart problems, right? His tone was calm, devoid of any emotion, yet it was like a scalpel, precisely cutting into their most tender and fearful places. Have you thought about what would happen if you went to prison? Illegal trespass, extortion, perjury, compounded sentences. How many years do you think? 3 to 5 years? Or 7 to 8 years? During such a long time, while you're inside eating stale bread, have you thought about the people outside? Lin Mu's tone suddenly shifted, becoming sharp and cruel. Will your parents be able to wait for the day you come out? Who will take care of them in their old age? More critically, your wives are young and beautiful. Raising children alone is tough. Surely there will be kind-hearted people to help her out, and they might just help raise your child, teaching them to call someone else dad. You've worked hard outside, and in the end, your wife sleeps with someone else. Your child calls someone else dad. And those years you spend in prison are just for someone else to raise a wife. Clang. Li Wei couldn't hold the cup in his hand, and it fell on the table, spilling lemon water everywhere. He was shaking all over like a sieve. Zhang Chang's face turned from pale to a liver color, breathing heavily. His chest rising and falling violently, his eyes bloodshot. You, shut the hell up. He slammed his fist on the table, causing the cups and plates on it to jump. Chapter 34. The Mind Games in the Milk Tea Shop. Your wife will be taking another last name. Am I not speaking the truth? Lin Mo leaned back against the chair, spreading his hands. The path is chosen by you. If you want to be a hero, you must be prepared for the consequences of a shattered family. The pastel walls and cute toys in the milk tea shop now appeared as hellish scenery in Zhang Chong and Li Wei's eyes. Fear washed over them like a tidal wave, drowning their last shred of rationality. Especially Zhang Chong. He had just stopped Li Wei, and, at this moment, he was more afraid than anyone of the outcome of being a provider for someone else's wife. Just thinking about that scene was more painful than being in prison itself. Silence. A deathly silence. After an unknown amount of time, Li Wei broke down first. Trembling, he pulled an old black phone with a few cracks in the screen from his pants pocket. He pushed the phone to the center of the table. Zhang Chong looked at the phone as if it were a bomb, his body stiffening, unable to move. His mind was in turmoil. Finally, it seemed as if he had been drained of all his strength, slumping back into his seat. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo. "Lawyer Lin, we trust you." His voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. "But you must guarantee that you will help us get probation." Zhang Chong emphasized. This was his final bottom line. "Otherwise, we will eventually come out. At that time, even if it costs us our lives, we will not let you go." Lin Mo's fingers tightened around the old phone, feeling the cold, rough plastic casing. He did not put it away immediately, but gently pushed it back towards Zhang Chong and Li Wei. The two, who had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. What does this mean? Is he going back on his word? "Don't worry, I'm a good person." A hint of a smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. But under the pink lights of the milk tea shop, it looked especially eerie. "I won't claim to be righteous, but I do have a sense of professional ethics when it comes to accepting things and doing favors." He paused, then changed his tone. "However, that alone is not enough." Zhang Chong's heart sank again. He stared at Lin Mo, fearing he would make some excessive demands. "I hope that when the court opens, both of you can testify in person." Lin Mo's fingers tapped on the table. "The video is dead, but people are alive. You need to personally confirm to the judge the source and authenticity of this evidence." "What?" Zhang Chong nearly jumped out of his seat. "Testify in court? Doesn't that expose us completely?" Li Wei's face turned as pale as the wall. Handing over the phone was a covert transaction. Testifying in court meant throwing themselves into the open and facing judgment from everyone. "What else?" Lin Monta counted. "Do you think that just giving me the phone means everything is fine? Without witnesses, the opposing lawyer will claim this video is of unknown origin, fabricated, edited. By then, it will just be a pile of useless data." His body leaned forward again, exuding a strong sense of pressure. "I'll say it again. The path is chosen by you. Either walk it to the end, or take the phone back now." Lin Mo's gaze swept across the two faces, finally landing on the old black phone. Zhang Chong and Li Wei exchanged a look, seeing the despair in each other's eyes. They had no way back. Having boarded this ship, they could only follow Lin Mo down this dark path. Zhang Chong's shoulders slumped completely, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, radiating an aura of defeat. "All right, we agree to your terms." "That's good." Lin Mo stood up, shoved the phone into his pocket. "Now go back and wait for the notification. Remember, you must be present at the court." He dropped this line and turned to leave without any hesitation, leaving Zhang Chong and Li Wei slumped in their seats, as if their souls had been drained. Qing Lu Law Firm. When Lin Mo pushed open the glass door, Han Qing was organizing files. Hearing the noise, she looked up. He said nothing and walked directly to her, placing the cracked old phone on the desk. With a soft thud, Han Qing paused her movements. She looked at the phone, then at Lin Mo's emotionless face. "Did you get it?" "Yes." "How did you get it?" Han Qing tapped her fingers on the desk. "People like them don't give things away easily. I had a little chat with them about life and ideals." Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, casually tossing an apple from the desk, while also helping them analyze their family structure and future plans. This guy always making jokes. Han Qing didn't press for details. She knew Lin Mo too well. The process didn't matter to him. He only cared about results. But she had to ask another question. "What did you promise them?" Lin Mo took a bite of the apple and answered vaguely to help them get probation. "Lin Mo." Han Qing's tone became heavier. "Are you crazy? The verdict is up to the judge. How can you make such guarantees with them? This is against the rules. If I didn't say that, they wouldn't have given me the phone." Lin Mo accurately tossed the apple core into the trash can. "Boss Han, Sometimes it's impossible to achieve justice through just means. He stood up and took a data cable from the drawer, connecting the phone to the computer. Let us first see if this is worth the price. Han Qing stopped talking. She walked to the computer and watched Lin Mo operate. Soon, a video file was copied to the desktop. Lin Mo double-clicked to open it. The video started playing. The image was a bit shaky, and the lighting was dim, clearly a covert recording. The camera focused on the living room of Li Heng's home. Zhao Peng's arrogant voice came through clearly, accompanied by Su Jia's suppressed sobs. Zhao Peng's threats and the way he ripped Su Jia's clothes. Every detail matched Su Jia's statements perfectly. It was even more excessive and explicit than what Su Jia had described. At the end of the video, there was a scene of Zhao Peng rushing to the shoe cabinet to grab a fruit knife. The video abruptly cut off. The office was dead silent. Only the hum of the computer fan could be heard. Han Qing's chest heaved as she stared at the still image on the screen, unable to speak for a long time. As a woman and a lawyer, the impact of this video on her was immense. After a long while, she finally closed the video and turned to Lin Mo. This case can be defended as not guilty, as you said, for Li Heng. Her conclusion was calm and professional. Not enough. Lin Mo's fingers were tapping on the keyboard, backing up the video to the cloud. Not enough. What do you mean? Li Heng's condition. Lin Mo looked up. The last time you met him, how'd he say he was? Very bad. Han Qing recalled the situation at the time, feeling despondent, almost giving up. What he kept repeating was that he didn't want to implicate his wife. Chapter 35, Lin Mo ignited the whole scene with one sentence. Your wife will take another surname in the future. Version 2. 0. I need to meet him in person. Lin Mo's decision was very decisive. A person who is determined to die cannot defend themselves in court. He needed to reignite the nearly extinguished fire in Li Heng's heart. I need to show him this video, let him know that he is not resisting a thug, but protecting his wife, and he is not wrong. Han Qing looked at him and nodded after a moment. I'll make the contact. She picked up the phone and dialed the detention center's number. After some communication, things were quickly settled. At 2 in the afternoon, a half-hour meeting time. Han Qing hung up the phone. In the afternoon, in the visitation room of the detention center, separated by a thick layer of glass, the cold walls, iron tables and chairs, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Mo and Han Qing sat on one side. Soon, the iron door of the opposite room was opened, and a man wearing a gray prison uniform with a buzz cut was brought in. He lowered his head, walked slowly, and the handcuffs on his wrists made a faint clinking sound with his movements. The man sat down on the other side of the glass wall without raising his head. He looked like a puppet that had been drained of all its spirit. Li Heng? Han Qing picked up the intercom and tentatively called out. The man slowly raised his head. His face was haggard, with deep-set eyes and unkempt stubble, as if all his vitality had been drained in an instant. Lao Han. Li Heng spoke, his voice rough like sandpaper rubbing against wood. Don't say anything. I plead guilty. His hands clenched into fists under the table, knuckles turning white. I just hope they can spare my wife. Han Qing's heart sank suddenly. She had seen desperate clients, but never one so desperate that they actively put a noose around their own necks. What kind of injustice and fear could lie behind this? Li Heng, listen to me. Han Qing picked up the intercom, leaning forward, trying to penetrate that thick glass. It's not what you think. We have crucial evidence. Her emotions were a bit agitated, but Li Heng just numbly shook his head, his eyes hollow without a trace of light. We not only can reduce your sentence, but we can also directly defend you as not guilty. Han Qing glanced at Lin Mo beside her. The specifics, let my assistant tell you. Lin Mo picked up another intercom, not looking at Li Heng, but slowly wiping the microphone. Li Heng, he spoke. His tone is flat, as if he were asking about the weather today. I know what you're worried about. You're worried that if you go in, your wife will have no one to take care of her and will be retaliated against by Zhao Peng and his gang. Li Heng's body stiffened for a moment. You think that going in and getting a 10 or 8-year sentence is protecting her? Lin Mo chuckled lightly. That laughter transmitted through the current carried a chill. You are leaving her alone outside, letting her face that group of scum by herself, while also bearing the label of murderer's family for the rest of her life. Have you thought about how she will live in the future? Li Heng suddenly raised his head, staring hard at Lin Mo. Do you think you are great? Lin Mo did not back down, continuing to press, I tell you, this is cowardly behavior. A man who cannot protect his woman wants to escape by going to prison. What kind of thing are you? You. Li Hang's chest heaved violently. The handcuffs on his hands clashed against the iron table with a crisp sound. Don't get agitated. Lin Mo raised the old phone with a cracked screen, pressing it against the glass, screen facing Li Hang. We have already obtained crucial evidence. How Zhao Peng threatened her that night. How he forcibly tore her clothes. It is all clearly captured in here. This guy actually brought his phone? Han Qing was shocked in her heart, but did not speak to stop it. Not only that, Lin Mo put down the phone. The two brothers who helped you film, Zhang Chong and Li Wei, have already agreed to testify. We can not only get you acquitted, but also pursue criminal responsibility for those two. Illegal trespassing, attempted extortion, plus perjury, enough for them to drink a pot of soup. Li Hang's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Lin Mo, then at the phone in his hand. His lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Hope, like a strong light, suddenly pierced through the high wall he had built with despair. The most critical thing for you now is to protect yourself. Don't have those negative thoughts of waiting to die anymore. Lin Mo's tone became heavier. In your current state, you won't make the right choices in court. When the judge asks you questions, are you still going to say, I killed the person, I plead guilty? You need to stand up and clearly state everything that happened that night in court. For yourself, and more importantly, for your wife. Lin Mo leaned forward, close to the intercom, enunciating every word. You waste a second here in despair, and that S letting her suffer one more second outside. Li Hang's eyes turned red in an instant. He looked at the young lawyer assistant on the other side of the glass wall, the person who had just scolded him mercilessly, but at this moment gave him the only light. He nodded heavily. After leaving the detention center, the atmosphere in the car remained heavy. The next destination was Li Hang's home. The door was opened by Su Jia. She looked even more haggard than the last time they met, wearing a loose nightgown, her hair casually tied up, and dark circles under her eyes. The curtains in the room were tightly closed, blocking out any light, and the air was filled with a suffocating smell. Upon seeing them, Su Jia's body instinctively shrank back. Lawyer Han, Assistant Lin, we just met with Li Hang. Han Qing spoke first, trying to soften her tone. Mentioning her husband's name brought tears to Su Jia's eyes. Is he okay? Yes, fine. Just very worried about you. Han Qing helped her sit down on the sofa. We came today to tell you some good news. Lin Mo didn't have the patience for small talk. He directly took out the phone from his briefcase. Su Jia, your husband hasn't given up. Now, we need your cooperation. He briefly recounted the content of the video on the phone, including Zhang Chong and Li Wei agreeing to testify. We have video evidence that can 100% prove Li Hang acted in self-defense. Those two thugs will also testify against Zhao Peng's crimes. However, this is still not enough. Lin Mo looked at her. The judge needs to hear your voice. As the only party involved, your testimony is crucial. You need to tell them everything that happened that day. Su Jia's face instantly lost all color. Testify. Chapter 36. The process doesn't comply with regulations? Don't worry about it, I said, in front of everyone, repeating that most humiliating and unbearable thing over and over. I can't. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. I can't do it. It's too embarrassing. Embarrassing? Lin Mo retorted. Is it your fault? You are the victim. The one who should feel ashamed is the deceased Zhao Peng and those two accomplices. But you can't. And Li Hang will have to stay inside for a lifetime. Lin Mo interrupted her. He fought desperately to protect you. Not so you could hide behind and cry. Do you want him to end up with a murder charge because of you? He paused, looking at the woman's pale face, delivering the final blow. Do you want your future children to ask where their dad is, and you tell them, Dad is in prison? No. Su Jia finally broke down. She hugged her head, letting out a suppressed sob. The sound of crying echoed in the dimly lit living room. After a long while, she raised her head, tears in her eyes, but there was something different in those eyes. It was hatred and the courage born from despair. I will testify. In the car back to the law firm, Han Qing was driving. Looking at the rapidly retreating street scenery, her mood was complicated. The two most critical aspects of the case have been resolved by Lin Mo in an almost brutal manner. This guy is simply a born psychological manipulator. She turned her head to glance at Lin Mo in the passenger seat. He was leaning back against the chair, looking out the window, his face devoid of the relaxation that usually comes after solving a problem, instead carrying a kind of inexplicable melancholy. Just then, Lin Weiguo suddenly turned his head. Han, can I ask you something? In our country, how can a freshman get a lawyer's professional qualification certificate? Han Qing raised her eyebrows. The atmosphere in the car instantly switched from a legal drama to some strange channel. What on earth is this kid thinking? After just finishing such a difficult psychological battle, he was actually thinking about this? She smoothly stopped the car at a red light, turned to seriously assess Lin Weiguo. His expression didn't seem like a joke. He was genuinely confused. According to regulations, university students must have 1 year's internship experience in a law firm to take the qualification exam. Han Qing's tone was firm. This is a mandatory rule, with no exceptions. Oh. Lin Weiguo elongated his tone, nodding thoughtfully, then turned to look out the window again. 1 year of internship experience. That really is a hassle. The green light lit up. Han Qing restarted the car, but the question marks in her mind grew larger. She stepped on the gas, merging into the traffic. Why are you asking this? Lin Weiguo leaned back in the passenger seat, looking at Han Qing. Isn't that troublesome? He spread his hands. His tone is relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Bringing you along every time to handle a case is a bit restrictive. Han Qing tightened her grip on the steering wheel. This kid speaks about violations as if it's as natural as not bringing toilet paper to the bathroom. She didn't immediately retort. The silence in the car was prolonged by the red light. There are ways, but it's not easy. Han Qing's gaze fell on the traffic ahead. It just depends on whether you can make it happen. Lin Weiguo immediately sat up straight, like a cat that caught a whiff of fish. Then tell me, in the capital, starting your own law firm. When Han Qing said this, she felt it was somewhat absurd, but you should know this is the capital. Trying to handle all the procedures here is not as simple as you think. As soon as Lin Weiguo heard this, his body relaxed again, leaning back against the chair. I assent that a coincidence. He was secretly delighted, but his face remained expressionless. I can't do it, but that doesn't mean my roommate can't. Start a law firm, and then he pressed on. Han Qing glanced at him. This guy who had just pushed someone to the brink in a detention center now looked like an ordinary college student full of curiosity about the future. But is he ordinary? Those two accomplices that even the police couldn't handle were easily pried open by him, and they voluntarily provided evidence. For the first time, Han Qing felt an uncontrollable sensation rise in her heart. Yes, definitely not simple. There is a very special regulation in the laws of our country. Han Qing refocused on driving. If you're a founding partner or major shareholder of a law firm and possess the relevant qualifications, then within the first year of the firm's establishment, even if you personally have not obtained the lawyer's professional qualification certificate, you can still represent cases. She paused, adding, but this is just a transitional policy meant to support new law firms. If within a year you still haven't obtained the professional qualification certificate, the firm's representation qualification will be immediately revoked, and you will face penalties. I understand, but now we need to go to the court to find the judge regarding the Lineage case. Han Qing was puzzled. Does this kid have such a long thought process? But she didn't say much and went straight to the court. Upon arriving at the court, they directly found Judge Li. Who exactly are you looking for? What can be clarified on the way? Han Qing finally couldn't help but speak up. Her profession told her that privately contacting a judge is a big taboo. You'll know when you see. Lin Weiguo didn't look back, his voice carrying a hint of light-hearted laughter. He stopped in front of an office door. Just as it opened, an tired-looking middle-aged man with glasses walked out. Lin Weiguo's eyes instantly lit up. Judge Li, what a coincidence. We meet again. He warmly approached, smiling like a silly kid asking for candy from a neighbor. The man referred to as Judge Li recognized Lin Weiguo and immediately replaced his fatigue with a high level of vigilance. He subtly stepped back half a step, creating a bit of safety distance. He was very familiar with this kid's face. Last time during that rape case, as the presiding judge, he watched Lin Weiguo, this assistant lawyer, send the plaintiff inside. Let us get to the point. I have a bunch of files waiting to be reviewed. Judge Li's tone was very formulaic, but his gaze was flickering between Lin Weiguo and Han Qing, trying to glean some hints from Han Qing, the official lawyer. It's like this, Judge Li. Lin Weiguo retracted his smile, his expression becoming serious. Regarding the Lineage case, we as the defense have new developments. We found clues that the plaintiff has two accomplices, and the three of them collectively committed acts that directly led to Li Heng's actions. This involves the core classification of the case. So we specifically came to consult you on how to handle this situation. Judge Li's heart sank. Sure enough, this kid never brings good news. New clues. And it involves two accomplices? How complicated is this case going to become? He just wanted to close the case quickly, not wanting any more complications. Since it's new evidence, can't you submit it directly in court? There's no need to specifically come find me. Judge Li waved his hand impatiently, trying to kick the ball back. But doesn't that go against regulations? Lin Mo asked with a puzzled expression. We're the defense attorneys for the accused, and making accusations against outside parties and the prosecution South parties directly in court. Isn't that a bit non-compliant? As for the prosecution, Chapter 37, don't panic. My roommate is the son of a billionaire and a political brain. He deliberately spoke in a fragmented manner, like a law student truly grappling with a procedural problem. Upon hearing this, Judge Li became resolute. He knew this guy's style too well. If he let him hold on to procedural issues today, who knows what tricks he could pull in court later. If he applied for a suspension of the trial and demanded a separate case handling, this one case would have to be split into two, or even more. Wouldn't that double his workload? Choosing the lesser of two evils. No problem. Judge Li interrupted him firmly, since this incident stemmed from the same event. It falls under related cases, and handling them together would be more efficient. You can directly accuse in court, and I will have the prosecution follow up. All right, I have a meeting, I'm leaving. After saying that, Judge Li nearly fled the scene, waving his hand and disappearing down the corridor in a hurry. Lin Mo watched his back, satisfied, turned around, and smiled at the still-stunned Han Qing. Let's go, Lawyer Han, it's done. Take me back to school. Han Qing silently stared at him. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized. Lin Mo wasn't here to seek advice. He had clearly exploited Judge Li's aversion to trouble and his own notorious reputation as a courtroom disruptor to force the judge into granting him a procedural privilege. The car slowly stopped at the entrance of the university town. Lin Mo pushed open the car door, stepped out with one leg, then turned back. Thanks, Boss Han. He waved at her and turned to walk toward the school gate, his figure disappearing among the throngs of young students. Han Qing stared at his back, not starting the car for a long time. What does this guy really want? Dormitory 404. Lin Mo pushed open the door, and a familiar smell mixed with instant noodles, sweat, and hormones rushed over him. The dormitory was as usual, 3 people, 3 worlds. Near the balcony, Lu Heng wore gaming headphones, sitting in a pricey gaming chair, his fingers tapping away on a mechanical keyboard, cursing energetically. Damn, can the support play? Can they? I told you to protect me, and you blinked in to give away a kill? On the other side, Chun Mai's desk was piled high with books, the light from the desk lamp enveloping him. He wore black-framed glasses and was immersed in a thick commercial law book. The sound of his pen scratching across the paper forming the only noise in this corner. Meanwhile, Zhou Shubai lay on his bed, relaxed, holding a slightly dog-eared copy of In the Name of the People, engrossed in reading, completely oblivious to the external commotion. Lin Mo surveyed the room, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. One is wealthy, one is diligent, one is smart. Perfect. He walked to the center of the dormitory, cleared his throat, and spoke in a voice that wasn't loud but just enough to penetrate the sounds of keyboard tapping and paper rustling. Hey guys. Lu Heng's game character just died. The screen turned gray, and he irritably took off his headphones. Chun Mai paused his writing. Zhou Shubai slowly shifted his gaze from the text. 3 pairs of eyes focused on Lin Mo. First, look over here, don't get busy yet. Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm pond, instantly breaking the existing 3 worlds of Dormitory 404. Lu Heng had just died in the game. The screen dull, and he irritably tossed his headphones onto the desk with a thud. What is up? Summoning spirits? On the other side, Chun Mai's pen paused on the paper, leaving a heavy ink blot. Zhou Shubai, reading on the bed, pinched the page, his gaze slowly shifting from the text. 3 distinctly different looks converged on Lin Mo in the center of the dormitory. Are you interested in joining me for a big venture? Lin Mo surveyed the three, a playful smile on his lips. Let's start a business. How about it? The dormitory fell into a brief silence. The air seemed to freeze. Lu Heng dug at his ears, doubting he had heard wrong. Start a business? Are you crazy? Are we going to stick film under the overpass or sell hand-grab pancakes in the cafeteria? Chunmai adjusted his glasses, saying nothing, but his tightly furrowed brow indicated his stance. Crazy? Mo must be insane. Mo, are you sure? Zhou Xiubai closed the "in the name of the people" in his hands, sitting up from the bed. He was usually composed, but his face was now filled with confusion. We're all still college students. Can we really do it? He looked around. Just you? And you can actually contribute. The three of us going in? We'd probably just be a liability. How could that be? Lin Mo pulled over a chair and sat down confidently. I'm planning to start a law firm. Boom. That word had 100 times the impact of the phrase start business. Lu Heng stood up directly from his gaming chair. A law firm? Lin Mo, did you get your head caught in the door when you left today? We haven't even graduated yet. That's why I need you guys. Lin Mo's gaze swept over each person. He looked at Lu Heng. Old Lu, your family is wealthy. Then at Zhou Xiubai, old Zhou, you have connections and brains. Finally, his gaze landed on the most silent Chunmai. Chunmai's body instinctively tensed. And me? He finally spoke, his voice low, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. I have nothing. Wouldn't I just be a burden? That familiar feeling of inferiority wrapped around his heart like a vine. Lu Heng suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had heard the funniest joke. No worries, we're just discussing. He casually threw an arm around Chunmai's shoulders, saying it would be fine if he took a smaller share later. I oppose. Zhou Xiubai's voice was quiet, yet exceptionally clear. He stood up, walked to the table, his expression serious. This isn't about how much share one gets. If we're to partner, the first thing to clarify is the equity distribution. That is the foundation. The relaxed atmosphere in the dormitory instantly vanished, replaced by a tense air akin to a business negotiation. Everyone's gaze returned to Lin Mo. He was the initiator of this crazy plan, and now the ball was in his court. Lin Mo intertwined his fingers, resting them on his knees, leaning slightly forward. The equity structure, I have already thought it through. He lifted his head, calmly announcing, personally, I will contribute my skills and must hold 51 of the absolute controlling stake. Silence. Dead silence. 51. This number weighed heavily like a mountain on everyone's hearts. It meant that this future law firm would be Lin Mo's alone. The playful grin vanished from Lu Heng's face, and he furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of this figure. Chunmai lowered his head, nervously picking at the seams of his pants. Sure enough, I am nothing. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, Zhou Xiubai suddenly spoke. You hold utvenig. I have no objections. Everyone looked at him. Zhou Xiubai adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharp and calm behind the lenses. Then today, I'll play the villain and distribute the remaining equity. He extended his finger. Mo is the core and soul of the entire firm. He takes 51, and that is only right. Any objections? Chapter 38 National Live Broadcast. Lin Mo's gamble on the first case of justifiable defense. Is it glory or imprisonment? Lu Heng and Chunmai instinctively shook their heads. Very good. Zhou Xiubai continued. Old Lu, your family background is the best. So you'll be responsible for all the initial funding, taking a 20 equity stake. He turned to himself. I will handle all the procedures, connections, and resources. Also taking a 20 equity stake. Finally, his gaze landed on Chunmai. Chunmai, you will contribute human resources, taking a 9 equity stake. Zhou Xiubai spoke steadily, with clear logic, breaking down a complex business model succinctly. Does anyone have any objections to this distribution plan? I do. Chunmai suddenly raised his head, his face turning red. I can't help at all. I can't take equity. This is unfair. He waved his hands anxiously. This isn't fair. Lu Heng suddenly reached out and slapped Chunmai's shoulder heavily. Fairness my ass. He glared. Do you think we need your little money? In the 404 dormitory. We may not be blood brothers, but we should at least have this bit of loyalty, right? He grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Besides, if we're gaming in the future and you pour me a glass of water, that counts as human resource equity. Chunmai was stunned, his eyes suddenly feeling a bit warm. Then it settled. Lin Mo clapped the armrest of his chair, stood up, and concluded this equity meeting in the dormitory.
Make sure to rest up. His gaze swept over everyone as he began assigning tasks. Old Joe, you are responsible for handling all the procedures to open the law firm.
Old Liu, you are in charge of securing the office space and funds. He finally looked at Shenmei. Shenmei, you'll have to work hard and follow those two for a few days. Lin Mo's words paused suddenly, as if he thought of something, and he changed his tone. Forget it, don't follow them. He pointed to the door. You should go register at a driving school and learn to drive. In the future, you'll be our chief partner at 404 Law Firm and also our full-time driver. The next day, Lin Mo arrived punctually at Qing Law Firm. He reached for the door, but it was pulled open from the inside. It was Wu Tian, and the two almost collided. When Wu Tian saw him, her face instantly froze, and she glared at him fiercely, sidestepping past him without saying a word. This girl is in a bad mood today. Lin Mo rubbed his nose and walked into the office. Han Qing was already there, standing in front of the filing cabinet, categorizing stacks of documents into boxes. It looked less like organizing and more like moving. Han lawyer, what are you doing? Is the firm going bankrupt and you're preparing to run away? Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe, teasingly. Han Qing didn't turn around, her hands still working. Aren't you the one planning to run away? Lin Mo's smile froze on his face. Does this woman have eyes in the back of her head? How does she know everything? Too smart a woman is hard to marry off. He cleared his throat and avoided the topic. Han Qing turned around, placed a sealed box on the floor, and looked at him. So, is your law firm all set up? Almost, Lin Mo admitted calmly. My roommates are all potential stocks. He walked in front of Han Qing and bent down to pick up an empty box. Once this Li Hang case is over,
My law firm should be able to open. He paused, looking at Han Qing with a slight smirk. Why not consider it Han lawyer? Following me.
I guarantee it will be more promising than sticking to this old, broken place. Han Qing's movements paused for a moment. She looked at the assistant in front of her, who was almost 10 years younger, and for the first time saw ambition in his face that was unrelated to jokes. Let's talk about it later. She shifted her gaze, her tone returning to its usual calmness. First, think about how to handle tomorrow's case. She picked up a document from the desk and handed it over. The prosecution has applied for a live trial, and the court has approved it. Lin Mo took the document, glanced at it, and instead of feeling nervous, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Live broadcast is great. He tossed the document back onto the desk. The whole country should see what true, justifiable defense looks like. This is going to be even more fun. The pressure is on the judge now. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. Lin Mo stuffed his hands into his pockets, watching the presiding judge to see if he dares to strike down the gavel on this first justifiable defense case in the country under pressure. He spoke lightly, as if discussing something irrelevant to himself. If we win, this case will go into textbooks as a guiding case. We will become famous. Han Qing fell silent. She understood better than Lin Mo how great the resistance would be to achieve an acquittal under the current judicial environment, especially with nationwide live broadcasting. This was not just a lawsuit, it was a war. Now let's do it this way. After a long pause, she spoke. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. In the afternoon, Lin Mo returned to school. It was still that lecture hall, still the commercial law class, and still the meticulous professor Lu Shi teaching. The essence of commercial law is to seek maximum benefits within the boundaries of rules. It acknowledges human nature's pursuit of profit and attempts to restrain it. The voice at the podium was steady and clear, but for Lin Mo, this theoretical knowledge had become somewhat dull. He leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen, and his thoughts had already drifted to tomorrow's court. This time, Professor Lu Shi did not call his name again, nor did he even glance at his corner. Sunlight outside the window filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the desk. Time flew by quickly. Before he knew it, it was Wednesday. Inside Qing Law Firm. Han Qing was dressed in a lawyer's robe, her hair neatly pinned back. Lin Mo also changed into formal attire, although not as impressive as Han Qing's lawyer's robe. He still looked quite sharp. The two stood side by side, ready for action. The entrance of the Intermediate People's Court was solemn and imposing. The air was filled with a unique coldness associated with the law. Han Qing had just stepped out of the car, and the sound of her high heels clicking on the ground echoed crisply. She adjusted her lawyer's robe, her movements precise. Just then, a middle-aged man in a prosecution uniform walked over. Lawyer Han. The man wore a mask of procedural politeness, but beneath it lay a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Don't be so nervous. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret they both understood. We also know that Li Hang's case is understandable. But the law is stipulated this way, and as legal practitioners, we should be clear about that. Han Qing looked at him. Understandable, but the charges are valid. Chapter 39, a 7-year sentence? You don't get to decide. This is the result they want to see. A tragic, happy ending for all. A week ago, if you had said this to me, I might have agreed. Han Qing's voice was steady, but now, in this case, in this courtroom, I will plead not guilty for my client. The expression on the prosecutor's face froze. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to remind her of the serious consequences of her actions. However, he didn't have time to speak. Lawyer, it's lawyer Han Qing. A group of reporters armed with cameras swarmed in from all directions like sharks sensing blood, surrounding them completely. Flashlights went off wildly, illuminating Han Qing's face to a pale hue. Lawyer Han, what do you think about this incident? Do you believe Li Hang committed murder intentionally, or was it excessive self-defense? Facing the prosecution's charges, do you have confidence in securing a reduced sentence for your client? One sharp question after another shot at her like bullets. Han Qing instinctively took a step back. She was used to the verbal sparring in court, but had never faced such a media onslaught. Her composure began to crack for the first time. These people are not here to seek the truth. They are here to create a sensational story. Lin Weiguo stood behind her, watching Han Qing being pushed back by the reporters. Talking law with these people is less effective than simply giving them the headline they want. He stepped forward, placing himself entirely in front of Han Qing. This abrupt and resolute move brought a momentary silence to the noisy scene. All cameras focused on this young and unfamiliar face. Fellow reporters. Lin Weiguo's voice was not loud, but clearly reached every microphone. I am Han Qing's assistant, Lin Weiguo. He scanned the crowd, even wearing a polite smile. Thank you all for your attention to our client, Li Hang. Here, I want to clarify one point. He paused to ensure everyone's attention was on him. Our client, Li Hang, did not commit murder, nor was it excessive self-defense. His words were clear and precise. We are here today, not to seek a reduced sentence, but to plead not guilty. The whole world fell silent for 3 seconds. The reporters seemed to have their brains crash. Not guilty plea? This was a script none of them had anticipated. Before anyone could react, Lin Weiguo had already grabbed Han Qing's wrist and pushed through the crowd. Thank you, everyone. He pulled the still-dazed Han Qing quickly into the courthouse, completely isolating them from the uproar and flashing lights behind. Inside the courtroom, it was spacious and quiet. Staff were adjusting several brand-new cameras, their red indicator lights blinking. Live courtroom trial across the nation. These words silently heightened the sense of pressure inside the courtroom. Han Qing broke free from Lin Weiguo's grip, her chest heaving, clearly still unsettled from the earlier shock. Lin Weiguo, do you know what you just said? Of course. Lin Weiguo straightened his suit and tie, looking innocent, speaking honestly. You. Han Qing had a word stuck in her throat, unable to voice it. What does this guy think the courtroom is? A press conference? He has cut off all our retreat options. She and Lin Weiguo were unaware. In those brief seconds, a massive wave had already risen in the online world. Major news portals pushed the live video from earlier at lightning speed. Beijing fruit vendor murder case, defendant's lawyer claims not guilty plea. This term shot up the trending topics list like a rocket. The online waiting number for the live trial had already exceeded 5 million before it officially started, and it was still growing at a terrifying speed. The comments were already in chaos. Wow, not guilty plea? Is this lawyer crazy? He killed someone. How could he possibly be not guilty? Upstairs, do you understand? Haven't you read the news? That was a husband protecting his wife. That bastard deserves to die. That being said, killing someone is still killing someone. Legally, it's impossible to be found not guilty. At most, it would be a reduced sentence for excessive self-defense. Who was that guy speaking just now? So handsome. Is he the lead defense lawyer? He seems way more imposing than the female lawyer next to him. That's an assistant. An assistant dared to say such things at the courthouse? Qing the law firm must be desperate for fame. Support the not guilty plea. If protecting family leads to a sentence, then who does the law protect? Waiting for the result, I bet a bag of spicy strips, there is absolutely no way it will be not guilty. If he is found not guilty, I'll live stream eating my keyboard. If this case can be won as not guilty, it would definitely be a milestone in our judicial history. This assistant, named Lin Mo, will either become a legend or drag the law firm down with him. In the courtroom, Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, even taking the time to smile at the technician adjusting the equipment. Han Qing sat beside him, her hands clenched into fists under the table. The air in the courtroom was cold and heavy. Before long, several people in prosecutor uniforms entered through a side door, taking their seats at the prosecution table. The middle-aged man at the forefront was the same prosecutor who had briefed Han Qing at the entrance. He merely nodded expressionlessly at Lin Mo and Han Qing before lowering his head to organize the documents in front of him. Buzz, with a faint sound of electricity. All the camera red lights turned on simultaneously. The live broadcast began. The clerk stood up, expressionless, scanning the room. Next, the court rules will be announced. The cold, procedural voice echoed solemnly in the courtroom. Bang! The gavel struck, crisp and decisive. The presiding judge's gaze swept across the courtroom, finally landing on the defendant's seat. Court is now in session, verifying the identity of the parties, announcing the case, informing of litigation rights. The process moved swiftly. The presiding judge looked at both the prosecution and defense tables. Do both parties request a recusal? The prosecutor stood up. No request. Han Qing also stood. No request. Next, the prosecution will read the indictment, briefly outlining the litigation request and reasons. The prosecutor stood, opened the document in front of him, his voice clear, calm, and devoid of any emotion. The defendant, Li Heng, on the evening of date, around 10 o'clock at his home, due to a dispute, stabbed the victim, Zhao Peng, in the abdomen with a fruit knife, causing excessive blood loss and death. His speech was not fast, but each word was like a nail, driving into the hearts of everyone present. According to forensic evaluation, the victim, Zhao Peng, died from a ruptured abdominal aorta caused by a single-edged sharp weapon, leading to acute blood loss and subsequent hypovolemic shock. He picked up a piece of evidence and displayed it. The physical evidence is a fruit knife retrieved from the crime scene, with a blade length of 12 centimeters, showing blood traces of the victim, Zhao Peng, and fingerprints of the defendant, Li Heng. There are also forensic autopsy reports and scene examination records as supporting evidence. The entire courtroom could hear only his voice. The defendant, Li Heng, directly caused the serious consequence of the victim's death. We believe his actions have significant suspicions of excessive self-defense, considering the criminal circumstances and social harm. We recommend sentencing the defendant to 7 years in prison. He closed the document and adjusted his glasses. Chapter 40 Live Video Presentation. Prosecutor, objection. Judge, objection denied. Our statement is complete. 7 years. These two words made Su Jia, the wife of Li Heng in the audience, tremble violently, almost sliding off her seat. The courtroom fell into dead silence. The presiding judge's gaze shifted to the defense table. The defendant's side may now present their statement. Han Qing's hands, tucked under the table, were clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Here it comes. There is no retreat. Lin Mo, beside her, leaned back slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, as if keeping a rhythm. Han Qing stood up. At that moment, more than 8 million viewers in the nationwide live broadcast, countless reporters, and everyone in the courtroom focused their attention on her. She spoke, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tension. Your Honor, we believe that the actions of the defendant Li Heng do not constitute excessive self-defense, nor do they constitute any crime at all. This statement instantly furrowed the brow of the prosecutor at the prosecution table. The reasons are as follows. Han Qing's voice gradually steadied, growing more resolute. First, from a subjective perspective, the defendant Li Heng had no direct or indirect intent to kill. His sole purpose was to protect his wife, who was suffering unlawful harm. This is the most basic human instinct and the bottom line that the law should protect. She turned to point at the evidence. That deadly fruit knife was not held by my client, but was forcefully seized from the assailant, Zhao Peng. His intention was merely to seize the knife for self-defense and to stop the ongoing attack. He could not have foreseen the serious consequence of the other party's death. Second, the defendant Li Heng deeply regrets the result of Zhao Peng's death. However, his actions fall under typical self-defense, not the excessive self-defense as claimed by the prosecution. Third, regarding the prosecution's autopsy report, which found multiple minor scratches on the right hand of the deceased on the inner sides of the index and middle fingers, with neat edges and varying shapes, we have a different conclusion. The injuries were self-inflicted by Zhao Peng, consistent with the characteristics of grasping a sharp blade. Fourth, my client's wife states that the deceased, Zhao Peng, first picked up the fruit knife and posed a lethal threat to my client, who, under duress, seized the knife for self-defense. Han Qing's speech quickened, her logical chain clear and sharp. We believe that my client's actions fully comply with Article 20, Clause 3 of the criminal law, when taking defensive actions against ongoing violent crimes that severely threaten personal safety, such as murder, robbery, rape, and kidnapping, resulting in injury or death of the unlawful assailant. It does not constitute excessive self-defense and carries no criminal liability. She paused, staring directly at the presiding judge. In a critical moment where a wife might suffer humiliation, can the law still demand that a husband calmly calculate whether his defense might be excessive? Should he just watch a tragedy unfold and then seek the so-called legal remedy? This series of rhetorical questions resonated powerfully. The prosecutor's expression turned somewhat grim. Han Qing did not give him any chance to catch his breath. In summary, we request the court to acquit my client Li Heng. Boom, acquitted. These two words, spoken from her lips, carried 10 times the impact of Lin Mo's statement at the courthouse entrance. The atmosphere in the entire courtroom froze to a standstill. However, it was not over yet. Han Qing took a deep breath, shifting her focus to a direction that everyone had overlooked. At the same time, she slammed her hand on the table. Smack! We hereby pursue the criminal liability of the other two witnesses and suspects in this case, Zhang Chong, Li Wei, and the deceased Zhao Peng, for the crimes of illegal entry into a residence, extortion, and rape. Han Qing sat down, her chest rising and falling slightly. The entire courtroom was silent. Han Qing's voice echoed in the courtroom, like a boulder thrown into a deep pool, with ripples rapidly expanding. The prosecutor suddenly stood up, his face revealing unabashed shock and anger. Han Qing ignored him and turned to the presiding judge, continuing her statement. My client's wife, Ms. Su Jia, can testify personally. On the night of the incident, the deceased Zhao Peng, together with Zhang Chong and Li Wei, forcibly broke into my client's private residence without consent. Her voice was clear and calm, each word like a scalpel, precisely exposing another layer of the case. They not only committed extortion, but Zhao Peng also severely violated Ms. Su Ji. During this process, Zhang Chong and Li Wei were present, and instead of stopping it, they recorded it on their phones, making them indisputable accomplices. Recording? Their essay recording? This case is getting more thrilling. The live chat exploded instantly, with online viewers surpassing 10 million. Based on the fact that Zhang Chong and Li Wei took the initiative to provide key evidence to us after the incident and expressed deep remorse. We respectfully request the court to consider their remorseful attitude when pursuing their criminal liability and to impose a lighter sentence. This move caught everyone off guard. After finishing her statement, Han Qing took out a USB drive from her file bag and handed it to the court officer with both hands. Your Honor, this is our newly submitted evidence. The contents of the on-site video provided by Zhang Chong and Li Wei. The court officer took the USB drive and quickly presented it to the presiding judge. I object. The prosecutor's voice suddenly rose, claiming that the defense presented evidence of unknown origin, seriously violating litigation procedures. I request the court to dismiss it. He was agitated, completely caught off guard. The presiding judge tapped his finger on the table, glanced at the USB drive, then looked up at the nearby, flashing red camera. National live broadcast. Procedural justice is more important than anything else, but the truth is more important than procedure. He set down the USB drive, his gaze shifting to the prosecutor, his tone calm yet authoritative. Objection denied. The prosecutor's expression froze on his face. Play the evidence in court. The presiding judge ordered the court clerk. The technical staff quickly operated, and on a large screen in front of the courtroom, the image flickered as a shaky mobile video began to play. The video had been processed, with Ms. Su Jia's face and key body parts pixelated. Nevertheless, the content of the video was still chilling. In the footage, Zhang Chang and Li Wei's arrogant laughter could be heard, along with Zhao Peng's menacing face as he pinned Su Jia against the wall. Pay up. Otherwise, I'll let your husband see how moist his wife can be today. Hee hee, this little woman has pretty fair skin. Chapter 41 Prosecution. He had subjective intent. The foul language, accompanied by Su Jia's desperate struggles and cries, echoed clearly throughout the courtroom. In the spectator area, Su Jia could no longer hold on, letting out a suppressed sob, burying herself in the embrace of Li Hang's parents, her body shaking violently. The video continued to play. Li Hang rushed into the frame, smashing a bench onto Zhao Peng's head. The camera shook violently, capturing only the blur of figures. Next, Zhao Peng was seen grabbing a fruit knife by the shoe cabinet. In the moment, Li Hang seized the knife. At this point, the expression of the prosecution lawyer had turned extremely grim. As the video finished, the screen went dark. The entire courtroom fell into a deathly silence. The presiding judge broke the silence, turning to the prosecution. Prosecution, do you have any questions regarding this new evidence? The prosecution lawyer adjusted his glasses, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that the charges of extortion and illegal entry had basically been solidified, but he had to defend the last line of defense, intentional homicide, or at least excessive self-defense. Defense lawyer, hello. He stood up, his gaze piercing, directly confronting Han Qing. In the evidence you submitted, we can clearly see that after the defendant Li Hang seized the fruit knife, the victim Zhao Peng had already lost the weapon, and the direct life threat to the defendant and his wife had been eliminated in that moment. He emphasized his tone, but after that, the defendant Li Hang still attacked the victim with a knife, ultimately leading to his death. This action has exceeded the necessary limits of preventing unlawful infringement, and is a clear case of excessive self-defense. There is even reason to suspect that this was a retaliatory act driven by loss of reason. Its nature constitutes intentional injury, resulting in death. Han Qing was about to stand up to refute, but a hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. It was Lin Weiguo. He had adjusted into the most comfortable sitting posture, as if watching a movie unrelated to himself. Here it comes, the classic God's eye perspective on judging cases. Sitting in an air-conditioned room, expecting someone who has just experienced a life-and-death struggle to instantly switch to a calm legal scholar. Lin Weiguo pressed Han Qing down and stood up himself. He didn't look at the prosecution lawyer, but directed his gaze towards the presiding judge, his face even carrying a hint of curiosity. Your Honor, I would like to ask the prosecution. Everyone's attention focused on the young assistant. The prosecution lawyer just mentioned that the direct life threat has been eliminated. How was this conclusion reached? Lin Weiguo spoke slowly, yet with a unique penetrating power. Was it determined by the naked eye? The prosecution lawyer frowned. It's very clear in the video. The knife has been taken away by the defendant. Oh, the knife was taken away. Lin Weiguo nodded, like a humble student seeking knowledge. And then, in the video, was Zhao Peng, unarmed, still lunging at my client and his wife? Was his size and aggression still present? He extended a finger. A man standing at 185 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, in a state of extreme anger and violence, even unarmed. Does that not constitute a serious threat to personal safety through violent crime against an ordinary person? Den Montag smiedet. Or should I say, according to the prosecution standards, only someone holding a knife is considered a threat, while a fist becomes a friendly physical interaction. You are changing the concept. The prosecution lawyer's voice suddenly amplified. I am not. Lin Weiguo spread his hands, looking innocent. I am merely stating a fact. A thug who just put a knife to your wife's neck and threatened to kill you, after you seized the knife, still crazily lunged at you. May I ask, prosecution lawyer, what would you do at this moment? He locked eyes with the other party. Would you drop the knife and engage in a fair, one-on-one boxing match with him? The prosecution lawyer was rendered speechless, his face turning red. Even if retaliation is necessary, one should not continue to use a weapon. The defendant's actions, subjectively, already had the intent to kill the victim. Allowing it? Lin Weiguo seemed to have her a joke. A husband protecting his wife from being violated. This is called? He stepped forward, his body slightly leaning forward, his entire aura suddenly becoming extremely oppressive. So can I understand that, in the prosecution's view, my client Li Hang's most legal choice at that time was to throw away the knife and then be beaten to death here by Zhao Peng and his two accomplices? Or perhaps just watch his wife be humiliated by Zhao Peng? Lin Mo's voice resonated powerfully in the silent courtroom. Which of these do you want to see as appropriate self-defense? The prosecution lawyer's face turned crimson, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Lin Mo. You are inciting emotions, misleading the court. He slammed the table. Your Honor, I strongly protest the inappropriate remarks of the defense lawyer's assistant. He is deliberately distorting the facts and inciting public sentiment. Bang! The gavel fell heavily. Silence. The presiding judge's voice thundered. Prosecutor, please pay attention to courtroom discipline. Your Honor, the prosecution lawyer was clearly enraged. The defense assistant's comments completely deviated from the objective facts. He is using hypothetical emotional rhetoric to confuse the truth. This seriously violates the basic rules of courtroom debate. Lin Mo did not sit down, but stepped forward. Prosecutor, I am very curious. Which of my statements just now do you consider hypothetical? His tone was eerily calm. Zhao Peng is 185 meters tall and weighs 210 pounds. This is data from the autopsy report. He lunged at my client after the knife was taken away. As clearly shown in the video, you say I am inciting emotions? Then let me ask you, if today the person sitting in the defendant's seat were not Li Hang, but your son or daughter who had to retaliate to protect their family, would you still say this is excessive self-defense? I object. The prosecution lawyer shouted hoarsely. This is typical sophistry. Objecting to what? Lin Mo turned to the presiding judge. Are you objecting to me asking if he has family? Or are you objecting to me asking him to put himself in their shoes? The presiding judge frowned and tapped the gavel. Defense assistant, please be mindful of your words. Prosecutor, please sit down. The prosecution lawyer reluctantly sat down, but continued to glare at Lin Mo. Since the prosecution lawyer insists that my client is excessive self-defense, then I would like to ask, by your standards, what kind of retaliation would be considered appropriate? Chapter 42, National Live Broadcast of a Major Social Death Scene. Prosecutor left speechless in court. Is it surrendering to resistance? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but echoed in the courtroom. Or should a husband watch his wife being violated and then calmly call the police, waiting for a procedural justice that may never arrive on time? He took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the prosecution stand. You once swore to uphold the law, prosecutor. Moreover, you represent the prosecution of the Dragon Country, the judicial system of this nation. Please be mindful of your words and actions. Now, this is a national live broadcast. He did not say this last sentence out loud, but every word felt like a branding iron, searing into the prosecutor's face. The prosecutor suddenly realized a chill running down his back. Damn, I forgot this was a live trial. He had been caught up in the moment and completely led astray by Lin Mo, forgetting that every expression and every word of his was being watched by millions of viewers. The presiding judge's voice timely broke the deadlock. Prosecution, do you have anything to add? This question provided the prosecutor with a way out. He adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to regain composure, and his mood gradually stabilized. He pushed up his glasses and steadied himself. Your Honor, the defense assistant's remarks are filled with incitement, but they cannot change the core facts of this case. He flipped through the case files, his finger pointing to one page. According to our country's past relevant precedents, combined with the evidence in this case, we still insist that the defendant Li Hang's actions amounted to excessive self-defense. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing past Lin Mo, directly targeting the defendant Li Hang. His retaliatory action after seizing the knife, subjectively, showed an intent to let the victim Zhao Peng die. His motive has exceeded the scope of self-defense and exhibits proactivity. I asked the defense to respond to the prosecution's claim of subjective intent. The presiding judge threw the question back. Han Qing looked at Lin Mo, her eyes conveying a hint of inquiry. Lin Mo gave her an almost imperceptible nod, then turned to the presiding judge. Your Honor, facts speak louder than words. We request the court to summon our client Li Hang, his wife Su Jia, and the other two key witnesses, Zhang Chang and Li Wei, to speak in court. The presiding judge pondered briefly, then struck the gavel. Bang. Agreed. Please let the defendant Li Heng make a statement. Li Heng, led by court police, walked to the witness stand. His hands were tightly clenched, knuckles white. This honest man clearly wasn't used to being the center of attention. He glanced at his wife in the audience, who was crying, then at Lin Mo at the defense table, as if gathering courage. I went to the farmer's market to buy goods that day, and came back a little earlier than usual. His voice trembled slightly, but was clear. As soon as I entered, I saw Zhao Peng, saw that bastard pinning my wife to the ground, while two others were filming with their phones. My mind went blank. I grabbed the bench at the door and smashed it over, fighting him. During the struggle, he picked up my fruit peeler knife from the shoe cabinet, intending to stab me. Li Heng's emotions surged. He was shouting that he would kill me. I couldn't think of anything at that moment, just that I couldn't let him have a knife, so I lunged to grab it. In the process of grabbing, I really don't know how I ended up stabbing him, but he was the one who took the knife first. He wanted to kill me. He looked at the presiding judge, his eyes filled with bloodshot. The presiding judge signaled him to calm down, then looked at the defense table. Next, Su Jiao was assisted by court police to the witness stand, her whole body still trembling, her face as pale as paper. My husband. Everything my husband said is true. Her voice was weak, tinged with tears. That night, Zhao Peng and his two accomplices suddenly kicked the door in. They said we had to pay protection money, 5,000 a month. We have a small fruit stall. Where we get that much money? I said we had no money, and Zhao Peng. Su Jia couldn't continue, covering her face and bursting into tears. He pushed me to the ground, tore my clothes. The other two were filming on the side. I felt like the sky had fallen. Then, my husband came back. After that, everything was just as he said. A few simple sentences laid bare the despair and fear of that night before everyone. The comments in the live broadcast room erupted after a brief silence. Beasts. These are a bunch of beasts. Support not guilty. If they are convicted, where is the justice? Kicking down the door, extortion, completed rape. Zhao Peng deserves to die. The presiding judge signaled the court police to hand Su Jia a tissue, then announced, summon witnesses Zhang Chong and Li Wei. Zhang Chong and Li Wei walked up to the witness stand one after the other, their faces pale, heads bowed, afraid to look at anyone. They exchanged a glance, and finally, Zhang Chong spoke up. His voice was dry and hoarse. Your Honor, we plead guilty. The situation is just as the couple said. It was Peng Ge who said he was tight on money recently, wanted to get some money from Li Heng's house. When we arrived, Li Heng's wife said there was no money, and Peng Ge took a liking to her. Zhang Chong swallowed hard. He made us film a video with our phones, saying he could use it to threaten them later, forcing them to keep paying. We were also coerced by him. We didn't dare to disobey. His voice trembled, filled with fear. Later, when Li Heng came back, they fought. The knife. It was indeed Peng Ge who took it first. We all saw it. After Zhang Chong finished speaking, he seemed drained of strength, slumping in his chair. After he finished, Li Wei added a few shaky words, which were largely similar in content. Inside the courtroom, not a sound could be heard. All the evidence and testimonies formed a complete, irrefutable closed loop. The presiding judge's gaze shifted from the witnesses back to the defense table. Defense, do you have anything to add? Lin Mo stood up, slightly bowing to the presiding judge. Your Honor, nothing further. The presiding judge nodded, then turned to the prosecution stand. Prosecution, do you have any other evidence to submit? The prosecutor's lips moved, but he ultimately shook his head dejectedly and sat down. No. These two words announced his complete defeat in this trial. Please, the defense, make your final statement. Lin Mo stood up once more. He did not look at the case files or anyone else, just calmly surveyed the courtroom. Your Honor, esteemed jurors. Chapter 43. The prosecutor's lawyer faces social death in court, Supreme Court. I stand for justifiable defense. Firstly, we insist that my client Li Heng's actions fully meet the criteria for justifiable defense and do not constitute excessive defense. He should not bear any criminal responsibility. His actions were a husband's, a man's, instinctive response when his family was subjected to severe violent crime. Secondly, we request the court to try the deceased Zhao Peng and the suspects Zhang Chong and Li Wei for crimes of illegal intrusion into a residence, extortion, and attempted or interrupted rape in a consolidated trial, holding them fully accountable for their criminal actions. His words were clear, and his logic was tight, each word resonating strongly. The dignity of the law lies not only in punishing crimes, but also in protecting citizens from unlawful harm. If the law cannot support ordinary heroes who stand up, then what exactly are we protecting? When a citizen chooses to believe in his power to protect his family in a moment of crisis, the law should be his strongest backing, not a shackle that criticizes him afterward. We request the court to declare my client, Li Heng, not guilty. Lin Weiguo finished speaking and sat down. The entire courtroom fell silent. The presiding judge picked up the gavel and struck it down heavily. Bang! All rise. Everyone, including the millions of viewers in front of the live broadcast, seemed to hold their breath. Court is now adjourned. The panel will deliberate on this case. The hearing will continue in 1 hour with a verdict. As the words fell, the presiding judge and the 2 jurors stood up and exited through the side door. The order of the courtroom was instantly disrupted. Boom! Countless reporters, armed with cameras, surged toward the defense, and prosecution stands like sharks sensing blood. Lawyer Lin, do you have confidence in the verdict of this case? Lawyer Qing, this is the most closely watched case since your independence. What impact do you think it will have on the recognition of special defense? Prosecutor, what do you think of the evidence submitted by the defense? Do you believe your prosecution preparation was insufficient? Han Qing and Lin Weiguo were surrounded tightly. Lin Weiguo just smiled, supporting Han Qing, repeatedly saying, "Let us wait for the verdict. We believe in the law." On the other hand, the prosecutor's lawyer's face turned pale. And with the efforts of the court police to block the crowd, he awkwardly squeezed out, almost fleeing. Court, internal deliberation room. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. Presiding Judge Lin Weiguo sat at the main seat, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. The juror to his left, an old judge with graying hair, Wang Jianya, spoke first, his tone heavy. "I believe it should still be classified as excessive defense." He adjusted his reading glasses. The video clearly shows that after Li Heng seized the knife, Zhao Peng was no longer armed. Li Heng's subsequent stabbing actions exceeded the necessary limits to stop the harm. We must respect the facts in our case handling, and we must also respect past precedents. If this door is opened, future similar cases will be judged not guilty, leading to chaos and social order. Li Jianguo remained silent. The young juror to his right, Chen Si, immediately retorted, "Teacher Wang, I disagree. The law is made by people and should have humanity. What does necessary limit mean? Should Li Heng measure the stabbing with a ruler? A thug was just about to rape his wife and kill him. He seized a knife, and the other party charged at him like a mad bull. You expect him to remain calm? Who can stay calm?" Chen Si grew more agitated. The law does not force people to be unreasonable. This is the most basic legal principle. If we convict him today, who will dare to act justly in the future? Who will dare to protect their family? Millions of people across the country are watching. This judgment is a matter of public sentiment. Wang Jianya frowned deeply. "Xiao Chun, you are too idealistic. The law is cold and cannot be swayed by public opinion and emotions. Procedural justice is paramount." Chen Si would not back down. A judgment that cannot respond to the public's simple sense of justice is itself the greatest procedural injustice. Enough. Li Jianguo spoke up, interrupting their argument. The deliberation had reached a stalemate. One represented tradition and order, the other represented public opinion and reform. Both viewpoints were not wrong, but there can only be one verdict. Li Jianguo looked out the window, feeling the pressure of national broadcasts, the torrent of social opinion, the coldness of legal texts, and the tears of victims. Everything weighed on his shoulders. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "President Xiao, it's me, Xiao Li. I don't know if you watched today's public trial." The call was quickly connected, and on the other end was the president of the Supreme Court, Xiao Zhong. "President Xiao, the panel's opinions on Li Heng's case cannot be unified." He succinctly restated both viewpoints. There was a moment of silence on the other end. You can probably guess the public sentiment. It's overwhelmingly in favor of not guilty from the Supreme Court. However, how to proceed is something you must consider yourself. The law must reflect the will of the state and respond to the people's expectations. Let the gavel fall on the public's simple sense of fairness and justice. This case can be handled as a typical example of justifiable defense. After hanging up, the air in the deliberation room seemed to freeze. Li Jianguo placed the phone on the table, making a slight sound. He looked at the two jurors on either side. The meaning of President Chao from the Supreme Court. Li Jianguo did not repeat the original words, but calmly stated fact. This case can be handled as a typical example of justifiable defense. The law must reflect the will of the state and respond to the people's expectations. Let the gavel fall on the public's simple sense of fairness and justice. Chen Xi's eyes instantly brightened, her tense body relaxed, and she punched her palm. Yes, this is what we should do. Wang Jianye's graying brows, however, furrowed into a knot. He huffed heavily and adjusted his reading glasses. This is using public opinion to bind the judiciary. We are judges, not representatives of public opinion. His fingers tapped on the table. Once this door is opened, everyone will imitate it, claiming justifiable defense. What will happen to social order? Where is the seriousness of the verdict? Chen Xi immediately countered. Teacher Wang, the foundation of order is fairness. A law that cannot protect family members speaks of seriousness. Such order is a cold shackle. You are switching concepts. I'm not. Enough. Li Jianguo interrupted the argument again. The deliberation room fell into silence. Two completely different views of the rule of law clashed violently here. There can only be one verdict. Li Jianguo looked at Wang Jianye, who insisted on his opinion. Old Wang, we cannot cling to past precedents for a lifetime. Times are changing, society is changing, and the application of the law should also keep pace with the times. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the vaguely visible crowd in the square outside the courthouse. The panel will now vote. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the two. I agree, the defendant Li Heng is not guilty. Chen Xi almost immediately followed, her voice clear and powerful. I agree, not guilty. Chapter 44 Lin Weiguo, I didn't eat crabs. I just brought the law back to common sense. All the pressure instantly focused on Wang Jianye. His lips moved. His face changed several times, and finally, like a deflated balloon, his whole body leaned back against the chair. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Agreed. Bang! Court is adjourned for 1 hour, precisely. The gavel fell, announcing the continuation of the trial. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Li Jianguo in the center of the judge's seat. Li Jianguo opened the case file in front of him, but did not look at it. After deliberation by the collegial panel, the court makes the following judgment on this case. He paused, every word clearly delivered to every corner of the courtroom, broadcasted to millions of live viewers. Regarding the prosecution's accusation against the defendant Li Heng for intentional injury, this court believes that the victim, Zhao Peng, together with Zhang Chong and Li Wei, illegally invaded the defendant's residence, committed extortion, and after the defendant's wife, Su Jia, refused, violently assaulted her. This behavior constitutes a serious violent crime endangering personal safety. In the critical situation where the defendant Li Heng witnessed his wife being unlawfully harmed, he fought back against Zhao Peng to stop the assault. After Zhao Peng attacked with a knife, Li Heng countered by seizing the knife, and his actions meet the criteria for legitimate defense. The so-called unlawful infringement has ended cannot be judged from an onlooker's God's perspective. In a situation of extreme tension and life-threatening danger, it is unrealistic and contrary to common sense to require the defender to make the most precise and rational judgment. The defendant Li Heng's actions were necessary measures to protect his family from ongoing, severe violent crime. His voice grew louder, carrying an undeniable force. Therefore, the prosecution's accusation against the defendant Li Heng for excessive defense lacks sufficient evidence and is not established. This court does not support it. Boom! The audience erupted instantly, but was forcibly suppressed under the stern gaze of the court police, transforming into countless excited breaths. Li Heng and Su Jia held each other tightly, weeping uncontrollably. The prosecutor's lawyer looked ashen, sitting down dejectedly, burying his head deeply in his arms. Li Jianguo struck the gavel again. Silence. He looked towards the defendant's seat. This court pronounces the verdict. Defendant Li Heng, not guilty. Released immediately. He then turned his gaze to Zhang Chong and Li Wei on the other side. For criminal suspects Zhang Chong and Li Wei, suspected of illegal intrusion into a residence, extortion, and rape, co-perpetration halted. This court will initiate separate proceedings to pursue their criminal responsibility according to law. Bang! The gavel finally fell decisively. Court dismissed. The trial is over. Reporters rushed like madmen, breaking through the symbolic obstruction of the court police, surrounding presiding Judge Li Jianguo at the steps of the courthouse. Judge Li, was this ruling influenced by public opinion pressure from nationwide broadcasts? A reporter thrust a microphone almost into his face. Li Jianguo stood firm and did not evade. The law needs to respond to the people's expectations. A judgment that cannot gain recognition from the public's simple sense of justice is, in itself, the greatest procedural injustice. His words hit the ground with a resounding impact. Judge Li, are you worried that this case will lead to imitation and result in the abuse of the right to self-defense? Another reporter sharply questioned. Li Jianguo looked directly at him. This ruling is not encouraging violence, but encouraging courage. It tells every citizen of Longwa that when your family faces unlawful harm, your act of stepping forward is not called excessive, but called heroism. The law should be the strongest support for heroes, not a cold shackle that criticizes them after the fact. His statement drew applause from the surrounding crowd. The reporters wanted to ask more, but Li Jianguo waved his hand. For more details and defense strategies regarding this case, I think you can ask the defendant's lawyers. He stepped aside, pointing to Lin Mo and Han Qing, who were surrounded by another group of reporters. Swish! All the cameras instantly turned their direction toward Lin Mo. A male reporter wearing glasses squeezed to the front, his question hitting the core. Assistant Lin, everyone thought this case was bound to lose. In previous rulings, it was almost a foregone conclusion of excessive defense. What made you dare to be the first to eat crabs? Han Qing looked nervously at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the reporter as if he found the question somewhat strange. Eat crabs? He retorted. I just think this is a matter of common sense.
The reporter was taken aback. Common sense? Yes, common sense. Lin Mo nodded, surveying the cameras. A husband has the right to protect his wife who is being violated.
A person has the right to seize a knife to fight back when they are about to be stabbed to death. He spread his hands. Isn't that common sense? If the law deviates from common sense, it would be a very frightening thing. Lin Mo supported Han Qing, parting the crowd amid countless flashes. We just brought the law back to the side of common sense. The crowd parted. Lin Mo supported Han Qing, wearing a professional smile. Assistant Lin, your earlier statement was essentially a popular science explanation of why self-defense is necessary. Does this mean you believe the public's legal common sense is lacking? Another microphone was handed over. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. I'm not popularizing knowledge. I am reiterating. He looked into the camera, correcting the reporter's wording. Reiterating that the law protects every ordinary person. Reiterating that the purpose of a law is to give good people the courage to stand up, rather than requiring them to calculate the angle and force of their counterattack while protecting their family. Lin Mo smiled, the smile carrying an absurd meaning. As for common sense, that thing sometimes does indeed get lost. Our job as lawyers is to find it again. He patted Han Qing's arm beside him, and she understood, stopping as well. Just right, taking advantage of the opportunity of national broadcasting, let me say a few more words. Lin Mo addressed all the cameras, as if announcing some important product. The law firm that I, along with several of my university roommates, are partnering to establish will likely be founded soon. The firm's name is 404 Law Firm. He paused, allowing this strange name to ferment in the air. When you can't find justice, feel free to come to us. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved, you can also seek our help. The reporters were stunned. The advertisement came so unexpectedly. Li Heng and Su Jia squeezed over, Li Heng's eyes still red, and he grasped Lin Mo's hand tightly. Chapter 45. Just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's lair. Lin Mo encounters an invincible miner at the night market. Lawyer Lin, Lawyer Han, I really don't know how to thank you. Tonight it's my treat. Let's go out a good meal, the best one. Su Jia nodded vigorously beside him, tears welling up again. Han Qing gently pulled her hand away from the reporter surrounding her, a warm smile on her face. Brother Li, we appreciate your kindness. But let's talk about dinner later. We need to return to the law firm to handle some finishing work first. With the assistance of the court police, the two finally managed to escape and return to the Qinglu law firm. The firm was eerily quiet, seeming like two different worlds compared to the chaos outside. The tension from the earlier trial and the joy of victory settled in this moment, transforming into silence. Lin Mo poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one go. The case was over. He spoke first. My roommate should have prepared our law firm as well. Lin Mo turned around to look at Han Qing, who was organizing the files. Lawyer Han, have you really considered coming with me to the new law firm? Han Qing paused for a moment. She did not look up, simply arranging the files neatly and pushing them into the cabinet. I refuse. Her voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Lin Mo shrugged, seemingly unperturbed by the answer. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Hello, Hubei, it's Lin Mo. Are the law firm's licenses and procedures all set? On the other end, Zhou Hubei's steady voice came through. Everything is ready. We can start operating anytime. How about you? Just declared, not guilty. Lin Mo leaned against the desk. All right, I'll head over after I finish up with Han Qing. After hanging up, the sky outside had already darkened. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the blinds, casting long shadows on the floor. Li Heng's call came right on time, asking about the dinner location. Lin Mo glanced outside. Brother Li, you promised to treat us, so I'll choose the place. He hung up the phone and looked at Han Qing. Let's go, Lawyer Han. It's time for dinner. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the most bustling hotel in the city center, Li Heng and Su Jia were eagerly waiting. A taxi stopped in front of them. Lin Mo opened the car door. Brother Li, if you want to treat us to a feast, are you trying to make us gain 3 more pounds? He shouted to Li Heng across the street. Come on, I know a place that's tastier than a feast. Lin Mo indicated to get into the taxi. The taxi stopped at the entrance of a noisy alley. The pungent smell of cumin and chili mixed with the smoky aroma wafted into the car. On both sides of the street, stalls crowded together, extending to the horizon, filled with bustling voices and rising steam. This was the place Lin Mo referred to as being more flavorful than a feast. The four found a relatively clean folding table in a corner. The plastic tabletop still carried the greasy residue left by the previous diners. Li Heng looked at the environment, feeling a bit awkward, but more relaxed. Lin Mo skillfully scanned the QR code to order, swiping on his phone screen. 20 lamb skewers, 10 pieces of tripe, a portion of crayfish tails, and a case of beer. He looked up at Li Heng and Su Jia. Brother Li, sister-in-law, don't be polite. Today, whoever tries to pay the bill, I'll rush at them. The beer was quickly brought over by the owner, with condensation on the chilled glass bottles. Lin Mo opened 4 bottles and pushed them in front of everyone. Let's drink to celebrate Brother Li's regained freedom. With a clink, the 4 bottles collided. Li Heng tilted his head back and downed half a bottle of beer, his eyes reddening again. Lawyer Lin, Lawyer Han, this toast is for you. Without you, my life would have been ruined. Han Qing merely took a small sip, a smile on her face. The case is over. Let us live well from now on. At a nearby table, a few teenagers with brightly dyed hair were shouting loudly, standing on their chairs, cigarettes hanging from their mouths. A boy with yellow hair slammed his cup down on the table, spilling beer everywhere. What is there to be afraid of? It's just killing. What is the big deal? His voice was sharp, laced with a boastful arrogance. The law can't do anything to me. So what if the prosecutor sued me? The court rejected it outright. I'm a minor, you know? Invincible. Another boy with green hair laughed heartily, kicking the table leg. Exactly. That old man still wants to sue me. He should look at himself first. If I see him again, I'll break his legs. The conversation abruptly stopped. The joy on Li Heng and his wife's faces froze. Han Qing's brows slightly furrowed. Lin Mo, peeling crayfish, paused mid-action, as if he were listening to an interesting skit. Li Heng lowered his voice, his face unable to hide his shock and anger. Are kids nowadays like this? They killed someone and are so arrogant? Su Jia's face turned pale, instinctively moving closer to Li Heng. Han Qing set down her beer bottle, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. The minor protection law has indeed become their shield at times. Lin Mo tossed the peeled shrimp tail in his mouth, chewing leisurely. If the future of Longhua is left to these kinds of people, I think there is no need to wait for the future. We could just bury it now. His voice was not loud, but in this noisy environment, it was exceptionally clear. The ruckus at the neighboring table suddenly halted. The boy with yellow hair turned sharply, his eyes fixed on Lin Mo. Who the hell are you talking about? The other boys also stood up, clutching unfinished beer bottles, slowly surrounding them. The yellow-haired boy walked to the table, pointing his finger at Lin Mo's nose. Old man, say that again. Want to die? Do you believe I'll kill you all today? The barbecue stall owner, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a greasy belly, hurried over, his face full of ingratiating smiles. Gentlemen, please calm down, calm down. He repeatedly bowed to the teenagers. These guys are a bit drunk. It's not intentional. How about this? I'll waive your table S bill, just as a favor to me, and let us all be friendly and make money together. The yellow-haired boy glanced sideways at the owner, then shot a look at Lin Mo, snorting coldly. Do I care about this little money? He paused, seeming to enjoy the owner's humility. Since you're somewhat perceptive, I want to hold it against them today. After saying that, he swaggered away with his companions, leaving a mess on the table. Lin Mo and the others could only feel helpless about it. The law has indeed become a pass for this group to act recklessly at times. They have accurately stepped on the loopholes. After such a commotion, the joy on Li Hang and his wife's faces vanished, and the skewers and beer on the table lost their appeal. The group hastily finished eating, settled the bill, and left. Chapter 46. The law firm opens. Roommate of the rich dog directly leases an entire floor in the most expensive office building in the capital. The night breeze carried a hint of coolness. Since they had all been drinking, Lin Mo first sent the Li couple off in a taxi before calling another one with Han Qing. The car stopped at the entrance of a large complex of single apartments. Lin Mo looked at the brightly lit buildings and teased. It's my first time visiting Lawyer Han's territory. Aren't you going to invite me up for a cup of tea? Han Qing's cheeks flushed slightly under the streetlight, perhaps due to the alcohol, and she didn't refuse him as she usually did. After thinking for a moment, she surprisingly nodded. Since you asked, let's go. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He looked at Han Qing's serious expression, then waved his hand and turned to open the back door of the taxi. It wouldn't be good for a man and a woman to be alone together. He got into the car and waved goodbye to Han Qing outside the window. I'm leaving. Back at the dorm, a familiar smell of instant noodles mixed with the scent of electronic devices greeted him. Lu Hong was wearing headphones, his fingers flying over the keyboard, mumbling to himself. Zhou Shubai was engrossed in a thick book titled In the Name of the People. Chen Mai was quietly solving problems at a desk in the corner under a desk lamp. Just like always, Lin Mo tossed his jacket onto a chair and opened a can of cola. He looked at Zhou Shubai. How's the law firm situation? Zhou Shubai marked his place in the book and closed it. The license and paperwork have all come through. Now we just need to hang the sign. We're waiting for old Lu to get the office space ready, and then we can move in. He nodded toward Lu Hong, indicating that Lin Mo should check with him. He's currently purchasing computers, printers, and other basic supplies. Lin Mo shifted his gaze to Lu Hong. How's the preparation going? Lu Hong took off his headphones, stretched lazily, and his body made cracking sounds. No problem. I've picked the office location. It's the top floor of Longsheng International Center in the capital, with an excellent view. He seemed to feel he hadn't made it clear enough and added, I'm worried our office area will be too small for future expansion. So I booked the entire 88th floor of Longsheng International Center. That will be our office area from now on. Zhou Shubai's expression froze. He adjusted his glasses, doubting his hearing. The entire 88th floor? Old Lu, are you crazy? That's the highest grade office building for rent in all of the capital. The annual rent must be several million. Lin Mo didn't care much about that. He took a sip of cola and burped. Just get it done as soon as possible. I've already started advertising. He stood up and walked to the window. Once our 404 law firm officially opens, we need to go to the bar association to get our lawyer uniforms. Lin Mo crushed the empty cola can and tossed it into the trash can, making a crisp sound. Don't stay up late. Get some sleep. He glanced at his 3 roommates, each in different states. Tomorrow, let's go check out the office. The next morning, the sunlight was blinding. The 4 of them stood outside the impressive entrance of Longsheng International Center, looking up at the skyscraper that seemed almost to pierce the clouds. The taxi stopped by the roadside, and the driver leaned out. No need, master. Lin Mo patted Chun Mai's shoulder. Meh, hurry up and learn to drive and get your license. He pointed to the marble floor beneath them. Otherwise, we'll be taking taxis every day, and the fare would be enough for you to buy a car. Chun Mai's face flushed slightly, and he nodded vigorously. The four young men in casual clothes looked out of place among a crowd of well-dressed elite professionals. The security guard's gaze swept over them, carrying a hint of scrutiny, until Lu Hong pulled out a black access card from his pocket and gently swiped it at the turnstile. Ding! Welcome! The security guard expression instantly shifted from scrutiny to respect. The elevator ascended smoothly, the numbers rapidly changing, finally stopping at the 88th floor. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, revealing a vast expanse. The entire floor was empty, yet overflowing with potential. Sunlight poured in through the 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, and the cityscape below looked like toy blocks. The marble floor was so shiny it reflected the complex metal ceiling light structure, and the spaciousness allowed echoes to be heard. Luxurious. That was the only word to describe it. All right, stop standing around. Lin Mo was the first to step inside, his leather shoes making crisp sounds on the floor. Take a look around, choose a spot you like. From now on, it's your territory. He waved to the three who were still in a daze. If you want to make any changes, just tell old Lu, and he'll reimburse you. Zhou Shubai pushed up his glasses and walked to the window, overlooking the bustling traffic below, appearing to be in a surreal daze. Chun Mai seemed a bit at a loss, cautiously sticking to the wall as if afraid of damaging the expensive floor. Lin Mo suddenly remembered something and turned to Lu Hong. Old Lu, I have another task for you. Lu Hong was taking pictures of the view outside with his phone and looked up at the sound. Register official accounts on Douyin, Kuaishou, and all short video platforms under the name 404 Law Firm. Lin Mo spoke clearly but at a moderate pace. In the future, we might need to do live broadcasts, and we'll also need a promotional outlet. Small matter. Lu Hong gave an okay gesture. Lin Mo no longer paid attention to them and strolled alone to the southwest corner of the large open floor. This position didn't have the best view and was somewhat off-center, but he just stood there, gazing through the glass toward the distant southwestern direction. That was Xiling Province, the territory of the Gao family. It was also the place where the original owner of this body began all his nightmares. If it weren't for that old man Gao Wei and his unruly son, he might never have had the chance to stand here. Revenge cannot be forgotten. Lin Mo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with one hand in his pocket, overlooking the steel forest below. He took out his phone and dialed a video call. The screen lit up, and Han Qing's slightly tired face appeared, with her office filled with stacks of files in the background. Lin Mo adjusted the camera to show the vast cityscape outside, and then slowly swept across the entire empty floor that could host a sports meet. Lawyer Han, this is your last chance. His voice came through the receiver. Consider moving to a different place for the office? Han Qing looked at the scene on the screen and was silent for a few seconds. She rubbed her eyes and returned her gaze to the documents in front of her. Congratulations on opening. Her voice was calm. But I'm quite fine here. All right. Lin Mo retracted his phone, aiming the camera at himself. The door of 404 is always open for you. He hung up the call. The four didn't linger in the empty office and went straight back to school. It was lunchtime, and the law school's cafeteria was bustling with people. Chapter 47, just out of court and into class. Lin Mo, let me educate you all on the law. As Lin Mo and his three companions walked in, the surrounding noise visibly decreased. Countless gazes converged, filled with curiosity, intrigue, and a hint of reverence. Is that Lin Mo? It's really him. Wow, he's alive. Several boys, clearly from the criminal law department, excitedly approached with trays in hand. Lin, Professor Lin? That case was amazing. Lin Mo nodded at him, acknowledging the greeting. He calmly went to get his meal. However, this stirred up a wave of gossip. What professor? He asked just a freshman. From the business court. No way. A freshman took down the prosecution? Is this for real? This is even more outrageous than a court trial. Whispers of envy, jealousy, and disbelief fermented in every corner of the cafeteria. After lunch break, the group headed toward the lecture building. Just as they reached the classroom door, they spotted their business law professor, Lu Shi, standing there, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Lu Shi's eyes lit up as she approached him. Lin Mo, Good to see you. I was just waiting for you. Lucy adjusted her glasses. A few old professors from the criminal court watch your live court session and have some questions they'd like to discuss with you. This statement was like a thunderclap, echoing down the hallway. Zhou Shubai's hand froze as he adjusted his glasses. Chun Mai instinctively tightened his grip on his backpack straps. Students passing by dropped their jaws in disbelief. A law school professor wants to consult a freshman about a case? No problem. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. I'm happy to discuss whenever the professors have time. I wouldn't dare to say I'm seeking advice. The class bell rang. In class, Lucy was discussing business law cases. But everyone's attention was not on the textbook. Halfway through, Lucy suddenly stopped, her gaze turning to Lin Mo, since everyone is so curious about you. Why not take this opportunity to share your views on the law? She added, feel free to go beyond the textbook, just share your understanding. The entire classroom fell silent. All eyes focused on Lin Mo. He stood up. Since Professor Liu has sincerely requested, I shall graciously say a few words. The law is not a cold set of regulations, nor is it mere decoration hanging on the wall. It should be alive with warmth. Its original intention is to protect good people, restrain bad people, and maintain the most fundamental fairness and justice in society. If one day, the law's judgment seems absurd to ordinary people, then it has lost its foundation and become a tool for a few to manipulate. His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear clearly. My view is simple. The law must be rooted in common sense and serve the hearts of the people. As the saying goes, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. In my opinion, this statement is itself flawed. I ask, is delayed justice still justice? Just like in the case of Li Heng, if it had gone through the normal process, he would likely have been judged as having exceeded reasonable defense and would face sentencing. The consequences are imaginable. At the moment his words fell, the class bell rang urgently. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp bell pierced the silence in the classroom, pulling everyone back from the somewhat cruel legal reality Lin Mo had painted. Students exchanged glances, their expressions complex, shock, contemplation, and a hint of confusion from having their perceptions overturned. Lucy closed her lesson plan, but did not immediately announce the end of class. She looked at Lin Mo, who had already sat down, as if the earlier speech had nothing to do with him. Class dismissed. As those words fell, Lucy picked up her bag and walked straight toward Lin Mo's seat. Lin Mo, let us add each other on WeChat for easier communication in the future. She took out her phone and displayed her QR code. The students around who had not yet left all froze in their tracks. Zhou Shubai's hand, adjusting his glasses, paused mid-motion. Chun Mai clutched his books tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Liu Heng raised an eyebrow, looking amused. Lin Mo calmly took out his phone, scanned the code, and added her as a friend. Ding! A sound signaled the successful friend request. You're too polite, Liu teacher. Lucy nodded in acceptance, giving him a brief nod before turning and exiting the classroom, the sound of her heels striking the ground crisp and decisive. The four returned to the dormitory. The air still carried that unique smell of instant noodles, sweat, and the heat of electronic devices, characteristic of a boys' dormitory. Lin Mo tossed his books onto the table, unusually flipping open the brand-new business law, seemingly intending to do a little preview. The phone screen lit up. Ding dong. It was a message from Lu Shi. Lin Mo, do you have time now? Before Lin Mo could reply, a second message quickly followed. Professor Wang Qinian from the criminal court watched your court session live. He has a tricky case and wants to hear your thoughts. A few old professors asked me to ask you. Lin Mo's fingers tapped on the screen. No problem. I'm available anytime. Is it convenient now? We're at the Xinglan CAF by the school gate. I'll be there shortly. Lin Mo closed the book and grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair. I'm stepping out for a bit. Zhou Shubai looked up from in the name of the people. Going to meet Teacher Liu? And a professor from the criminal court? Lin Mo shrugged on his jacket. Their essay case to discuss. The dorm fell silent for a moment. Liu Heng's game character froze in place as he took off one earphone. A professor from the criminal court? Looking for you? Yeah. Lin Mo opened the door and walked out. At Xinglan CAF, by the window, Lucy was sitting across from a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses. The man looked tense, his coffee barely touched, and his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, showing signs of anxiety. Lin Mo pushed the door open and immediately spotted them. Lucy saw him too and quickly stood up, waving. Lin Mo, over here. Lin Mo walked over. Professor Wang, this is the student I mentioned, Lin Mo. Lucy introduced the two. She then turned to Lin Mo. This is Professor Wang Qinian from our law school, a master in the field of criminal law. Hello, Professor Wang. Lin Mo extended his hand. Wang Qinian stood up and shook his hand firmly, sizing him up. Indeed, a young hero. I watched the live session of the Li Hang case. It was brilliant. Your reasoning was unique and your logic was tight, especially that part about simple justice at the end. It left the prosecutor speechless. Wang Qinian spoke with unabashed admiration. You flatter me, Professor Wang. I was just lucky. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and sat down in the opposite seat. After a few pleasantries, the admiration on Wang Qinian's face was replaced by a heavy worry. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Lin, I'm sorry to trouble you, but we have a case that our prosecution team has hit a wall. Chapter 48, ask me? Then I can only say I want to hit 10. Lucy added from the side. Professor Wang is also a specially invited consultant for the Beijing prosecutor's office, responsible for some difficult cases. Wang Qinian sighed, the wrinkles on his face deepening. On behalf of the prosecutor's office, I have filed charges against several minors. He paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. The case is very serious. It's premeditated murder. But the court over there directly rejected our prosecution on the grounds of the minors' protection law. His fists clenched lightly under the table. The procedure can't even proceed. The court doesn't even give us a chance for a hearing. The soothing music in the CAF felt particularly ironic at this moment. Lin Mo picked up the lemon water the waiter had just brought and took a sip. What a coincidence. He recalled the arrogant figures from a night market and that sharp, piercing remark, I'm a minor, invincible. Professor Wang. Lin Mo put down the cup, the bottom of the cup colliding with the table, making a soft sound. The minors you mentioned, is there one with dyed yellow hair particularly arrogant? He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. Coincidentally, I ran into those kids last night at a barbecue. They were drunk and had a bit of a conflict with our table, even shouting that they wanted to kill me. He spoke this segment in a joking tone. Lu Shi and Wang Qinian's expressions froze instantly. Wang Qinian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This is too outrageous. Did they really say that? Wang Qinian's voice trembled. Not out of fear, but out of anger. Absolutely true. Lin Mo shrugged. Wang Qinian suddenly leaned back against the chair, his chest heaving violently. It seemed he had made a certain decision, pulling out a brown paper envelope from his briefcase and pushing it in front of Lin Mo. Take a look. His voice carried an uncontainable weariness and anger. The victim, a middle school student, had long been bullied and extorted by these classmates. On the day of the incident, he was lured to an abandoned construction site. Wang Qinian pronounced each word slowly, as if squeezing them out from between his teeth. They beat him to death with a shovel and then buried him on the spot. The means were extremely cruel, and they showed no remorse afterward, even using the victim's phone to transfer the only 100 yuan from his account. The air in the CAF seemed to solidify.
The seal of the brown paper bag was opened, and Lin Mo slowly pulled out the documents inside. He didn't rush, but each page carried a disturbing certainty.
He skipped over the shocking crime scene photos and forensic reports, directly flipping to the last few pages of suspect information. Victim, Li Min, male, 14 years old. Second-year student at the 17th Middle School of Beijing, from a single-parent family, introverted personality. Suspect, Huang Wei, male, 13 years old. Suspect, Li Bin, male, 13 years old. Suspect, Zhang Hao, male, 13 years old. Suspect, Lu Shuo, male, 13 years old. Four names for entirely different family backgrounds, but with one common point, either rich or noble. Attached to the file were their photos. Clearly the same boys who had been flaunting their power at the barbecue stall last night. Yellow hair, green hair, not a single one missing. Lin Mo's finger lightly tapped the number 13. He closed the file and pushed it back to the center of the table. The court rejected the prosecution. What was the specific reason? Wang Qinian adjusted his glasses, the eyes behind the lenses bloodshot. The main basis is Article 17 of the criminal law. They believe that Huang Wei, Zhang Hao, and Lu Shuo are over 12 but under 14 years old, and for intentional homicide, they should bear criminal responsibility. The court believes that although their behavior is severe, it does not reach the level of particularly severe circumstances and extremely cruel means, and thus does not approve the prosecution. His voice carried a deep sense of powerlessness. As for Li Bin, who just turned 13, the court didn't even mention him, directly dismissing him as well. Lu Shi's expression was also not good. She picked up her coffee cup but did not drink. Simply put, the court believes this case is not qualified, not even entering the threshold for trial. Lin Mo leaned back against the sofa, arms crossed over his chest. So you haven't considered other methods? Wang Qinian was taken aback. Other methods? For example, posting this file online as is. Lin Mo's tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. Let everyone see what these minors have done, and then look at the reasons given by the court. Wang Qinian almost immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. His reaction was very intense. Using public opinion to interfere with the judiciary is a major taboo. Once this precedent is set, all future cases will be influenced by public opinion. Where is the independence and fairness of the judiciary? We are prosecutors and must solve problems within the framework of the law. The framework of the law, Lin Mo repeated, as if he had heard a joke. Now the legal framework has kept you outside the door. A case that can't even start a trial. And you talk to me about the fairness of the framework? His words pierced like a needle, accurately hitting Wang Qinian's most painful spot. Wang Qinian's lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. Yes, with the procedure dead, what is there to talk about procedural justice? Lu Shi tried to ease the atmosphere. Lin Montak, Professor Wang's concerns are valid. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. Once it gets out of control, it could cause secondary harm to the victim's family. Secondary harm? Lin Montak laukit. The person has already been buried alive, and the last 100 yuan in his account has been transferred away. What could be worse than this harm? He took out his phone, the screen lighting up, fingers swiftly sliding across it. The Minors Protection Law, Article 2, states that the protection of minors should adhere to the principle that is most beneficial to minors. All right, I admit. His gaze lifted from the phone screen to Wang Qinian across the table. But it also has a general principle, Article 4. The protection of minors should combine family protection, school protection, social protection, network protection, government protection, and judicial protection. May I ask, Professor Wang, which of these 6 protections is meant to protect them in killing? Wang Qinian was left speechless by the question. Lin Mo didn't give him a chance to breathe and continued. And what you just mentioned, Article 17 of the criminal law, states that persons who are over 12 but under 14 years old who commit intentional homicide or intentional injury resulting in death or causing serious disability by particularly cruel means, if the circumstances are severe, must be approved for prosecution by the Supreme People's Procuratorate and shall bear criminal responsibility. The law is clearly written must. This is a mandatory provision, not may. On what basis does the court believe that burial alive is not cruel enough? What is their standard? Do they need to flay someone alive for it to be considered cruel? Do they need to turn the victim into barbecue for it to be considered severe? With each sentence he spoke, Wang Qinian's face paled a bit more. Chapter 49. The court doesn't review? Then let's sue until they do. Let me teach you how to play the combo. Didn't he yell these words in internal meetings? But the response was always the cold, hard truth of acting according to the law and considering social impact. Lin Mo put down his phone and picked up the untouched glass of lemon water in front of him. Professor Wang, you all went wrong from the very beginning. What you are thinking is how to send these minors to prison, but the court is thinking about how to shed responsibility. One wants to attack. The other wants to defend. Of course, they can't break through. Lu Shi's expression became serious. What do you mean? Didn't the court say the methods weren't cruel enough? The circumstances weren't severe enough? Lin Mo took a sip of water. Then let's solidify the evidence and materialize the words cruel and severe, slapping them right in their faces. He looked at Wang Qinian. Have you conducted a mental state and psychological assessment on those little beasts? Wang Qinian shook his head. We only did routine questioning. They said nothing. Their attitude was arrogant, insisting it was just an accident. Then go do it. Find the most authoritative institution to conduct the most detailed psychological evaluations and assessments for antisocial personality disorder. I want a report proving that they didn't commit impulsive crimes, but rather enjoyed the process of committing crimes with no remorse and a very high likelihood of reoffending. Lin Mo's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. I suggest that, in the name of the victim's mother, we file a civil lawsuit against these 4 minors and their parents. Make them pay until they go bankrupt. Put the criminal lawsuit aside for now. Let's first muddy the waters with a civil suit. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a cold arc. In criminal cases, they can use connections and the excuse of being minors as a shield. But for civil compensation, repaying debts is a matter of principle. I don't believe their parents will remain so calm when faced with huge compensation. Once the civil lawsuit begins, the media spotlight will naturally shine on us. At that point, we won't be the ones begging for media coverage, but rather the media chasing us to ask why the criminal case hasn't been filed. Wang Qinian seemed struck by lightning. His whole body froze. He had spent his life dealing with criminal cases, filled with thoughts of investigation, prosecution, and trial, never considering using civil cases to support criminal ones. This combo is tightly linked, each move deadly. It bypassed the court's solid door for minors and directly attacked the other side's backyard from the flank. Lucy looked at Lin Mo, her expression shifting from initial admiration to complete shock. This student, his thought process is nothing like that of a typical student. He doesn't think like a lawyer. He thinks like a strategist, a warrior who spares no effort for victory. Lin Mo took the documents back from the table. Professor Wang, if the prosecutor's office trusts me with this case, let me represent it. I will handle the civil suit and provide suggestions for the supplementary investigation direction of the criminal suit. He gently tapped the documents on the table. First, file a lawsuit against their parents. Second, the victim Zhao Peng was long bullied and extorted by them. The school can't possibly be unaware. Check the school surveillance. Ask his classmates and teachers. Gather every instance of bullying, including time, place, and method. This is not an isolated murder case. This has been a long-term abuse lasting several years, culminating in death. I want the court to see that this is not a story of a wayward youth, but rather a deliberate murder of a good child by a group of demons. The CAF was quiet, with only background music remaining. Wang Qinian and Lu Shi were completely led by Lin Mo's thought process. They had never considered the entire case's logic from this angle. They were thinking about how to comply with legal texts, while Lin Mo was thinking about how to break down the opponent's psychological defenses. Third, and most importantly, Lin Mo stopped tapping his fingers, leaning forward. Don't just focus on criminal responsibility. What about their guardians? Article 1188 of the Civil Code states that if a person without civil capacity or with limited civil capacity causes damage to others, their guardian shall bear tort liability. Their parents, being wealthy and powerful, can use connections and hire the best lawyers. But the law stipulates that guardians must bear responsibility. I want them to understand that raising a demon comes at a price. At the same time, I want them to realize that the laws protecting minors do not protect demons. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he downed the lemon water in front of him, the glass hitting the table with a heavy thud. The CAF's soothing music continued to flow, but in Wang Qinian and Lu Shi's ears, only the waves stirred by his words remained. Lin Mo leaned back, spreading his hands. Professor Wang, my combo is finished. What do you think? Wang Qinian did not answer immediately. He took off his gold-rimmed glasses and pressed his fingertips hard against his brow. He had spent his life charging within the confines of the law, but for the first time, he realized that someone could dismantle the framework and rebuild a battlefield. Civil lawsuits pushing for criminal filing, using public opinion to supervise, yet not being swept away by it. Wang Qinian murmured to himself, raising his head, his bloodshot eyes refocusing on Lin Mo's face. I never thought the case could be handled this way. Lu Shi's expression was equally complex. She looked at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. You're walking a tightrope. Every step must be perfect, otherwise you will be crushed. Risks and rewards coexist. Lin Mo's response was calm. If we don't walk the tightrope, should we just watch the victim's mother cry her eyes out while those little beasts go free? This statement struck Wang Qinian like a heavy hammer on his heart. He put his glasses back on, and his entire aura changed. The scholarly elegance and prosecutor's anxiety were replaced by a determination to fight to the death. I agree, Wang Qinian said decisively. I will contact the office immediately. We will proceed, as you said, initiating the civil suit and demanding maximum compensation. During the trial, I will apply for full transparency so everyone can see what really happened. Lin Mo nodded, seemingly not surprised by this outcome. He pushed the brown paper bag back to Wang Qinian. In that case, I have a condition. You say, I hope this civil lawsuit is filed in the name of our 404 law firm. The air instantly froze. Lu Shi's breath caught. Wang Qinian's newly ignited determination was doused with cold water by this statement, and he was stunned. A newly established law firm composed of several freshmen wants to take on a case that is bound to shake the entire judicial community of the capital? This is no longer walking a tightrope. This is dancing on the edge of a cliff. Lin Mo, this is not. Lu Shi attempted to dissuade him, but Wang Qinian raised his hand to interrupt her. He scrutinized Lin Mo, who calmly met his gaze without any hint of retreat. Chapter 50. The 404 Law Firm opens. First case. Punch a hole in the sky. After a long pause, Wang Qinian spoke in a low voice. This matter, I need to communicate with the court. But personally, I will do my best to advocate for you. He paused for a moment. I believe that someone who can come up with this strategy would never joke about a case. Lin Mo stood up. I'll wait for your news. He didn't say another word and turned to leave the CAF. Lin Mo didn't head straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he walked to a small grove behind the teaching building. He took out his phone and dialed Han Qing's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. What's up? Han Qing's voice sounded tired. I have a case and would like to hear your opinion. Lin Mo leaned against a tree trunk and briefly explained Wang Qinian's case and his own plan. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a long while, Han Qing spoke, using the public pressure from civil litigation to leverage the procedural justice of a criminal case. It's a bold and dangerous idea. That's why I'm looking for you to collaborate. Lin Mo's tone carried a sense of inevitability. Such a case needs an experienced veteran to hold the fort. Let's wait for the official response from the procuratorate first. Han Qing did not directly agree or refuse. Under your 404 law firm title, what do I count as? A technical consultant? Partner. Lin Mo replied with 3 words. There was another silence on Han Qing's end, and then he hung up the phone. Lin Mo put his phone away, his face showing little expression. He knew Han Qing was intrigued. Upon returning to the dormitory, a strong smell of instant noodles hit him. Lu Heng was playing a game. Zhou Xiubai was reading a book, and Chun Mai was solving problems. Everything was as usual. Lin Mo tossed his jacket onto a chair and pulled out his own chair to sit down. Everyone stopped for a moment. The 3 of them looked up simultaneously. I've taken a case. Lin Mo succinctly explained the juvenile murder case and his plan. The dormitory fell into a dead silence. Lu Heng's game character stood still, taken out by an opponent's combo, but he was completely unaware. What the hell? Civil litigation against the court head-on? Mosey, are you trying to reach for the sky? Chun Mai clenched his pen tightly, his knuckles turning white. His lips moved, but no words came out. This struggle, beyond his imagination, left him feeling a deep-rooted shock and unease. Zhou Xiubai put down his copy of In the Name of the People. He pushed up his glasses, and his expression behind the lenses was unusually serious. Lin Mo, have you thought this through? This isn't Li Heng's case. This time, our opponents are not just one prosecutor, but 4 affluent families, an unresponsive school, and even a court trying to evade responsibility. This is not just a lawsuit. It's a declaration of war. Lin Mo looked at him. So, Zhou Xiubai stood up and looked directly at Lin Mo. Our first case at the 404 law firm is going to be this big? There was no hesitation in his voice. Instead, it was filled with an excited spark. Lin Mo smiled. He knew this was his roommate. Ring, ring. Lin Mo's phone rang abruptly, breaking the atmosphere in the dormitory. The screen displayed the name Wang Qinian. At the same time, Wang Qinian was standing at the end of the corridor of the procuratorate building, having just finished a call with his superior. On the phone, his superior's voice was unusually heavy, but ultimately only delivered one sentence. I understand the situation. Since this student named Lin Mo has a way, let him handle it. We need a result that can provide an explanation to the victim's family and society. Civil litigation will be conducted under the name of the 404 law firm, and we at the procuratorate will fully support it, providing all necessary assistance. Wang Qinian hung up the phone and immediately called Lin Mo. Lin Mo pressed the answer button. Lin Mo, Wang Qinian's voice came through the receiver. filled with barely contained excitement. The procuratorate has agreed. Civil litigation is fully entrusted to your 404 law firm. Go for it. After hanging up, the dormitory was silent. Go for it. Wang Qinyan's last 4 words seemed to linger in the air, vibrating with electricity. Liu Heng's game character had turned into a black and white screen, but he was oblivious. Pulling off his headphones. What the hell? The procuratorate really agreed? Letting us students handle it. Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the computer screen. The procuratorate public support changes everything. This is no longer just a simple civil commission, it's a statement. Chunmai gripped his pen tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He remained silent, but the rise and fall of his chest betrayed the turmoil within him. Lin Weiguo tossed his phone onto the table, pulled out his chair, and sat down with an air of arrogance. The 404 law firm opens its first case. Civil litigation as a front, the goal, to punch a hole in the sky. As his words fell, Zhou Shubai and Liu Hong exchanged glances. Zhou Shubai stood up. I'm going out to make a call. Liu Hong also stood up, shrugging. What a coincidence, I need to go to the bathroom too. It might take a while. The two walked out of the dormitory one after the other. Chunmai looked up at Lin Weiguo, his eyes filled with inquiry and a hint of unease. Lin Weiguo leaned back in his chair, resting his hands behind his head, and returned him a calm gaze. At the end of the corridor outside the dormitory, Zhou Shubai held his phone, lowering his voice. Dad, it's me. Yes, I'm with my classmates. We start a law firm. We've taken on a case. The voice on the other end was not clearly audible, but Zhou Shubai's expression visibly turned serious. I know there are risks, but some things just have to be done. Don't worry, I'll be careful. He hung up, the screen reflecting his tense jawline. The so-called caution was the bottom line set by his father and also the shackles he placed on himself. On the other side, Liu Hong leaned against the bathroom windowsill, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. Hey, Dad, what are you up to? Nothing much. Just messing around with my classmates at a law firm, taking on a big case. Yes, the juvenile murder case from the news. We're doing civil litigation to stir things up. Money? No need. I have enough pocket money. Mainly, I want to practice so I can inherit your empire later. Laughter echoed from the other end of the line, followed by a booming roar. If you need money, just say it. If you need help, just say it. Damn it. Who dares to bully my son? I'll make their company go bankrupt tomorrow. Liu Hong held the phone away a little, rubbing his ears. All right, I got it. Hanging up. Chapter 51. The court won't hear? No problem. Brother will teach you what it means to force justice through public opinion. The next morning, the sun was just right. Lin Weiguo dialed Han Qing's number. The prosecutor's office approved it, and the 404 law firm is fully authorized to represent. His voice showed no emotion. Partner, are you interested in coming over to guide the work? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Address. Han Qing's voice was crisp and decisive. Xinglan CAF at the school gate, the same window seat. Lin Weiguo, Zhou Shubai, Liu Hong, and Chunmai were sitting around a table. Since the office was still going through procedures at Longsheng International Center, this place became their temporary command center. Wang Qinian arrived first. He took off his coat, looking refreshed, as though yesterday's fatigue and worry had vanished. Soon, a woman in a well-tailored black suit walked in. She surveyed the room, and her gaze precisely landed on Lin Mo's table before walking straight over. It was Han Qing. She exuded a sharp aura typical of professional women. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was soft but rhythmic. Lawyer Han. Lin Weiguo stood up. This is Lawyer Han Qing, my former boss. Now a technical consultant. Lin Weiguo introduced to Wang Qinian. Han Qing nodded at Wang Qinian, her gaze sweeping over the other three. Just then, Wang Qinian looked at Zhou Shubai, a hint of surprise on his face. You are Shubai? Old Zhou's son? Zhou Shubai stiffened for a moment, then straightened up. Uncle Wang, hello. The atmosphere instantly became a bit subtle. Liu Hong raised an eyebrow, looking forward to the drama. Chunmai instinctively shrank back. So, they were old acquaintances. Han Qing's gaze shifted between Wang Qinian and Zhou Shubai, finally resting on Lin Mo's face, her eyes filled with curiosity. The composition of this team was more complicated than she had imagined. Let us sit down. Wang Qinian waved his hand, pushing a file bag to the center of the table. The reasons for the court's rejection, along with the information about the lawyers hired by the suspect's family, are all here. Han Qing didn't hesitate. She directly took the file bag and pulled out the information. Zhang Yuan from Jixing Law Firm. She glanced at it and immediately reported the other party's background. An old hand, best at procedural battles and delay tactics, capable of dragging a simple case on for 3 to 5 years. Delay? Lin Mo leaned forward, tapping his fingers on the table. We want to give him that opportunity. He looked at his 3 roommates. Our goal is not to win this lawsuit. It's to make things big enough for the whole country to know. Big enough that they can no longer cover it up. Wang Qinian and Han Qing remained silent, listening quietly. Lin Mo continued assigning tasks, his voice clear and calm. Zhou Shubai, Lu Heng, you two are responsible for digging up the backgrounds of those 4 little beasts and their parents. I want all publicly available information, assets, company shares, social connections, and any dirt there may be. Lu Heng made an okay gesture. Zhou Shubai nodded solemnly. He knew that with Wang Qinian's connections, he had to be even more meticulous. Chinmai, Lin Mo turned to him. You and I will be responsible for organizing all the information on the victim, Li Min, especially the evidence chain of his long-term bullying, every incident's time, place, method, and witnesses. I want a report accurate to the hour. Chinmai nodded vigorously, committing this to memory. However, Lin Mo's tone shifted, and the air in the CAF seemed to grow heavier. Before doing all this, we first need to do one thing. Everyone's attention focused on him. We need to meet someone. Wang Qinian seemed to guess something. The victim's mother. Lin Mo's tone was very flat. This matter, Professor Wang. Lawyer Han, your identities are not convenient for stepping forward. He glanced at his 3 roommates. Just the 4 of us will go. The discussion in the CAF concluded, and the 4 of them went their separate ways. Zhou Shubai and Lu Heng didn't immediately go to dig up dirt on the others. They tacitly followed Lin Mo and Chinmai into a taxi together, to the tenement building in the South District. Lin Mo provided the address. The car passed through the bustling city center, where high rises gradually gave way to lower, run-down buildings. The bright exterior faded, revealing the city's old underbelly. This was another side of the capital, a corner forgotten beneath the gloss. The air was filled with a mix of dampness and cooking oil. The address they were looking for was in an old residential building without an elevator. The hallway was narrow and dimly lit, with walls plastered with various small advertisements. Like ugly psoriasis, Lu Heng frowned, instinctively waving his hand in front of his nose. Chinmai, however, walked steadily. He was too familiar with this environment. They stopped at the door of 402, a green iron door with peeling paint. Lin Mo raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from inside. He knocked again, this time with more force. After a long time, the lock clicked and the door opened a crack. Oh, ballet. Haggard face appeared behind the door. It was a woman, her hair dry, her eye sockets deep set. She looked as if all vitality had been drained from her, leaving only an empty shell. She was Su Mo, Li Min's mother. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse, like rusty metal scraping against metal. Aunt Su, we are lawyers. Lin Mo moved her body aside at the door and squeezed in first. Zhou Shubai, Lu Heng, and Chinmai followed in a single file. The apartment was small, a 1-bedroom unit, but very clean. However, this cleanliness carried a sense of lifelessness. On the coffee table, there was a black frame with a photo of a boy smiling shyly. It was Li Min. Su Mo didn't stop them. She silently closed the door, turning to look at the 4 uninvited guests, her eyes showing no curiosity, only numbness. The police have already come. I have nothing to say. We are not from the police. Lin Mo pulled out a wooden chair and sat down, his movements natural, as if he were returning home. We are lawyers from 404 Law Firm. We are here to help you with the lawsuit. Sumo's face showed no fluctuation. She slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, hugging a faded pillow. A lawsuit? Who are we suing? Didn't the court say they were still children? Her tone was flat, as if she were talking about something unrelated to herself. They are children, but they killed someone. Lin Mo's response was firm. If you kill someone, you must pay with your life. If not your life, then you must pay compensation. Lu Heng took out a stack of cash from his backpack and placed it on the table. It was a lot, about 20,000 yuan. Auntie, this is the Advanced Litigation Fund, and your living expenses from our law firm. Lu Heng's tone was a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor. We will represent the case for free. You don't have to worry about anything. Su Mo finally shifted her gaze from the pillow to the stack of red bills, then slowly raised her head to look at the four of them. Her eyes remained hollow, but there seemed to be a faint hint of focus. Chapter 52, Is Justice Delayed? Sorry, I drove the police car to bring it here. Zhou Shubai handed over a document. This is the agency contract. Please take a look. If you agree, we can start working right away. Shunmai remained silent, only taking out paper and pen from his bag to prepare for notes. Suemo did not reach for the contract, her gaze sweeping over Lin Mo, Zhou Shubai, and finally resting on Lu Heng's face. Why? She finally asked the first question. Because we want to win. Lin Mo answered for him. Also because some people don't want you to win. We can't stand it. This reason was simple and blunt, but struck a chord. Suemo remained silent for a long time. Long enough for Lu Heng to become somewhat impatient and want to take back the money on the table. She finally moved. She did not look at the contract or touch the money, but slowly, carefully stroked the picture frame of her son on the table. My Minmin, he was very good. Her voice was still hoarse, but no longer hollow. He knew our family was poor and never wasted money. The new clothes I bought for him for the new year. He didn't want to wear, saying he wanted to save them to show his classmates when school started. He had excellent grades. The teacher said he would definitely get into a key high school. He said when he grew up, he wanted to be a scientist and earn money to buy me a big house. She recited sentence by sentence, as if speaking to them and also to herself. Tears silently slipped from her dry eyes, splattering on the glass of the picture frame. In the dormitory trio, Lu Heng turned his face away. Zhou Shubai pushed up his glasses, and Chunmai's pen left a heavy ink dot on the paper. Auntie, Lin Mo interrupted her memories. Want to know when you discovered he was being bullied? Sumo's body trembled. He never said. She shook her head, tears flowing more fiercely. He never says. I found out myself. His school uniform always had torn cuffs. I asked him, and he said it was just playing around with classmates. Later, I sewed it up for him, but a few days later it was torn again. His piggy bank had fewer and fewer coins. I asked him, and he said he lent them to classmates. Once I got off work early and went home and saw him alone in the bathroom, rubbing his arms with red flower oil, which were bruised all over. I asked him what happened, and only then did he cry and tell me it was done by Huang Wei and the others. Suemo dragged out a small box from under the sofa and opened it. Inside were various items. A torn homework notebook filled with insulting words, a broken pencil case, an old school uniform that was washed clean but had a turtle drawn in correction fluid on the back. Each item was evidence of torment. I went to the school. Sumo's voice was filled with hatred. The homeroom teacher said it was normal for classmates to joke around and told me not to make a big deal out of it. I went to find Huang Wei's parents, and his father directly threw 2,000 yuan at me and told me not to bother them again. I reported it to the police. They came, took a statement, had them write a guarantee letter, and then there was no further news. Everyone told me it was just a child's joke. She raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Mo. Now my child is gone. Is this also a joke? No. Lin Mo's answer was light, but heavy. This is a murder. He pushed the contract on the table in front of Suemo. So, we're going to sue them. Not just the four little beasts, but also their parents and that inactive school. The path of criminal prosecution has been blocked by some lawbreakers, so we will file a civil lawsuit. We want them to pay to the point where they're deeply hurt, to the point where they will never forget what kind of monsters they raised. We will make all the evidence public and turn the trial into a nationwide live broadcast. I want everyone to see how they killed someone and how the court let them go. Lin Mo leaned forward, speaking slowly and deliberately. We will use public opinion to force the court to re-examine this case. If the court doesn't review it, we will sue until it does. Sumo's breathing became rapid, her dry chest heaving violently. She looked at Lin Mo as if he were the last lifeline. She extended her trembling hand, picked up the pen, and slowly wrote her name at the end of the contract. Sumo. After finishing, it felt as if all her strength had been drained. Lin Mo stood up. Chenmai put away the evidence. Zhou Shubai, Lu Heng, you know what to do. He did not say another word and turned to walk towards the door. Where are we going? Lu Heng followed him. Lin Mo opened the old iron door, and light streamed in from outside. To the school, to meet with their teachers and classmates. The golden plaque at the gate of the 17th Middle School of the imperial capital sparkled in the sunlight. The iron gate was tightly closed, and a uniformed security guard was playing with his phone, alert yet relaxed. It looked like any Qing middle school, clean, tidy, filled with a scholarly atmosphere. No one could associate it with a brutal murder. The four were stopped at the entrance. The security guard poked his head out of the booth. "What are you looking for? You can't enter during class time." Lin Weiguo stepped forward, took a document out of his briefcase. "We are lawyers from the 404 law firm, commissioned by the family of Lin, here to inquire about the bullying case involving Lin." The security guard was momentarily stunned. Lawyers? Such young lawyers? He picked up the intercom and mumbled a few sentences. After a moment, an impatient voice came through the intercom. "Don't let them in. Let them go. There is nothing to understand about the school." The security guard put down the intercom and replaced it with a businesslike expression. The leader said it's inconvenient to accept inquiries. "Please go back." Lu Hong raised an eyebrow. "Hey, is it inconvenient? I think you're just feeling guilty." The security guard's face darkened. "Please mind your words." Lin Weiguo ignored the small conflict. He just took a step back, took out his phone, and pressed 3 digits. "Hello, 110? I want to report a crime." His movements were smooth and natural, without a trace of anger.
"We are at the gate of the 17th Middle School of the imperial capital. We are lawyers.
And while conducting an investigation into a campus bullying case that led to death, we are being unreasonably obstructed by the school. We suspect the school is attempting to conceal or destroy crucial evidence and request police assistance." After hanging up, the scene fell silent. The security guard was dumbfounded, not expecting the other party to call the police directly. Lu Hong whistled at him. Zhou Hubei pushed up his glasses, and Chun Mai silently tightened his grip on the strap of his backpack. In less than 10 minutes, a police car with flashing lights stopped at the school gate. 2 police officers, one older and one younger, got out of the car. The older officer glanced at the power of attorney and related documents Lin Weiguo handed over, then looked at the tightly closed school gate, his brows furrowing. Wasn't he that the buried alive case? Chapter 53. The 404 law firm meeting. Some are responsible for firing shots, some for handing over knives, and some for striking at the heart. Lin Montauk nodded. The older police officer did not ask further and walked directly to the security booth, tapping on the window. "Open the door. We need to go in and understand the situation." The security guard dared not stop them and quickly pressed the button to open the door. In the principal's office, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously combed hair was brewing tea. He was Principal Zhang Jingguo. "Police comrades, what brings you here? Who are these individuals?" Zhang Jingguo smiled at the 4 students who followed the police, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Principal Zhang, the older police officer, said straightforwardly, "These 4 are the legal representatives of Li Min's family. They are here to understand the situation. Please cooperate." Zhang Jingguo's smile stiffened for a moment. "Lawyers? So young? Comrades of the police, it's not that we don't want to cooperate, but the school has its rules, and protecting student privacy is our responsibility." Principal Zhang. Lin Weiguo interrupted him. Article 61 of the Civil Procedure Law states that parties and legal representatives may appoint 1 or 2 persons as litigation agents. Article 35 of the Lawyer Law states that lawyers conducting their own investigations can, with their lawyer's practice certificate and law firm certification, investigate relevant situations with related units and individuals. He slammed the law firm's credentials on the table. "We are collecting evidence according to the law. If you continue to obstruct us, I have reason to suspect that you and your school have played an unsavory role in this murder case. At that time, there may be an additional seat in the defendant's dock." Zhang Jingguo's face instantly turned ugly. The police officer added neutrally from his side, "Principal Zhang, cooperating with the investigation is a citizen's duty." The pressure was on. Zhang Jingguo's forehead beaded with sweat. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip to steady his emotions. All right, I will cooperate. What do the lawyers want to understand?" Lin Weiguo pulled out a chair and sat down. "We want to meet a few people. Li Min's homeroom teacher and several of his closest classmates before he died." Half an hour later, in a small conference room, Li Min's homeroom teacher, a woman in her 30s, was restless. Opposite Lin Weiguo sat a thin boy named Sun Hao, who was Li Min's desk mate. He lowered his head and kept twisting the hem of his clothes, not daring to look at anyone. "Sun Hao, don't be nervous," Lin Weiguo said calmly. We just want to understand some situations. Sun Hao buried his head even lower. Chen Mai took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag, twisted off the cap, and gently pushed it in front of Sun Hao. Sun Hao raised his head, glancing at Chen Mai. This quiet older brother gave him an inexplicable sense of security. Did Li Min have any conflicts with Huang Wei and the others at school? Zhou Shubai asked, his tone gentle, like a neighborly older brother. And no, Sun Hao's voice was as small as a mosquito's. Really? Lu Hong played with a pen, the pen tip-tapping on the table. I heard that Li Min's school uniform was mysteriously torn all the time. Sun Hao's body trembled violently. Lin Mo took over the conversation. I also heard that his pencil case was thrown down from the 5th floor. His homework notebook was filled with correction fluid drawings of turtles. I also heard that Huang Wei and the others would ask him for loans every day in the bathroom. With each sentence Lin Mo spoke, Sun Hao's face turned paler. Is all this true? The conference room fell silent. Sun Hao's lips trembled violently as he looked to his homeroom teacher for help. The homeroom teacher immediately spoke up. Comrade lawyer, there are bound to be some minor frictions between classmates. These. Shut up. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but carried an irresistible pressure. I didn't ask you. Sun Hao, I'm asking you, is it true? I don't know. You don't know? Lin Mo smiled. All right, let me change the question. On the noon before Li Min died, was he dragged into the sports equipment room by Huang Wei and the other 3? Did you see it? Bang. The mineral water bottle next to Sun Hao fell over, spilling water all over the table. His psychological defenses completely collapsed. I saw it. I saw everything. He finally cried out. They bullied Li Min every day. They treated him like a dog. They burned his arms with cigarette butts and forced him to eat chalk dust. I told Teacher Wang several times. He suddenly pointed at the pale-faced homeroom teacher. Teacher Wang said not to meddle. She said Huang Wei's dad is rich, and we can't offend him. The homeroom teacher swayed, nearly slipping off her chair. Sun Hao's tears and snot mixed together. That noon, they dragged him into the equipment room. I was scared. I didn't dare to go over. In the afternoon class, all 5 of them didn't come. I told Teacher Wang, but she told me not to meddle. Just take care of myself, and said if I kept meddling, I would get punished. I never expected they would kill him. He collapsed on the table, sobbing uncontrollably. In that cry, there was fear, anger, and an endless amount of self-blame and regret. Lin Mo stood up, not looking at him again. He walked in front of the trembling homeroom teacher and leaned down. Teacher Wang, you heard everything just now, right? In court. I hope you can also be this honest. The 4 of them left the conference room, leaving behind a mess. Zhang Jingguo stood in the hallway, his face pale. Lin Mo walked up to him and stopped. Principal Zhang, prepare yourself well. The name of the 17th middle school of the capital will stand out prominently in the defendant's dock. After saying that, he took the 3 of them and left the teaching building directly. They hailed a car. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was heavy. Lu Hong irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Damn it, a bunch of beasts. That teacher, that principal, not one of them is innocent. Back at the Xinglan CAF near the school gate, the 4 sat down and no one spoke. The unique aroma of the CAF filled the air. Lu Hong irritably slapped his phone on the table, making a light sound. The sound acted like a switch. Zhou Shubai took off his glasses and slowly wiped them with cloth. Chen Mai placed the box he had brought from Su Mo's house on the table, his hand resting on top of it. Lin Mo broke the silence. What are your thoughts? Let's hear them. Lu Hong was the first to speak, leaning forward with his hands crossed on the table, his knuckles turning white. Thoughts? My thoughts are very simple. Sue them to death. Sue them according to their parents' wealth. Not one of them should think they can escape. Whatever mental damages, death compensation, and pensions can be calculated, add them all up, and then multiply by 10. His tone was filled with fierce determination. We're not after how much compensation. We just want to discuss them. Let them hire the most expensive lawyers. Let them run to court every day. Let their employees be embarrassed because of this scandal. Let them know that raising beasts comes at a price. Chapter 54. A complaint? No, this is a manifesto for the whole internet. This approach is very Lu Hong. Simple, crude, and directly hitting the nail on the head. We will crush you with money, or make you get crushed because of money. Zhou Shubai put on his clean glasses, and the world behind the lenses became clear again. Talking only about money is small-minded. Lu Heng frowned. Is this still small? Our complaint is not just for the judge to see, but for the whole society to see. Zhou Xubai's fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a rhythmic, muffled sound. Therefore, the defendants can not only be those 4 families. He looked at Lin Weiguo. We need to list the 17th middle school of the imperial capital as the first defendant. This proposal stunned both Lu Heng and Chen Mai for a moment. Sue the school? Lu Heng's anger lessened a bit, replaced by a merchant's shrewdness. That's right. Zhou Xubai continued to analyze. Putting the school at the forefront has 3 advantages. First, it diverts the fire. The 4 families are either rich or powerful, and they have significant influence. If we only target them, they can easily unite and keep the matter at the level of family disputes. But once the school is involved, the nature changes to a public safety incident, a failure of the education system. It won't be so easy for them to cover it up. Second, it will stir up public opinion. Parents send their children to school, and the school has the responsibility to protect the safety of students. Now that a student has been bullied to death in school for a long time, the school cannot escape blame. This point is most likely to hit the pain points and anger of all parents. Our complaint will turn into a manifesto, questioning the conscience of the entire education system. Third, Zhou Xubai pushed up his glasses, which is the most important point. The school is where the evidence is most concentrated. Sun House testimony, the homeroom teacher's negligence, the principal's inaction. By listing the school as a defendant, we have more reason to apply to the court to obtain all relevant internal records from the school, including surveillance, disciplinary records, and minutes of teacher meetings. If they refuse, it would be obstructing justice, and the pressure from public opinion will be even greater. Zhou Xubai's thinking was meticulous and seasoned. He did not see a lawsuit but a chess game. Every step was aimed at checkmate. Lin Weiguo did not express his opinion. He turned his gaze to the silent Chen Mai. Chen Mai, what about you? Chen Mai raised his head, his lips a bit dry, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He did not talk about strategy or money. He simply placed his hand on the box at his feet and gently patted it. I think our complaint should start from this box. His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy CAF for the other 3. We should write down every piece of evidence. That torn homework book, that crushed pencil case, that school uniform with a turtle drawing. And what Sun Hao said. Every instance of bullying, the time, place, and method. How Huang Wei and the others burned Li Min with a cigarette, but how they forced him to eat chalk dust. We not only need to list the legal clauses, but we also need to review how Li Min was gradually tortured to death by them. The complaint is his epitaph. I want everyone who sees this complaint, whether a judge, a reporter, or an internet user, to feel Li Min's pain at that moment. Chen Mai's fist quietly tightened under the table. He empathized with that pain. The dormitory fell into a new round of silence. Lu Heng's violence, Zhou Xubai's strategy, Chen Mai's empathy. 3 seemingly different directions pointed to the same goal. Lin Weiguo smiled. He picked up a pen from the table, drew 3 circles on a napkin, and then connected them with a line. Lu Heng talked about our ammunition, which needs to be loud and explosive. Using an astronomical figure for compensation to attract everyone's attention is the first step to igniting public opinion. He pointed to the first circle. Zhou Xubai talked about our cannon, accurately targeting and striking at the vital point, pushing the school into the limelight, turning a private case into a public event. Leveraging greater power is the key to making the bullet fly further. He pointed to the second circle, and Chen Mai talked about our chamber. Lin Mo's pen heavily jabbed at the third circle, putting all the bloody facts engraved on our bullets. What we send out is not a cold legal lawsuit, but a warm and tearful accusation. It must be real enough, cruel enough, and shocking enough that no one can pretend not to see it. He put down the pen. A complaint with a compensation amount sufficient to bankrupt middle-class families. A complaint that takes a prestigious middle school to court, directly pointing to educational negligence. A detailed record of how minors inflicted torture on their peers. Lin Weiguo looked around at the 3. When these 3 aspects come together, our complaint itself will be a piece of heavyweight news capable of exploding the entire internet. Whether the court accepts the case is no longer important. What we need to do is submit it and then make it public. We want the court of public opinion to judge them before the court of reality does. Lu Heng and Zhou Xubai exchange a glance, seeing the ignited flames in each other's eyes. So, Zhou Shubai spoke up. We now need a perfect complaint. Everyone's gaze turned to Chenmai. Chenmai felt the pressure and an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Lin Mo looked at him. Chenmai, you write it. Forget all the templates you've memorized. Forget those rigorous but cold legal terms. Just think of Aunt Su Mo's eyes. Think of the things in that box. Think of Li Min. Use your most straightforward language to write the most genuine accusation. You are not writing a legal document. You are seeking justice for a wronged soul. Chenmai did not nod or speak. He quietly took out his notebook and opened it. Without hesitation or fear, he wrote the first line. Civil complaint, Defendant 1. Huang XX, minor, legal representative, Father Huang Jianjun. Legal representative, mother. Defendant 2. Defendant 3. Defendant 4. Defendant 5. 17th Middle School of the Imperial Capital. Legal representative, Zhang Jingguo. Claims. First, request to order the 5 defendants. Chenmai paused and looked at Lu Hong. How much is their parents' company worth? Lu Hong immediately took out his phone, quickly typed, and a few seconds later reported a string of numbers. Chenmai calculated in his mind and then typed a number on the keyboard. Jointly compensate the plaintiff for death compensation, mental damage consolation fees, and other losses, tentatively estimated at 100 million renminbi. Chapter 55. Traffic is key. Spend it. Don't save it. I'll reimburse. The air in the CAF froze because of that number. 100 million yuan. Lu Heng's eyes lit up. He whistled, and that fierce look returned to his face. I like this number. It's loud enough to intimidate. Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from outside. The amount is just a gimmick. The facts and logic in the complaint are the real weapons. The school is the first defendant. This order cannot be wrong. That's enough for now. Lin Mo made a decision, pulling everyone's attention back. He looked at Chenmai. Today, finalize the complaint. Then go to Douyin Kuaishou, all the short video platforms you can think of, and register the official account for 404 Law Firm. Chenmai looked up. Go post the video. Lin Mo's instructions were clear and specific. No need for lengthy explanations. Just let everyone know that our 404 law firm is about to represent the victim Li Min in the campus burial case and formally file a civil lawsuit against the 17th Middle School of the capital and the guardians of the 4 assailants. Make it clear who we are suing, and why. Don't be afraid to spend money on traffic. Lin Mo turned to Lu Hong. Lu Hong grinned and patted his chest. I'll reimburse you. Once the lawsuit is over, we'll go through the proper channels. Lin Mo added. Speaking of proper channels, Lin Mo's mind jumped. The firm is still a makeshift operation, without even someone to manage the finances. Once this is done, we need to hire an accountant. With everything arranged, the 4 of them left the CAF. Back at the dormitory, Lu Hong and Zhou Shubai each opened their computers and began executing their tasks. Chenmai sat at his desk, repeatedly reviewing the draft of the complaint he had just written. Every word felt like dancing on the tip of a knife. Lin Mo didn't disturb him, but walked behind him and gently patted his shoulder. Make time to get your driver's license. Chenmai paused, his hand gripping the pen, turned around a bit embarrassed. We can't always take taxis when we handle cases. Lin Mo's reasoning was simple. The next morning, still at Xinglan CAF, Lin Mo, Zhou Shubai, Lu Hong, Chenmai, along with the invited Han Qing. Han Qing was still in her sharp suit. She glanced at the printed complaint on the table. Her gaze paused on the 100 million yuan for 2 seconds. Are you looking to sue? Or just to drop a bomb in the court of public opinion? She put the document down and looked at Lin Mo. Is there any difference? Lin Mo countered. Han Qing didn't respond. She knew Lin Mo called her not to hear her evaluate how unconventional the complaint was. Today, I invited you here to give them 3 a lesson. Lin Mo got straight to the point, explaining what needs to be prepared for a lawsuit and the process involved. He pointed at Chenmai. The focus is to teach him. The 2 of them will see how it goes. Lu Hong and Zhou Shubai exchanged glances, revealing speechless expressions. Han Qing's gaze fell on Chenmai. This young man from the countryside had a calmness and stubbornness in his eyes that surpassed his age. A lawsuit involves 3 steps. Han Qing held up 3 fingers. Her teaching style was as straightforward as her personality, without a single wasted word. The first step is filing the case. Submit your manifesto, along with the evidence list, identification proof of the parties involved, and the power of attorney, to the court with jurisdiction. Once the court receives it, they will review it and decide whether to accept it within 7 days. If accepted, they will issue a case acceptance notice. The second step is service and response. The court will send copies of your complaint to the 5 defendants. They have 15 days to respond, during which they can provide their reasons and evidence. The school and those wealthy parents will definitely hire the best lawyers, and their response will try to shift all responsibility away. The third step is the court hearing. Exchange evidence, court investigation, courtroom debate, and closing statements. It sounds simple, but every step is a battlefield. Someone like Zhang Yuan will set countless traps for you procedurally. Han Qing's pace wasn't fast, but every word hit Chun Mai's mind like nails. "Chun Mai," she suddenly asked, "what is the first thing you need to do after successfully filing the case?" This question is basic but crucial. Chun Mai didn't hesitate. Focus on service. Han Qing raised an eyebrow. "I need to ensure that the court summons and our complaint are delivered to Zhang Jingguo and the 4 household heads in the fastest and most formal way possible." Chun Mai's tone was steady. "I want them to feel immediately that this is not a joke. The war has begun." Zhou Shubai and Lu Heng both showed a hint of approval on their faces. A small arc appeared at the corner of Han Qing's mouth. "Not bad. You know how to turn legal procedures into pressure tactics." She went on to discuss some trial techniques and precautions, from organizing evidence to the logic of cross-examination. An hour later, Han Qing picked up her bag. "Everything that needed to be said has been said. The rest is practical experience. I look forward to your good news." She stood up and left, the sound of her high heels striking the ground crisp and decisive. Lin Weiguo looked at Chun Mai. "Do you understand everything?" Chun Mai nodded solemnly. "I understand the process." "Then let us go." Lin Weiguo stood up. "Where are we going?" Lu Heng asked. "To the court." Lin Weiguo glanced at Chun Mai. "Just the 2 of us will go. You go submit the complaint. I'll be by your side to support you." People's Court of Xiqing District, capital city. The solemn national emblem hung high above, and people came and went with hurried steps and serious expressions. Lin Weiguo and Chun Mai passed through security and entered the filing hall. The hall wasn't crowded, and the air was filled with the smell of paper and ink. Chun Mai held a thick stack of materials and walked up to a window. Lin Weiguo stood 2 steps behind him, silent. This is Chun Mai's battlefield. He must take the first step himself. Chun Mai handed all the documents over the counter. A female, judge in her 50s, sat behind the window. She wore reading glasses and expressionlessly received the materials, flipping through them one by one. Her movements were slow and meticulous. When she saw the name of the 17th middle school of the capital on the defendant's list, her finger paused for a moment. When she saw the 100 million yuan compensation amount in the lawsuit request, she finally looked up, peering over the top of her glasses at Chun Mai. There was no surprise in her gaze, only scrutiny. She asked nothing, continuing to look down and flip through the pages. When she saw the photocopies of torn homework and photos of battered bodies, her brow involuntarily furrowed. The entire process lasted nearly 20 minutes. The hall was quiet, leaving only the sound of paper turning. Finally, she picked up the stamp on the table. Click! A light sound, the red ink fell on the acceptance notice. She pushed the notice and a receipt out through the window. Wait for the notification. Her tone remained flat, devoid of any emotion. Chun Mai took the documents and bowed deeply to the window. "Thank you." Stepping out of the courthouse, the midday sun was somewhat glaring. Chun Mai tightly clutched the stamped acceptance notice. The edges of the paper nearly crumpled in his grip. Lin Weiguo didn't ask how he felt, nor did he say any words of encouragement. He just took out his phone to check the time, then turned to Chun Mai. "Did the video go out online?" Chapter 56. Is the 1 billion compensation just a clown? No, it's a nuclear bomb to ignite public opinion. On Chun Mai's phone screen, the backend data of Douyin was rapidly changing. He handed the phone to Lin Weiguo. "Brother Weiguo, the video has been posted. In just one night, the views have exceeded 1 million. His voice was mixed with excitement and anxiety. The comments section, there is a lot of discussion, but many are saying we're just attention-seeking clowns and that the 1 billion compensation is a fantasy. He swiped the screen, and sharp comments popped up. "Are you crazy about money? Is a student's life worth 1 billion? 404 law firm? Never heard of it. Probably some random firm that popped up from nowhere. Desperate for fame. Support the school. These lawyers are clearly not good people, exploiting the deceased." Lu Heng leaned over to take a look and scoffed. These keyboard warriors, what do they even understand? Lin Mo didn't look at the phone. He just glanced at it. Clowns? That's a good thing. Chen Mai was taken aback. A good thing? I was actually worried that their opinions would be too unified. It's boring when everyone agrees. Lin Mo put down his cup and pointed at Chen Mai's phone. Right now, go respond to those who are criticizing us. Chen Mai was even more confused. Don't argue with them. Just guide the discussion. Lin Mo's lips curved into a mischievous smile. For example, if someone calls us a random law firm, just reply with our address, 88th floor, Longcheng International Center. If someone says we're exploiting the deceased, ask them, does letting the murderer in a negligent school go unpunished count as respecting the deceased? Let them argue. The more opposing viewpoints, the better. Those who support us will spontaneously rebut those who criticize us. Those who criticize us will become angrier when rebutted, and they'll criticize even more fiercely. This way, the heat will come, right? Lin Mo explained the fundamental logic of traffic in the simplest language. The so-called public opinion arena is essentially a marketplace. You say a word, I say a word, the more noise, the more lively it gets, and the more people will gather to watch. What they want is not for everyone to support them, but for everyone to pay attention. Chen Mai looked at Lin Mo as if he were seeing this person for the first time. He thought that lawsuits were a matter of the courtroom, a contest of evidence and legal codes. He never expected that the real battlefield was already filled with smoke before the trial began. Seeing Chen Mai still in a daze, Lin Mo put away his nonchalant expression. He stood up, walked to Chen Mai's side, patted his shoulder, and then gestured for him to follow. On the street outside the court, traffic was bustling. Chen Mai, let me ask you, where do you think your advantages lie compared to Lu Heng and Zhou Xubai? This question was sudden and sharp. Chen Mai fell silent. He could feel the gazes of Lu Heng and Zhou Xubai behind him. His advantages? What advantages does he have? In terms of family background, he was just a farmer's son. In terms of intellect, Zhou Xubai had an exceptional memory and logical thinking. In terms of resources, Lu Heng could summon connections that he could never reach with a single phone call. His silence was the answer. You're different from them. Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet it struck Chen Mai's heart like a hammer. Lu Heng has money. Zhou Xubai has brains and background. Their lives have countless paths to take. Even if they stumble on this legal path, they have thick cushions at home to fall back on. You don't. So, you must work harder and be more focused than they are. They can afford to play games and read novels. You cannot. You need to seize every opportunity and climb up with all your might. Lin Mo's words were harsh, but also the most naked reality. As for Han Qing, you need to learn more from her. The complaint is written by you. In this case, you are one of the lead lawyers. From filing to the trial, you need to understand every process and every detail clearly. I don't expect you to be as meticulous as Zhang Yuan right now, but you must grow. These words were meant as a reprimand, but were, in fact, an expectation. Chen Mai could feel the weight of the hand on his shoulder. It was a kind of trust and also a responsibility. His nose tinged with a hint of moisture, and his throat felt a bit constricted. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word, only nodding heavily. Brother Mo, I won't let you down. It's not for me. It's for yourself. Lin Mo withdrew his hand. From now on, our law firm's short video account and public account will be your responsibility. There's still a lot for you to learn. Operations, copywriting, interacting with netizens, guiding public opinion. Once the firm officially opens, your workload will be heavier than theirs. This was both a task and a clear career path. Lin Mo was pushing him in the most clumsy yet solid way to engage with the forefront of this industry. Okay, Chen Mai agreed without hesitation. Lin Mo sat back down on the sofa, and the atmosphere relaxed. He casually asked, so, what do you really want to do in the future? This question had never been asked in the dormitory. Lu Heng was thinking about how to expand the family business, while Zhou Xubai was wondering if he could realize his ambitions within the system. As for Chen Mai, before meeting Lin Mo, he only wanted to find a job after graduation to establish himself in a big city and bring his parents over. Now, he had different ideas. I know I can't compare to them in terms of family background. Chen Mai's voice was not loud, but very clear. He did not avoid Lu Heng and Zhou Xubai's gazes. When I was in the village, my family had a dispute with our neighbors over land use, and the village officials came to mediate, making everything muddled. In the end, my family suffered losses. At that time, I felt that having reason was useless. You need to have the law to be effective. Brother Mo, you gave me this opportunity, and I want to seize it. He raised his head and looked at Lin Mo, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brightness. I want to be a lawyer. These words were like a bucket of cold water and also like a burst of fire. Lin Mo saw the spark in Chun Mai's eyes ignite and helped him temper the overly intense flames. Don't think too far ahead. You can't become a fat man in one bite. He patted Chun Mai's shoulder. Take one step at a time. Lin Mo added from now on. Make sure to visit Han Qing more often and learn from her. It won't hurt you. Chun Mai nodded vigorously, firmly remembering this piece of advice. The two left the court and returned to the 404 dormitory. As soon as they opened the door, a strange atmosphere rushed at them. Zhou Shubai and Lu Heng were huddled together, their heads almost bumping, whispering intensely about something. Seeing Lin Mo and Chun Mai enter, their discussion abruptly stopped. As if the mute button had been pressed, their movements froze for a moment. Lu Heng quickly closed the computer, while Zhou Shubai straightened up and flipped through a couple of pages of In the Name of the People on the table. His movements were skilled, yet they were too obvious. Chapter 57 Gao Yang. I didn't expect we might meet again. What's wrong? Lin Mo threw his coat on the chair and suddenly fell silent. Planning a rebellion? Lu Heng and Zhou Shubai exchanged a glance. That look contained a lot of information. Zhou Shubai frowned slightly and shook his head gently, indicating that it wasn't the right time to discuss this. Lu Heng's lips moved, clearly holding a different opinion. He wasn't the type to keep things bottled up, especially when he felt it was important. The two engaged in several rounds of silent confrontation, and in the end, Lu Heng relented. It seemed he had made a significant decision and spoke with difficulty. Emogo. As soon as he uttered the name, Zhou Shubai's frown deepened. There's some news regarding Gao Yang. Gao Yang. The name caused Lin Mo's movements to come to a halt. Interesting. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning forward, eager to hear more. Lu Heng glanced at Zhou Shubai, who simply closed the book, his face showing that he had expected this. Since it couldn't be stopped, Zhou Shubai chose to add on. It's an infringement case, unrelated to our current main task, and I believe it should be postponed. What do you mean unrelated? Lu Heng immediately countered. My company is practically being ridden on and shat upon. He was getting a bit anxious, speaking without caring for decorum. My family has a small media company, and 2 years ago we signed a very talented young artist who writes and sings his own songs. Last year, a title track he released was completely plagiarized by that Gao Yang, who shamelessly claimed it as his own and flaunted it everywhere. Of course, we sued. Lu Heng's tone was filled with anger, and what happened? We lost in the first trial, and the second trial upheld the original ruling. The court said our evidence was insufficient to prove originality. What the hell? We even have the original manuscript. The legal department of the company thinks it's a waste of money to continue fighting, better to admit defeat. Lu Heng's fist slammed onto the table with a muffled thud. I can't swallow this. Zhou Shubai calmly analyzed. This isn't about whether you can swallow it. Lu Heng, Li Min's case has just been filed, and it's the most critical time. All our energy, resources, and public attention should be focused on the 17th high school in the capital and those 4 families. Now, suddenly another case pops up, and the opponent is a local tyrant like Gao Wei. It can easily divert our firepower and might even affect the public opinion direction of Li Min's case. Zhou Shubai's concerns were very realistic. The 404 law firm is currently a makeshift team with limited manpower and resources and can't handle 2 fronts. Lu Heng understood this logic, but he was just unwilling to accept it. We can't just sit back and watch that young artist get bullied to death, right? He is almost depressed from fighting this lawsuit. The dormitory fell silent. One was Li Min, buried alive, and the other was the young artist whose work was buried. Different tragedies, similar cores. Both are powerless cries of the weak under the powerful. Chun Mai, who had been silent, suddenly clenched his hands, resting on his knees. From Lu Heng's description, he saw a shadow of another Li Min. That feeling of being deprived, trampled, yet having no place to seek justice. He felt it deeply. Lin Mo didn't rush to express his opinion. His gaze swept over Lu Heng's anger, Zhou Shubai's rationality, and finally landed on Chun Mai's tense jawline. He was waiting. waiting for Chun Mai's reaction. He had set the stage, and now he wanted to see if the actor he chose would dare to step into the spotlight. Chun Mai lifted his head. His voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear. "Mo Go, I think. We need to take care of this case." Zhou Shubai and Lu Heng looked at him in surprise. Although this was an ordinary case, Chun Mai was able to clearly express his stance on the law firm's business decisions. He was no longer that rural kid who only passively accepted tasks. Reason. Lin Mo uttered 2 words. Because they're the same kind of people. Chun Mai didn't shy away from Zhou Shubai's scrutiny. Huang Wei and the others thought Li Min was easy to bully, so they dared to go all out against him. That Gao Yang also thought a small artist and a small company were easy to bully, which is why he dared to plagiarize without restraint. If we let it go, we're telling everyone that as long as you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want. In Li Min's case, we want law. In this infringement case, we want justice. Law, justice, and human sentiment cannot be separated. His words were simple, yet hit the nail on the head. Zhou Shubai fell silent. He realized he couldn't refute it, because what Chun Mai said was the original intention behind their actions. Although Chun Mai didn't understand Lin Mo's relationship with the Gao family, he still stood up, which indicated many issues. Lin Montag smiled. This was the effect he wanted. A team cannot have only one brain. He needed everyone to be able to think independently and even dare to oppose him. All right, interesting. Lin Mo stood up and made a decisive statement. Since it's Gao Yang, this old friend, coming to us, there's no reason not to take it. He looked at Lu Heng. After we wrap up the Li Min case, I'll go check out your little company. I want to understand the situation personally. Lu Heng felt he still needed to think it over. Mo Go, the opponent is the Gao family. What about the Gao family? The crimes they committed? I will take back step by step. Even if it's just a small song infringement, I want him to pay the price. After deciding to take on Gao Yang's case, the atmosphere in the dormitory oddly returned to a kind of calm. Boring days always pass quickly. The 4 of them seemed to revert to being ordinary university students, attending classes on time, eating in the cafeteria, and occasionally playing video games together in the dorm. Lu Heng's keyboard was clacking loudly. Zhou Shubai was engrossed in his book In the Name of the People, and Chun Mai was like a sponge, soaking up all the legal knowledge he could access. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. The online uproar also temporarily subsided, and the 404 law firm's account, after throwing out that heavyweight bomb, entered a silent period, allowing discussions on the internet to ferment. A few days later, the bell signaling the end of the commercial law class rang. As teacher Liu just walked out of the classroom with his teaching materials, Lin Mo's phone vibrated. An unfamiliar landline number from the capital. Lin Mo pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. A formulaic female voice came from the other end, devoid of any emotional tone. "Hello, is this lawyer Lin Mo? This is the People's Court of Xiqing District in the capital." Lu Heng and Zhou Shubai immediately stopped their actions, and even Chun Mai, who had been diligently taking notes, looked up. "I am," Lin Mo answered calmly. Chapter 58. All rise. The minor protection law? No, it's the minor punishment law live room. Regarding the civil lawsuit you previously filed against the 17th Middle School of the capital and the guardians of 4 defendants, including Huang, our court has officially accepted it. According to the process, I will now ask the plaintiff if they wish to proceed with pretrial mediation. Here it comes. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly as he leaned back in his chair. We accept mediation. This answer stunned both Lu Heng and Chun Mai for a moment. The female voice on the other end of the phone seemed to pause for a second before continuing. All right, we will. However, Lin Mo interrupted her. We have one condition. I hope the entire mediation process can be live-streamed online. If the other party is unwilling, then forget it. The other end fell silent. A few seconds later, the female voice spoke again, her tone carrying a hint of fluctuation. All right, I understand your request. We will convey it to the defendants. The call ended. Lin Mo threw his phone on the table and looked at Chun Mai, who was still a bit slow to react. Go, update our short video account with a new message. Lin Mo's instruction was clear and direct. Just tell everyone that we have officially sued the 17th Middle School of the capital and the relevant parties. The court just contacted us to inquire if we would accept pretrial mediation. We answered, yes, but on the condition that it is live-streamed throughout. Now, It depends on the defendant's willingness. Chun Mai immediately understood Lin Mo's intention. This wasn't mediation at all, but rather putting those 5 defendants on the grill. They wouldn't dare agree to a live stream. If they refuse, it shows they're guilty. He nodded emphatically, quickly taking out his phone to edit the message. An hour later, just as the heat of Chun Mai's video began to rise, the court's phone rang again. It was still the same female voice, her tone remaining flat. Lawyer Lin, the defendants have responded. They agree to proceed with pretrial mediation, but do not agree to the live stream. The expected answer. Then let's meet in court. Lin Mo's response showed no hesitation. He paused for a moment and added, also, please inform the collegial panel that we previously requested for the trial process to be open and for the trial to be live-streamed. And we hope to receive the court's approval. The court will review your application in accordance with the law. The other party hung up, but Lin Mo could sense the uncontainable waves in her tone. Half an hour later, the phone rang for the 3rd time. Lawyer Lin, after deliberation, the collegial panel has decided to approve your application. This case will be publicly heard next Friday and will be live-streamed online. Lin Montag smedet. He hung up the phone and immediately dialed 2 numbers. Professor Wang, Lawyer Han, let's meet at Xinglan CAF, the usual place, to discuss the court session. Half an hour later, at Xinglan CAF, Lin Mo, Han Qing, and the exhausted Wang Qinian sat around table. Chun Mai, Lu Hong, and Zhou Shubai sat a bit further away, but were all ears. Lin Mo briefly explained the situation. Han Qing's expression was calm, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome. Wang Qinian appeared a bit excited, finally able to bring these beasts to trial, even if it was just to exert pressure on the court through a civil lawsuit. A public trial and a live stream at that, this would be lively. The face of the 17th middle school of the capital would be rubbed in the ground this time. Lin Mo looked at the others, expressing his thoughts. I will bring Chun Mai along for this court session. Han Qing and Wang Qinian both looked at the quiet young man beside them. He will participate in this trial as a legal assistant from our 404 law firm. Wang Qinian lightly tapped his fingers on the table, excitement shining in his scholarly eyes. This move was excellent, shifting all the pressure onto the school and the court. They're now in a tight spot. Not enough. Lin Mo stirred the ice cubes in his cup, producing a crisp sound. The court's live stream is an official stage. Everything we say and do will be restricted by rules. Before the court session, we need to set up our own stage and put on a show. Han Qing raised her eyebrows. You want to live stream it yourself? To stoke the flames of public opinion even more. Lin Mo looked at Chun Mai. Let's leak some of the evidence we have in a storytelling manner ahead of time. Just a little bit, enough to whet everyone's appetite. After discussing the details, the atmosphere relaxed slightly. Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa, as if suddenly remembering something. Everyone, after chatting for so long, how about we take a look at our 404 law firm's office? His words were mainly directed at Han Qing and Wang Qinian. The enthusiasm made Zhou Shubai and Lu Hong immediately realize that someone was about to start pitching again. Han Qing didn't say anything, merely took a sip of her coffee, which was a silent agreement. Wang Qinian looked curious. Aren't you working from your dormitory? That was during the startup phase. Lu Hong stood up, tossing a black access card in his hand. The official venue has long been set up. The group arrived at the foot of Longxing International Building. The towering structure reached into the clouds, its glass facade reflecting a cold, hard light in the sun. Lu Hong skillfully swiped the access card, leading everyone into the exclusive elevator. The elevator rose smoothly, numbers flashing quickly, finally stopping at 88. The elevator doors opened to reveal a massive open space. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of half the capital, and the interior was decorated in a minimalist modern style, with simple white as the main color. Most areas were still empty, but the reception, a few independent offices, and meeting rooms were already taking shape. Feel free to look around. Lin Mo spread his arms like a child, showing off his toys. He walked leisurely to Wang Qinian's side. Professor Wang, what do you think of our place? Not bad. Great view. Wang Qinian adjusted his glasses and gave an objective evaluation. Then would you be interested in being a consultant at a law firm? Lin Mo's intention was clear. Han Qing had already agreed. Han Qing, who was assessing an office, paused her movements. She turned around, neither calling him out nor agreeing, just watching Lin Mo quietly with an expression that seemed to ask, "What material is your face made of?" Wang Qinian was taken aback, looking from Han Qing to Lin Mo, clearly trying to assess the truth of what was said. Lin Mo's expression was so open as if he were stating something entirely reasonable. Suddenly remembering something, he slapped his forehead and turned to Chen Mai. "Right? About the live stream we discussed earlier, hurry and release a preview. Just say that this weekend, we will be live streaming to talk specifically about this case." Chen Mai immediately nodded, taking out his phone. "Mo go, it's already arranged. The time is set for Sunday night at 8. He paused and added, "I've also thought of a gimmick. The first justifiable defense case in the Dragon Nation. Defense Lawyer's Guide to Punishing Unlawful Minors." After the tour, they left the building. Wang Qinian had not given Lin Mo a definite answer until they were parting. "Lin Mo." The old professor's expression was serious. "If you can handle the Li Min case beautifully." He paused for a moment. "I can consider the legal consultant matter." Chapter 59. Consuming the Dead? "No. I'm here to judge all of your consciences." Sunday, dormitory 404. The sunlight outside is just right, but the curtains are drawn in the dormitory, creating a tense atmosphere. Lin Mo slammed his palm on the table, causing the pens in the pen holder to rattle. "Come on, everyone, stop playing around. Clean the dormitory. We have a live stream tonight." Lu Hong, who was wearing headphones and playing a game, took off his headphones and threw them on the table. "What's going on? We're not doing the live stream at the law firm, but in our doghouse. We are a grassroots law firm, so we need to look like one." Lin Mo pointed at Lu Hong. "You and old Joe are responsible for tidying up this doghouse to make it look like a place for people to live. Especially that pile of smelly socks of yours." Zhou Shubai closed the book he was reading in the name of the people without arguing, and silently began to organize his desk. His movements were orderly, as if he were executing a precise program. "Old Chun," Lin Mo turned to Chen Mai, who had already taken out his laptop, "set up the live streaming equipment, and post a video to warm up the atmosphere to the max." "What about me?" Lin Mo answered himself. "I'm preparing the ammunition for tonight." He paused, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. "By the way, let us invite a heavyweight guest to our live stream." Each person had clear roles and acted quickly. Although Lu Hong complained verbally, he started picking up trash bags. Zhou Shubai took a cloth and wiped every corner clean. He even dug out a bottle of air freshener from the cabinet. Shen me type rapidement, completing the new promo video script in one go, quickly releasing it with previously edited material. Lin Mo spread out a pile of documents, including the case files, photos, and a timeline he had organized for Li Min's case. He didn't look at the cold legal statutes, but focused on the photos of Li Min in life. A youthful, innocent smile. What he wanted to do was not legal education, but to tell a story powerful enough to make everyone angry. After everyone finished tidying up, they grabbed a quick bite in the cafeteria. Back in the dormitory, there was still half an hour until 8 o'clock. For the first time, Zhou Shubai didn't read. Lu Hong didn't touch his game console, and even the usually calm Chen Mai was sweating slightly in his palms. Professor Wang Qinian appeared at the dormitory door right on time. The old professor looked at the freshly cleaned dormitory and then at the simple live streaming equipment set up in front of the desk, adjusting his glasses. "You all really are simple and unadorned. Professor Wang, please take a seat." Lin Mo moved Lu Hong's most comfortable gaming chair over. "Tonight, we want to discuss legal statutes. We'll talk about humanity." At exactly 8 o'clock, Chen Mai gave Lin Mo an OK gesture and pressed the live stream start button. The screen lit up, and Lin Mo's face appeared in front of hundreds of thousands of online viewers. He didn't force a serious demeanor, but instead wore a friendly demeanor, like a buddy in the dormitory ready for a late-night chat. "Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Mo from Law Firm 404. He didn't rush into the main topic, but first brought up an old case. Some of you might recognize my face. Not long ago, I was the defense lawyer for the fruit vendor in the self-defense case that sparked widespread discussion online. With that one sentence, the atmosphere in the live stream was ignited. Wow, it's that fierce lawyer who left the prosecutor speechless. The legendary lawyer of the Li Hang case. I'm following you. The main character is here. Brothers, keep the public screen protected." Lin Mo waited for the barrage of comments to settle down before continuing. "Today, I'm not here to flaunt my past achievements. I'm here to seek justice for another person who cannot speak for himself. He placed a photo of Li Min prominently in front of the camera. His name is Li Min, an ordinary high school student. He is dead, buried alive. Our law firm 404 has taken on the commission of his mother to seek justice for him. The comments in the live stream instantly changed direction. Anger, shock, disbelief. Lin Mo spoke at a moderate pace, narrating the entire case in the plainest language possible. There was no emotional manipulation, no accusations, just a presentation of facts. However, this calm narration contained the most terrifying power. We have already filed a lawsuit in court, but we all know that the real difficulties do not lie in the courtroom. He paused for a moment, dropping a hook. The opponent is very powerful. They want this matter to pass quietly. As he spoke, the number of viewers in the live stream grew exponentially, a mix of supporters and detractors. The voices of support were loud, but the insults and doubts were equally jarring. Another one, consuming the dead? Does eating blood buns taste good? A compensation of 100 million is what you proposed, right? Are you crazy for money? Attention-seeking trash lawyer, get out of here. Lu Hong watched the comments beside him, his face turning green with anger, his fists cracking. But Lin Mo seemed not to notice. He answered a few routine questions about evidence and legal procedures, and then suddenly smiled. I see that many of you have questions, but typing is too slow. How about this? Let us do a live call, and friends with questions can come up and ask directly. This move surprised everyone. Professor Wang Qinian furrowed his brow slightly. Live calling introduces too many variables and could easily be led astray by ill-intentioned individuals. The first live call request was quickly connected. A young man's voice came through, filled with nervousness and excitement. Everyone expected him to ask about the details of the Li Min case. But he opened with a completely unrelated question. Lawyer Lin, hello. I don't want to ask about Li Min's case. I want to ask, when you took the Li Hang self-defense case, facing such immense public pressure and the prosecutor's strong stance, how did you hold up? Weren't you afraid? This question instantly silenced the noisy live stream. It wasn't about the case, but about Lin Mo's motivation. Lin Mo also paused for a moment. He didn't give a passionate response or recite any noble words about sacrificing for justice. He simply looked at the camera, as if he were gazing at every ordinary person in front of the screen. I took that case not because I was brave, but because I was afraid. His voice was soft but clearly reached everyone's ears. I fear that one day, when an ordinary person, a fruit vendor, raises a knife to protect himself and his family, the law will not offer him protection, but rather a pair of cold handcuffs. I fear that one day, the justice and bravery we teach children will become a joke in the face of reality. We always say that the law is the last line of defense for maintaining social fairness and justice. But if this line of defense is high up, cold, and unapproachable, then who does it really protect? What does it mean? He leaned slightly forward, staring into the camera, speaking each word clearly. What I want to do is to pull this so-called defense line out of the cold legal codes and drag it into the sunlight, allowing everyone to see it, touch it, and feel its warmth. I don't want those living at the bottom, those who are bullied, wronged, and insulted, to have the door of the law closed on them in their moments of despair. I don't want law to become a book that only a few can understand. A piece of empty rhetoric. His words hit like a heavy hammer, striking deep into the hearts of everyone in the live stream. In the dormitory, there was a dead silence. Lu Hong opened his mouth, forgetting his anger. Chen Mai's eyes turned red. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He heard within Lin Mo's words the deepest cry he had when facing the indifferent village officials back in his day. After a few seconds of stillness, the comments in the live stream exploded in an unprecedented manner. Lin Mo didn't say anything more, just sat there quietly. Chapter 60, Minor Protection Law. Lin Mo, why don't you ask the prosecutor's office? Lin Mo raised his hand and lightly pressed down in front of the camera. The barrage of comments and gift effects, as if choked by this action, thinned out. Thank you all for your support, but those pretty empty words end here. The solemnity on his face faded, returning to a casual state. Now, let's get back to the point. Let's talk about Li Min's case. The connection continued, but for the next question, I hope it relates to this case. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the heated emotions that had just ignited in the live broadcast room. Lu Hong and Chen Ma were both puzzled. It was the perfect time to press the advantage, so why actively cool things down? Only Zhou Xiubai silently closed a law book that was open on the table, guessing that the climax was just beginning. The connection request was accepted. A sharp, harsh voice came through the transmission, carrying blatant malice and disdain. So your lawyer, Lin? I just want to ask you, do you sleep at night? Consuming a dead child like this, repeatedly tearing open the wounds of his family? Doesn't your conscience hurt? As soon as the question was asked, the air in the dormitory instantly froze. Lu Heng's expression darkened, his hand clenched into a fist under the table, knuckles turning white. Chen Mai shot up, eyes filled with anger, almost reaching out to cut the connection. Professor Wang Qinyan's hand, which was adjusting his glasses, froze in mid-air, brow furrowed. The degree of this question's malice exceeded his expectations. Or is it that the voice persisted, relishing in the questioning? That consuming the dead gives you a twisted sense of accomplishment? Lin Mo didn't move. He quietly listened to the end, then slowly and clearly nodded at the camera. Yes. One word left everyone stunned, including the questioner on the other side of the screen who was waiting to see him embarrassed. You asked if my conscience hurts. My answer is, not only does it not hurt, but you're right, I feel a great sense of accomplishment. Lin Mo leaned forward, bringing himself closer to the camera, the nonchalant demeanor completely gone, replaced by an almost obsessive calmness. If bringing the murderer to trial and holding the negligent school accountable is called consuming the dead, then I am willing to consume. If allowing a grieving mother, after crying all her tears, to receive compensation sufficient to support her for the rest of her life is called consuming the dead, then I am very willing to consume. If each of my consumptions can make those potential bullies, those who think their wealth and power allow them to do as they please, hesitate and fear before extending their dirty hands. He paused, each word hammering into the ears of all the viewers like nails. Then not only will I consume, but I will do so with great fanfare, beating drums and gongs. I want the whole world to see that harming others comes at a price. It will cost you everything. This statement contained no defense, only acceptance. He took all the dirt thrown at him and boiled it, then splashed it back without leaving a drop. The live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, the barrage exploded in a frenzy. Voices of cursing and support crashed together like two towering waves, turning the entire comment section into a chaotic battlefield. And Lin Mo was the one standing at the eye of the storm, having lit the fuse himself. He looked at the chaotic barrage, showing no reaction, just calmly continuing towards a microphone. Next question. That sharp voice disappeared, and a new connection was quickly established. This time, it was a somewhat hesitant young man's voice. Lawyer Lin, is the compensation of 100 million you proposed really possible to achieve? I mean, will the other party actually pay that much in reality? This question pulled everyone's attention from the emotional outburst back to the stark reality. Lu Heng also looked at Lin Mo. This was what he wanted to ask. Zhou Xiubai pondered, realizing that this question was another hook for Lin Mo to guide public opinion. I can't reveal too many specifics about the case and strategies before the trial. Lin Mo did not answer directly. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed in front of him. I can only tell you 8 words. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He paused, adding another sentence. I am responsible for proposing, as for heaven. Sometimes you have to see the world's face. This ambiguous answer carried an undeniable confidence. Next, Lin Mo answered several ordinary questions about evidence collection and litigation processes. With the atmosphere in the live broadcast room bouncing between professionalism and quarrels, the heat only rising. Finally, during a pause between questions, a user with the ID the temperature of law was connected. A calm middle-aged man's voice emerged. Lawyer Lin, hello. I've been following this case, and I have a question that many of my friends are also confused about. His speech was not fast, clear in structure, instantly quieting the noisy live broadcast room. Given that the information currently disclosed shows that Huang and the other 3 clearly have committed intentional homicide, why have we not seen the prosecutor's office file charges against these minors until now? Here it comes. Lin Mo sat up straight. Zhou Xiubai and Wang Qinyan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. This was the real core of the night. All the previous setup and emotional mobilization were for this moment. To have this question asked from the mouth of an ordinary netizen. Lin Mo faced the camera, his expression becoming exceptionally serious. This friend, you asked a very good question. A question everyone wants to know the answer to. The answer is actually very simple. He paused for 3 seconds, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Because they are minors, protected by the minor protection law. He emphasized the word protection heavily. As for why our prosecutors have not filed charges in the face of such clear criminal facts, Lin Mo spread his hands, making an innocent gesture. You shouldn't be asking me this question. I'm just an attorney. He looked at the camera, as if seeing each person in front of screen. I suggest you, and all the netizens who want to know the answer, go personally ask our prosecutor's office, ask our courts. Their contact information is all public. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo did not give anyone time to react, directly moving the mouse and clicking the End Live Broadcast button. The screen instantly went black. Chapter 61. After the live broadcast went viral, the court's phone lines were overwhelmed. Hello, I'm new here. The dormitory was deathly silent. The blacked-out screen loomed like a giant period, announcing the storm's onset. Chen Mai's hand was still hovering over the notebook's touchpad, fingers icy. Lin Mo's last few words were like a key, unlocking a long-sealed lock in his heart. Professor Wang Qinian rubbed his eyes. He slowly spoke, breaking the frozen air. With such overwhelming traffic, I wonder how the prosecutor's office and the court will handle it. Lin Mo turned his chair, leaned back, and rested his hands behind his head, looking completely at ease. They had no choice. His gaze shifted to Chen Mai, the instruction clear and crisp. Old Chen, release the new video. Chen Mai immediately snapped back to attention, fingers dancing across the keyboard again. Gather all the public contact information, addresses, and any official channels we can find for the Intermediate People's Court of Xiqing District and the People's Procuratorate of Xiqing District, and send it up. The copy will just be one sentence. A smile curved at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. We've already asked. Now it's your turn. The moment the video was published, it was like pouring cold water into boiling oil. The internet exploded. Within 5 minutes, several external hotlines of the Intermediate People's Court of Xiqing District were paralyzed. Hello, this is the Xiqing District People's Court. How can I assist you? A young female operator, just having put down her milk tea, was startled by the commotion. A male voice on the other end suppressed his anger. I want to ask, what about the Li Min case? Why haven't the 4 murderers been prosecuted yet? Did your court take bribes? Sir, regarding the situation you mentioned, I'm new here and not very familiar with the procedures. Could you please wait while I verify and get back to you? Verify? Is this how you handle things? Beep. The operator didn't wait for him to finish cursing, decisively hanging up the phone, her chest heaving as she took a big gulp of water. The phone rang again immediately. Same question. Sir, I'm not clear on that. I'll take note of it. Mung. I'm just responsible for answering calls. I really don't understand the specifics of the case. Beep. Another call was disconnected. A colleague leaned over, looking disillusioned. Don't struggle. I'm in the same boat. The lines are about to burn out. Just use that same script. Say you're new, not clear, need to verify. Then hang up. Just drag it out. The entire call center was drowned in the ringing phones and a standardized set of perfunctory responses. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away at the People's Procuratorate of Xiqing District, the scene was entirely different. The phones were also overwhelmed, but the operators' responses were completely different. Hello, Xiqing District People's Procuratorate. A calm female voice came through. Hello, I want to inquire about the Li Min case from the 17th Middle School in the capital. Why has your Procuratorate prosecuted the 4 suspects? The voice on the other end was rational, but carried an undeniable questioning tone. Thank you for your supervision and support of our work. The operator's tone was professional and standard regarding your inquiry. Our office has already filed a prosecution against Huang and the other 4 suspects with the Intermediate People's Court of Xiqing District last week, according to the law. The man on the other end was momentarily stunned. The operator continued without pause. However, the court dismissed our prosecution request on the grounds that all 4 suspects are minors and should be protected under the Minors Protection Law. Following protocol, our office is preparing supplementary materials and will file the prosecution again. The information was immense, yet crystal clear. The man on the other end was silent for a few seconds. That's all, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for your call. The operator hung up the phone, looking at the now blacked-out live broadcast window on her phone, her expression complex. Someone really dared to do this. Using all the internet users as a knife, forcing two national judicial bodies to play their cards against each other under public scrutiny. This was no longer pressure. This was overturning the table. In a spacious office at the Intermediate People's Court of Qing District, smoke swirled. A middle-aged man in court uniform paced restlessly, named Liu Bin, who was directly responsible for dismissing the prosecution request. He stopped, looking at the calm figure sitting behind the desk. Dean Wu, the lawyer named Lin Mo. His actions have constituted public interference in the judiciary, right? Can we? The man referred to as Dean Wu did not look up. He simply flicked the ash off his cigarette with his finger. Interfering with the judiciary? Dean Wu finally raised his head, his gaze calm but sending a chill down Liu Bin's spine. He merely made our contact information public, allowing the public to call and inquire. Which law states that citizens cannot consult judicial bodies about case progress. But he incited. What did he incite? Dean Wu interrupted him. He simply said he had finished asking and encouraged everyone else to ask as well. Is there a problem? Cold sweat beaded on Liu Bin's forehead. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Dean Wu stood up and walked to the window, watching the endless flow of traffic below. Liu Bin, I know what you're thinking. His voice was very flat. You want to shift the blame onto that lawyer. Put a hat on him to cover your own issues. I haven't. The case of Li Min, the documents sent by the procuratorate are complete with an intact chain of evidence and clear facts. Why did you suppress it? Why did you dismiss it? Dean Wu's voice remained flat but struck Liu Bin like a heavy hammer. Do you think your little maneuvers go unnoticed by the higher-ups? Dean Wu turned to face him directly. What benefits did the Huang family give you that made you dare to reach for a case like this? Liu Bin's face turned as pale as paper, his body swayed. Nearly unable to stand. Take care of yourself. Dean Wu extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. After this matter concludes, an investigation team will be established to handle you. Liu Bin stood frozen, as if plunged into an ice cave. The door to Liu Bin's office was gently closed. He felt completely drained, leaning against the door panel, slowly sliding down to the floor. It's over. Dean Wu's last words were like a gavel, shattering all his hopes. On the computer screen, the official account of the Intermediate People's Court of Qing District had just released a meticulously worded announcement regarding the recent concerns of the vast internet users about the Li Min case. Our preliminary investigation has confirmed that there were indeed issues of some staff members abusing their power and procedural impropriety during the prosecution acceptance phase. Our office attaches great importance to this and has suspended the related responsible person Liu for handling and established a special investigation team. Further developments will be promptly announced to the public. We sincerely ask the general public to supervise. Chapter 62. The entire network is pressuring. Lin Mo. We successfully opened a live stream for the devil on the edge of a knife below the announcement. There were surging comments. Lose someone? What are you hiding for? Just put the name out. Attempt thinks he can brush us off. We've seen this trick too many times. Suspended? Waiting for the storm to pass to reinstate. Right? Don't change the subject. What we want to know is, when will you prosecute those four beasts? The angry denunciations did not subside with this announcement. Instead, they intensified. Liu Bin looked at his surname and the three cold letters someone on the screen, feeling dizzy. It's over for him, completely over. Meanwhile, in dorm room 404, Professor Wang Qinian looked at the freshly issued court announcement on Chen Mai's phone, then glanced at the calm young man beside him, finally just shaking his head and putting on his coat. This muddy water has been stirred even murkier by you. Lin Mo stood up to see him to the door. Professor, when the water is murky, it's easier to catch fish. Wang Qinian paused at the door, not turning back. Just don't catch a shark. The door closed, leaving only 4 people in the dorm. Liu Heng could no longer hold back and plopped back down into his chair. My heart almost jumped out. The way you play this is like dancing on the edge of a cliff. No. Zhou Shubai closed the book in his hands and said calmly, he has set up a stage on the edge of the cliff, forcing 2 parties to perform a counterplay on it. Just then, Lin Mo's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar landline number. He pressed the speakerphone, and the entire dormitory instantly fell silent. A steady middle-aged male voice came through without any small talk. Is this lawyer Lin Mo from the 404 law firm? Yes, it is. Hello, lawyer Lin. I am Wang Jiangwo, the deputy director of the Xiqing District People's Procuratorate. Lu Hong and Chun Mai's breath stopped. Director Wang, hello. Lin Mo's tone showed no sign of turbulence. On behalf of the Procuratorate and myself, I would like to express my gratitude for everything you've done for the Li Min case. Wang Jiangwo's words were very official, but the thanks sounded sincere. This is our duty as lawyers. Lin Mo's response was watertight. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, as if he was organizing his words. Lawyer Lin, I'll be straightforward. Your efforts have secured us valuable initiative. We will fully promote the subsequent prosecution work and will not disappoint the public's expectations. This statement was no different from a public commitment. Then we'll wait for good news from the Procuratorate. Certainly. Wang Jiangwo paused, his tone slightly relaxed. Once this case is concluded, if you have time, we must have a meal together. I personally would like to chat more with a young talent like you. If there's a chance, definitely. The call ended. The dormitory was deathly silent. A few seconds later, Lu Hong let out a long breath, slumping in the gaming chair. My God. The deputy director of the Procuratorate personally called. Mosey, you've broken through the sky, and they even handed you a ladder. Chun Mai finally relaxed his tightly clenched fists, looking at Lin Mo with a complex emotion in his eyes, a mix of awe and a heartfelt following. Lin Mo picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, twisted it open, and took a big gulp. All right, let's hold a small meeting and review. He glanced around at the three. The relaxed and comfortable expression on his face disappeared, replaced by an almost cold seriousness. This live stream was very effective, surprisingly so. First, we successfully shifted the pressure from ourselves onto the court and the families of those defendants. Moreover, we received implicit support from the Procuratorate. He shifted his tone. However, this method is poison and also a gamble. Lin Mo's fingers gently tapped on the table, each tap resonating in Lu Hong and Chun Mai's hearts. We are betting on the existence of gaps between the Procuratorate and the court, betting that there are voices of justice within the court, and betting that public opinion can ignite at just the right moment without burning us. Today, we won the bet. He looked at Lu Hong. He just asked, what if they label us as instigators of public opinion? The answer is, we have no way to counter it. As long as they want, they can make us suffer irreversible consequences at any time. Lu Heng's expression changed. He only saw the glory after success, but did not contemplate the abyss after failure. We are lawyers. Our weapons should be the law, evidence, and procedures. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Public opinion is a lever, but not a conventional weapon. It can pry open things that we usually cannot, but overuse it will crush us. He looked at Chun Mai, who still seemed a bit confused, then at Zhou Shubai, who appeared contemplative. So, let me make it clear to you. This table-turning method is only for this one time. Unless it is absolutely necessary, with all paths blocked, we will never touch it again. Lin Mo stood up, walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. The night outside was already deep. Our battlefield is in the courtroom. Don't get it wrong. Zhou Shubai picked up the book in the name of the people, flipped it open again, and softly said, using magic to defeat magic but not becoming magic itself. Lu Hong pulled a can of cola from under the table and tossed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo caught it and pulled the tab. Sizzle. The cola's bubbles surged in the dormitory, then quietly dissipated. All right, enough of this. Lin Mo accurately threw the empty can into the trash bin. Time to sleep. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Lu Hong slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling, motionless for a long time. Chun Mai silently turned off his computer, climbed into bed, and covered his head with the blanket. Zhou Shubai turned a page of his book, the paper making a faint rustling sound. This night was destined to be anything but calm. In a solemn and austere building dozens of kilometers away from this university dormitory, brightly lit, a report titled Analysis Report on Public Opinion Regarding the 404 Law Firm's Li Min Case Livestream Incident was gently placed on a heavy mahogany desk. At the end of the report was a screenshot of Lin Mo's livestream, showing a hint of a friendly smile. The next morning, Lin Mo woke Lu Hong. Hey, young Master Lu, can your renovation team at home give some support? Lu Hong was still in a dream, his voice muffled. What are you rushing for? Is it a death notice? The 88th floor of Longqing International Center. It's all about the face. Slow work produces fine products, you understand? I don't want to finish the civil suit for Li Min and still be working in the dormitory. Lin Mo got up from bed. On the way to the teaching building, Lin Mo felt an unprecedented attention. Good morning, God Lin. Lawyer Lin is awesome. Continuously, classmates greeted him, and he responded with a smile each time. A girl in a pleated skirt mustered the courage to stop in front of him. Her cheeks flushed. Lawyer Lin, I watched your live stream. Can I have your baby? Lin Mo paused, looking at the nervous girl who was about to cry, and broke into a smile. Chapter 63. Is the end of a lawyer dating? This script isn't right. Classmate, our country's marriage law stipulates monogamy. If you want to have children, you have to line up. Moreover, in this business scope, I suggest you consult a biology professor. There are technical barriers to interspecies reproduction. The light-hearted teasing diffused the awkwardness, and the girl giggled, blushing as she ran away. Lin Mo shook his head and continued walking. Fame is truly a troublesome thing. He brought Chun Mai and took a taxi to the bottom of an office building in the city center. Qing Lu Law Firm. Pushing open the glass door, a breath of elite atmosphere rushed at him. On the reception background wall, there were two large characters. Qing Lu, a woman in a professional skirt suit, exuding a capable aura, was looking down at documents. Han LV, long time no see. You're looking more and more like a strong woman, Lin Mo said casually as he sat down opposite her. Han Qing didn't even raise her head. Less chit-chat. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. I charge by the hour here. Lin Montak Pusit Chen Mai Forvat. I brought you talent. Lao Chun, my brother, is hard-working and diligent, just lacking a good platform for training. Only then did Han Qing lift her head, her gaze lingering on Chun Mai for 2 seconds, assessing him. Chun Mai felt a bit awkward under her scrutiny, unsure where to put his hands and feet. Han Qing's gaze returned to Lin Mo's face, rolling her eyes in exasperation. This is Qing Lu, not your 404 makeshift troop. I don't have time to mentor newcomers. Just consider it a favor for me. Lin Mo crossed his legs, let him do some odd jobs, organize documents that should work, right? I'll pay his salary. Han Qing stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly threw the pen she was holding onto the table. Fine, let him stay, but only to help for now. She pointed to a pile of documents beside her. You don't need to pay his salary. Qing Lu can afford an intern. You can leave now. Lin Mo chuckled and stood up. Thanks. Lao Chun, work hard, don't embarrass me. After leaving Qing Lu Law Firm, Lin Mo stood by the bustling street, flipping through his phone contacts until he found a number labeled Luo Zhengwei. He dialed it. The call connected quickly, and a strong male voice came through. You little brat, you know how to call me. What trouble are you causing out there? Not at all, Luo Shu. Lin Mo switched to a respectful yet playful tone. I might be taking your precious little Han Qing away. Oh, the voice on the other end showed interest. Lin Mo cleared his throat and spoke with a grand tone. Here's the deal. I've started a law firm, and I need someone to hold the fort. I'd like to invite Han Qing to be a legal consultant, just a name, so it won't interfere with her own work. The other end erupted in hearty laughter. Sure, no problem. As long as you can convince that girl to come over. She always has a stern face. Maybe she'll smile more with your little monkey around. Just as Lin Mo wanted to say a few polite words, the tone on the other end suddenly shifted. By the way, let me tell you, that girl is 3 years older than you. Ever heard the saying, a woman 3 years older holds the gold bricks? Don, teel me down, okay? When you're on break, bring that girl back with you. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He froze on the busy street, the phone still pressed to his ear, hearing Luo Shu's last beep before hanging up. This was a situation he had never encountered in his life. The street was bustling with people and vehicles, but Lin Mo felt like he had hit the pause button, standing frozen in place. The busy tone from his phone rang in his ears like a dull thud. Dating? A woman 3 years older, holding gold bricks? Dude, I just started college. I'm not even 20 yet. Isn't this a bit too rushed? This script isn't right. He turned around and stepped back into the office building. Qing Lu Law Firm. Han Qing was holding a document when she saw Lin Mo return, her brow furrowing in confusion. What now? Did you forget something? Lin Mo walked up to her desk, leaning forward with his hands on the table. organizing his words. There's one more thing. Han Qing put down the document, crossing her arms, wearing an expression that seemed to say she was waiting to see what kind of trouble he could come up with. Luo Shu, he asked me to tell you. Lin Mo cleared his throat, trying hard to sound normal and casual. He said, during the break, you should come back with me. Han Qing's expression froze. She straightened her back, her capable aura suddenly sharp. Luo Shu asked you to tell me? She stared at Lin Mo as if examining a contract full of loopholes. What did you tell him? I didn't say much. Lin Mo shook his head immediately. Just that you're an excellent lawyer with strong business capabilities and a bright future ahead. You're one of the best in our legal field. Get to the point. Han Qing interrupted him. The point is, he thinks highly of you and wants you to come back for a visit. Lin Mo didn't dare mention the woman 3 years older. Holding gold bricks bit, he felt that if he did, Han Qing might throw the stapler on her desk at him. Han Qing stared at him in silence for a full 10 seconds. That gaze made Lin Mo feel like a defendant being interrogated repeatedly in court. I see. Han Qing withdrew her gaze, picked up the document again. You can leave now. All right. Lin Mo felt like he had been granted amnesty, turning to leave at a speed comparable to escaping a fire. He didn't TC that after he turned around. A hint of red had quietly appeared at the base of Han Qing's ears, which had always had an icy expression. Time, for some, is a furnace, for others, a whetstone. For Chun Mai, it was the latter. Han Qing casually pulled out the thickest case file from the mountain of documents and threw it in front of him. Sort this case out for me before tomorrow morning. I want a summary of no more than 500 words, listing all key evidence, contradictions, and breakthrough points we can utilize. That night, only one light in Qinglu law firm stayed on until dawn. The next day, when Han Qing arrived at work, a cup of warm water and an A4 sheet of paper were neatly placed on her desk. The content on the paper was logically clear and precise, even marking a procedural flaw that she had overlooked with a red pen. Han Qing picked up the paper and stared at it for a long time. She glanced at Chun Mai, who was standing not far away, sweating nervously, and nodded slightly. Not bad. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the official court hearing for the Li Min case. Dormitory 404. The air was filled with a sense of solemnity and the scent of high-end cologne. Lu Hong was in front of the mirror, repeatedly adjusting his Hermes tie. This outfit could buy a decent car. I have to crush those guys across the table today. Otherwise, I'd be letting down this outfit. Zhou Shubai was already dressed, wearing a well-tailored dark suit that made him look less like a student and more like a seasoned negotiation expert. Chapter 64. The whole internet is watching. Lin Mo pushes the rookie towards the gunpoint. Come on, you go. Chun Mai, dressed in a newly bought suit, still felt a bit uncomfortable, his body stiff and straight, like a little poplar ready to face a storm. Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe, surveying his 3 roommates. He walked up to Chun Mai and adjusted his slightly crooked tie. Chun Mai, today you're coming with me to court. His voice was not loud but steady. At that time, you need to observe and learn. Watch how I negotiate with the opposing lawyer, how I handle the details in court, how I catch the loopholes in their every word. The most important thing is, Lin Mo looked directly into his eyes. You must not be intimidated while sitting there, understand? Chun Mai nodded vigorously, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. In the capital city, at the Intermediate People's Court of Xiqing District, the square at the court entrance was already packed to the brim. Cameras with long lenses and microphones held high formed an impenetrable steel forest. Countless reporters and self-media personnel eagerly awaited the arrival of the protagonists of this century's trial. A black business vehicle slowly came to a stop. The car door opened. Lin Mo was the first to get out. Click, click, click. The flashlights instantly engulfed him. Lawyer Lin, do you have confidence in today's trial? Lawyer Lin, is a compensation of 1 billion realistic? Lawyer Lin, there are rumors that the defendant has hired a very powerful law firm in the capital. Do you feel pressured? The reporters swarmed like sharks smelling blood. Lu Hong and Zhou Shubai quickly followed, guarding his sides. Lin Mo raised his hand, pressing down slightly. The noisy crowd miraculously quieted for a moment. He wore that signature, somewhat casual smile. He turned sideways, pulling the last person out of the car, Chun Mai, in front of him. Chun Mai was frightened pale by this scene, instinctively wanted to shrink back. Yet Lin Mo's hand was like a vice, pressing on his shoulder, preventing him from retreating. Facing all the cameras and microphones, his voice clearly spread across the entire square. Everyone, one at a time, no need to rush. All the questions today will be answered by my chief assistant, Lawyer Chen Mai. The crowd fell silent. All the cameras, all the microphones, and everyone's attention focused on the young man pushed to the forefront. Chen Mai's mind went blank. The sound of rapid shutter clicks filled his ears. Blinding flashes of light dazzled his eyes, and the mixed scents of various perfumes and sweat filled his nostrils. Lin Mo's hand still rested on his shoulder, not heavy, but like a mountain, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Do not be intimidated. Lin Mo's words hammered into his mind. Chen Mai's fingertips trembled, and he instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He remembered those sleepless nights at Qing Lu law firm, recalled Han Qing's cold face when he tossed him that thick case file, and remembered marking every procedural flaw on A4 paper with a red pen. Those nights spent staying up late, the laws memorized, the cases analyzed, converged into a faint yet firm strength in this moment. He slowly lifted his head, facing that steel forest. "Hello, everyone." His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, yet surprisingly clear amidst the noisy square. "I am Lawyer Lin's chief assistant. My name is Chen Mai. At the same time, I'm also a partner at 404 law firm." As the words fell, a small commotion arose among the reporters. Chief assistant? Partner? This young man who looked like a college student actually held such a title? A female reporter was the first to ask a sharp and direct question. "Lawyer Chen, what are your chances of winning this case? Facing the top law firm in the capital, don't you think your student team is a bit overconfident?" Chen Mai stood even straighter. "We never calculate our chances of winning," he replied, his tone much steadier than before. "We only believe in evidence, in the law, in facts. As for who our opponent is, that is not within our consideration." Another reporter immediately held out a microphone. "What about the 1 billion in compensation? Many people see this as a gimmick to draw attention. Have you considered that it may have a negative impact on the judicial system? This is not a gimmick." Chen Mai's answer was resolute, each number corresponding to the value of a young life, to the pain of a shattered family, to the severity of the actions of the 4 defendants and the school involved. "We will demonstrate the reasonableness and necessity of this 1 billion in court. We believe that the law will provide a just answer." He paused, looking around. "We are here not to perform, but to seek a result that can comfort the deceased, console the living, and allow all those concerned to see the outcome of justice." The square fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Hong and Zhou Shubai exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise on the other's face. "Is this the same Chen Mai who was a bit self-doubting and spoke softly in the dorm?" Lin Mo withdrew his hand from Chen Mai's shoulder, a barely noticeable smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. Just as everyone's attention was on Chen Mai, Lin Mo's gaze crossed the crowd, landing on the side entrance of the court. Several figures were sneaking along the wall, trying to bypass the group of reporters and slip into the door. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhang Yuan, the defendant's attorney. Lin Mo suddenly raised his voice, penetrating the entire square. "Lawyer Zhang, why are you in such a hurry to get in? Are you afraid the reporters might ask something? Or do you have something to hide?" This shout was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. Whoosh! All the cameras, all the microphones, all the reporters, like a pack of sharks smelling blood, suddenly turned direction, rushing towards Zhang Yuan and his team. "Lawyer Zhang, what do you think about the 1 billion in compensation? Does the defendant have any willingness to negotiate? There are rumors that the defendant's family is using connections to interfere with the judiciary. Is this true?" Zhang Yuan was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. He maintained a professional smile on his face, but it had become incredibly stiff. He cursed under his breath. This Lin Mo is simply insane, completely not playing by the rules. "No comment. Please focus on the trial," Zhang Yuan shouted, no longer paying attention to the swarm of reporters, almost shoving his assistant aside as he hurriedly rushed towards the court entrance. Lin Mo patted Chen Mai on the back. "Well done." He led all the members of 404 law firm, calmly ascending the steps of the court amidst the chaos of reporters chasing after Zhang Yuan. The two sides formally took their seats in court. On the plaintiff's side, Su Mo's eyes were red and swollen, Her body slightly trembling, Lin Mo sat beside her. Inchimai sat in the back row. Chapter 65: The Price of a Genius's Fall. 100 million. Defendant's lawyer. You're extorting. In the defendant's seat. The faces of the 4 defendants' family members turned pale. The 17th middle school of the imperial capital did not send a representative to the trial. Zhang Yuan, sitting at the lawyer's table, was adjusting his tie, trying to regain his composure, but his slightly trembling fingers revealed his inner turmoil. The audience was packed to capacity. The clerk read the court rules. The gavel struck down. Bang! Everyone stood up. The presiding judge sat down, casting a stern gaze over the entire room. The court is now in session. Summon defendants Huang, Zhao, Sun, and Zhou to the court. The 4 juveniles were brought in by court police, now verifying the identities of both parties, informing the parties of their rights and obligations in the lawsuit, asking if they request to recuse. No request. Lin Mo and Zhang Yuan spoke almost simultaneously. The presiding judge nodded, turning his gaze to the plaintiff's side. Due to the involvement of minors in this case, the public trial requested by the plaintiff's side is dismissed. Does the plaintiff have any objections? No objections. Next, the plaintiff's side will state their claims, facts, and reasons. All eyes focused on Su Mo. Su Mo's lips moved a few times, but no sound came out, and tears welled up again. Lin Mo stood up, facing the presiding judge. Your Honor, my client, Ms. Su Mo, has suffered immense psychological trauma, and her emotions are unstable, making it difficult for her to provide a complete statement. According to her wishes, she has fully authorized her attorney, which is me, to make the statement on her behalf. Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed. The presiding judge looked at Su Mo, who nodded with difficulty. Permission granted. The presiding judge struck the gavel again. Plaintiff's attorney, please state your claims and the facts and reasons. Lin Mo stood up, and the air in the courtroom seemed to lean towards him. Your Honor, my client, Ms. Su Mo, has suffered immeasurable psychological trauma due to the tragic death of her only son, Li Min, and her emotions are extremely unstable, making it difficult for her to provide a complete statement in court. His voice was clear, steady, with an undeniable professionalism. According to her wishes, she assigned a power of attorney before the court, fully authorizing her attorney, which is me, to present the facts and reasons. Zhang Yuan, sitting on the defendant's lawyer's side, had his brows knitted tightly. He anticipated that Lin Mo would take the lead, but he didn't expect him to use this method to directly transform Su Mo's grief into a sharp blade aimed at the court's sympathy. The presiding judge looked at the plaintiff's side. Su Mo was leaning on the table, her shoulders shaking violently. She struggled to lift her head and nodded at the judge's bench. Permission granted. The gavel struck down again with a dull sound. Plaintiff's attorney, please state your claims, facts, and reasons. Lin Mo adjusted his suit jacket and opened the case file in front of him, but did not lower his head to look. Your Honor, our claims are as follows. First, we request that the 4 defendants, Huang, Zhao, Sun, and Zhou, along with their legal guardians, in the 17th middle school of the imperial capital, which bears joint liability in this case, jointly pay the plaintiff death compensation, funeral expenses, lost work wages, transportation fees, mental damage compensation, and... He paused here, raised his head, and surveyed the defendants and their family members behind them. And, due to the abnormal death of my client's son, Li Min, the potential enormous loss to the country from the loss of top talent in the future, totaling 100 million dragon country currency. Figure 1 laughing, don't take it seriously. Second, all litigation costs of this case shall be borne by the defendants. 100 million. This figure detonated like a deep-water bomb, echoing loudly in the silent courtroom. An uncontrollable gasp arose from the audience. In the defendant's family section, a well-dressed woman nearly jumped out of her chair. Zhang Yuan's face instantly turned ashen, and the pen in his hand was almost crushed. Lin Mo ignored these reactions and continued his statement. The facts and reasons are as follows. The defendants Huang and the other 3, over a period of more than a year, systematically and continuously bullied my client's son, Li Min, through acts including, but not limited to beating, insulting, extorting, and isolating him. Ultimately, months ago, the 4 defendants lured Li Min to the outskirts and cruelly buried him alive, directly leading to his suffocation and death. This behavior is clear, with solid evidence, extremely vile in nature, and with severe consequences. During this time, the 17th Middle School of the imperial capital, as Li Min's school and responsible supervising body, received multiple reports regarding the bullying, but consistently adopted a passive response, failing to take action, and even shielding the perpetrators, neglecting their basic educational and protective duties. There is a direct causal relationship between their dereliction of duty and Li Min's death, making them jointly liable for compensation. He closed the case file with a light snap. In summary, the criminal actions of the four defendants, along with the serious dereliction of duty by the school, have completely destroyed a family's hope, causing my client lifelong, irreparable trauma. To comfort the deceased, to uphold the legitimate rights and interests of the living, and to warn society, we respectfully request the court to support all our claims in accordance with the law. The statement is complete. The entire courtroom was silent enough to hear a pin drop. The presiding judge looked toward the defendant's side. Defendants, please respond to the plaintiff's statement. Huang's father, a middle-aged man who appeared to be of some status, suddenly stood up. Your Honor, Sit down. Zhang Yuan snapped, standing up as well. Your Honor, please allow our attorney to make a unified response. Permission granted. Zhang Yuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a professional smile, but it did not reach his eyes. Your Honor, first of all, I deeply regret the tragedy caused by my client's actions to Li Min. However, his tone shifted sharply, becoming aggressive. Regret is regret, and the law is the law. We believe that the plaintiff's attorney's earlier statement is less of a rigorous legal document and more of a carefully planned, attention-seeking online performance. He directly targeted Lin Mo. The so-called 100 million is a contempt for the sacred law, a desecration of the solemn court. This is not compensation at all. It is extortion. It is an open provocation to judicial fairness after kidnapping public opinion. Plaintiff's attorney, you claim to fight for justice, yet you use the most exaggerated figures to attract attention. Are you a lawyer or an internet celebrity? The presiding judge rapped the gavel. Defendant's attorney, watch your words and respond to the claims. Zhang Yuan slightly bowed. Apologies, Your Honor. We believe that the compensation amount proposed by the plaintiff has no factual or legal basis. As for the so-called national talent loss, that is pure nonsense, unheard of. As for the accusations against the school, they also lack direct evidence. We request the court to dismiss all of the plaintiff's unrealistic claims. Chapter 66 Bullying Textbook. Bloodied uniforms and homework filled with go die. Lin Mo listened quietly, with no expression. The presiding judge remained impassive. Plaintiff's side, do you need to summon witnesses? Yes. Lin Mo's response was crisp and decisive. Witness, Sun Hao, take the stand. A tall, thin boy in a school uniform stood up from the audience and, guided by the bailiff, walked to the witness stand. His legs trembled slightly. Witness Sun Hao, please state what you know about the facts related to this case. Sun Hao glanced at the four former classmates in the defendant's seat, then quickly lowered his head. I've seen it many times. They held Li Min's head under the toilet faucet, saying they wanted to wash his brain, because he scored higher than Huang in the exam. I also saw them throw Li Min's lunchbox into the trash can, forcing him to hand over all his money. I want to find our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang said that boys roughhousing and joking around is normal and told me not to make a big deal out of it and to focus on my studies. Sun Hao's voice grew softer, almost turning into a sob at the end. After that, no one dared to speak up for Li Min anymore. Zhang Yuan's expression darkened. The presiding judge turned to Lin Mo, plaintiff's side. Do you need to present physical evidence? Yes. Lin Mo looked at Su Mo. With Chen Mai's support, Su Mo brought a somewhat worn cardboard box to the plaintiff's table. She opened the box. Her movements were slow and gentle, as if she were unveiling a rare treasure. Her hands trembled as she first took out a blue and white school uniform. The chest of a shirt had a long cut made by a utility knife, resembling a grotesque scar. On the back of the shirt, a large turtle was drawn with a thick black marker, next to which were two crooked characters, waste. Next, she pulled out a stack of homework notebooks, mathematics, Chinese, English. On the cover of each one, Li Min's name had been scratched out with a knife. And next to it, written in glaring red ink, were the words orphan, idiot, go die. One of the physics notebooks was torn in half. Su Mo picked up the half notebook and handed it to the judge's bench, her hand shaking violently. This is my son's last piece of homework. That half notebook was like a branding iron, burning into everyone's eyes. The courtroom fell into a terrifying silence. Zhang Yuan cleared his throat, breaking the suffocating stillness. He stood up, a professional smile returning to his face, though it carried a hint of cold sharpness. Miss Su, I sympathize with your situation. His voice was low, yet each word was clear in Su Mo's ears. However, how can you be certain that this uniform and these notebooks were definitely created by my client? Is it possible that Li Min had a conflict with others? Su Mo suddenly raised her head, her lips trembling. Zhang Yuan did not give her a chance to breathe. The questions came like a barrage of bullets. Adolescent boys are impulsive, roughhousing, and doodling. Could it just be an excessive joke without understanding boundaries? As a mother, have you perhaps attributed all the blame to my client due to your overwhelming sadness? Who can prove these so-called evidences besides your one-sided statement? A joke? Su Mo's tears swirled in her eyes. A rush of blood surged to her head, nearly making her faint. She clutched Lin Mo's sleeve tightly, as if grasping the last lifeline, looking at him helplessly. Lin Mo stood up, gently pressing his hand on Su Mo's shoulder, that sense of stability slightly calming her trembling body. He did not look at Zhang Yuan, but faced the judge's bench directly. Your Honor, I object. The questioning method of the defendant's attorney contains obvious subjective assumptions and malicious guidance, and it is causing severe secondary harm to the victim's family. He paused before turning his face towards the stiff-faced Zhang Yuan. Attorney Zhang, please respect the objective facts and maintain the most basic courtesy towards my client. After all, we're the victim's family. Burying someone alive is not a joke. The presiding judge struck the gavel. Defendant's attorney, please pay attention to your questioning method and focus on the evidence itself. Understood, Your Honor. Zhang Yuan slightly bowed, but the aggressiveness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. He quickly adjusted his strategy, turning his focus to the previous witness. Therefore, we formally challenge the testimony of the previous witness, Sun Hao. Sun Hao is a close friend of the deceased Li Min, and their relationship was intimate. His testimony carries strong subjectivity, with emotional color outweighing factual statements. Legally, the probative value of his testimony has serious flaws and is insufficient to serve as valid evidence for establishing case facts. I request the court to dismiss it. Zhang Yuan's words were forceful, and several family members in the defendant's seat behind him displayed approving expressions. Defining a friend's testimony as biased is a common trick used by defense lawyers. Lin Mo's face revealed no emotional fluctuations. He simply watched Zhang Yuan finish his performance calmly. Since Attorney Zhang believes the witness's testimony lacks probative value, that's easy to handle. Lin Mo turned to the presiding judge and slightly bowed. Your Honor, we continue to submit evidence. Approved. As the presiding judge's voice fell, everyone's attention once again focused on the plaintiff's side. Shamai stood up. He took out a small black USB drive from his bag and walked towards the clerk's desk. His steps were steady, his back straight, and though he wore a cheap suit, it exuded a formidable resilience at that moment. During those sleepless nights at Qing law firm, he was not only organizing documents, but also honing himself. The USB drive was inserted into the computer. The large screen in front of the courtroom flickered and then lit up. The video began to play. The quality was clear, set outside a barbecue shop. A young man with glaring yellow hair was shouting at several people. Immediately, a fierce voice emanated from the speakers, echoing throughout the courtroom. "Want to die, huh? If you dare to meddle again, do you believe I'll kill you today?" The video abruptly cut off. There was an uproar in the audience. In the defendant's seat, Huang's father, the middle-aged man who had always appeared to have a high status, suddenly changed color. Zhang Yuan's pupils also contracted sharply at that moment. The professional smile on his face completely froze. Lin Mo slowly stood up, placing both hands on the table, leaning slightly forward like a leopard ready to pounce. He looked at Zhang Yuan, whose face had turned pale, and slowly spoke. "Attorney Zhang, I wonder if you recognize this gentleman with the yellow hair in the video?" This question struck like a heavy hammer on Zhang Yuan's heart. He could feel countless gazes focusing on him like searchlights. "I." Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Lin Mo suddenly raised his voice. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize him. Let me help you remember. This gentleman with the yellow hair seems to be the son of your client, Mr. Huang, right? Bang. The gavel fell heavily. The presiding judge's stern voice interrupted Lin Mo's words. Plaintiff's attorney, pay attention to courtroom discipline. Lin Mo immediately fell silent, nodding towards the judge's bench. Apologies, Your Honor. He sat back down, showing no signs of frustration from being scolded. Instead, there was a hint of amusement on his face. He noticed that fine beads of sweat had already formed on Zhang Yuan's forehead. Chapter 67. Courtroom Shock. You call being buried alive a joke? Then what do you think 100 million is called? The air in the courtroom froze due to the sudden video. Zhang Yuan's professional fake smile shattered completely on his face, and sweat dripped from his temples, soaking the collar of his shirt. From the very beginning, he had fallen into Lin Mo's rhythm in this game. Lin Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the table, each sound like a hammer, striking Zhang Yuan's taut nerves. Lawyer Zhang, let me help you recall again. At the time this video was recorded, I was a complete stranger to Huang XX. Just because I glanced at them a little longer in the restaurant, he could publicly shout that he wanted to kill us. A minor who can casually utter the words kill in public. Doesn't his family education and behavior patterns deserve our deep reflection? Lin Mo's gaze swept over the pale-faced parents of the Huang family in the defendant's seat. Now, do you still believe that the atrocities described by witness Sun Hao, which happened to Li Min, are merely jokes that boys don't understand the boundaries of? When violence becomes a habit, when committing acts of violence becomes a show-off, what you call a joke is merely the most hypocritical disguise for your evil deeds. Zhang Yuan felt his throat dry up. His defense speech turned into a mush in his mind. It's over. How can he argue now? Although the content of the video has no direct legal relevance to this case, it acted like a key, opening Pandora's box. It undeniably showed the deeply rooted brutality and arrogance of the perpetrator's family to the court and everyone present. This indirectly elevated the credibility of Sun Hao's testimony to an unshakable level. In the defendant's seat, Huang Wei's father could no longer sit still. He leaned forward, seeming to want to stand up and say something, but was firmly held down by Zhang Yuan's arm. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He could no longer get entangled in the determination of facts. That was already a dead end. The only breakthrough left was money. He stood up and deeply bowed to the judge. Your Honor, our side has no objections to the facts of the case itself. This sentence amounted to a full confession. A gasp of shock echoed from the audience. In the defendant's family section, several women let out suppressed sobs. They knew what this meant. Zhang Yuan ignored the commotion behind him. His voice was somewhat hoarse due to nervousness, but his thoughts were clearer than ever. However, our side firmly opposes the plaintiff's demand for a compensation of up to 100 million. This is completely beyond the current legal framework of our country, without basis, and is nothing but an outrageous demand. He turned to Lin Mo, his eyes carrying the last bit of struggle. Our side is willing to take responsibility and provide compensation. After discussions with the families of the parties involved, we are willing to jointly pay the plaintiff a total compensation of 3 million yuan. To make this figure seem more sincere, he immediately added, this includes 2 million yuan for death compensation, 100,000 yuan for funeral expenses, 1 million yuan for mental distress compensation, and 700,000 yuan for Ms. Su Mo's subsequent psychological treatment and lost work. He broke down the figure clearly, trying to use rationality and professionalism to dilute the previous embarrassing defeat. 3 million yuan. For an ordinary family, this is already an astronomical figure. The faces of several family members in the defendant's seat showed signs of pain, yet also a hint of hope. They believed this was the greatest sincerity they could offer. The judge's gaze turned to the plaintiff's side. Plaintiff, do you agree to the compensation proposal put forth by the defendant? Su Mo clenched her fists, her nails digging in her flesh as she looked at Lin Mo, waiting for his decision. Disagree. Lin Mo's answer came without any hesitation. The 3 words, light as a feather, felt like 2 slaps hitting everyone's face in the defendant's seat. Huang XX's mother screamed, more than 3 million isn't enough? Do you want to drain our blood? Bang! The gavel came down heavily. Silence. Defendant's family, watch your words and actions, or you will be asked to leave. The judge reprimanded sternly. Lin Mo stood up, not even glancing at the out-of-control woman. Furthermore, all costs incurred from this lawsuit, including case acceptance fees, announcement fees, appraisal fees, agent fees, etc., shall be borne entirely by the defendant. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, it was all gray. Agreed. He had no room for negotiation left. The judge nodded, and the proceedings continued. Next, please allow the plaintiff to make their final statement. The courtroom fell silent once more. Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Mo. Lin Mo adjusted his tie. He didn't look at the case file, but walked to the center of the courtroom. Your Honor, everyone. His gaze slowly swept across the room, from the solemn judges to the pale-faced defendant's family, and then to every attentive eye in the audience. Before standing here, I kept pondering a question. How much is the fall of a genius worth? My client's son, Li Min, a 14-year-old boy. He was a gold medalist in the Olympic physics competition in the capital for 3 consecutive years. His dream was to get into Tsinghua or Peking University to study quantum mechanics. He could have become a top scientist, using his intelligence to explore the boundaries of human knowledge. He could have had an incredibly bright future. But all of this was cut short by a joke that was condoned by adults, ignored by schools, and treated as a game by the perpetrators. His life was frozen in that cold pit in the suburbs. All his talents, dreams, and future turned to dust. He pointed to the defendant's seat. And these 4 who took everything from him, want to buy all of this in court with $3 million. They want to use money to measure the weight of a life, to purchase their own sense of moral superiority. As for the number 17 middle school in the capital, which should be a place for teaching and protecting students, it has become a breeding ground for bullying, a cold accomplice. From beginning to end, they didn't even have the courage to send a representative to hear the cries of the victim's mother. His voice suddenly rose. Therefore, we propose a compensation of $100 million. This figure is not extortion, nor is it a gimmick. It is an estimation of the future value of a genius boy. It is compensation for a shattered family's lifelong pain. It is also a punishment for the perpetrators, accountability for the negligent school, and a warning to the entire society. What we demand is not to make a mother a millionaire. What we demand is an attitude, a result. We demand that the law tells everyone. On the land of Longwa, bullying has a price. Indifference has a price. Committing violence will cost you more than you can bear. The statement concluded. Lin Mo turned around and walked back to the plaintiff's seat, sitting down. The entire courtroom was silent. The judge looked at Zhang Yuan, whose face was ashen. Defendant, do you have a final statement? Zhang Yuan stood up, looking at the case file in front of him, his Adam's apple bobbing, and finally squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. No objections. Bang. I will now announce the mediation result. Chapter 68, just out of court, and was intercepted by the Deputy Chief Prosecutor of the Procuratorate. Under the mediation of this court, both parties voluntarily reached the following agreement. The voice of the presiding judge was flat, yet it made everyone present hold their breath. The 4 defendants, Huang, Zhao, Sun, and Zhou's legal guardians, along with the defendant. The 17th High School of the Imperial Capital shall, within 10 days from the effective date of this mediation document, jointly and severally compensate the plaintiff Su Mo for the death compensation of her son, funeral expenses, and mental distress compensation, among other losses, and shall also bear the litigation costs, totaling. The presiding judge paused, the number ringing clearly in everyone's ears. 3,500,000 yuan. 3,500,000 yuan. This number struck the defendant's seat like an invisible heavy hammer. Huang's mother weakened and directly slid off her chair, collapsing on the ground. Unable to make a sound, another woman let out a beast-like howl. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Leaning despondently against the back of the chair, the pen in his hand falling to the ground with a crisp sound. On the plaintiff's side, Su Mo was hunched over the table, her shoulders shaking violently, the cries that had been suppressed for too long finally bursting forth, but with a sense of release. Lin Mo stood up, walked to Su Mo's back, and gently placed his palm on her trembling back without saying a word. After both parties confirmed that the record was accurate, they signed to confirm it. The court adjourned. The gavel fell again, announcing the end of this century trial. The court police stepped forward to maintain order. All members of the 404 law firm supported the almost unable to stand Su Mo, slowly walking out. Zhang Yuan was helped up by his assistant. He glanced at Lin Mo's back, which was calm and unhurried, like an insurmountable mountain. He lost utterly. The heavy court doors were pushed open. Click, click, click. The world outside was even crazier than inside the courtroom. Reporters swarmed like vultures fed with flesh, instantly blocking the exit. Lawyer Zhang, 3,500,000 yuan. Is this true? Did you voluntarily mediate? What does the defendant think of this result? Will you appeal next? Zhang Yuan's face turned pale as he was protected by his assistant and court police, almost pushing through a bloody path. No comment. No comment. He repeated these 4 words, awkwardly squeezing toward the car parked by the roadside, slamming the door shut, isolating all questions outside. The sharks immediately changed direction, locking onto a new target. Lawyer Lin, a target of 100 million was finally achieved at 3,500,000 yuan. Are you satisfied with this result? Lawyer Lin, will this compensation set a precedent for similar cases in the country? Lawyer Lin, the 404 law firm became famous in one battle. Do you have anything to say? Lin Mo shielded Su Mo behind him, with Lu Heng and Zhou Shubai on either side, forming a wall. He raised his hand to the cameras and microphones in front of him. Friends from the press, please allow me to say a word. The crowd quieted for a moment. Our client, Ms. Su Mo, is physically and mentally exhausted and needs to rest immediately. As her attorney, my only comment is, we respect the court's mediation result, which upholds our client's legal rights. He paused, his tone becoming serious. As for the deeper issues in this case, regarding the definition of campus bullying, the pursuit of criminal responsibility for minors, and accountability for the relevant responsible parties, I believe the Procuratorate will soon have a more authoritative official announcement. Please pay attention to official channels and do not overinterpret. Thank you. He did not give the reporters a chance to ask further questions, protecting Su Mo and, with Chun Mai's assistance, struggled to walk toward his car. Amid the chaotic crowd, Lin Mo's gaze passed through the gaps and landed on a large tree not far away. Professor Wang Qinian was standing there, alongside a serious-looking middle-aged man in a dark jacket. The man was also looking at him. After ensuring Su Mo got into the car, Lin Mo gave a few instructions to Lu Heng and the others. He walked alone through the still-gathering crowd toward the tree. Professor Wang. Wang Qinian nodded and turned to the side. Lin Mo, come, let me introduce you. This is Chief Prosecutor Wang Jianguo from the Xiqing District Procuratorate. We should have interacted over the phone before. Wang Jianguo extended his hand, his palm broad and strong. Lawyer Lin, I've long admired you. Lin Mo shook hands with him. Chief Prosecutor Wang, hello. Simple pleasantries, without unnecessary formalities. Wang Jianguo released his hand and directly got to the point. Lawyer Lin, do you have time? The Procuratorate is not far from here. I'd like to invite you to come over. His tone was calm, but the weight of his request was unmistakably conveyed. This was not a question. Lin Mo immediately understood that the end of this lawsuit might mark the beginning of another matter. Of course, I have time. He turned to look at his business car, which was slowly starting up. Chun Mai, Lu Heng, and Zhou Shubai were watching him from the car window. Lin Mo picked up his phone and sent a message. You guys take Miss Su back first, then return to school. No need to wait for me. He put away his phone and looked at Wang Jianguo. Chief Prosecutor Wang, let us go. The sign of the Xiqing District Procuratorate was solemn and dignified. In Chief Prosecutor Wang Jianguo's office, there was not a hint of smoke and fire, only the heavy scent of documents and wooden furniture mixed together. On the wall hung 4 large characters, law enforcement for the people, written with vigorous strokes. This place was like a different world compared to his own 88th floor office that could host a barbecue party. Please have a seat. Lawyer Lin, don't be nervous. Wang Jianguo personally poured a glass of water for Lin Mo and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Professor Wang Qinian sat comfortably in the single sofa beside him, wearing a somewhat smug smile, as if showcasing his most outstanding work. You're too polite, Chief Prosecutor. Lin Mo inclined his body slightly. Nervous? That's a joke. I just fought a bloody battle with a group of people trying to buy lives with money. This atmosphere is at most a halftime break. Wang Jianguo returned to his large chair, crossed his hands on the table, and leaned slightly forward.
I've read the civil mediation document. 3,500,000. Well played. He got straight to the point. Now, I want to hear your opinion.
How should we prosecute this case? Here it comes. This was the main topic of today's meeting. Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He picked up the cup of water, the steam blurring his expression. Ahead of a district procuratorate personally asking a young lawyer for their opinion on a public prosecution case. This was not a consultation. It was an evaluation. He put down the cup and raised his head. Chief Prosecutor Wang, I believe this case should be prosecuted on 2 levels. Chapter 69. Wang Jian, what is your relationship with Han Qing? Be honest. First, on the factual level. The criminal actions of the 4 defendants are clear, and the chain of evidence is complete. The act of burying someone alive to death is extremely cruel, and the social impact is extremely negative. This point has been fully reinforced in the previous court session, and all the evidence we submitted can be used as evidence in a criminal case. Second, on the legal application level. According to our country's criminal law, minors who are over 12 but under 14 years old, when committing intentional homicide, should bear criminal responsibility. All 4 defendants fall within the legal age range. Their actions are not negligence. They're intentional homicide with a high degree of subjective malice. Lin Mo's speech was not fast, but every word was clear and powerful. As for sentencing, for the principal offender Huang Wei, who is the leader in the bullying and ultimate murder, I suggest a maximum penalty. The other 3, as accomplices, can have their sentences adjusted based on their roles in the joint crime and whether they show remorse. He paused for a moment, then changed the subject. In fact, this case shouldn't have been this complicated. The reason the criminal lawsuit previously filed by the prosecutor's office was dismissed was merely due to some procedural issues. Now that the court has handled it and restarted it as a public prosecution case, there are no longer any obstacles. A simple statement about procedural issues was like a needle precisely piercing a pus-filled boil. All 3 present were smart people. They understood what this issue referred to. The scoundrel who dismissed the case back then, almost burying Li Min's grievances, though the specific punishment had not been made public. The Xiqing District Intermediate People's Court had already been nailed to an invisible pillar of shame. Wang Jianguo lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice, and the office fell silent. He suddenly looked at Wang Qinian. Old Wang, your law school is doing well now. Previously, there was Han Qing, who was already quite impressive, not losing to the veterans in our department. Now there's Lin Mo, who is even more remarkable. This sharpness is extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian's face broke into a wide smile, waving his hands repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Chief Prosecutor, you are too polite. But you know, these 2 kids really know each other and are quite close. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Why did it suddenly shift to Han Qing? Wang Qinian seemed not to notice Lin Mo's expression and continued to reveal more. This kid, didn't he set up a 404 law firm with a few classmates? That little girl Han Qing has already been persuaded by him. Not only that, but he also wants to persuade me, this old man, to be their consultant. Wang Jianguo showed an interested expression. Really? That is truly commendable. He looked at Lin Mo, but spoke to Wang Qinian. Young people should communicate more. It's a good thing. You old stick shouldn't be hanging around like a light bulb. Director Wang teased, a sly smile on his face. Lin Mo felt his mind short-circuit. Wasn't the tone of this conversation shifting too quickly? One moment, it was a serious discussion of legal issues, and the next it felt like a scene of elders urging marriage. A light bulb? Lin Mo was truly speechless. He felt he needed to say something to salvage the situation. Director Wang, Professor Wang, do you 2 want to listen to what you were saying? How old am I? Wang Jianguo and Wang Qinian exchanged glances, both seeing amusement in each other's eyes. They merely smiled and said nothing, but simultaneously gave Lin Mo a look that said, Kid, you know what we mean. Lin Mo completely gave up struggling. There was no way to continue this conversation. They talked some more about follow-up evidence collection and procedural coordination. Wang Qinian saw that it was about time, stood up, and said, All right, I want you to stir Director Wang's work anymore. He patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. I'll take this kid back first. Lin Mo returned to the dormitory, tossed his jacket onto the chair, and slumped into the chair, letting out a long breath. Lu Heng took off one earphone. You're back. How is it? Resolved. Lin Mo was too lazy to elaborate. The result of the 3.5 million mediation would soon spread across the internet. He glanced around. Where's old Chun? Zhou Shubai flipped a page of his book, not even looking up. Driving school. One-on-one with a devil coach, practicing for the 3rd test. This kid is quite hardworking. Lu Hong exited the game interface, turned his chair to face Lin Mo. Go. The case is settled, and the winter break is coming soon. Have you thought about where to play? Lin Mo closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. His mind still echoing with Wang Jiangwo and Wang Qingyan's back and forth urging marriage. He felt his temples thumping. I haven't thought about where to play. Lin Mo opened his eyes, a sharp cold light flashing in them. However, the first stop of the vacation is already set. He looked at Lu Hong. Let's visit your little company. I want to see what that tall young man, whom I haven't seen for a long time, is all about. Lu Heng's eyes instantly lit up. He slammed his thigh excitedly, pacing back and forth in the dormitory like a tiger released from its cage. Damn, in this damn place of the capital? I feel somewhat constrained. Back in Nan province, on my turf, I'll show you what hospitality is. Zhou Shubai closed his book and leisurely interjected. I'll see how things are at the time. My family has some special circumstances. Lu Heng stopped in his tracks. Special? Old Zhou, what exactly does your family do? It can't be the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, right? Going home feels like being undercover. Zhou Shubai just smiled, not responding. His attitude of being tight-lipped added an air of mystery to his background. Lin Mo waved his hand, interrupting Lu Heng's questioning. All right, old Zhou will handle his situation himself. We'll wait for old Chun to come back before discussing this. As soon as he finished speaking, the dormitory door was pushed open. Chun Mai walked in, dragging his exhausted body, his face showing the despair of being tortured by the coach. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lu Heng winked at him. What's up? Mo Ge, why did you call me back? Lin Mo cleared his throat and put on a gossiping expression. Young Master Lu is considerate of your hard work in learning to drive. As soon as your license comes out, he'll get you a car. Chun Mai slammed his water cup on the table, making a loud bang. He looked at Lin Mo in disbelief, as if his eyes were saying, what nonsense are you talking about? Mo Ge, let's talk seriously. Lin Mo's smile faded, becoming serious. I'm not joking. It's true. He paused and added a twist. However, this winter break, you might not be able to go home first. Don't worry, before the new year, I will definitely let you go back. The weariness on Chun Mai's face vanished, replaced by confusion. Not going home? The thing he looked forward to the most was returning home during the winter break, helping his parents with some farm work and spending the new year with them. Mo Ge, what is going on? Chapter 70 Lin Mo, don't rush. Let's arrange a Panamera for the brothers first. Lin Mo stood up and walked to the small blackboard in the middle of the dormitory. This blackboard was their law firm's command center. He picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 2 characters, Gao Yang. You haven't forgotten this person, right? Lu Heng and Zhou Shubai nodded. Gao Wei, the richest man in Shilling province, his son, infringed on a small artist's song and then bit back, claiming it was his original work. Lin Mo continued, we've been busy with Li Min's case and haven't had time to deal with him. Now, it's time to settle the score. He looked at Lu Hong. Old Lu, your family is in the South province, and this matter happened with your company. Do you have any thoughts? Lu Hong thought for a moment. I don't know. I'm not familiar with my family's business. If it weren't for this matter involving you, would you think I'd care about it? It doesn't matter if you're not familiar. Knowing about this is enough. Lin Mo drew a circle under the 2 characters Gao Yang. Our first target is him. He turned to Chun Mai, his tone serious. Old Chun, this trip to the South province is far, and there are many things to do. Our law firm needs a car for business, for convenience. So, old Lu wasn't joking. The car is a fixed asset of the firm, as a firm's full-time driver. This car will temporarily belong to you. Chun Mai was taken aback. He wasn't foolish. He understood what Lin Mo meant. This wasn't charity. It was a work necessity. Lin Mo cleverly maintained his self-esteem. A warm current surged through his body. The people in this dormitory always took care of his pitiful and laughable sensitivity in their own way. I haven't passed my driving test yet. Chun Mai's voice was a bit dry. Lu Heng walked over and patted his shoulder. No worries, buddy will find a connection for you, you'll pass. Zhou Shubai added, remember the traffic regulations, safety first. Lin Mo smiled and continued writing on the blackboard. Time: first week after winter break. Location: South Province. Task: evidence collection for the song infringement case. Litigation: members, all 404. He finished writing, tossed the chalk aside, and dusted off his hands. So, old Chun, are you in for this trip? Chun Mai looked at the words on the blackboard and then at the three brothers in the dormitory. He clenched his fist and nodded vigorously. I'm in. Lu Heng took out a bottle of soda from his desk and threw it to Chun Mai. Then you better get your driver's license. Lu Heng's enthusiasm was completely ignited, rubbing his hands and pacing back and forth in the dormitory as if the blueprint for the South Province had already unfolded beneath his feet. All right, stop talking nonsense here. Just thinking about how to show off during the winter break. Lin Mo splashed a bucket of cold water over him. Did you forget about the final exams? The excited atmosphere in the dormitory instantly froze. Lu Heng stopped in his tracks, turned around, and his face was full of defiance. Mo go. Who do you look down on? He slapped his chest. Do you look down on the three of us? Although we aren't as freakish as you. We're also geniuses from the law school, okay? A little final exam. Isn't that something we can handle? Zhou Shubai closed his book and pushed up his glasses. I'm fine. Chun Mai nodded along. I've reviewed enough. Lin Mo glanced at them, too lazy to expose these guys' bravado. He leaned back in his chair and changed the subject. Let's sleep. There's no class tomorrow. Mo go. Isn't our office already set up? Let's go take a look tomorrow. Lu Heng immediately suggested. No problem. The next day, Longchang International Center. The four of them stepped out of the elevator, standing on the glossy marble floor of the 88th floor. In front of them was a huge glass wall, with the frosted 404 law firm written in a low-key yet stylish manner. Lu Heng pushed open the glass door, and a mix of new furniture and leather scents rushed towards them. The entire floor had been completely opened up, forming a spacious loft space. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows captured the skyline of the capital. Sunlight flooded the entire office, making one feel open-hearted. In the southwest corner was Lin Mo's office area, with a large walnut desk and a wall full of bookshelves, which were currently empty. The other three areas were also divided, with a public reception area in the middle, furnished with comfortable sofas and coffee tables. The most eye-catching was the luxurious conference room in the corner with panoramic glass. An oval conference table that could accommodate a dozen people and top-notch projection equipment already installed. This was no longer a student organization. This was what a real law firm should look like. Lu Heng rushed in, heading straight for the floor-to-ceiling windows, pulling out his phone to dial. Hey, old Lu. His voice was loud enough to echo in the spacious office. Don't ask. Just know that your son has achieved something. Opened a law firm in the capital, 88th floor. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Isn't that impressive? The person on the other end of the line said something, and Lu Heng showed an impatient expression. All right, let's get to the point. Where's my Panamera? Where are you going to get it for me? What do you mean I should buy it myself? How can I afford it? I'm a young entrepreneur, cash-strapped in the early stages. Shouldn't you support me as a father? It's not for me. It's for the law firm. Fixed assets, do you understand? I specially hired a driver, my buddy, who drives steadily. All right, I don't care. Anyway, I want to see the car before winter break. That's settled, bye. Lu Heng hung up the phone, a satisfied smile on his face as if that Panamera was already parked downstairs. Lin Mo looked at him speechlessly. This guy made extortion sound so refreshing and unpretentious. On the other side, Zhou Shubai walked to a quiet corner with his phone. His voice was low, contrasting sharply with Lu Heng's loudness. Dad, it's me. Yeah, pretty good. Finals are coming up, preparing for exams. Shubai, I don't have much to say. You're grown up now. You know the family situation. Try not to be too exposed. Leave the famous jobs to others. That Chun Mai can be trained a bit, and the other two, you can handle it. In short, be a bit low-key. That never hurts. After briefly briefing him, he hung up the phone. When he walked back, his expression remained calm, as if he had just made a very ordinary greeting call. Just then, Chun Mai's phone rang as well. He saw the caller ID and a warm smile appeared on his face as he walked to the side to answer. Hello, Dad. Hey, I'm fine on money. The school gave out scholarships, so don't send me money anymore. The voice on the phone was loud, with a strong rural accent, even from a distance. Lin Mo could vaguely hear it. Xiao Mai, what your law firm? What does it do? I heard from people in the village that there are many telecom scams in the city now, so you mustn't get scammed. Chun Mai's cheeks turned slightly red, and he lowered his voice. Chapter 71. Everyone customizes evil suits, but I just want to go home and slaughter pigs. Dad, it's not a scam, it's real. I'm working with my classmates, it's legitimate. That's good. Be careful out there, don't get into conflicts, okay? Everything is fine at home. Your mom was just talking about you the other day, saying she's waiting for you to come back and slaughter pigs. Got it, Dad. I'll definitely come back for the new year. Chun Mai hung up the phone, his eyes slightly red. He walked back and saw Lin Mo looking at him, and he smiled a little shyly. Ding dong. The office doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Heng ran to open the door, and two groups of people were standing outside. One group was in suits and ties, carrying briefcases, exuding a professional aura. The other group had various measuring tools and fabric samples, looking like tailors. Mr. Liu, hello. We are from Blue Line Advertising. You scheduled a meeting with us to discuss the cultural wall and nameplate design for the law firm. The leading man handed over a business card. Another person stepped forward. Mr. Liu, we are from Jun Nuo Custom Suits. Here to take measurements for a few gentlemen. Lu Heng waved his hand. Come in, everyone. He turned to shout at the people in the dormitory. Come on, don't just stand there. Get to work. Let us make a few decent suits. When we go out to handle cases, we must look the part. The project manager from the advertising company opened the projector and began to showcase the initial design drafts. The chief tailor from Jun Nuo held a soft measuring tape and started taking measurements one by one. The tailor walked up to Chun Mai, his attitude respectful. Sir, please extend your arms. Chun Mai felt a bit awkward, his body stiff. Lin Mo walked over and patted his shoulder. Old Chun, relax. This is our work uniform. Lu Heng pointed at the PPT. This logo won't do. It's too ordinary, lacks impact. Change it. Lu Heng's voice echoed in the empty office with an undeniable authority. The project manager from the advertising company began to sweat lightly, nodding and bowing hurriedly. Lin Mo leaned against his desk, watching this scene of a domineering CEO supervising, and found it amusing. He splashed a cold bucket of water over it. Old Liu, enough already, stop nitpicking. As long as the clothes are wearable and the brand is visible, that's all that matters. He tapped the empty desk. What is crucial now is hiring an accountant. The law firm is up and running. The accounts must be regularized. Otherwise, the mountains of gold and silver your dad gave us will be consumed within 3 months. Lu Heng's enthusiasm was interrupted, but Lin Mo was speaking the truth, and he couldn't refute it. No problem. He took out his phone, pretending to dial. I'll ask my dad to send someone reliable over from the company. Lin Mo pressed his hand down. No rush. He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the empty office. I think we should invite Professor Wang and Han Qing over to take a look. One is the face of our law firm, and the other is a key external aid. These two will be our pillars in the future. I understand about Professor Wang. Lu Heng's gossip spirit ignited instantly as he leaned closer, wearing that signature mischievous grin. Emoga, come on, tell me, you and Lawyer Han, is there something? He. Lin Mo pushed his face away. Get lost. His expression turned serious, no longer joking. The relationships with my elders are complicated. I can't consider dating before graduation. He paused, his gaze sharp. Moreover, the Gao family matter hasn't been resolved yet. The other two in the dormitory fell silent. They rarely saw Lin Mo discuss his personal affairs in this tone. Lu Heng also put away his playful demeanor, knowing he had touched on something Lin Mo didn't want to discuss. Lin Mo didn't say more, picked up his phone, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, sending messages to Wang Qinian and Han Qing. Before long, the glass door of the office was pushed open again. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor announced Han Qing's entrance. She wore a sharp beige suit skirt, her long hair pinned up, with a few strands of hair framing her face. She scanned the room, her gaze finally landing on Lin Mo. Not bad, Lawyer Lin. Your student club has the flair of a publicly listed company. Her tone carried a hint of teasing, but more appreciation. Lin Montag smedet. Lawyer Han's South presence makes this place shine. Stop the small talk. Han Qing walked to the sofa in the reception area and sat down. You didn't just ask me to come over for a visit, did you? Of course not. Lin Mo pulled up a chair to sit across from her. Now that everyone is here, I want to clarify the internal divisions of the law firm. He looked at Chun Mai. Old Chun, you're diligent and detail-oriented, so you'll be my assistant, responsible for organizing files, coordinating evidence, and handling daily schedules. Is that okay? Chunmai nodded vigorously, his lips tightly pressed together. Being Lin Mo's assistant was a huge trust for him. Lin Mo turned to Lu Hong. Old Lu, you'll handle logistics, administration, external communications, and all miscellaneous tasks until the accountant arrives. You'll be the big housekeeper of 404. Lu Hong patted his chest. Don't worry. I'll make sure everything is arranged clearly. Finally, Lin Mo's gaze fell on Zhou Shubai. Zhou Shubai was looking down at his phone, seemingly browsing some information, as if the division meeting had nothing to do with him. Lin Mo didn't assign him any specific duties. Han Qing keenly noticed this. This boy named Zhou Shubai had been unusually quiet since she met him, yet his presence was still strong. He had a maturity that didn't match his age, like a deep pool. Just then, the office door was pushed open again. Oh dear, you little ones really don't know how to rest. Just finished a huge case and turned around to hold a meeting here? Professor Wang Qinian's booming voice came through as he walked in with his hands behind his back, inspecting like a leader. The few stood up immediately. Professor Wang, please have a seat. Lu Hong greeted him warmly. Wang Qinian waved his hand and walked to Lin Mo's black walnut desk, sitting down comfortably in the chair and leaning back. This chair is nice. He surveyed the office, nodding in satisfaction. All right, everyone sit down. Don't be so serious. Lin Mo felt a bit helpless. Professor, we just discussed the division of positions. Could you give us some guidance? Wang Qinian glared. What guidance? He pointed at Lin Mo. You're the boss. You're in charge. You all handle these things yourselves. I'm just an honorary consultant. Don't make this old man worry. Call me when they're SA case. Don't bother me when they're ISNT. His words seemed dismissive, but he didn't want to get involved at all. Wang Qinian suddenly remembered something, looking at Han Qing and then at Lin Mo, revealing that familiar, cunning smile. However, there is one thing I need to mention. Little Han, about your Clearstream studio, I think you shouldn't go solo. Just merge it with Lin Mo's here. You young people should join forces. In the future, the legal world in the capital will be your domain, right? Chapter 72, everyone is dressed in suits. Except for Mo Ge, who is wondering who the main force is and who is the support. When Professor Wang Qinian said this, the air in the entire office froze. Han Qing lowered her arm, her smile unchanged, but there was a hint of distance in her professional politeness. Lu Heng's eyes widened like copper bells, darting back and forth between Lin Mo and Han Qing, the gossip fire already singeing his eyebrows. Zhou Shubai put down his phone, and Chunmai also stopped communicating with the tailor, all eyes focused on this sudden matchmaking. Lin Mo felt his temples start to throb again. He stepped forward, placing himself between Han Qing and Wang Qinian. All right, Professor Wang. Lawyer Han has high standards and wouldn't look at a startup kid like me. He spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. I'm still young. You don't have to worry about me. Let's talk seriously. Okay, let's talk seriously. Wang Qinian's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. He scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on Lin Mo. I wasn't planning to come today, but the prosecutor's office called me. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the office. This time, Li Min's case has a huge impact. Wang Qinian's voice was not loud, but it struck everyone like a heavy hammer on their hearts. Even the Supreme Court is paying attention. They even organized people to analyze your dormitory live broadcast. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his back. The Supreme People's Court. The weight of these four characters was enough to crush any legal practitioner. He started the live stream intending to break the deadlock with public opinion, but he didn't expect to hit the ceiling directly. Fortunately, the direction guided was positive. If it were negative, the 404 law firm could dissolve on the spot today, and Lin Mo's legal career would end here. Wang Qinian observed his suddenly pale face and continued. Because of this, many things have become easier. The prosecutor's office has re-prosecuted for intentional homicide, and the court accepted it immediately. He raised 2 fingers. The trial date is the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Lu Hong exclaimed. The speed was like a rocket. It had been less than a week from the end of civil mediation to the opening of criminal prosecution. Wang Qinian nodded, looking at Lin Mo. Because of your operation, many processes have been simplified. The higher-ups have given orders, special cases are to be handled specially, fast review, and quick resolution. To give society a clear explanation. Isn't this an urgent privilege? Lin Mo exhaled, his tense nerves relaxing. If I hadn't done it this way, that Liu Bin would probably still be counting money comfortably at the Huang family. Miss Mo, I wonder how much more she has to suffer. All right. You have a lot of fallacies. Wang Qinian pointed at him a few times with his finger. What you said makes sense. However, this is a one-time thing. Doing this kind of thing that skirts the rules once is a surprise move, but doing it too often is playing with fire. He paused, throwing out the real purpose of today's visit. Additionally, the director of the Xiqing District Prosecutor's Office, Director Wang, has a request. He wants to invite you to be a specially appointed consultant for this public prosecution. Wang Qinian pointed at himself, representing the prosecutor's office, to attend the trial the day after tomorrow with me. Lin Mo's heart jumped. This was no longer a simple acknowledgement, but an official invitation. He didn't agree immediately, but instead asked a question. Sure, but I have one question. When we get to court, am I the main force, or is it you, Professor Wang? This sounded like he was vying for credit, but there was a deeper meaning in his words. Who is the assistant? Han Qing's lips curled up slightly, almost imperceptibly. This Lin Mo really had guts, daring to wrestle with Professor Wang on such matters. Wang Qinian was taken aback by his question and then huffed and puffed. Nonsense. Of course it's me. You don't really think you can handle it by yourself, do you? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. He struck a pose of an old-timer, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Got it, Professor Wang. Lin Mo nodded, looking respectful. You're the assistant. You. Wang Qinian was almost out of breath, pointing at Lin Mo and unable to speak for a long time. Everyone in the office was stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking. Lin Mo didn't continue to provoke him, but turned to Liu Hong. Old Liu, contact the property management and have them send over a few access cards for the building. Also, prepare a few visitor cards. Wang Qinian stood up from Lin Mo's large black walnut desk, straightened his clothes, and took on an air of leaving after finishing matters. All right, you young people have fun. I want to be a nuisance with this old bone of mine. He walked slowly toward the door with his hands behind his back. Professor Wang, take care. Liu Hong and the others responded in unison. When he reached the door, Wang Qinian stopped, glanced back at them, and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Mo. Just don't forget about the trial the day after tomorrow. The door was gently closed, and the office returned to silence. This brief silence was broken by Lin Mo. He didn't look at anyone else, but walked straight to the sofa in the reception area, his gaze landing on Han Qing. Han Qing. For the first time, he didn't call her Lawyer Han. The change in address seemed to pause the molecules in the air. Han Qing's arm holding the cup of water didn't move. She just raised her head to look at him. Liu Hong and Zhou Hubei tacitly stopped their conversation with the designer, and Chen Mai also pulled her attention away from the fitting. I'm going to the southern province during the winter vacation to have some fun for a while. Lin Mo's tone was very calm, as if he were talking about something ordinary. By the way, Old Liu Small Company has an artist whose music was pirated by Gao Yang, so I'm going to file a lawsuit. He paused and added, just in time to see the tall young man I haven't seen for a long time. Han Qing put down her cup, her movements composed. Go ahead, your case, I won't stop you. Her response was watertight, clearly delineating her boundaries from the matter. I'm not notifying you. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down opposite her, with only a coffee table separating them. I'm asking you, are you going or not? He looked directly at her, unreservedly. After things are settled, I'll go home directly. I still need to go to Uncle Luo's place. Don't worry. I'll make sure you can go back before the new year. Uncle Luo. Han Qing didn't ask further. She turned to look out the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The skyline of the capital appeared particularly clear on a winter afternoon. I'll think about it. She neither agreed nor refused. What's there to think about? You have to go. Liu Heng's voice suddenly exploded, breaking the subtle atmosphere between the two. He rushed over in a few steps, waving his hand, pointing to the empty space directly opposite Lin Mo's office area. Lawyer Han, I've already planned your office for you. Right there. Full view floor-to-ceiling windows, spacious view. A feng shui treasure. He winked, his words carrying a double meaning. Chapter 73. Lin Mo sent a team invitation. Han Qing. I'll think about it. Liu Hong, you have no choice. It's great to be matched with Brother Mo, making it convenient to communicate about the case at any time. Zhou Hubei pushed his glasses. closed his phone, and leisurely added, "Yeah, that position is the best for coordination." Chen Mai watched the commotion. Although he didn't speak, his eyes revealed a sense of this is how it should be. "You guys." Han Qing was both amused and exasperated. Just as she started to speak, Lu Heng interrupted her. "It's settled then. The tailor for Ju Nua, come here. Also, take measurements for our lawyer Han. The work uniforms must match." Han Qing completely gave up on resistance. This was no longer a discussion, but a notification. Looking at the three lively characters in front of her, plus Lin Mo, who was watching from the side, she could only reluctantly accept the arrangement. Lin Mo watched the farce come to an end, clapped his hands, and pulled everyone's attention back. "All right, the office matter is settled." His expression turned serious, and the relaxed atmosphere instantly dissipated. "Once Li Min's criminal case is over, I plan to run an advertisement." Lu Heng immediately perked up. "What advertisement?" "Brother Mo, don't worry. Money is not a problem. I'll have those guys from Longshore come up with a plan to ensure we cover all the subways, bus stops, and office building elevators in the entire capital." Lin Mo shook his head. "No." He surveyed his three brothers and the recently coerced Han Qing. "I want to hold another live stream." The office fell silent again. Under the attention of the entire internet, it was officially announced 404 law firm is open for business. The weight of this statement was heavier than any news brought by Wang Qinian earlier. Lu Heng's face revealed an excited expression. Chen Mai clenched his fists. They all recalled that thrilling dorm live stream and the enormous waves it stirred up. "So be prepared." Lin Mo's voice was low, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. "The upcoming live stream may require more rigor than the one on Sunday night. Unexpected situations will only increase." The setting sun dyed the glass curtain walls of the 88th floor of Longqing International Center a golden hue. The four of them walked out of the elevator, leaving behind the brand-new, spacious office that held infinite potential. Click! The familiar door to the 404 dormitory, with a no entry for idle people sign, was pushed open. On the desk lay, in the name of the people, a gaming controller that hadn't been put away and clothes fluttering on the balcony. Compared to the grandeur of the 88th floor, this place was filled with the real and chaotic atmosphere of life. Finally back, Lu Heng tossed the coat he had changed out while being measured onto the back of a chair, sinking into the gaming chair with a satisfied sigh. "Our doghouse is still the most comfortable. That place on the 88th floor is too clean. Even breathing feels like a burden." The dorm returned to its usual noise and tranquility. The next 2 days felt like a brief calm before the storm. The four returned to the most ordinary college life, attending classes, going to the library, and arguing over sweet and sour pork in the cafeteria. Yet some things had quietly changed. Lu Heng's gaming time noticeably decreased. His screen no longer featured Canyon maps, but various law firm management software evaluations. Chen Mai still immersed himself in the library, but he was no longer reading textbooks. Instead, he was surrounded by stacks of heavy case file copies, marked with dense annotations in different colors. Zhou Shubai held a copy of In the Name of the People, engrossed, occasionally stopping to search for something on his phone. No one knew if he was reading or looking at something else entirely. Lin Mo became the most leisurely one. He did nothing, even taking time to play basketball, sweating profusely. He needed to clear out the redundant information that had built up in his brain from overthinking in the most primitive way. On the morning of the third day, a knock sounded at the dorm door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was steady and powerful, neither fast nor slow. Lu Heng, with his messy hair, went to open the door, and upon seeing the person outside, he instantly sobered up. "Wang, Professor Wang?" Wang Qinian stood with his hands behind his back, not even stepping over the threshold, his gaze directly bypassing Lu Heng and locking onto Lin Mo in the dorm. "Get ready, come with me." "Where to?" Lin Mo asked, foam in his mouth as he brushed his teeth, his words muffled. "To the prosecutor's office." Wang Qinian replied with 3 words, turning and heading towards the stairs. "Deputy Prosecutor Wang Jiangwo specifically requested to see you." At the front of the solemn gray building of the Xiqing District People's Procuratorate, the national emblem hung high. Lin Mo followed Wang Qinian, smoothly arriving at the door of an office. The nameplate read Deputy Prosecutor's Office. Wang Qinian didn't knock. He directly pushed the door open. "Old Wang, you're here." "Jiangwo." Wang Qinian nodded, stepped aside, and let Lin Mo through. I brought the person. Wang Jingwo stood up, walked around the desk, and extended his hand to Lin Mo. Finally here. We talked so much last time, and today we're going to put it into practice. You're too polite, Prosecutor Wang. Lin Mo shook his hand. The other man's palm was broad and strong, carrying the calluses of years of holding a pen. After simple pleasantries, the three took their seats. Wang Jingwo didn't beat around the bush. He took off his glasses and slowly cleaned them with a cloth, his movements slow, yet exuding an invisible sense of pressure. I invited you and Professor Wang here this time to clarify 2 requirements regarding today's trial. He put his glasses back on, his gaze sharp as a knife behind the lenses. First, for the 4 defendants in Huang Wei's case, I have only 1 requirement. Wang Jingwo leaned slightly forward, speaking each word clearly. Top-level handling. These 2 words weighed heavily, as if the air in the office had solidified. This was not a discussion, it was an order. Behind it lay an official, unassailable anger. Lin Mo remained silent. He could feel the thunderous power contained in the deputy prosecutor's words. Wang Jingwo continued, his tone taking on a hint of coldness. Second, the 17th high school of the capital. He pointed at the desk. Since the incident, the school's attitude has been ambiguous, trying to characterize this as an accidental conflict among students. And even last time's civil lawsuit had no representatives present. They want to wash their hands clean. I want them to pay the price they deserve. It must be clear to everyone that the school's negligence in supervision is the breeding ground for campus bullying. Negligence is also a crime. Lin Mo finally spoke. So, Prosecutor Wang means to hold the school accountable for civil liability in this criminal trial? No. Wang Jingwo denied his interpretation, providing an even more impactful answer. Why one is, after the trial ends, for the procuratorate to take the lead, in conjunction with the Education Committee and the Discipline Inspection Commission, to conduct a thorough investigation of the 17th high school from mid-level to senior management. I want to uncover all their management loopholes and make them pay the price for their negligence and arrogance. Chapter 74. The Prosecutor General's Secret Order. Maximum Penalty. Schools as burial grounds. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This had gone beyond the scope of a single case. They intended to use Li Min's case to stir up a storm against the long-standing issues of the 17th high school and even the entire education system of the capital. Wang Qinian picked up his teacup, blew on the steam, and seemed to remain unconcerned, enjoying himself. All the pressure was on Lin Mo. Lin Mo met Wang Jingwo's gaze and nodded slowly. Don't worry, we won't give anyone a chance to shirk responsibility during the trial. Good. A slight smile appeared on Wang Jingwo's face. With your words, I feel reassured. Also, I feel that old Wang is not as adventurous as the younger generation anymore. Do you understand what I mean? At the entrance of the Xiqing District Intermediate People's Court, a security line stretched out for dozens of meters, blocking off the road. Dozens of police officers and court police maintained order, and the atmosphere was extremely serious. Outside the security line was a massive crowd. Journalists with long and short cameras, internet celebrities live streaming with their phones, and citizens who had come spontaneously surrounded the area. The dormitory live stream had pushed the attention on this case to an unprecedented peak. A black government car slowly stopped at the court entrance. The car door opened, and Lin Mo and Wang Qinian emerged, surrounded by a group of prosecutors. Click, click, click. Flashes lit up the area like daylight. It's Lin Mo, that streaming lawyer. Professor Wang Qinian is here too. A giant in criminal law. The prosecutor's office has called in reinforcements. It seems this time they mean business. The murmurs from the crowd came through the security line like a tide. Lin Mo kept his gaze straight ahead. He spotted Ms. Su Mo among the crowd, dressed in black, looking haggard but with an unusually determined expression. He also saw several middle-aged men and women on the other side, dressed well, pointing at them with undisguised resentment and hatred. They were the families of the 4 defendants. Lin Mo adjusted his tie and followed Wang Qinian up the court steps. The heavy, ornate doors slowly closed behind them, completely shutting out the noise from the outside. Inside the courthouse, it was quiet enough to hear the echo of their leather shoes on the marble floor. Both sides sat down in their respective waiting areas, awaiting the court's opening bell. Wang Qinian turned his head slightly and asked in a low voice, Nervous? Lin Mo shook his head and then looked at Wang Qinian. As long as you're not nervous. That's fine. He looked towards the tightly shut courtroom door at the end of the corridor. I'm more excited. Wang Qinian didn't say anything more, just patted him on the shoulder. Clang. The gavel fell, and the crisp, authoritative sound echoed in the solemn courtroom. Everyone's gaze focused on the figure beneath the national emblem on the judge's bench. All rise. The clerk's voice was steady. With a rustle, everyone in the public gallery, plaintiff's seat and defendant's seat, stood up. Lin Mo stood straight, his eyes passing over Wang Qinian's broad back to the defendant's seat across from him. Huang Wei and the other three wore matching uniforms, their defiance diminished by their prison clothes, leaving only fear and confusion. Behind them were their families, all dressed decently, but now ashen-faced, their eyes filled with resentment. Lin Mo's gaze finally settled on the defense attorney's seat. This was the same person who represented them in the last civil lawsuit, now verifying the identity of the defendants. The judge's voice rang out in the courtroom as the proceedings unfolded step by step. The young defendants, under the court police's indications, trembled as they reported their names and identities. Defendant Huang Wei, did you all hear clearly the charges brought by the prosecution and your litigation rights? The four responded scatteredly. Yes, we heard clearly. Do the defendants request the members of the collegiate bench, the clerk, the prosecutor, and the expert witness to recuse themselves? Huang Wei's defense attorney, Zhang Yuan, stood up. Your Honor, the defense does not request recusal. He paused, then shifted his tone, subtly pointing towards the prosecution's seat. However, the defense has objections regarding the composition of the prosecution. Here it comes. Lin Mo felt calm. Wang Qinian didn't even turn his head, as if there was no one behind him. The judge's gaze turned towards him. Defense counsel, please speak. Zhang Yuan's glasses reflected the light from the courtroom ceiling. According to regulations, those who support the prosecution in court should be prosecutors from the People's Procuratorate. As far as I know, Mr. Lin Mo, sitting at the prosecution table, is not a certified prosecutor. He is even a student. His move was precise and ruthless, directly targeting the legality of Lin Mo's identity. A subtle stir arose in the public gallery. The families of the defendants seemed to have grasped a lifeline, and hope reignited in their eyes. Wang Qinian finally moved, standing up slowly and pulling a document from his briefcase to hand to the court police. Your Honor, this is a temporary employment document issued by the Qing District People's Procuratorate. Due to the complexity of this case and its significant social impact, the Procuratorial Committee has decided to specially appoint Professor Wang Qinian from the Law School of Qingbei University and student Lin Mo as special advisors for this prosecution to assist the prosecutor in court. All procedures are legal and compliant. The document was presented to the judge. After carefully reviewing it, the judge picked up the gavel. Clang. The defense's objection is dismissed. The special advisor system is legally grounded, and the prosecutor's employment procedures are proper. He looked at Wang Qinian. Prosecutor, you may now read the indictment. Zhang Yuan sat back down, his expression unchanged, but his hand under the table clenched quietly. The first round of confrontation, silent but decisive, had already determined the outcome. Wang Qinian walked to the center of the prosecution table and opened the thin yet weighty indictment. The entire courtroom was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. In the front row of the public gallery, Ms. Su Mo tightly intertwined her hands, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Defendant Huang Wei, male, 13 years old, student of the 17th High School of the capital. Defendant. Wang Qinian's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. He read out the names of the four boys one by one, each word striking like a heavy hammer. Upon legal review, it has been confirmed that since Li Min enrolled until the day of the incident, defendants Huang Wei and the other three, within the campus of the 17th High School of the capital, have engaged in long-term, sustained campus bullying against their classmate, the victim Li Min, through violent beatings, verbal insults, and extortion, ultimately leading to Li Min's death. The four defendants had clear divisions of labor, cooperating with each other to repeatedly ambush and harm the victim in dormitories, toilets, playgrounds, and other locations, causing severe physical and psychological trauma to the victim. The content of the indictment was like a cold scalpel, slicing through the darkness that had been concealed. The young defendants in the dock began to squirm uneasily, their faces turning pale. Wang Qinyan's voice did not pause, but grew heavier. Chapter 75. The trial begins with a bang. Lin Mo drags the school into the mud. Defense lawyer loses composure on the spot. During this period, the victim's mother, Ms. Su Mo, and the victim's classmate, Sun Hao, repeatedly communicated through phone calls and face-to-face meetings with the homeroom teacher and relevant leaders of Class Limin at the 17th Middle School of the imperial capital, reflecting the situation and requesting the school to intervene. However, he raised his head, scanning the audience as if searching for something. As a statutory institution for education, the 17th Middle School of the imperial capital, knowing that bullying had already occurred and that the consequences could be extremely severe, failed to fulfill its educational, managerial, and protective responsibilities. The school adopted an attitude of indifference, delay, and evasion, characterizing the severe violent behavior as students' jokes, without imposing any effective punishment on the perpetrating students or providing any necessary protection for the victim. This statement was like a thunderclap resounding in the courtroom. From a defendant's family section, someone shouted, "What does this have to do with the school? Why drag the school into this?" Silence. The presiding judge struck the gavel heavily, warning that any further disturbance would result in immediate expulsion from the courtroom. Wang Qinyan remained unfazed and continued reading. It was precisely due to the school's serious dereliction of duty and inaction that a breeding ground was provided for the defendant's continued violence, condoning the escalation of his malicious behavior, ultimately leading to the tragic outcome where the victim, Li Min, could not bear the humiliation and was buried alive by 4 people. In summary, the actions of the defendants Huang Wei and the other 3 have violated Article 233 of the Dragon Kingdom criminal law. The criminal facts are clear, and the evidence is solid and sufficient. Thus, they should be held criminally responsible for intentional homicide. Meanwhile, the prosecution believes that the 17th Middle School of the imperial capital bears significant fault in this case and has an undeniable civil joint liability for the victim's death, requesting the court to recognize this and suggesting that relevant disciplinary inspection and supervision departments conduct a dereliction of duty investigation on the responsible persons at the school. As his voice fell, Wang Qinyan closed the indictment. Having finished reading, he turned and returned to his seat. The entire courtroom was dead silent. This indictment aimed not only to nail the 4 youths to the defendant's seat, but also to bring a prestigious school down from its pedestal and expose it to the scorching sunlight. This was a trial and also a declaration of war. The presiding judge looked at the pale-faced 4 defendants. Defendants, do you plead guilty to the charges brought by the prosecution? Huang Wei suddenly raised his head, not looking at the presiding judge, but staring fiercely at Wang Qinyan, his eyes almost overflowing with resentment. His lips moved slightly. However, Zhang Yuan stood up first, speaking before he could open his mouth. Your Honor, the defense requests to present arguments on the indictment before the defendants respond. Your Honor, the defense believes that some of the accusations in the indictment are seriously inconsistent with the facts. Zhang Yuan's voice was clear, calm, and carried the unique stability of a professional lawyer. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. First, regarding the characterization of intentional homicide, the defense believes this is extremely inappropriate. The defendants, Huang Wei and others, are all minors. The conflicts between them and the victim, Li Min, are essentially immature, excessive jokes, and physical confrontations typical of adolescence, lacking clear subjective intent aimed at depriving someone of life. The so-called long-term bullying described in the indictment, in the defense's view, consists of a series of isolated, incidental events that lack logical connections. To string them together and elevate them to the level of intentional homicide is an abuse of the law and an injustice towards several underage children. In the courtroom, the family members behind the defendant's seat had their eyes light up again, as if seeing a torch of hope in the darkness. Zhang Yuan did not pause, continuing his performance. Secondly, regarding the so-called joint liability of the 17th Middle School of the imperial capital, the defense believes that the prosecution's accusations are even more absurd. The school is a place for teaching and educating, not a round-the-clock daycare. After receiving feedback from parents, the school also criticized and educated the relevant students. Should the school be held infinitely responsible for every friction between students after class? This is not only unreasonable, but also a tremendous waste of educational resources, shifting social conflicts onto educational institutions. Every word he spoke was like a finely honed scalpel, attempting to precisely cut the actions of Huang Wei and others away from the consequences of murder, completely separating the school's responsibility from Li Min's death. He attributed everything to accident, joke, and youthful impulsiveness. Wang Qinian leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, as if he had already fallen asleep. Lin Weiguo slightly tilted his head. He felt that Zhang Yuan's speech was like a pre-written, repeatedly memorized standard answer, hollow and filled with arrogant sophistry. This set of arguments might be effective in fooling the uninformed public, but before the facts and evidence, it was utterly vulnerable. The intent to confuse the audience was too obvious. The defense's opinion has been recorded in court. The presiding judge's voice interrupted Zhang Yuan's statement. Now, the prosecution may question the defendants. Lin Weiguo stood up. He did not walk to the center of the prosecution's desk, but stood in his position, his gaze crossing the long table and calmly landing on the defendant's seat. Huang Wei, the leading youth in the defendant's seat, trembled, suddenly looking up at him. The indictment mentions that on October 12th of last year, you, along with 3 others, cornered Li Min in the bathroom and took away his only 50 yuan pocket money. Did this happen? Huang Wei's lips moved, looking to his lawyer for help. Zhang Yuan immediately stood up. Objection. The prosecution's question is unrelated to the charge of intentional homicide in this case. Objection overruled. The presiding judge directly dismissed the objection, stating that the content of the prosecutor's question pertains to the facts listed in the indictment and is relevant to clarifying the case. Defendant, answer the question. Lin Weiguo ignored Zhang Yuan's protest, his gaze fixed firmly on Huang Wei. Answer me, yes or no. The pressure fell like a mountain. In the solemn atmosphere of the courtroom, under the watch of the national emblem, the little courage of the youth was long crushed by fear. Yes. Huang Wei's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. On November 3rd of last year, after evening self-study, you tore up all of Li Min's homework and threw in the trash. Did this happen? Yes. In March of this year, you took secretly shot photos of Li Min changing clothes in the dormitory, added insulting text, and posted them on the school forum. Did this happen? Yes. With each question Lin Weiguo asked, Huang Wei's head lowered a bit. He did not ask the most crucial violent scenes, but chose these seemingly minor details, which were enough to break the psychological defenses. He turned to look at the other 3 defendants. Is what he said true? The 3 of them were already pale, mechanically nodding their heads under the pressure of the courtroom. Yes, we also participated. A few simple questions, yet they struck like heavy hammers, shattering Zhang Yuan's earlier argument about excessive jokes. Everyone could see clearly that this was not a joke. It was a continuous, malicious crime that delighted in tormenting others. Your Honor, I have finished my questioning. Lin Weiguo sat down, the entire process taking no more than 3 minutes. Wang Qinian opened his eyes, glanced at him, a hint of a smile hidden at the corner of his mouth. Does the victim's family need to question the defendants? The presiding judge's gaze turned to the plaintiff's seat. All attention in the courtroom instantly focused on the woman in black. Ms. Suemo stood up. Her body appeared thin due to long-term sadness, but at this moment, her back was straight. Everyone thought she would pour out all the pain and hatred of a mother towards the 4 boys. The defendants, including Huang Wei, had even shrunk their heads down, waiting for the inevitable storm. However, Ms. Suemo merely glanced at them calmly. There was no hatred in her eyes, only a dead, indifferent silence. Presiding judge, her voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear. I had no questions for them. The entire courtroom was in shock. Chapter 76. The whole court is stunned. She was supposed to tear apart the bullies, but instead, she aimed the gun at the school. Ms. Su turned around, her gaze sweeping across the crowd in the audience, precisely landing on a middle-aged man in a suit sitting in the second row, looking awkward. I would like to ask a question to the representative of the 17th high school in the imperial capital. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court was in an uproar. Zhang Yuan's face instantly turned ashen. He had calculated everything, but did not expect the victim's mother to give up the opportunity to beat down the fallen dog and instead turn the gun on the school, which he desperately wanted to distance himself from. The presiding judge and the members of the panel whispered to each other for a few seconds. All right, he struck the gavel. Please allow the representative of the 17th High School to accept questioning. The middle-aged man, the head of the Academic Affairs Office at the 17th High School, stood up stiffly amidst the dead silence. Beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead. Miss Su looked at him and word by word asked the question she had been holding back for months. Director Zhou, on October 12th last year at 4:30 p.m., I called you for the first time to tell you that my son had his money stolen. Do you remember how you responded to me at that time? Director Zhou adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat, and forced a formulaic smile that he believed to be kind. I remember, Ms. Su. I responded to you that it was just a misunderstanding among children, kids being kids, lacking judgment. I had already given them a serious reprimand. His tone was dismissive, as if discussing a trivial matter. Sumo's body swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. So, do you also remember that 3 weeks later, I stood in your office with Li Min's torn homework and school uniform, showing you those unsightly posts on the school's forum? Her voice was not loud, but it pierced through Director Zhou's ears like a needle. I certainly remember. We had a serious discussion with the relevant students and conducted a serious reprimand. A serious reprimand? Sumo stepped forward, her voice suddenly rising. Then may I ask, Director Zhou, was this serious reprimand recorded in their files? Were their parents notified? Were any protective measures taken for my son? Was this malicious behavior reported to the entire school? A series of rapid-fire questions struck everyone's hearts like a dense drumbeat. Director Zhou was left speechless, unable to answer a single word. His lips trembled as he looked helplessly at Zhang Yuan at the defense table. Zhang Yuan's face was grim, but he could only sit there in silence. This was not his turn. Lin Weiguo leaned back in his chair, watching the scene unfold. This bureaucratic rhetoric was utterly fragile in front of a mother who had lost her child. Please allow the defense attorney to question the defendant. The presiding judge's voice timely rang out, bringing the already chaotic scene back on track. Zhang Yuan stood up, adjusted his collar, and regained his professional composure. He walked up to Huang Wei. Huang Wei, how is your relationship with Li Min usually? It's okay. Huang Wei looked down, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. You often play together, right? Yes. Zhang Yuan pushed up his glasses, his voice becoming steady and guiding. The incidents mentioned in the indictment, such as taking his pocket money and posting his photos online, these so-called pranks, are they not a unique way for you to enhance your relationship? He deliberately avoided all details of violence, summarizing it only as pranks in a unique way. Did Li Min not also say that he hoped to integrate with you more quickly through this method? As soon as this sentence was uttered, the audience erupted in an uproar. Even the family members behind the defendant's seat showed expressions of disbelief. Zhang Yuan ignored the reactions around him, cleverly packaging the actions that should have been evidence into awkward gestures of goodwill among youth. He did not mention at all the incident where the four buried Li Min alive. What he wanted to do was reduce this homicide to a completely out-of-control game for which both parties bore responsibility. The defense argued that the occurrence of this tragedy stemmed from the misunderstanding of friendship and social boundaries by adolescents, and that they did not have the malicious intent to harm Li Min, let alone premeditated murder. They simply used a wrong method and went too far. After finishing, Zhang Yuan slightly bowed and returned to his seat. He constructed an absurd yet logically coherent defense for the defendants. This rhetoric diluted the evil, shifted the responsibility to the childishness of the youth, and even allocated part of it to the deceased Li Min Wang Qinian, who had kept his eyes closed. Now open a slit. Lin Weiguo stood up. Your Honor, I object. He did not look at the presiding judge, but directly at Zhang Yuan. The defense attorney's remarks just now were not a defense, but an embellishment of the crime, and even a secondary insult to the victim. Zhang Yuan immediately retorted. I was merely stating a possibility, a reasonable inference based on the defendant's psychological state. Reasonable inference? Then may I ask, Attorney Zhang, what kind of emotional enhancement is it to take a classmate's living expenses and let him go hungry? What kind of friendship is it to publicly humiliate a classmate by pairing photos of him, changing clothes with derogatory captions? What unique team-building activity is it to pin him down in a bathroom and burn his arm with a cigarette? Lin Mo's voice was calm, but each word was like a hammer, smashing Zhang Yuan's recently constructed false logic. Or do you mean, in Attorney Zhang's world, being beaten, extorted, and publicly humiliated are all requests made by the victim? He paused, his gaze sharpening. Then, in the end, being buried alive was also a request made by Li Min in order to experience an extreme, immersive friendship? Boom! This last sentence completely detonated the courtroom. Zhang Yuan jumped up, his face turning red. You are maliciously misinterpreting. This is personal attack. Silence. The presiding judge's gavel fell heavily. Defense attorney, watch your words. He turned to Lin Mo, prosecutor. Your objection is supported by the court. The defense's previous statements show signs of leading and embellishing and will not be accepted. The presiding judge's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the four trembling boys at the defendant's table. The court's authority reached its peak at this moment. Huang Wei. The presiding judge's voice was devoid of any emotion. Now, I ask you, is it true that the four of you have long bullied Li Min, as stated in the indictment, ultimately leading to his death? All eyes focused on Huang Wei. The dream Zhang Yuan had woven for him, a way to evade responsibility, had been utterly shattered by Lin Mo. He was exposed under everyone's gaze, with nowhere to escape. Huang Wei's body trembled violently, his psychological defenses had completely collapsed. Yes, it's true. He used all his strength to spit out these few words, then slumped down completely. The presiding judge turned to the other three. What about you? It's true. We all did. It's true. Weak, tearful admissions rose and fell. Zhang Yuan watched this scene, his body swaying, and finally slumped heavily back into his chair. Chapter 77. The Crushing Bureau. Lawyer Zhang. I've invested. Can we stop tormenting Quan? Inside the courtroom, silence so profound it felt like one could hear the heartbeat. The few young defendants in the dock broke down and confessed, like the last straw that broke all the defenses built by defense lawyer Zhang Yuan. The presiding judge's gaze shifted from the defendant's seat to the prosecutor's bench. The prosecution may now present evidence. Wang Qinian leaned back his chair, unmoving. He merely tilted his head towards Lin Mo, giving a barely perceptible nod. Lin Mo stood up. All eyes in the room were once again focused on this young special consultant. He did not walk to the center of the courtroom, but calmly spoke to the clerk. Please display our evidence on the big screen. Click a light sound, and the large screen at the front of the courtroom lit up. Everyone held their breath. The first image that appeared was not a bloody scene, but a campus mental health survey dated last September. The question was, have you ever encountered words or actions on campus that made you feel uncomfortable? Next to Li Min's name, the box for yes was heavily checked with a black marker. The force was so strong it nearly tore through the paper. This was the starting point of the case. Lin Mo's voice rang out in the silent courtroom. A neglected cry for help. The screen switched. Crime scene photo. 01. A shallow pit dug in a patch of wild grass. A pale hand stretched out from the loose soil, fingers curled as if still grasping something. A gasp of shock arose from the audience. Ms. Su Mo closed her eyes, her shoulders shaking violently, and the person next to her supported her. Your Honor, I request to play an audio evidence. Permission granted. ZZZ. After a burst of electrical noise, a timid, tearful boy's voice sounded. Please, let me go. I have no money. That was Li Min's voice. Immediately following were the reckless laughter of several boys. No money? If you have no money, bark like a dog. Ha, kneel down. Lik vei yis hus. Slap. A crisp sound of slap. Then came muffled sobs and blurred pleas for mercy. The audio was short, only 30 seconds, but it felt like a blunt knife repeatedly cutting into everyone's hearts. Behind the defendant's seat, Huang Wei's mother covered her mouth, unable to believe that the demonic voice in the recording belonged to her son. After the recording finished, the courtroom was terrifyingly quiet. Zhang Yuan's face turned pale, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Lin Mo did not give him a moment to breathe. Bailiff, please present evidence number 1 and number 2. Two bailiffs handed over 2 transparent evidence bags to the judge's bench. Lin Mo stepped forward, took one of them, and held it high. It was a torn school uniform with a large area on the chest that had dried and turned dark brown from blood. Evidence number 1. The victim Li Min's school uniform. He then lifted the other evidence bag. Inside was an assignment book that had been marked over, not looking like a proper assignment book, filled with drawings of turtles and obscene insults made with a red marker. Evidence number 2, the victim's assignment book. Lin Mo held both pieces of evidence side by side, turning to the audience toward the suit-wearing director of the Academic Affairs Office. This bloodied school uniform was worn by Ling Min at school. This defaced assignment book was marked this year. Each time, Ms. Su Mo reported to the school. His voice suddenly rose. Each time, the response was, "We will criticize and educate." Each time became a license for the perpetrators to escalate their violence. Zhang Yuan suddenly stood up, his voice distorted with agitation. "Objection. The prosecutor has seriously confused criminal responsibility with the school's management responsibility. My client's actions and the school's management methods are two completely independent legal issues. They cannot be conflated." He was still struggling, trying to push the school ship away from his soon-to-sing clients. "The school's mismanagement cannot serve as a basis for accusing my client of intentional homicide. That is logically absurd." The presiding judge looked at him coldly. "Counselor, is the evidence submitted by the prosecution related to the charges of long-term bullying in the indictment?" "Related," Zhang Yuan admitted stubbornly. "Then, do you dispute the authenticity of this evidence?" "No." "Then what is your reason for objection?" The judge pressed. Zhang Yuan was rendered speechless by the question. Bang! The gavel fell heavily, the sound shaking the entire room. "Counselor, this court reminds you that courtroom debates must be based on facts and evidence. All evidence submitted by the prosecution forms a complete chain of evidence, pointing to the defendant's long-term, continuous harm to the victim. Your defense opinion has strayed from the basic facts of this case." The judge's tone carried a warning. "Please respect the court, respect the evidence, and also respect the deceased victim. This court does not wish to hear terms like over-the-top jokes again." Objection denied. Zhang Yuan felt as if all his strength had been drained, slumping heavily back into his chair. It was over. Everything was over. The judge's words were not a warning. They were a verdict. They were a public denial of his professional ethics in front of everyone. His mind went blank. This case had been a hot potato since he took it over. Huang Wei's father had pounded his chest, assuring him that everything was arranged, and all he needed to do was to go through the motions in court. But now it seemed that the so-called arrangements had not only failed, but might have become a death warrant. The deputy chief prosecutor personally ordered it, and the legal giant Wang Qinian came down to the field, bringing along an unconventional Lin Mo. This was not a trial. It was clearly a premeditated ambush. The Huang family fools had no idea what kind of existence they had provoked, and he had become the most ridiculous clown in this ambush. The presiding judge's gaze turned to the witness stand. "Witness Sun Hao."
Do you have anything to add regarding the evidence presented by the prosecution and the court proceedings just now? The previously silent boy stood up.
He did not look at the presiding judge or at his former classmates. His gaze crossed the entire courtroom, fixating on the uneasy director of the Academic Affairs Office in the second row of the audience. "It's gone." Sun Hao's voice was not loud, but it carried an exhaustion and determination beyond his years. "All the things I wanted to say, I have already told the school's teachers and leaders no less than 10 times over the past year." He paused, finally turning his gaze back to the judge's bench. It's just that no one listened. Director Zhou's body trembled suddenly, instinctively avoiding everyone's gaze. Chapter 78. The Supreme Court's Sudden Directive. As Sun Hao's voice fell, the courtroom fell into a deathly silence. The presiding judge's gaze slowly shifted to the defense table. Does the defense have any questions regarding the testimony of the witness, Sun Hao? This procedural question felt like a death knell. Zhang Yuan struggled to his feet, holding onto the table. His suit was somewhat wrinkled, his hair disheveled, and beneath his gold-rimmed glasses were two hollow, bloodshot eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his last shred of professional dignity. "Your Honor, the defense believes." His voice was dry and hoarse. The witness Sun Hao and the victim Li Min were close friends in life. His testimony carries a strong subjective bias, with emotional overtones far exceeding factual statements. This was the last, most powerless struggle he could think of. Legally, the probative value of his testimony had serious flaws and was insufficient to serve as valid evidence for determining the facts of the case. This set of arguments was the standard answer for a law school student, yet at this moment, it appeared so pale and ridiculous. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mo stood up, even too lazy to look at the presiding judge, a near-mocking smile on his face. "Lawyer Zhang, is this the only line you know? If you have no work, you can bite a lighter. Don't waste everyone's time by repeating this." These words, light as a feather, were more lethal than any harsh rebuttal. They completely stripped Zhang Yuan of his last layer of professionalism, exposing his embarrassment and incompetence nakedly before everyone. A wave of suppressed laughter erupted from the audience. Zhang Yuan swayed violently. The phrase "bite a lighter" felt like a scorching steel needle piercing through his already crumbling nerves. His eyes glazed over, his lips moved, but not a word came out. In the end, it was as if all his bones had been pulled out, and he slumped heavily back into his chair. He stared blankly at the case file in front of him, the words beginning to blur. "The defense has no objections." His voice was as light as a whisper. Presiding Judge Ji's gaze fell on the defendant's stand, where the four young men trembled like leaves in the wind. "Defendants, you may now make your final statements." Huang Wei was supported by the bailiffs, struggling to stand upright. He looked towards the audience, seeing his mother's instantly aged face and the despair in his father's eyes. I was wrong." His voice was choked with tears, incoherent. "I really know I was wrong. I don't want to die. I don't want to go to prison. Please, give me another chance." The other three boys had long since collapsed, unable to say anything complete other than "I'm sorry." Their statements were hollow and cheap, weighing no more than a feather compared to the crimes they had committed. After hearing them, Judge Ji remained expressionless. Bang! The gavel struck. Given the seriousness of the case and the abundance of evidence, the collegiate bench needs to deliberate. The presiding judge's voice echoed in the courtroom. "This court is temporarily adjourned for 2 hours." Inside the court's internal deliberation room, a secluded space, Presiding Judge Ji and the other 2 members of the collegiate bench took off their judicial hats and placed them on the table. The atmosphere was heavy. The chain of evidence was complete, the facts clear, and the defendants had confessed in court. There was nothing to dispute. One of the judges rubbed his temples. "The key is the sentencing." The other judge added, "All 4 defendants are minors. Although their actions are extremely heinous, we must be very cautious in sentencing." Presiding Judge Ji remained silent, simply flipping through the shocking case file, each page recording a young man's death and a family's destruction. Knock, knock, knock. A series of clear knocks interrupted the silence in the room. The 3 exchanged glances. "Come in," Presiding Judge Ji said. The door opened, and a clerk hurried in, his expression unusually serious. He did not look at the other 2, but walked straight to Presiding Judge Ji and lowered his voice. "Your Honor, there is a directive from the Supreme Court." Those words instantly froze the air in the room. Crash. Presiding Judge Ji and the other 2 judges almost simultaneously stood up abruptly, their faces betraying their shock. The clerk handed over a sealed document. Presiding Judge Ji opened the document, which contained only a few lines, yet each word carried immense weight. Regarding the murder case of Li Min, the nature is heinous. The impact is severely negative, and the social response is strong. It must be dealt with severely according to the law, to deter others and to comfort the public. Additionally, the prosecuting agency may contact the relevant staff member Liu Bin from the Xiqing District Intermediate People's Court for prosecution on charges of negligence and abuse of power. Similarly, it should be dealt with severely. There was no signature, only a bright red seal. The clerk placed the document down and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. Inside the room, the 3 judges stood in silence for a long time, aware of what this directive meant. This was no ordinary trial. It was a blood-cleansing action against the entrenched issues in schools, driven by the highest levels. "Who is Liu Bin?" One judge broke the silence. "It doesn't matter anymore." Presiding Judge Ji placed the paper on the table. "What matters is that the prosecution will soon have new targets." He sat back down, picked up the case file, and all previous hesitation was swept away. "Now, let us deliberate again." His finger pointed to the names of Huang Wei and the other 3, the 4 main perpetrators. According to Article 17 of the Long Brother criminal law, those who are over 12 but under 14 years of age, committing intentional homicide, should receive a lighter or reduced sentence, and the death penalty does not apply. The specific punishment may be imprisonment for a term of 3 years to less than 10 years. In severe cases, it could also be 10 years or more, or life imprisonment. However, he paused, his tone turning cold and hard. Their methods were extremely cruel, their circumstances extremely severe, with great social harm, and they showed no signs of remorse. The Supreme Court's directive is to deal with it severely, so the option of lighter does not exist. I recommend sentencing the main perpetrator, Huang Wei, to life imprisonment. The other two judges exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes. Agreed. As for the other 3 accomplices, they will similarly not be eligible for reduced punishment and will be sentenced within the maximum term of imprisonment. In the deliberation room, presiding Judge Ji tapped the case file with his finger, his voice steady. So what about the school? One member of the collegiate bench raised a critical question, as the prosecution requested the recognition of the school's criminal responsibility. Should our judgment address the school's criminal liability? Chapter 79, the conclusion. The juvenile offenders receive life sentences. Chief Judge Ji turned to another page of the case file, which contained the record of the questioning between Ms. Su Mo and Director Zhou in the courtroom. The head of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhou Bapi, had repeatedly sheltered and condoned the ongoing bullying, which he knew was escalating. Under the guise of criticism and education, his finger pointed at the word shelter. According to Article 310 of the criminal law, anyone who provides a hiding place, property, assists in evading capture, or falsifies proof for someone they know to be committing a crime is punishable by imprisonment of up to 3 years, criminal detention, or control. If the circumstances are serious, the punishment is 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. He raised his head and looked at the other 2 individuals. This was just the lightest charge. The prosecution had already confirmed that the school had clear foresight of the bullying behavior before Li Min was harmed, yet it did nothing, which constituted indirect intent through inaction. Therefore, he did not finish his sentence, but the other 2 in the room understood. That would constitute complicity in homicide. The Supreme Court's directive was strict and severe. Chief Judge Ji stated word by word that this Director Zhou, along with those behind him, would not escape justice. In the courtroom, the air felt as heavy as solid lead. In the defendant's family seating, suppressed sobs could be heard intermittently. Zhang Yuan sat motionless at the defense table, like a wax figure that had lost its soul. The documents in front of him had become meaningless blobs of ink in his eyes. Lin Mo rose from the prosecution table and walked over to him. He did not bend down, but stood above him, his voice not loud, but clearly audible to Zhang Yuan. Lawyer Zhang, congratulations. This battle has established your reputation and strength. A faint smile played on Lin Mo's face. From now on, in the circle of unlawful defense in the capital, you will hold the reins. The money from the Huang family is enough for you to buy a few good cigarettes while you're sewing. These words were louder than any slap and more vicious than any rebuke. They shattered Zhang Yuan's last semblance of dignity and ground it into the dirt. Zhang Yuan's eyes remained hollow. He didn't even have the strength to be angry or to retort. The wailing of a loser held no value. The door to the deliberation chamber opened again. Chief Judge Ji and the other 2 judges returned to the bench and donned their caps once more. Bang! The gavel struck, the sound of the courtroom bringing everyone's thoughts back to reality. Now, we will continue the session. The courtroom fell instantly silent. All rise. Crash. Everyone in the courtroom, including the audience in the gallery, stood up. The moment that would decide the fate of 4 juveniles in a prestigious school had arrived. After deliberation by this court and submission to the court's adjudication committee for discussion and decision, we now announce the verdict in the case of defendants Huang Wei and others for intentional homicide. Chief Judge Ji's voice was loud and clear, echoing in every corner of the courtroom. The defendants Huang Wei and 3 others used violent means to bully and insult the victim Li Min over a long period and ultimately took his life by burying him alive, an act that constitutes intentional homicide as stipulated in Article 232 of the Dragon Kingdom Criminal Law. The charges brought by the prosecution are established. Defendant Huang Wei played a major role in the joint crime and is the principal offender. His methods were extremely cruel, and the circumstances were extremely severe, posing a great social hazard. Although he is a minor, this does not justify a lighter sentence. The court hereby rules as follows. He paused, each word like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's heart. The defendant Huang Wei is sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of political rights for life. Boom! In the defendant's family seating, Huang Wei's mother let out a piercing scream and fainted on the spot. The other accomplices were sentenced to 15 years in prison. The judgment fell like a mountain, crashing down. Chief Judge Ji did not stop. His gaze turned to the gallery, landing on the impeccably dressed academic affairs director. At the same time, Chief Judge Ji raised his voice again, stating that this court finds that the 17th Middle School of the capital bears serious management negligence and inaction in this case, holding an irrefutable responsibility for the victim's death. This court will draft a judicial recommendation to request the relevant disciplinary inspection and education supervision departments to conduct a serious dereliction of duty investigation into the responsible individuals at the school. Bang! The gavel fell, deciding the matter. Court adjourned. Chief Judge Ji turned and left the bench without looking back. The final echo of the gavel dissipated into the air. Ms. Su Mo swayed, as if all her support had been pulled away. She did not fall and did not scream. She simply covered her face, her shoulders beginning to shake violently. The grief, anger, and despair that had been suppressed for an unknown length of time transformed at that moment into scalding tears, surging out from between her fingers. The initial sound of her crying was a suppressed sob, which then turned into a heart-wrenching wail. This was not a cry of sadness, but a shout that forcibly extracted all the toxins built up in her heart, along with flesh and blood. Professor Wang Qinian instinctively wanted to step forward. A hand landed on his shoulder. Lin Mo gently shook his head. Professor Wang, let her cry. This pent-up energy has been held for too long. She must cry it out to survive. At the other end of the courtroom was another family crushed by the verdict. Huang Wei's mother did not faint for long. When she regained consciousness, she let out a beast-like wail, cursing the court, cursing Su Mo, cursing everything. Huang Wei and the other three youths were pale as ashes, lifted by court police from the defendant's seat and dragged toward the holding cells. Their steps were staggering, as if they had already lived through their long and endless lives. Lin Mo supported the nearly exhausted Su Mo, while Wang Qinian protected her from the side, and the three of them walked out of the courtroom together. Click, click, click. The heavy wooden door swung open, revealing a dazzling world filled with flashing lights and cameras outside. Dozens of reporters instantly blocked the exit. Professor Wang, what is the final verdict? Student Lin, were all four defendants sentenced to heavy penalties? Ms. Su, are you satisfied with this result? Can your son's spirit rest in peace? Countless microphones were thrust forward, almost poking Su Mo's face. The security forces on site desperately formed a human wall, but were on the verge of collapsing under the surging crowd. Professor Wang, there are rumors that the defendant's status as minors will serve as their shield. Does the verdict reflect the principle of leniency? A reporter sharply asked. Professor Wang Qinian's brow furrowed. As a scholar, he inherently looked down on such hyena-like interviews. Just as he was about to speak, using rigorous legal language to correct the reporter's erroneous phrasing. Chapter 80, Top Prediction. Did you think I was answering questions? No, I was advertising. Lin Mo grabbed his arm and shielded him, and Su Mo behind him. He stepped forward to meet the sea of flashing lights. There was no trace of impatience on Lin Mo's face. Instead, he wore an almost businesslike, impeccable smile. Thank you to all the journalist friends for your attention to this case. His voice was not loud, but it had a unique, penetrating power that instantly drowned out the noise at the scene. First, on behalf of Ms. Su Mo, I would like to thank everyone for your concern. Secondly, on behalf of the prosecution, I would like to thank all sectors of society and the news media for their supervision and support of our judicial work. His words were flawless, clearly stating his identity while occupying a moral high ground, instantly taking control of the scene. The reporters were momentarily stunned, then bombarded him with questions even more densely. Lin Mo, what is your view on the issue of whether the criminal responsibility for minors should be reduced? Some people online say that this tragedy was caused by the school's negligence. Do you agree? What is the specific sentencing for the four defendants? There are rumors that it is life imprisonment. Is that true? Lin Mo raised his hand and made a downward motion. The entire scene miraculously quieted down. He scanned the crowd and slowly answered the first question. In the eyes of the law, everyone is equal. Age is not a shield against criminal behavior, nor is it a license to trample on the lives of others. I believe that today's judgment has given the loudest answer. He turned to another reporter. As for the school's responsibility, the court hearing just now has already clarified that. The judicial recommendation has been issued, and I believe the disciplinary inspection and supervision department will provide the public with an explanation. Justice may be delayed, but in this matter, it will not be absent from any part of the process. His answers were precise and powerful, satisfying the reporter's inquiries while not disclosing any information beyond the scope. Wang Qinian watched Lin Mo's back, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. This young man seemed to be born for the spotlight. He could turn a serious courtroom into a personal show and a chaotic press conference into his own news release. His absurdly deconstructive demeanor turned out to be a weapon that worked wonders in such occasions. Finally, Lin Mo cleared his throat and dropped a bombshell. Lastly, I have two more things to say. All cameras turned to him. First, for this public prosecution, the prosecution creatively invited our 404 law firm to serve as special advisors. We are very grateful for the trust and support from the prosecution towards our young law firm. He cleverly transformed the official victory into excellent advertising for his law firm. Second, he paused, revealing an even brighter smile, many legal details about this case, as well as the issues concerning the prevention of campus bullying that everyone's concerned about, cannot be explained clearly in a few sentences. Therefore, I have decided to hold a live broadcast on our 404 Law Firm's account this Sunday evening at 8 p.m. At that time, I welcome all friends to join us for online communication. After finishing, Lin Mo slightly bowed to the camera. He no longer gave the reporters any chance to ask questions, turned around to protect Su Mo and Wang Qinian, and quickly left the scene through a small path opened by the security. The wind outside the court carried the early autumn chill, dispersing the heaviness inside. Lin Mo let out a long breath, as if he wanted to expel all the stagnant air that had accumulated in his chest for days. Finally, it was over. Professor Wang Qinian walked beside him, took off his glasses, and slowly wiped them with cloth. Not done yet. Wang Qinian put his glasses back on. The Supreme Court has requested the prosecution to file charges against Liu Bin. Lin Mo stopped and looked at the legal giant. What do you think of Liu Bin's case? Wang Qinian glanced at him, his expression like he was looking at a student asking a foolish question. How to look at it? With your eyes. He continued walking without stopping. For such minor cases, you wouldn't think a professor from Qing University needs to personally handle it, would you? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly caught up. True. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Dealing with the main offenders like Huang Wei was for the people's sentiment, to set a benchmark, requiring a big figure like Wang Qinian to stabilize the situation. As for Liu Bin, a minor cleanup, there are processes within the system to handle it. Wang Qinian had his own battlefield. The two reached the intersection, and Wang Qinian waved to stop a taxi. I'm going back to the studio. Let me know in advance about the live broadcast. The car door closed and drove away. Lin Mo stood alone by the roadside, glanced back at the court's solemn entrance, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. Dragon City International Center, 88th floor. The glass door of 404 Law Firm was pushed open. Inside the office, Zhou Shubai, Liu Hong, and Chun Mai all sprang up from their respective positions at the same time, their eyes fixed on the door. Montague, how'd it go? What was the sentence? Their questions came like a rapid-fire barrage, but there was no sign of tension on their faces. In their view, with Lin Mo personally involved, there was no possibility of losing this case. Lin Mo walked to his workspace and heavily sank into the large ergonomic chair. He stretched his long legs onto the desk, resting his hands behind his head. It was okay, didn't he perform well? Liu Hong nearly spat water on the screen. Zhou Shubai pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of curiosity behind the lenses. Chun Mai said nothing, silently poured him a glass of water and placed it on the desk. Lin Mo picked up the cup and took a sip. The main offender Huang Wei received life imprisonment. The other three accomplices received 15 years. The office fell silent for a moment. This result within the legal framework was almost the maximum sentence for juvenile crime. This is called not performing well. Liu Hong leaned in closer. Mo go. Do you have some misunderstanding about the definition of good? As for the 17th middle school of the imperial capital, they only issued a judicial recommendation requesting the disciplinary inspection and education departments to intervene in the investigation for now. Lin Mo put down the cup. There were no substantial penalties. When will that director Zhou and the principal be sent in before it's considered finished? Zhou Shubai walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the traffic of the city below. That's enough. The weight of the judicial recommendation is heavier than a direct sentence. This means the scope of the cleanup will not be limited to just one academic affairs director, but will involve the entire school management and even internal issues within the education system. He turned around to look at Lin Mo. This step is far more significant than sentencing a few students to life imprisonment. Lin Mo remained non-committal. Anyway, this case is considered closed on our end. Now we just wait for the holidays to go fishing on your little island. He turned to Lu Hong. By the way, prepare for the live broadcast this weekend. Invite Professor Wang over and ask Han Qing if she is interested. Lu Hong made an okay gesture. For clueless college students might indeed not be able to stabilize the situation. Lin Mo self-deprecatingly remarked. The next day, early morning, Lin Mo's phone rang. Chapter 81 Han Qing. I've dissolved the law firm. I'm teaming up with you. Lin Mo, please don't come over. It was a strange number. He answered. Hello, is this Lin? The voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse, with a hint of uncertainty. It was Ms. Su. Ansu. It's me. Thank you. Sumo's voice instantly choked up. Really? Thank you so much. The sound of suppressed crying came through the phone, not sadness, but a release after dust had settled. It's what we should do. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. Take care of yourself. Mr. Li is in heaven, and I hope you can live well. After a few more comforting words, he hung up the phone. Just as his fingers left the screen, the phone vibrated again. Caller ID. Han Qing. Lin Mo swiped to answer. Lawyer Lin, you've become famous with one battle. Congratulations. Han Qing's tone carried a hint of teasing, but more was the recognition between professionals. You flatter me. Just trying to make a living. Don't be modest in a lawyer circle of the capital who doesn't know your 404 law firm, daring to scold defense lawyers into silence in court. Lin Mo smiled, not replying. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Do you have time? Han Qing's voice became serious. Come to my law firm. I want to ask you something in person. After hanging up, the warmth of his fingertips lingered on the screen. Lin Mo didn't stay put. He grabbed the coat on the back of his chair and walked straight to the door. Qinglu Law Firm. He pushed open the familiar glass door. The sweet greeting from the receptionist he had anticipated did not come. Instead, there was an almost eerie silence. The entire open office area was empty, with dozens of desks neatly organized, computer screens dark, chairs neatly tucked under tables, as if no one had ever been there. Only in the corner, the door to the largest independent office was open. Han Qing sat inside, a cup of steaming coffee in front of her. She looked up at Lin Mo, standing at the door. Lin Mo walked in and glanced around. Are you planning to shut down for good? Or have you finally had a conscience and given your employees a collective long vacation? Han Qing picked up the coffee cup and blew on the steam. I've dismissed them all. She set the cup down, her movements unhurried. I've decided to respond to your call and join your 404 law firm. The teasing expression on Lin Mo's face froze. What kind of joke was Han Qing making? Han Qing caught his momentary bewilderment. What's wrong? She stood up and walked around the desk. Didn't you say every day for me to go to 404? Now I want to back out? She casually pulled a thick book resembling a brick, Civil Code explained, from the nearby bookshelf and weighed it in her hand. Lawyer Lin, it seems a bit late for you to change your mind now. An invisible pressure surged in. No, absolutely not. Lin Mo immediately raised his hands, making an exaggerated surrender gesture. It's our 404's honor that Lawyer Han is willing to lower herself. I'll go back and give you the best spot in the southwest corner of the office. Set up an incense altar, 3 sticks of incense morning and evening, to bless us with wealth. Han Qing looked at his playful demeanor and finally couldn't hold back. She threw the book back on the desk, making a muffled sound. Enough, no more nonsense. She sat back in her chair, motioning for Lin Mo to sit on the sofa opposite. Let us talk business. The atmosphere instantly shifted from absurd comedy back to a serious channel. Do you remember Wu Tian? Lin Mo sank into the sofa, leaning back. Wu Tian. The name flashed through his mind, quickly finding the corresponding memory. The girl from that previous rape case. The one who was declared innocent? That's her. Han Qing knew it. She lost that case quite badly. Her account was banned, and she was chased and scolded by netizens for more than a week, effectively killing her social life. Such a person isn't worthy of sympathy. I'm not asking you to sympathize with her. Han Qing's fingers tapped on the table. I'm asking you to be cautious of her. She pushed a printed document in front of Lin Mo. She has created several new social media accounts, rallying a group of internet trolls who thrive on chaos. I had someone check, and they've been quite active recently. Lin Mo didn't even look down at the document. What do they want? To insult me online? Or send me a death threat? They've got their sights set on your weekend live stream. Han Qing's expression was serious. I'm worried they might organize to flood the chat during your live stream, report you, or even use technical means to attack your streaming room. In the worst-case scenario, they could dox your personal information. After hearing this, Lin Mo showed little reaction. He just looked at Han Qing, a smirk creeping back on his face. He pushed the document back to her. Is that it? His tone dragged out a bit. I thought it was some earth-shattering news. Han Qing, let us be honest, he leaned forward, getting a bit closer. Did you miss me, and couldn't bring yourself to admit it? So you specially found such an excuse to trick me into coming to see you? The air thickened. Han Qing's professionalism, calmness, and seriousness shattered piece by piece. She grabbed the civil code explained on the table and threw it with all her might at Lin Mo's face. Get lost. The book whizzed past Lin Mo's ear, crashing heavily against the office door, then falling silently onto the carpet. Lin Mo instantly sprang up and dashed out of the office. Thank you for your concern, Lawyer Han. I'll treat you to dinner next time. His voice echoed through the empty office area, filled with suppressed laughter. Han Qing watched his disappearing figure, her chest rising and falling in anger, but eventually she couldn't help but smile helplessly. Lin Mo stepped out of the office building, where the street was bustling with traffic. The cool autumn breeze brushed against his face, and the smile quickly faded, replaced by calmness. Wu Tian. A group of internet mobs indeed doesn't pose a real threat. But Han Qing's warning was correct. Any seemingly insignificant risk, once underestimated, could evolve into a deadly crisis. He didn't return to school or home. He stood by the roadside, took out his phone, and dialed Lu Heng's number. The phone rang a few times before being answered, with intense game sounds and keyboard clacking in the background. Hey, Emoga, what is up? I'm busy gaming. Stop gaming and come to the law firm. Lin Mo's tone was very calm. Huh? Lu Heng's voice was filled with despair. Is there something that can't be said in the dorm? Why do I have to come to the law firm? I just started the game, and if I go idle, I'll get reported. Lin Mo didn't waste time with him. There is something important. He hung up the phone. Chapter 82. Cashability players are online. Half an hour later, on the 88th floor of Longcheng International Center, the glass door of 404 law firm was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Lu Heng rushed in, his face still carrying a trace of frustration from not being able to take his teammate to victory in a game. Emoga, what earth-shattering matter needs to be discussed right now? My teammate is about to blacklist me. Lin Mo didn't even lift his head, pointing to the luxurious conference room with panoramic glass in the corner. Lu Heng curled his lip and walked in behind him. The oval conference table was shiny enough to reflect a person, large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. Lin Mo casually pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing for Lu Heng to sit across from him. Sit. As soon as Lu Heng sat down, Lin Mo slid his phone across the table. Old Lu. This is the message from Han Qing. Lu Heng picked up the phone, and the screen displayed a text from Han Qing, briefly explaining who Wu Tian was and the potential online public opinion attack she might initiate during the live stream. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Damn it. Lu Heng slammed his phone on the table. What kind of worthless thing dares to jump around in the capital? Do they think we're nobody? He took out his own phone, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen, seemingly ready to gather people. I'll find someone to check where she is right now. Let her know why the flowers are so red. Lin Mo raised his hand to stop him. Don't get too worked up. Lu Heng's anger had not subsided. How can I not be worked up? They're already riding on our faces. Emogo, why are you being so cowardly today? Online matters are all trivial. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. Let her curse all she wants. If she doesn't, where will the heat for our live stream come from? Free traffic. Why not take it? This twisted reasoning momentarily left Lu Heng speechless. As long as she doesn't bring people down to the lobby for a real-life showdown. Even if she curses online until the servers crash, it won't hurt us a bit. Lin Mo's logic was simple and rogue. Online attacks, in the face of absolute strength, were just kindling. What he really needed to guard against were the unpredictable risks that came from the physical realm. Lu Heng's anger was largely extinguished by this. He put away his phone, his mind starting to return to normal. All right, on the day of the live stream, I'll have the property management tighten security. No appointments. No one is allowed on the 88th floor. Sure, Lin Mo nodded, but we're a law firm. We can't shut the door completely. We still need to receive legitimate visitors. He tapped the table. You go talk to the property management, get more temporary visitor cards. Our front desk can prepare them. And anyone with legitimate business can register and come in. Lu Heng gave an okay gesture. No problem. He seemed to remember something and added, by the way, Chun Mai's driver's license will be ready this weekend. It seems old Joe had a word with his uncle to expedite it. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Everyone at 404 was contributing in their own way to this little group. Great. Everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. All right, are we done talking? Lu Heng stood up, preparing to return to his gaming endeavors. Once we finish talking, I can leave. Lin Mo also stood up. Where are you going? The work isn't done yet. He pointed to the empty conference room. Let's set up the live stream venue now so we don't scramble later. Lu Heng's face instantly fell, and his wailing echoed in the empty office. Half an hour later, the conference room had been transformed by the two of them. 4 chairs were arranged at the main table, with a backdrop featuring the 404 law firm logo, and Lu Heng even brought over professional lighting and audio equipment from his office. Lin Mo adjusted the angle of the camera. Move that light a little to the left. Yes, a bit higher, it's reflecting. Lu Heng stood on a chair, struggling to adjust the light stand. You have so many demands. We're in law, not live streaming sales. Why go so professional? Don't you understand? Lin Mo took 2 steps back, assessing the overall layout. Professionalism itself is a form of deterrence. Only by perfecting the details can we make others believe that we can handle cases to perfection. After tidying up the mess, the two of them left the law firm and walked side by side toward the elevator. The evening sun shone through the glass curtain wall, stretching their shadows long. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Heng took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he held the phone a bit farther away, clearly used to the loud voice on the other end. Hey, old man. He got straight to the point. The firm needs a car. We already have a driver. Just missing the shell. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then a strong male voice replied. Is there no money left in your card? All you do is ask me for things. Pick what you like and go see it yourself. If you like it, buy it. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Beep, beep, beep. The call was decisively hung up. Lu Heng put the phone back in his pocket, shrugged at Lin Mo with a look that said, See, I knew it would be like this. Lin Mo said nothing, just patted his shoulder. The sun sank below the horizon, and the sky turned a deep sapphire blue. When Lin Mo and Lu Heng returned to the dormitory and opened the door, an unusual silence greeted them. Zhou Xiubai was sitting upright, wearing his glasses and holding a plain-covered book titled County Committee Courtyard. On the other side, Chun Mai was buried in a pile of legal documents and case compilations, the lamp's light casting a halo on his focused profile. The two were undisturbed, each immersed in their own world. Lin Mo changed his shoes and walked over to Zhou Xiubai, peeking at what he was reading. Oh, old Zhou.
Are you addicted to research? Preparing to go down to the grassroots and experience life? Zhou Xiubai didn't lift his head, flipping a page of the book. Oh, goo.
Stop teasing me. This is my only remaining hobby. Speaking seriously, Lin Mo pulled over a chair and sat backward, resting his arms on the back. Old Chin's driver's license will be ready soon. Our young master Lu has decided to get a car for the firm. Want to go take a look together? Zhou Xiubai finally closed the book and placed it on the table. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a bit of light. Getting a car is appropriate. Our firm is now somewhat well known. We need to put in some front work. How about an administrative level vehicle? He looked at Lu Heng. I think the H9 looks good. It's grand, stable, and fits our positioning. What do you think, old Liu? Liu Heng, leaning against his bed, shrugged at the comment. I don't care. I'm not the one driving. His gaze shifted to the other side. We mainly need to ask the driver's opinion. What do you think, old Shun? Chapter 83. 404. Everyone picks up their cars. Sales. Do a few poor students deserve to look at the H9? Suddenly called out. Shumai lifted his head from the book, looking a bit confused, then quickly reacted and scratched the back of his head. I'm fine with whatever. It's up to you guys. His voice was not loud, carrying a hint of awkwardness. All right, enough of the you look at me, I look at you. Lin Mo clapped the back of his chair, stood up, and said, What's the point of talking about it on paper? Let's go see it in person, right now. Let's head to the Flag City Center Flag Car Sales Showroom. Inside the huge glass curtain wall, brand new sedans and SUVs shone brightly under the spotlights. For young people pushed the door open, still carrying the youthful vibe of university campus. A few sales consultants in the showroom glanced at them and then turned back to their phones or gathered together to chat. To them, these were just a few students coming to enjoy the air conditioning and watch the spectacle, not even potential clients. Only one young girl who looked a bit childish approached them, her internship badge swaying slightly on her chest. Hello, gentlemen. Are you here to look at cars? Do you have any preferred models? Liu Heng scanned the showroom, his gaze stopping at a corner. Let's take a look at the H9. Sure, this way please. The girl immediately broke into a warm smile and led them to the flagship model area at the back of the showroom. The black H9 stood quietly there, its lines smooth and dignified, like a beast ready to pounce. This is the top-spec Smart Link flagship version, equipped with a 3.0 TV6 supercharged engine, with a maximum power of 248 kilowatts. The girl's introduction was very detailed, clearly explaining everything from power parameters to interior materials to the intelligent driving assistance system. Zhou Shubai walked around the car, nodding from time to time, clearly satisfied with its appearance and aura. Chen Mai just stood aside, unsure where to put his hands, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the car's body before quickly retracting, as if afraid to dirty it. Lin Mo, on the other hand, opened the door and sat in the back seat, enjoying the spaciousness and soft leather upholstery. After listening to the introduction, Liu Heng had no extra words. He took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the intern girl. I'll take this one, full payment, handle the paperwork. I want to take it now. The girl was taken aback, holding the card, momentarily unable to react. The other salespeople in the showroom also noticed the commotion, their faces showing expressions of watching a show. One female salesperson, dressed in a business suit with exquisite makeup, even scoffed. The intern girl snapped back to reality, her face flushing with excitement as she sprinted toward the finance office holding the card. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Before long, the girl returned, but she wasn't alone. Behind her was a middle-aged man in a suit, sweating on his forehead. The man almost jogged over, his face filled with a mix of fawning and fear. He pushed aside the intern who was in his way and rushed to Liu Heng, bending down. Young Master Liu, what an honor to have you here. Why didn't you give us a heads up? My staff are clueless. If there's anything lacking in hospitality, please don't take offense. The female salesperson who had just scoffed froze in place. The showroom fell into a dead silence. Liu Heng frowned, looking at the man who was almost bowing at a 90-degree angle. And you are? The man's fawning smile twisted slightly from the effort. Young master, it's normal that you don't recognize me. I'm the store manager. My surname is Wang. The old chairman instructed that all the stores in the capital have been arranged. Just pick any car you like, take it directly, and we'll have the old chairman reimburse us. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the entire showroom seemed to freeze. The salespeople who had been playing on their phones and watching the show turned pale, their breathing halted. Liu Heng finally reacted. It was just another one of his cheap old man's usual tricks. What he thought was just giving him a car to buy for himself in reality meant that the entire street of shops was at his disposal for him to choose from. Such simple and unadorned paternal love always came so unexpectedly. Fine. Liu Heng retracted his gaze, twirling the black card between his fingers before stuffing it back into his pocket. In that case, just go find my old man for the payment later. Manager Wang looked as if he had been pardoned, nodding repeatedly. Yes, please rest assured. Liu Heng's gaze swept over the salespeople who were still frozen in place, his tone flat. Also, The professionalism of your sales staff needs improvement. A customer has been in for a while, and not even a glass of water was offered. If I see this again, you can consider relocating your store. Manager Wang's cold sweat broke out again, and he almost shouted orders at his employees. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear young Master Lu's words? Starting tomorrow, everyone will undergo retraining. Those who fail will be fired. The salespeople shivered, their heads lowering even further. Lu Hong ignored them and turned his attention to the girl who had been standing beside him, looking somewhat at a loss. What's your name? The girl was startled by the sudden turn of events, and upon hearing the question, she instinctively straightened her back. I'm Sun Xiao, a senior in the Business Administration Department at Qing University, interning here. Manager Wang immediately chimed in. Young Master Lu, Xiao-san is our most outstanding new recruit, very ambitious. Qing, huh? Zhou Xiubai adjusted his glasses, a hint of interest flashing behind the lenses. Yeah, the senior is quite impressive. Lu Hong nodded, looking at Sun Xiao. Our law firm happens to need an administrative position to handle daily affairs and document organization. Are you interested? Sun Xiao's eyes widened instantly. On weekends. Report to Longcheng International Center, 88th floor, 404 law firm. Lu Hong didn't give her much time to react. You don't need to go through an internship. You'll go straight to being a full-time employee. Salary and benefits will be twice the market rate. He turned to Manager Wang and instructed, make sure to settle Xiao-sun's salary and bonuses here, not a cent less, and clear it up today. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Manager Wang nodded vigorously. Lin Mo watched from the side, wearing that familiar expression of someone who relished the drama unfolding. Cash power is this simple and dull. Lu Hong stopped wasting words, took the car key from Manager Wang's hand, and directly tossed it to Chen Mai. Clink! The key drew a beautiful parabolic arc in the air. Chen Mai instinctively reached out to catch it, the cold metal sensation momentarily stunning him. Old Chen, come over and try the car. Lu Hong patted his shoulder. From now on, when our law firm goes out for business, it will rely on you. Chen Mai glanced at the key in his hand, then looked at the elegant H9. The awkwardness and confusion in his eyes quickly faded in a matter of seconds, replaced by a sense of calm and determination. He didn't hold back or decline. Okay. Chen Mai tightened his grip on the key, striding confidently toward the driver's seat, pulling open the door, and smoothly sitting inside. As he adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, the moment his hands gripped the steering wheel, his entire demeanor transformed. Chapter 84. The New Car God of the Imperial Capital. Chen Mai, don't ask, just know that the steering wheel is a bit light. It seemed as if this expensive luxury car was born to be driven by him. He lowered the car window and urged the few people still standing outside. Let us go, what are you waiting for? Lin Mo, Lu Hong, and Zhou Xiubai exchanged smiles and got into the car in order. Manager Wang personally opened the car door, sending them off. The engine let out a low rumble, and the black H9 glided out of the showroom like a waking giant beast, smoothly merging into the evening traffic of the imperial capital. Inside the showroom, there was a dead silence. Only Manager Wang and a group of salespeople with ashen faces remained, along with Sun Xiao, who was still holding onto his work badge. As if dreaming, inside the car, Chen Mai drove steadily, completely unlike a novice who just got his driver's license. The H9 maneuvered through the evening rush hour traffic with surprising ease. The surrounding cars seemed to instinctively keep their distance from it. And even a few times at congested intersections, the nearby traffic police merely glanced at the license plate and waved them through. The group had no particular destination and just wandered aimlessly on the ring road of the imperial capital. Lin Mo leaned back in the spacious and soft-back seat, watching the neon lights quickly retreat outside the window. Zhou Xiubai quietly discussed the law firm's administrative planning with Lu Hong, clearly beginning to contemplate longer-term personnel arrangements with Sun Zhao's addition. The atmosphere in the car was relaxed and pleasant. Over an hour later, this black executive sedan, which was out of place with its surroundings, slowly stopped in front of the dormitory building of Qing University. A few of them got out of the car, attracting the attention of many passing students. Back in dorm 404, as they pushed the door open, the familiar environment greeted them. Chen Mai placed the keys on the table, making a crisp sound. Lu Hong leaned against his bed, looking at him. Old Chen, how does it feel? Chen Mai picked up compilation of criminal law cases, from the table and opened the page he had seen before. The steering wheel is a bit light. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the entire dorm fell silent for a moment. Zhou Shubai pushed up his glasses, curiosity behind the lenses. Lu Heng sat up straight from his bed. Light? Lu Heng repeated the word. I'm telling you, old Chun, this is a V6 engine. Over 300 horsepower. Top-tier air suspension. You say it feels light? Lin Mo plopped back down in his chair, crossing his legs. Don't listen to old Lu babble. He pointed his chin at Chun Mai. A person who can't even drive has no right to speak. Lu Heng's face darkened. Lin Mo, I warn you. This is blatant discrimination. He grabbed a pillow and threw it over. This is discrimination against those who have money but don't need to drive themselves. Lin Mo easily caught the pillow and propped it behind his back. See, you're getting anxious. A childish quarrel ended with the crisp sound of Zhou Shubai closing his book. The few of them washed up, and the dorm soon returned to its usual tranquility. The lights went out, and in the darkness, only the occasional clicking of keyboards and mice could be heard. However, Chun Mai quietly climbed down from his bed, took his phone, and walked to the balcony. He closed the door, shutting out the darkness of the dorm behind him, and dialed that familiar number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello? Me? The voice on the other end was his mother-s, thick with a rural accent, mixed with the sounds of chickens and dogs in the background. Mom, it's me. Chun Mai-s voice was soft as he leaned against the cold railing. Calling so late, is it because you don't have enough money? Or are you being bullied at school? His mother-s tone was filled with urgent concern. No, everything is fine. Chun Mai looked at the distant city lights. I start a law firm with my roommates. He briefly explained the situation, from how they pooled money to rent an office, and how they bought a car today. He omitted the setbacks and risks, only highlighting the good parts. There was silence on the other end. After a long while, his father took the phone, his voice hoarse and heavy. I know you're doing well, but those city folks are crafty. Don't get fooled. Starting a company isn't that easy. Dad, my roommates are all very nice to me. Chun Mai interrupted him. They're all good people. Another long silence ensued. Then you take care of yourself. Don't overwork. After hanging up, the wind on the balcony felt a bit chilly. Chun Mai stood on the balcony for a long time before turning back to the dark dorm. In the following days, life was calm and uneventful. However, Lin Mo's life on the Qingbei campus experienced some subtle changes. Due to the online buzz surrounding those few lawsuits, he became a prominent figure at the school. Walking on the way to the teaching building, people kept greeting him. Lingard, law student, you're awesome. There were enthusiastic, admiring, and curious voices. Lin Mo responded with a smile and a nod, his approachable demeanor making it hard to connect him with the sharp-tongued lawyer in court. Of course, not all voices were friendly. It's just luck that he won a couple of cases. What is so great about that? I heard he is actually pretty arrogant privately and has offended quite a few people. Fragmented whispers often drifted out from some corners. Lin Mo heard them but couldn't be bothered to care. Time flew by, and soon it was Sunday afternoon. The autumn sun was gentle, shining through the windows into dorm 404. Old Chun is leaving. Lin Mo closed a book titled Practical Administrative Litigation Law and tossed it onto the table. Let's South go drive. We're heading to the law firm to prepare for the live broadcast. Chun Mai put down the book in his hand, picked up the car keys from the table, and said not a word. Half an hour later, the black H9 smoothly parked in the underground garage of Longqing International Center. The few of them took the exclusive elevator straight to the 88th floor. The glass door of 404 law firm was pushed open, and it was empty inside. In the conference room, the backdrop, lighting, and audio equipment that had been set up last time were still in place. Lu Heng went over to check the network and equipment, making final adjustments. Zhou Shubai was organizing the materials needed for today, printing out several documents, and categorizing them neatly. Lin Mo stood in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city traffic below. He took out his phone and dialed Han Qing's number. Lawyer Han, how's the preparation going? We can set off now. Han Qing's cold voice came through the phone. Lin Mo dialed another number. Hello, Professor Wong. This is Lin Mo. The live broadcast is about to start. Please come over now. The voice of Wang Qinian on the other end was loud. Got it. I'll be there soon. Finally, He called the new administrative assistant, Sun Xiao. The call connected, and the girl's voice was tinged with nervousness and excitement. Junior Lin, I'm already downstairs, ready to go up anytime. Lin Mo hung up the phone, a smile appearing on his face. He turned around to look at his roommates, who were already starting to get busy. Everyone, the people are almost here. Chapter 85, The Great Judgment in the Live Room. Lin Sheng goes live. Enemies connect first to send heads. Lu Hong finished adjusting the last camera and looked up. So where are we going to eat after the live stream today? I'll book a table. Lin Mo walked over to the conference table, tapping his fingers on the smooth surface. After we finish the live stream, let's go for a big meal. He paused, glancing at everyone present. This time, no need for old Lu to reimburse. We'll use the law firm's public account. The doorbell of the conference room rang punctually at 7:30 in the evening. Lu Hong went over to open the door, and standing outside was a girl, Sun Xiao. She was dressed in a neat professional outfit, her hair tied back in a tidy ponytail, holding a folder in her arms. Her face showing a mix of nervousness and excitement typical of someone new to the workforce. Lu Xueti, Lin Xueti. She greeted politely, her gaze quickly scanning the room. Just being here is enough, no need to be polite. Lin Mo pointed to a spot at the end of the conference table. That's your workstation. Get familiar with the process today. Sun Xiao nodded and quickly walked over, entering work mode. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang again. This time, an elderly man with slightly gray hair but a spirited demeanor entered. Professor Wang Qinian. Professor Wang. Zhou Xiubai and Lu Hong immediately stood up to greet him. Don't be so polite. Makes me feel like I'm here for an inspection. Professor Wang waved his hand, his gaze landing on Lin Mo. You kid, making quite a stir. Thanks to you, it's quite a scene. Lin Mo smiled and pulled out a chair next to the main seat. Professor Wang didn't decline and sat down, looking around the luxurious conference room with interest. The last to arrive was Han Qing. She didn't ring the bell. Instead, she pushed the glass door open directly, the sound of her high heels striking the floor crisp and powerful. She had changed out of her usual professional skirt suit and was now wearing a well-tailored black suit, exuding confidence. Looks like I'm not late. She placed a slim laptop on the table. The main character always makes a grand entrance. Lin Mo replied. He briefly introduced everyone to the group. This is Professor Wang Qinian, a towering figure in criminal law. This is lawyer Han Qing, a pillar of the legal community in the capital, now a partner at our 404 firm. This is Sun Xiao, a top student from Qing University, our firm's administrative supervisor. Professor Wang and Han Qing nodded to each other as a greeting. Sun Xiao stood up nervously, bowing to the two industry giants. Lin Mo's gaze finally landed on Chun Mai. This is Chun Mai, my roommate, and also the most important cornerstone of our firm. Chun Mai simply nodded at everyone and silently sat back in his seat, his hands resting on his knees, his back straight. Everyone was in position, except for Zhou Xiubai. He hadn't sat at the conference table, but was alone in the corner sofa area, with a laptop in front of him displaying dense streams of data. Old Zhou. Lin Mo looked at him. You and old Lu are in charge of the back end today, so you don't need to appear on camera. Zhou Xiubai pushed up his glasses, their lenses reflecting the light from the screen. Understood. Some things are better handled behind the scenes. Lu Hong was on the other end, adjusting equipment, giving a thumbs up without looking up. At exactly 8 o'clock, Lu Hong snapped his fingers at the people in the conference room. Live stream, start. On one corner of the conference room screen, the number of viewers in the live stream began to soar at a terrifying speed. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. The bullet comments flowed like a waterfall. Front row watching Lin Shun. Heard their essay big scene today. 404 law firm? What a cheesy name. I like it. Lin Mo sat in the main seat, calmly facing the camera. He didn't speak immediately, waiting quietly for 30 seconds until the online viewer count surpassed 500,000 and the enthusiasm in the comments reached a peak. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Mo. His voice wasn't loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Welcome to the first official live stream of 404 Law Firm. He turned slightly, his hand gesturing toward the people beside him. Sitting next to me is Professor Wang Qinian, a criminal law professor from Qing University. Professor Wang's academic achievements are a towering mountain in domestic criminal law. The camera timely focused on Professor Wang, who smiled and nodded. The comments exploded instantly. Wow, Professor Wang Qinian, my thesis advisor's advisor. Kneeling, what an amazing lineup. You brought a master? Lin Mo's arm continued to move. This is Lawyer Han Qing, former owner of Qing Lu Law Firm. Starting today, Lawyer Han officially joins us as a partner at 404. Han Qing simply nodded at the camera, her expression calm and professional. Han Qing, that female genius? She actually disbanded her own firm to join 404? This is too much information. What exactly is 404? Finally, Lin Mo's hand stopped in Chun Mai's direction. This is Chun Mai, my brother, and also the most solid partner at our firm. Chun Mai didn't speak, only silently sat there like a mountain. Who is this guy? Such a steady vibe. Just asking, why isn't this guy introducing himself? Lin Mo didn't explain. He pulled the camera back to himself. I know many of you are curious about me and our firm, and there are many doubts. For instance, the Li Min case and that campus bullying case. He paused, leaning slightly forward. The law is not a cold set of rules. It is a shield protecting the good and a sword punishing the bad. My clients, I believe they're good people, so I raise the shield for them. And for those who harm them, I will also unhesitatingly extend the sword. This is the principle of 404 Law Firm. After finishing his speech, the atmosphere in the live room was completely ignited. All right, the chit-chat time is over. Lin Mo revealed a familiar smile. Now, let us move on to everyone's favorite segment. We will randomly select a few viewers to connect and answer your legal questions. Lu Heng quickly operated from the other side, and soon, the first connection request was accepted. After a slight electrical sound, a sharp female voice suddenly erupted from the speakers. Lin Mo, you fraud who rose to power through public opinion and luck. What qualifications do you have to shamelessly talk about law and justice here? Her voice was filled with resentment and hysteria. The air in the conference room instantly froze. Sun Xiao looked up in shock. Professor Wang Qinian frowned slightly. Han Qing lightly tapped her fingers on the table. It was Wu Tian's voice. She came, faster and more direct than expected. Chapter 86 Ms. Wu, your account is gone. Lin Mo, no, your account is gone. Wu Tian's sharp voice pierced the ears of the 500,000 viewers in the live stream like a rusty awl. The barrage in the live stream momentarily froze, then refreshed at an even more frenzied pace. Wow, the main character is here. Here it comes. Classic segment. Enemies connecting for a headshot. Who is this woman? Why is she so angry? In the conference room, Sun Zhao's face turned pale, and she instinctively looked at Lin Mo, filled with concern. Professor Wang Qinian furrowed his brows, clearly displeased with such a rough opening. Han Qing lightly tapped the laptop on the table with his long fingers, producing a barely audible sound. Only Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, wearing a grin that suggested he was enjoying the show. Free traffic was coming right to him. Lin Montak. Wu Tian's voice changed pitch due to excitement. You manipulate public opinion and people's hearts. You have harmed the rights of women who should be protected. You have trampled on the dignity of the judiciary. You are not worthy of being a lawyer, even less worthy of being a man. Her voice rose higher, filled with resentment. I advise you to immediately, right now, issue a public apology online, and then get out of the legal profession. Otherwise, be careful that one day, when you go out, something unexpected happens. A blatant threat. The temperature in the entire conference room seemed to drop a few degrees. In the corner, Lu Heng had already placed his hand on the button to cut the connection, while Zhou Xiubai looked up calmly at Lin Mo, waiting for his signal. He leaned forward, close to the microphone. Ms. Wu, let's take it one at a time. His voice was calm, but it was like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the other party's hysterical exterior. First, you say I harm women's rights. My client, Yuan Zhong, is a victim. Were you when he was deceived by his fiancée, Yi? Were you when he was accused of being a rapist? Second, you say I trample on judicial dignity. Both Yuan Zhong's and Li Min's cases, or even Li Heng's case, were all publicly tried and legally judged by the court. Are you saying that the court's judgment is trampling on its own dignity? As for the third, Lin Mo paused and smiled. You threaten me, telling me to be careful when I go out. He spread his hands in front of the camera. I'm a coward. I fear accidents the most. So, I generally don't go out. I'm right here on the 88th floor of Longqing International Center, 404 law firm. If you have the guts, bring your people up from downstairs for a real-life showdown. If you don't have that courage, then don't bark like a dog online. You. Wu Tian was so angry she could barely speak. Just as she was about to organize a new round of curses, her voice suddenly stopped. In the live stream, her little window instantly went black. Lin Mo pretended to be curious and clicked on her profile. This user has been permanently banned for violating community rules. He turned to the camera, looking innocent. Oh, how did it disappear? We had to even finish talking. Almost simultaneously, a prominent red system prompt popped up on the big screen in the conference room. Live stream warning. Please encourage positive energy on the internet and help build a clear online space. Lu Heng cursed softly. Zhou Xiubai pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the red light from the screen. Lin Mo cleared his throat and instantly adopted a righteous expression. Everyone saw that the platform is fair. We 404 law firm firmly support the platform's decision and are committed to creating a positive, uplifting, and energetic legal live stream. Let us work together to contribute to maintaining a healthy online environment. He even gave a thumbs up to the camera. The barrage exploded again. Wow, I can't believe how fast he changed his attitude. Lin God, as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Positive energy anchor. Makes enemies angry on the spot, then calls for peace. All right, let us continue connecting. Lin Mo ignored the teasing in the barrage. Next water friend. I hope you're an uplifting friend. Lu Heng quickly connected the second call. This time, a somewhat nervous and shy male voice came through. Lin, Senior Lin. Hello, Professor Wang. Hello, Lawyer Han. Hello. Hello. Lin Mo nodded. I'm a senior student at the law school, and I'd like to ask a question about my graduation thesis. The boy's voice was full of reverence for academic authority. My topic is about the dilemma of justifiable defense and judicial application, but I feel this topic is too old and hard to write well. I wonder if the professors have any new ideas? This was a very normal academic question. Just as Professor Wang Qinian was about to speak, Lin Mo stepped in first. Senior, your thinking is too correct, which is why you feel you have nothing to write about. Lin Mo lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Change your perspective. Why not start from reverse cases? Look for those cases not recognized as justifiable defense, but which the public generally believes should be recognized. For example, the similar rulings after the Kunshin Longbrother case. Don't analyze the legal provisions themselves. Analyze public opinion. Analyze how public opinion, by influencing individual case judgments, in turn promotes the correction of judicial interpretations and the improvement of legislation. Your thesis will no longer be a dry legal analysis, but a sociological paper about the dynamic game between public opinion, the judiciary, and legislation. This is what you call being outstanding. After this, the senior on the other end of the line was speechless for a long time. In the conference room, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Professor Wang Qinian's eyes. Han Qing also turned to reassess this young man. After a long time, the boy on the other end finally spoke with a trembling voice filled with excitement. Thank you. Thank you, Senior Lin. I completely understand now. The direction of the barrage in the live stream also completely changed. I learned something. I didn't know papers could be written like this. This idea is awesome. Directly shifting from law to sociology. I'm a fan now. This is true professionalism. The live stream continued for over an hour, with a lively and professional atmosphere. Just as the live stream was nearing its end, Lu Heng signaled Lin Mo. Another unfamiliar ID had applied to connect. Lin Mo smirked and pressed the connect button. Lin Mo, you. Wu Tian's voice only managed to say 2 words. Lin Mo couldn't even be bothered to respond, directly making a gesture to Lu Heng to cut her off. The connection was instantly severed. He looked at the camera, his expression calm. Everyone, that was just a little interlude, also a negative teaching material. In life, we will always encounter some people full of negative energy. Remember, don't try to reason with them. Blocking and deleting is the most dignified way for adults to say goodbye. After saying that, he handed the stage over. The last moments. Chapter 87. Everyone is shocked. The new partner of the law firm is actually my senior? We invited lawyer Han Qing and Professor Wang Qinian to answer some of the more concentrated legal questions from the bullet comments. Han Qing and Professor Wang understood each other and began to provide in-depth yet easy-to-understand answers to some professional legal issues. The atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room returned to a high-end professional track. Lin Mo leaned back against the chair, watching the two big shots beside him speak eloquently, and then glanced at the brothers in the corner, each performing their duties. He picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a sip.
The live broadcast continued until 9:30 p.m., and the atmosphere remained lively. However, the focus of the bullet comments had quietly shifted without anyone noticing.
Professor Wang speaks so well. It's like a revelation. This is real legal education, 100 times better than watching those comedians. I have a question for Lawyer Han. Do you have a boyfriend? This comment was like a stone thrown into a pond, instantly creating ripples. Hey, you up there? Something's off with you. I also have a legal question. What laws does Lawyer Han's partner selection criteria violate? Lawyer Han, look at me. I'm a PhD student from Tsinghua and Peking University, and I still have lush hair. The originally serious Han Qing, who was citing references, showed a slight pause in her speech. Her fingers resting on the table instinctively curled slightly. Professor Wang Qinian glanced at the screen and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, it seems that the focus of young people nowadays is always so unexpected. A faint blush appeared on Han Qing's cheeks, fleeting. She cleared her throat, trying to steer the topic back on track. But the atmosphere in the live broadcast room had been completely derailed. Lu Heng gestured from the other end, indicating that it was about time. Lin Mo straightened up, smiled at the camera. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And that's it for today's live broadcast. See you next time. Lu Heng decisively cut off the live broadcast signal. The high-intensity atmosphere in the conference room instantly relaxed. Sun Xiao let out a long breath, her whole person slumping into the chair. It's over, let's eat. Lu Heng jumped out from behind the equipment. We must have a good meal tonight. Zhou Xiubai closed his notebook, also showing a rare moment of relaxation. Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Sun Xiao. Senior, I want to ask you something. What is it? Junior? Sun Xiao immediately sat up straight. Our law firm is still a bit of a makeshift team, and the accounts are getting more and more complicated. We need a professional finance person. Lin Mo tapped the table. Do you know any classmates who are reliable that you can recommend? Sun Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes. My best friend is a top student in accounting. She wins national awards every year. I'll ask her for you. Great. It's settled then. Lin Mo stood up. Let's go. Time to eat. Chun Mai silently picked up the car keys on the table and followed behind everyone. The group did not take the overly conspicuous H9, but instead took two cars and found a lively charcoal hot pot restaurant. In the private room, steam was rising. The copper pot was boiling with thick white soup and slices of lamb cooked immediately when dipped into the boiling broth. And dipping it in the prepared sesame sauce was the most genuine comfort in winter. Come on, Professor Wang, Lawyer Han, I toast to both of you. Lu Heng raised his drink. Today's success in the live broadcast was all thanks to you two. Professor Wang Qinian waved his hand, picking up a slice of lamb. It's all thanks to you for organizing this. You brought us old and young together. He looked at Lin Mo and Han Qing, slowly speaking. Winter break is coming soon. What are you kids planning? We're planning to go to Nan province. Lin Mo swallowed the meat in his mouth. There's a small case at the old Lu family. It's not complicated. We're going to handle it and play around there for a while before heading home for the new year. Upon hearing this, Han Qing paused her action of picking up food, raising an eyebrow. Going to Nan province? You better be careful. She put down her chopsticks and picked up her teacup. Don't be like in the capital where you can find cases everywhere. Following you like that student named Conan, even the Grim Reaper isn't as efficient as you. Lin Mo picked up a piece of enoki mushroom, unfazed. Hard to say. He smacked his lips. Looking handsome attracts trouble. Now, after a live broadcast, I'm even more popular. What is that saying? The taller the tree, the more wind it catches, it's out of my control. Everyone laughed at his demeanor. The atmosphere in the private room was just right. Professor Wang Qinian took a sip of tea, as if suddenly remembering something. Speaking of which, Han Qing and Sun Xiao, you both are in your senior year, right? How's your thesis and defense preparation going? Sun Xiao quickly replied. Report to Professor Wang. The first draft of the thesis has been submitted. and I'm waiting for the supervisor's feedback. Professor Wang Qinian nodded, then turned his gaze to Han Qing. Especially you, Han Qing. You're still the representative of this year's outstanding graduates. You'll probably have to give a speech at the graduation ceremony. Make sure to prepare your speech in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, the private room fell silent. Lu Heng stopped mid-bite to tripe, his chopsticks frozen in the air. Zhou Shubai paused in adjusting his glasses. Chen Mai's action of quietly drinking soup also halted. 3 people, 6 pairs of eyes, all focused on Han Qing, then abruptly turned to Lin Mo. Their expressions were a mix of surprise and disbelief. Senior representative? From the same school as them? Lin Mo opened his mouth, feeling that piece of lamb in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. He looked at the powerful woman across from him, who was equally at ease in the courtroom and the live broadcast room. So this formidable law firm boss, the rising star in the capital's legal circle, their new partner at 404, is a senior from their school who hasn't even graduated yet? Lu Heng's chopsticks dropped with a clatter onto the table. In the private room, the boiling copper pot could not cover the sudden silence. Lu Heng's chopsticks stopped in midair, forgetting to put the food in his mouth. His already large eyes darted back and forth between Han Qing and Lin Mo, as if confirming an absurd guess. Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the heat of the copper pot, and calmly broke the frozen air. So, from the perspective of organizational structure and academic hierarchy, our new partner is our senior. This could affect the communication efficiency and decision-making weight within the law firm. The word senior was like a deep water bomb. Lu Heng's chopsticks clattered to the table again. Senior? Outstanding graduate representative? He abruptly turned to Lin Mo. Did you recruit our senior from school to be a partner? Lin Mo, did you do a background check? Lin Mo finally swallowed the piece of lamb that had lost its taste. He looked at the calm Han Qing, who was leisurely sipping tea, and apart from a faint blush near her ears, she was exceptionally composed. I didn't check anything. I didn't even know about this person. Okay. Lin Mo picked up his drink again, the ace lawyer, founder of the Qinglu law firm, undefeated in litigation. As for school, that's just a bonus. Lin Mo shifted the topic, and don't you think this is a good promotional point? Lu Heng's face was filled with confusion. Chapter 88. On how to drive a rich second-generation crazy. Let him go on a road trip with 3 dads. Surprise? Lu Heng's voice rose an octave, clearly startled. We respectfully called out to Han L, who might just be in the study room next door reviewing for the final exam with us. I don't need to review. Han Qing put down her teacup, correcting in a cold tone, and my professional qualification has nothing to do with my graduation time. All right, enough of that. Professor Wang Qinian laughed and waved his hand, clearly finding the scene amusing. Let's eat. If we keep this up, the dorm will close. He pointed his chopsticks into the pot, where the meat was getting tough. The second half of the meal ended in a strange, yet forced, light-hearted atmosphere. Back in dorm 404, as soon as the door closed, Lu Heng collapsed onto his bed. All right, this matter is settled. He stared at the ceiling, thinking about the next stop, my home, the case in the southern province. Old Lin, you need to arrange this clearly for me. Lin Mo tossed his jacket onto a chair. You're the host. Why should I arrange it? Lu Heng sat up abruptly. I'm the client. I'm the investor. The lawsuit at my home is the purpose of our trip. Fine. Lin Mo smirked, glancing at Zhou Shubai, who had already taken out his books. But you better arrange it well. Otherwise, I'll have old Joe make a call. I heard his father has some influence down south. Just right for a cross-departmental joint review of your family's business. Zhou Shubai looked up from behind his book. His gaze behind the lenses meaningful. My father mainly handles macro policies. He paused. However, his classmates are indeed spread all over the place. Lu Heng pointed back and forth between Lin Mo and Zhou Shubai. You two are teaming up to bully me. A farce settled into silence after the lights went out, the dorm returning to the quiet of just keyboard sounds. In the following weeks, life seemed to be playing in slow motion. The verbal duels in court and the tumult in the live stream faded into the mundane routine of classrooms, cafeterias, and dorms. Lin Mo fully returned to student life, leading a routine that was somewhat dull. After the final exams, the 4 dorm mates finally welcomed complete freedom. The suitcase sprawled on the floor, and the plan to head to the southern province was officially on the agenda. I still think flying is faster. Lu Heng sat on his suitcase. It only takes 2 hours, first class, comfortable. My dad is sending a car to pick us up at the airport. No way. Lin Mo flatly rejected drive. Drive? Over 1,000 kilometers. It will take more than a day. Exactly what I want. Zhou Shubai, without looking up, was planning the route on his phone. A road trip has more strategic maneuverability. We're going on vacation, not to war. Lu Heng was almost going crazy. Every trip is a battle. Lin Mo decided firmly, driving it is settled. Old Chun is the driver. He has the final say. Old Chun, Chun Mai, who was quietly packing a shoulder bag, looked up at the mention, succinctly stating drive. Lu Heng completely lost his temper. On the morning of departure, it was chaotic. Lin Mo, Zhou Shubai, and Chun Mai all had simple backpacks and suitcases, while Lu Heng was struggling to drag a large object wrapped tightly in shockproof foam and blankets. It was his desktop computer's main unit. What are you doing? Lin Mo looked at the bulky object. My life. All my game saves are in there. How can I survive a holiday without it? Lu Heng huffed as he tried to drag the main unit out of the dormitory door. Chun Mai walked over, pressing one hand on the main unit, and it didn't budge. He looked at Lu Heng, expressionless. Just endure for a few days. But it won't take long to get home. Chun Mai's tone was firm as he casually picked up the already packed monitor and placed it back on Lu Heng's desk. Once again suppressed mercilessly, Lu Heng could only angrily stuff a laptop into his bag. An hour later, the black H9, filled with luggage and snacks, slowly drove away from Qing University. Chun Mai was at the wheel, the car moving smoothly as if gliding on ice. The journey south began amidst Lu Heng's complaints. Can you drive faster? I feel like the old lady by the roadside is faster than us. What kind of music is this? Can we change to something with a rhythm? Are we there yet? Lin Mo put on noise-canceling headphones. Zhou Shubai was reading. And Chun Mai seemed to merge with the vehicle, completely unresponsive to the external noise. Nearly 12 hours later, the H9 finally exited the highway, turning onto a tree-lined private road. The air became humid, carrying the unique floral scent of the southern region. Passing through a beautifully wrought iron gate, an entire estate came into view. In the center stood a massive, white modernist villa, complete with a lawn, tennis court, and swimming pool. The building itself was made of glass, white stone, and dark wood, resembling more of a small luxury resort than a home. The car came to a steady stop in the circular driveway in front of the villa. Lu Heng was the first to jump out, stretching exaggeratedly. Finally here. Welcome, countryside folks, to my humble abode. Before he finished speaking, the two heavy solid-wood doors of the villa slowly opened inward. A middle-aged butler, dressed in a well-fitted tailcoat and with meticulously combed hair, stood inside with two maids, respectfully awaiting. Young master, you have returned. The master is waiting for you in the study. Lu Heng seemed to have returned to his home turf, casually waving his hand. But Lin Mo noticed that beneath his nonchalant demeanor, there was a hint of unnoticeable restraint. Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the carefully trimmed lights in the courtyard. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, as if evaluating a piece of art. Lin Mo, however, was completely different. Old Lu, you call this a humble abode? He stepped on a mirror-like marble floor. Do you have some misunderstanding about the word humble? I think the stone lines at your door are worth more than our dorm building. Only Chun Mai remained at the door, not stepping inside immediately. One hand tightly grasped his somewhat faded shoulder bag, while the other unconsciously formed a fist. He looked at this excessively luxurious world before him. The handmade Persian carpet leading directly into the villa felt soft as clouds beneath his feet, and the flower bed in the center of the road looked like the most beautiful artwork in the world. These things he had only seen in movies. A tremendous, invisible pressure pressed in from all sides, making it hard for him to breathe. His heart, which had been tempered to be as solid as rock through countless hardships in the fields, showed cracks for the first time. Chapter 89. Welcome to my humble abode. Lin Mo, you call this a humble abode? What are you all standing there for? Kumin. A loud voice came from the second floor. A slightly plump but spirited middle-aged man walked down the spiral staircase. He was dressed in casual home attire, and his face, which bore a 7/10 resemblance to Lu Heng, was adorned with a warm smile. Dad, Lu Heng called out. Ha ha ha, Xiaohong. You're finally back. Lu's father strode over and gave his son a hearty pat on the shoulder, then turned his gaze to Lin Mo and the others. So, these are the roommates you were bragging about on the phone? Outstanding student from Qing. Indeed a fine bunch. Come in, don't be shy, make yourselves at home. Lu's father's enthusiasm diluted the stifling sense of class superiority. Chunmai's tense shoulders relaxed a bit. That evening, they experienced the hospitality of a family from the richest man in the South Province. The dinner was prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef, and their accommodations were comparable to the presidential suites of 5-star hotels. Hubei discovered a whole wall of bookshelves filled with rare and unique books in his room. Chunmai's room had a professional gym, with equipment even more complete than that of their school. Lin Mo's suite even had a small private theater. The next morning, Qing arrived. When the Lu family's car dropped her off at the villa's entrance, this decisive female powerhouse in the legal circle of the capital was genuinely taken aback. She stood at the door, gazing at the building before her, silent for a long time. So extravagant. She walked into the living room and spat out 4 words at the 4 people on the sofa. Lu Heng chuckled proudly. "Senior, welcome to my little shabby house." Qing shot him a glance and ignored him. In the afternoon, in the study, Lu's father personally brewed tea for the 5 of them, using a purple clay teapot filled with top-grade Wui de Hong Pao. "Xiao Lin, Xiao Heng have both told me about you." Lu's father pushed a cup of tea in front of Lin Mo. "Our family's small company, barely a blip, is raising a few young singers. One of the kids had a song plagiarized, and they even turned around to say we copied him. That bunch of useless people in the company, after doing the math, said suing wasn't worth it and wanted to settle privately." He slammed the teacup down heavily. "I was furious when I heard this. Can anyone take something from the Lu family for free?" Lu Heng added from his side, "Dad, we can't blame them entirely. It's mainly because—" "Shut up." Lu's father interrupted him, then put on a smile for Lin Mo Xiao Lin. "I've heard Xiao Heng say you're full of clever ideas and very skilled at lawsuits. So, I'm entrusting this matter, including both the people and the company, to you. You can go ahead and stir things up. Just treat it as practice for Xiao Heng. Money is not an issue, nor are the people involved." Lu's father waved his hand in the air. "If anything goes wrong, Uncle will cover for you." This statement was filled with the arrogance of capital and the indulgence towards his son. Lin Mo raised his teacup and gently blew on the steam. "Uncle, rest assured, we'll handle it well." The 5 of them did not take Chunmai's somewhat plain H9. A black Mercedes business car was already waiting at the door, and the driver respectfully opened the door for them. A few hours later, the business car stopped in front of a modern office building. Xingyao Media. The company wasn't large, but occupied an entire floor. As soon as the car came to a halt, a middle-aged man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses hurriedly approached, his face full of flattering smiles. "Young Master Lu, why did you come personally? If you'd called in advance, I could have picked you up." Lu Heng got out of the car. The slight restraint from being at home completely vanished, replaced by a kind of indifference belonging to someone in a position of power. "Manager Wang, where is the legal department?" He didn't waste any words. In the office, I'll call him right over." Manager Wang nodded and bowed, leading the group inside. In the conference room, Lu Heng directly took the main seat. Soon, a man in his 40s, looking quite shrewd, walked in. He was the legal supervisor of Xingyao Media, Lawyer Zhang. "Young Master Lu." He nodded at Lu Heng, his attitude not overly respectful, but not rude either. Lu Heng tapped his fingers on the table. "That song Starlight, why aren't we suing?" Lawyer Zhang adjusted his glasses, adopting a professional demeanor. "Young Master Lu, we've assessed the situation. The other party is the son of the richest man in Qing province, with immense power and resources. The entire litigation process would incur lawyer fees, notarization fees, and time costs. The key is that we might not even win. Even if we do win, the compensation might not even cover the litigation fees." He spread his hands, looking as if it were a matter of course. From a business perspective, this is a losing deal. A private settlement, getting them to apologize and paying 3 to 50,000 is currently the best commercial choice. The conference room fell silent. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, watching this scene with great interest. Zhou Shubai was reading a company document, seemingly oblivious. Qing was evaluating the professional level of this lawyer Zhang. Lu Heng suddenly laughed. "So your conclusion is that our people were bullied?" And because the one bullying us is a rich man, we should just accept it? Lawyer Zhang sensed that the atmosphere was off but still insisted on his professional judgment. Young Master Liu, in business operations, we can't let emotions dictate our actions. Very well. Lu Heng nodded. He leaned forward, looking at Lawyer Zhang. From now on, you are no longer the head of the legal department. Your salary is cut in half, and you can go to the HR department to handle the procedures. Lawyer Zhang abruptly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Young Master Liu, what do you mean by this? I'm doing this for the good of the company. Get out. Lu Hong's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Lawyer Zhang's face turned the color of liver, and he wanted to say something. But seeing Lu Heng's cold expression, he ultimately didn't dare to speak, angrily turning and slamming the door behind him. In the entire conference room, only the sound of the air conditioning could be heard. Manager Wang, who had been nodding and bowing, now had cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Lu Heng turned his head to look at Lin Mo, who had been silent. Now what do we do? The door to the conference room slammed shut behind them, the gust of air stirring the documents on the table. Manager Wang stood frozen in place, cold sweat already soaking the collar of his shirt. Lu Heng toyed with an expensive pen, spinning it between his fingers until it made a blur, and finally slapped it down on the table with a bang. He looked at Lin Mo, tilting his chin towards the door. Now what do we do? Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He sat up straight for the back of the chair, slightly leaning forward, his hands crossed on the conference table. The conventional approach would be to send a lawyer's letter, file a lawsuit, submit the work registration certificate, creative drafts, and publication timestamps. Then there would be the long court trial, first instance, second instance. Even if we win, the other party might only pay 30 to 50,000, which wouldn't even cover our lawyer fees. Chapter 90. Sue? No, I want you to socially die. His speech was not fast, as if he were stating an objective fact unrelated to himself. Han Qing took over the conversation, her voice cold and precise like a scalpel. Moreover, the opposing lawyer would employ delaying tactics, repeatedly requesting appraisals and questioning every link in the chain of evidence. By the time the verdict came down, the song's popularity would have long passed, and it would be too late. Zhou Hubei closed the company documents in his hands and adjusted his glasses. If you find it troublesome, I can make a call. Although the Gao family is powerful in Shilling province, the larger the business gets, the more it cannot withstand interdepartmental joint audits. If we can get them to come to us, it will save a lot of time, and we can finish early and head home sooner. This is a strategy of dimensionality reduction, cutting off the source. Manager Wang listened with trepidation. His gaze toward Zhou Hubei changed. This student, who looked the most gentle, spoke the most weighty words. Lin Mo laughed, shaking his head and looking at Lu Heng. No, what we are fighting is not a lawsuit, but public sentiment. What we want is not compensation, but to ruin his reputation. Lin Mo's fingers lightly tapped the table,
Each tap resonating with Manager Wang's heartbeat.
We want to escalate a simple copyright dispute into a social event of capital second-generation bullying the underprivileged original creators and stifling their dreams. What we want is for him to be utterly defeated, for the name Xingyao Media to become a holy place in the hearts of original creators. This statement made the air in the conference room feel scorching. Lu Heng's eyes lit up, feeling the warrior factor in his body completely ignited. Han Qing's fingertips glided over the laptop's touchpad, pulling up relevant legal provisions. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. Every step we take must be within the legal framework, leaving him no excuse to attack us. Procedural justice is more important here than result justice. I understand. Lin Mo nodded. So, the first step is, I need to meet the person involved. He turned to Manager Wang, that young singer who wrote the song. Have him come over now. Manager Wang felt like he had been granted amnesty and almost ran out of the conference room. Young Master Liu, young Master Lin. Please wait a moment. I will arrange it right away. During the waiting time, the conference room was unusually quiet. Lu Heng was watching a game live stream on his phone. Zhou Hubei took out the Book County Committee courtyard, while Chen Mai walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the provincial capital city of the South Province, silent. The carpet underfoot was unrealistically soft, and the traffic outside seemed small like ants. This world felt like two completely different dimensions from the life he had lived for the past 20 years. About half an hour later, The conference room door was gently pushed open. Manager Wang let a young man in his early 20s into the room. The young man was very thin, wearing somewhat non-mainstream clothes that had been washed to a faded state with dyed yellow hair. He lowered his head, looking timid, nervously clutching the hem of his clothes. Lu. Young Master Lu. He greeted Lu Heng at the main seat in a low voice. Lu Heng ignored him, still staring at his phone screen. It was Lin Mo who spoke. You are Yang Jinwei? Yes. Yang Jinwei nodded, not daring to look at him. Don't be nervous. Sit down. Lin Mo pointed to the chair opposite him. Tell us about that song, starting from the first note until you discovered it was stolen. Share all the details. Yang Jinwei hesitated, but still sat down, only taking up a third of the chair. He took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage. That song Starlight was written for my late grandmother. She always said that when people die, they become stars in the sky. He began to narrate, his voice soft but clear. From holding a broken wooden guitar in the attic to write the first chord, to pondering over a word for an entire night, and then posting the demo on a niche music forum, receiving the first few likes. On his face, joy from creation intertwined with pain from memories. I was so happy back then that I wanted to save money to produce the song. But not long after, I heard my song on a popular talent show. The exact same melody, just with a different arrangement, different lyrics, and the singer was called Gao Yang. I was stunned. I reached out to the production team, sent them emails, but no one responded. I went to Gao Yang's Weibo and commented under his posts, only to be bombarded with tens of thousands of insults from his fans, saying I was trying to ride on his popularity, that I was money-crazed. The company said the other side was too powerful, the son of Shiling's richest man. We couldn't afford to provoke them. By the end of his recount, Yang Jinwei's voice was choked with tears. He bit his lip hard to keep from crying. In the entire conference room, only his suppressed breathing could be heard. Lin Mo listened quietly, offering no comfort or statement. He merely turned his head and looked again at Manager Wang, who had been waiting in standby mode. Bring over all the documents that Lawyer Zhang prepared earlier. Okay. Manager Wang quickly brought over a thick folder. Lin Mo took it and flipped directly to the last page. There were records of communication with the opposing lawyer. He saw a familiar name, Gao Yang. What a small world. Zhou Shubai noticed his pause, but did not ask further. Han Qing then directly spoke. What is the attitude of the opposing lawyer? Manager Wang hurriedly replied, arrogant, very arrogant. Just one sentence, told us to produce evidence, or shut up, and if we continued to entangle, they would sue us for defamation. Lin Mo closed the document, his face showing no emotion. He looked up at Yang Jinwei in front of him. Do you want him to stand in front of you and personally apologize? Yang Jinwei suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yes. Good. Lin Mo stood up. Manager Wang. Yes. Help me prepare a video to be posted using Yang Jinwei's account, saying that since the plagiarism has happened, I no longer care about right or wrong. And then Gao Yang. Manager Wang was taken aback. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Lin Mo's face. But that smile made the temperature in the entire conference room drop a few degrees. Our original music genius, Mr. Gao Yang, I wonder if you could respond. Manager Wang's brain went offline. He completely couldn't understand this operation. How is this any different from directly kneeling and surrendering? Young Master Lin, what does this mean? Manager Wang forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. We do nothing, just post a video him. Isn't that admitting defeat? Just do what I told you. Lu Heng stopped fiddling with his pen, raised his eyelids to glance at him, and said, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chapter 91. I almost caught her. Manager Wang's sweat broke out instantly. If you can do it, then do it. Lu Heng's tone was calm, but carried a chilling air. If you can't, then go with that Zhang person to the HR department. Manager Wang shivered, not daring to ask another word, and scrambled out of the meeting room as if a fierce tiger was chasing him. Let's go. Lin Mo stood up, stretched lazily. The official business was done, and it was time for young Master Lu to show his hospitality. The coldness on Lu Heng's face instantly faded, replaced by a smug smile. No problem. I'll show you all the local customs and culture of N City, the capital of South Province. The group did not return to the extravagant villa of the Lu family. Lu Heng led them to stroll in the most bustling area of the city center. The streets here were not as wide and cold as those in the capital, and the buildings were not so imposing. The shops along the street, the shouts from deep alleys, and the elderly playing chess by the roadside all exuded a strong sense of life. See, this is what human warmth feels like. Lu Heng walked ahead with his hands in his pockets. The capital is too pretentious. It's boring. Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses, looking at the city planning along the street without responding. Chimai at the back slowed down for a moment as he watched a vendor selling candied hawthorn on a tricycle. Lin Mo patted his shoulder, took out his wallet, and bought 5 sticks of candied hawthorn. He handed one to Chimai and took a bite himself. The sourness of the hawthorn and the sweetness of the candy burst in his mouth. The pace of life here was indeed slower than in the capital. Lin Mo spoke vaguely. Just then, a sharp, piercing fire alarm rang out, growing louder as it approached, tearing through the serenity of the street. Not far away, a large crowd had gathered in front of a building marked as In-City First Experimental Middle School. Let's go take a look. Lu Heng's innate curiosity for excitement was instantly activated as he squeezed forward. Lin Mo and the others exchanged glances and followed. The police cordon had already been set up. Several fire trucks were parked by the roadside with red and blue lights flashing silently. Firefighters were nervously and orderly laying out a huge rescue air cushion under the teaching building. A firefighter holding a megaphone was shouting loudly at the rooftop. Students on the roof, calm down. Don't do anything rash. Come down and talk about it slowly. The world is beautiful. Think of your parents. Think of your friends. Lin Mo and the others pushed to the front of the crowd and looked up. On the roof of the 6-story teaching building, a girl in a school uniform sat on the edge, back to the crowd, with her legs dangling in the air. What's going on? Lu Heng nudged a nearby uncle. The uncle shook his head, looking confused. I don't know. We just got here and saw this. I heard it's a student from this school trying to jump. The crowd was abuzz with speculation about the girl's reasons for wanting to end her life. Just as the firefighter was about to continue speaking, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Stop dragging this out. If you want to jump, just do it already. A young man with dyed yellow hair, cigarette in mouth, looked impatient. If you're not going to jump, then get down here. Don't act like this and waste everyone's time. His malicious words splashed like dirty water over everyone. The crowd shot him angry glares. The firefighter's shout also stopped. The girl on the rooftop heard the words. Her body visibly stiffened. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. However, to everyone's surprise, the girl did not jump. Slowly, she pulled back her legs from the edge, stood up, brushed off the dust from her uniform, then turned around, facing away from the sky, and walked down from the rooftop, completely disappearing from view. Below, there was a dead silence. The firefighters, ready to continue their brave rescue, stood frozen in place. The huge air cushion they had just laid out looked especially ridiculous and unnecessary under the winter sun. Everyone's movements froze. Time seemed to stand still for a second, only to be engulfed by the panic that erupted. The crowd surged like a burst beehive, screaming and crying, instinctively retreating, only to be pushed forward by those behind who were confused. The firefighters turned pale, stunned in place. The next second, they threw down their tools and rushed madly toward the base of the teaching building. Get out of the way. Everyone move. Medical staff, hurry. A large number of medical personnel rushed down from the ambulances, moving against the flow in the path cleared by the firefighters. A white cloth was quickly thrown over something. That glaring red slowly seeped out from the edges of the white cloth, staining the cold ground. Lu Heng's face instantly lost all color, and he instinctively gagged. Zhou Shubai turned to block his view. Chun Mai dropped the candied hawthorn he was holding onto the ground, covered in dust. He looked as if his soul had been pulled out, staring blankly at the spot covered by the white cloth. The world he had once desperately tried to escape, full of hardships and suffering, shattered the illusion of luxury and delicacy before him in the cruelest, most naked way. Lin Mo did nothing. He just watched. He watched the red stain, the chaotic crowd, and the now redundant air cushion. At the stairway of the teaching building, a figure stumbled out. It was the firefighter who had gone up to rescue earlier. He hadn't had time to take off his protective mask, but he looked like a dazed statue. He stood at the staircase, gazing at the crowd, staring at the area covered by the white cloth. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. A man in a similar firefighting uniform, with a badge on his shoulder, rushed over and supported him. "Captain!" The firefighter's lips trembled, his breathing rapid and chaotic beneath the mask. "Captain, it was so close." His legs gave way, and he slid down along the captain's arm, kneeling on the ground. "So close. I almost caught her." He clutched his hair with both hands, banging his helmet against the ground, making dull thuds. She was already standing. She clearly stood up. She said she wasn't going to jump. She said she understood. The firefighter's voice completely broke down, filled with self-recrimination and regret. "I told her to step back. I was less than 2 meters behind her. I told her not to look back, not to look down. But she heard. She heard that voice. She turned to look, then she went down. Captain, I couldn't catch her. I didn't catch her." Chapter 92. Where it collapses, I am the walking Conan. His cries were like a knife, piercing the hearts of everyone around. The immense confusion and despair made the air thick and heavy. Lin Mo's gaze slowly shifted away from the collapsed firefighter, navigating through the crowd until it landed on the face of the young man with yellow hair. The young man was equally dazed. The smugness on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a pale and terrified expression. He wanted to sneak away, but as soon as he turned, 2 uniformed police officers blocked his path. The lead officer had a blank expression as he pulled out an ID from his pocket and flashed it in front of him. "Police. According to Article 26, Item 4 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, you are being summoned for disturbing public order and causing severe consequences." The young man with yellow hair completely broke down. "What do you mean? Why are you arresting me?" I screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "It has nothing to do with me if she jumped. I only said a couple of words. Do you understand freedom of speech? If I hadn't said anything, would she not have jumped? Are you crazy? We have video footage of what you said," the officer replied calmly. "Whether you are guilty or not will be determined by the law. Now, please cooperate." "Cooperate my ass." The young man suddenly pushed the officer. "I'm telling you. Don't pin this on me. I fucking..." Before he could finish, another officer stepped forward, grabbing his wrist with his right hand, pressing down on his shoulder with his left, and driving his knee into the back of his leg. A clean and decisive move. The young man yelped as he was forced to his knees, his face pressed against the cold floor tiles. With a click, the icy handcuffs locked around his wrists. "Let me go. On what grounds are you arresting me?" "The police are hitting people," he continued to scream hoarsely. The police ignored his cries, lifting him up on either side and dragging him toward a nearby police car. The entire process was efficient, calm, and filled with an undeniable force. The car door slammed shut, cutting off all the noise. The surrounding discussions gradually subsided, leaving only the distant sound of an ambulance siren and the muffled sobs of the firefighters. Lu Hong looked in the direction of the police car, murmuring to himself, "So, he has gone in?" Zhou Shubai adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the red and blue lights of the police car. When the consequences of speech can directly correlate with the deterioration of public safety incidents, it no longer falls within the realm of freedom. He paused and added, "This is the price." Lin Weiguo turned his head to look at Han Qing. Han Qing had been very quiet, and at this moment, she withdrew her gaze. If the family of the jumper files a civil lawsuit, he might bear enormous civil liability. One sentence destroyed 2 families. Lin Weiguo said nothing. He simply bent down, picked up the dusty candied hawthorn stick on the ground, and threw it into the nearby trash can. The chaos at the scene gradually settled as the police car departed. The glaring red was covered by a white cloth and lifted onto the ambulance, ultimately leaving only a wet patch of bright red on the cold ground. The air was thick with sorrow. "Let us go." Lu Heng's voice was a bit hoarse. "This commotion is really uncomfortable to watch." He turned first, seemingly wanting to escape this suffocating scene. The others silently followed, no one speaking. The candied hawthorn that Shanmai had dropped lay alone by the roadside, trampled and unrecognizable. After walking a few dozen meters, the oppressive atmosphere was broken by a cool voice. "I really suspect you have some kind of relation to that, Conan." Han Qing turned her head to look at Lin Weiguo. "Wherever you go, there's trouble." Lin Weiguo paused, feeling an unnamed anger surge from his heart, only to be extinguished by a wave of helplessness. What does this have to do with him? He didn't respond, but instead turned his gaze to Chunmai, who had been silent since earlier. Chunmai looked up, still wearing a dazed expression. What do you think the police will do to that young man with yellow hair? Lin Mo's tone was calm, like he was conducting a normal case study. Shun Mai was taken aback, searching his mind for what he had learned. He forced himself into a thinking mode, detaching his emotions. His behavior falls under Article 26, Item 4 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, for disturbing public order. Moreover, it caused severe consequences. His speech was slow, as if reciting legal clauses. According to regulations, he should receive detention for 10 to 15 days, and may also face a fine of up to 1,000 yuan. This was the most standard answer he could think of. Lin Mo nodded, neither affirming nor denying. What you mentioned is the upper limit of administrative punishment. He stopped, looking at Shun Mai, as well as the contemplative Zhou Xiubai and Han Qing. But this incident has already exceeded the scope of public security management. There's a concept in criminal law called obligation to act. In specific situations, a person's prior actions can create an obligation to prevent a dangerous outcome. That young man's outburst is a typical prior action. There is a legal indirect causal relationship between his words and the girl ultimately jumping. He was the last straw that broke the camel's back. If the prosecutor intervenes early, they could completely investigate towards the direction of involuntary manslaughter. Although collecting evidence and securing a conviction is extremely difficult, it is definitely not something that can be settled with a mere 10 days. His words caused the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease, to become heavy again. Shun Mai's face turned even paler. The legal clauses he had studied felt so flimsy in the face of stark reality. Lu Hong waved his hand. Let us head back. I've completely lost my mood. No one objected. Witnessing a tragedy unfold, even the most bustling street scene lost its color. Just as they turned to hail a car back, a hesitant and uncertain voice emerged from the crowd. Is that Lin Mo, the lawyer? The voice was not loud, but it stirred ripples among the group. Lin Mo's body stiffened. He turned slowly with a sense of absurd disbelief. A young man wearing glasses, looking like a college student, was excitedly pushing through the crowd, holding up his phone. On the screen was a snapshot of Lin Mo from earlier in court. Lawyer Lin, it really is you. I'm your fan. I watched your video on not guilty defense. The young man rushed in front of them, his face flushed with excitement. He completely failed to notice the stagnant atmosphere among the group and eagerly handed his phone to Lin Mo. Lawyer Lin. What do you think about the tragedy that just happened as a legal expert? Chapter 93. The responsibility of wealth. Wealth that can rival nations. Lin Mo faced the flushed face of the person in front of him, excitedly holding up a smartphone camera. The momentary daze on his face vanished, replaced by a fitting sense of solemnity and regret. The loss of any life is heart-wrenching. He slightly turned to the side, avoiding the direct shot of the camera, allowing the chaotic background behind him to come into view. I cannot make any irresponsible comments without understanding the cause and circumstances of this matter. He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. However, if the tragedy of this student results from certain unlawful violations and her family needs legal assistance, they can contact us anytime through Douyin's private message. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Hong stepped forward and stood beside Lin Mo. He did not look at the fan, but faced the camera, his expression exuding the same capitalistic dominance as his father. In the territory of Nan Province, such matters will not be ignored by the Lu family. His words were powerful, and if someone indeed needed to be held accountable, they would pursue it to the end and deliver justice to the victim. Lin Mo subtly nodded to Zhou Xiubai and Han Qing outside the camera's view, a gesture of gratitude for their trust and understanding in this critical moment. Thank you all for your concern. Lin Mo made a gesture to conclude and then turned to leave. The group quickly moved through the crowd that had yet to disperse. Lu Hong had already taken out his phone, dialing the driver, his tone returning to that of a cold, authoritative figure. Investigate In-City's first experimental high school. Find out everything about the girl who jumped today, her background, the cause and circumstances, and bring it to the villa as quickly as possible. After hanging up, he opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz business vehicle, and they filed in. Inside the car, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could squeeze out water. The earlier noise and chaos on the street were blocked out by the heavy windows, leaving only the dull sound of tires rolling over the pavement. Lu Hong slammed his fist into the back of the seat in front of him, the leather making a muffled sound. Damn it! He cursed softly, getting angrier as he thought more about it. What a fucking mess. Zhou Shubai and Han Qing remained silent. This raw emotional release was not suitable for rational intervention. Lin Mo gazed out at the rapidly retreating street scenery and spoke softly, "Thanks for earlier." Lu Heng irritably waved his hand, not responding. Upon returning to the spacious and somewhat unreal villa of the Lu family, Lu Heng's anger had not subsided. It burned even hotter. A bunch of useless idiots. Just because of a few stupid words from someone. At that moment, the villa's front door was pushed open, and Lu's father walked in wearing a Tang suit, looking energetic. He glanced at his agitated son, then scanned the expressions of Lin, Mo, and the others on the sofa. What's going on? Who upset our young master Lu? Seeing his father, Lu Heng's anger eased slightly, but he was still seething. He succinctly recounted what had just happened. Lu's father listened quietly, the smile on his face slowly fading. He walked to the liquor cabinet, poured a glass of whiskey, and handed it to Lu Heng. You did nothing wrong. Lu Heng was taken aback. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Lu's father patted his shoulder, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. The Lu family has this ability, so we must bear this responsibility. Remember, wealth is not just about having money. It also means responsibility. Wealth must benefit the world. These words gradually quelled the unnamed fire in Lu Heng's heart, transforming it into a heavy burden. Meanwhile, related videos of the incident had already stirred up a storm online. The son of the richest man in Nan province publicly promised to thoroughly investigate the case of the female high school student who fell, with the mysterious lawyer Lin Mo appearing at the tragic scene. Various eye-catching headlines, combined with a live video, quickly ignited all social media platforms. Its popularity even subtly threatened to overshadow the previously sensational Li Min case. Zhou Shubai's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, moved to a quiet corner, and answered. Didn't you promise me you were just handling a small copyright case? The voice on the other end was deep and authoritative. Now look, it's gone straight to national trending. Dad, Zhou Shubai's response was calm. Although it was a reprimand, there was still concern in his voice. Do you need me to intervene and suppress the public opinion? This kind of thing, if it continues to ferment, won't be good for you. No need. Zhou Shubai watched Lu Heng talking to his father in the living room, and Lin Mo quietly sitting on the sofa, as if everything was under control. Let ferment. Dad, just ensure that the public opinion develops positively. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Do you trust him that much? I trust my choice. Zhou Shubai hung up. Just then, Manager Wang, whom they had met at Xingyao Media, hurried into the living room, his face showing a hint of panic and tension. He first bowed to Lu's father and Lu Heng. Mr. Lu, young Master Lu. Lu Heng turned his head. Have you found out? Yes, I have. Manager Wang swallowed hard and handed over the tablet he was holding. The girl's name is Li Sisi. She is a senior student at First Experimental High School and has always had good grades. He paused, seemingly organizing his words. The reason she chose to go to the rooftop is because. Manager Wang swallowed again, handing over the tablet. The girl's name is Li Sisi. She is a senior student at First Experimental High School and has always had good grades. He paused again, gathering his thoughts. She chose to go to the rooftop because she was assaulted by a teacher named Wang. Manager Wang's voice grew quieter, the last few words nearly swallowed. But everyone in the living room heard it clearly. Assault. These two words struck like nails into the ears of everyone present. The air in the living room instantly froze. Lu Heng's hand holding the tablet trembled. On it was a photo of Li Sisi, a girl with a ponytail and a clean smile. She went to confront that teacher today, demanding he turn himself in, or she would call the police. But that beast hit her and threatened to ruin her reputation, saying she had seduced him. Manager Wang's voice carried suppressed anger. She was left with no choice but to go to the rooftop. Lu Heng's chest heaved violently. He said nothing, just stared intently at the photo on the tablet. Chapter 94. Rich second generation? Wrong. It's the father of the rich second generation. Damn. Lu Heng finally couldn't hold back, and he slammed the tablet in his hand against the wall opposite him. The expensive electronic device shattered upon impact, producing a piercing sound, and then scattered across the floor. Where's the person? Lin Mo spoke up, breaking the suffocating silence. His question was direct and cruel. Everyone looked at Manager Wang, waiting for the worst outcome. Manager Wang's body relaxed a little. The person is still being rescued. This twist left everyone stunned. What does that mean? Lu Heng suddenly turned his head. When she jumped down, there was a tree downstairs that cushioned her fall. Manager Wang spoke faster now. Although she didn't fully survive the fall, it did cushion her a bit. The girl has multiple fractures and internal bleeding, but there are still signs of life. And she has been sent to the First People's Hospital in the city for rescue. She has not yet escaped life-threatening danger. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Heng shot up from the sofa like an angry lion. He rushed to Manager Wang and grabbed his collar. The hospital. Now, contact the best surgical expert in N City. The best medical team. At all costs. Get her back to me. His roar echoed in the empty living room. If I don't have enough money, I'll pay. If there aren't enough resources, I'll find them. Get done now. Manager Wang was shaken by him, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes. Young Master Lu, I'm on it. Lu Heng released his grip, and Manager Wang practically scrambled towards the door, pulling out his phone to start making calls as he ran. In the living room, Lu's father silently watched everything unfold. He looked at his furious son, at the shattered remnants of the tablet, his face expressionless. Only when Manager Wang's figure disappeared at the door did he slowly lift his wine glass and gulp down the remaining whiskey. Then, he placed the empty glass on the table, turned around, and silently walked toward the study on the second floor. He made no comments on Lu Heng's actions, but his silence was a form of acknowledgement in itself. It was a silent permission, a go-ahead for Lu Heng to do what he wanted, with the assurance that he would bear the consequences. The living room fell silent again. Lu Heng's chest was still heaving violently. He restlessly walked in circles, then suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Lin Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa and had only asked one question throughout. Lu Heng didn't speak, but the bloodshot eyes of his were filled with pleading, anger, and a sense of urgent expectation. The meaning was clear. Saving the person was his responsibility. Whether that scoundrel goes to hell was Lin Mo's business. It depended on whether Lin Mo could take it on. With Lin Mo's abilities, it could certainly be done. But Lin Mo seemed oblivious to him, engrossed in unlocking his phone, his fingers sliding slowly across the screen. This detached demeanor ignited the fire in Lu Heng's heart that he had just managed to suppress. Lin Mo, just as Lu Heng was about to explode, Chun Mai, holding up his phone, broke the deadlock in the living room. Brother Mo, the Douyin backend, is almost exploding with private messages, all asking about this matter. Hoping we can step in to help that girl. Lin Mo's fingers paused on the screen. He looked up, glancing over the anxious Lu Heng, and turned to Chun Mai. Post a video. His tone was calm and unwavering. Just say that we have learned about the details of the incident through our channels. As long as the person involved or her immediate family trusts us and is willing to seek our help, the 404 law firm can provide immediate pro bono legal assistance. Chun Mai nodded immediately and went to the side to start editing the message. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned to Han Qing, who had been silent all along. The calmness on his face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Han Qing. Han Qing was taken aback by his gaze. Be mindful of your words in the future. Every word Lin Mo spoke was heavy. You're an adult now. You should understand what to say and what not to say. That remark you made on the street. Wherever you go, it collapses if it were recorded and exposed by someone with ulterior motives. Do you believe that even Uncle Luo couldn't protect you? Han Qing's face instantly flushed red, as if she had been slapped in public. Her beautiful eyes widened, her chest heaving, her lips moved. But she couldn't retort a single word. In the end, she could only huff heavily, turn her head away, presenting the back of her head to Lin Mo. That's enough. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, scanning the faces of everyone in the living room. This topic ends here. The main reason we came to N-City is the music infringement case with Xingyao Media. As for the case of Li Sisi, we will help if we can. But if her family is not willing to seek our help, we have no position to intervene forcefully. This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Heng's head. What do you mean we have no position? Lu Heng exploded completely. That scoundrel forced someone to jump off a building. The person is still lying in the hospital, uncertain of life or death. And you tell me we have no position? He pointed at Lin Mo, trembling with anger. Let me tell you, I have taken charge of this case. Don't say her family disagrees. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will send that Wang guy to prison. As for that little singer, isn't he the richest man in Shilling Province? Whose family isn't rich? I want to see if the richest man in Shilling Province is more formidable, or if my family in the south is tougher, or whether the money of the Liu family is harder. The more Liu Hong spoke, the more worked up he became, his chest heaving violently. Afiti nouveau riche. Who does he think he is? Just because he thinks he is a king in his little territory, does he think he is impressive? So be it. Let us see who outlasts whom. This arrogant declaration made Chun Mai and Han Qing's eyelids twitch. Only Zhou Hubei quietly picked up a water cup from the table, took a sip, and glanced at Liu Hong behind his glasses, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. At that moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Liu's father, who had just gone upstairs, had somehow come back down. He had changed out of his Tang suit and put on a tailored dark suit, transforming his entire aura. You don't need to worry about the situation in Shilling Province. Liu's father walked over to Liu Hong, reaching out to straighten his slightly disheveled collar. A nouveau riche who started from mining ISNT qualified for our Liu family to personally intervene. His movements were calm, and his tone was flat, yet it carried an oppressive force that could make anyone shudder. If the Gao family insists on pursuing this matter, I wouldn't mind calling a few old friends to have a chat with them. By the way, I could also teach him how to be a person, to let him know that not everything can be solved with money. Chapter 95. Show off your wealth. Even if you're the richest, you still have to step down. That casual remark from Liu's father about teaching him how to behave created a deep pit in the living room. The air was thick with a sense of pressure that belonged to top-tier power. The richest man in Shilling Province, someone who needed to be looked up to by ordinary people, was just a nouveau riche in the Liu family who needed to be educated. Lin Mo lowered his eyelids, concealing the fluctuations in his eyes. This level of dialogue was still somewhat beyond his grasp. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never gone through anything like it. Chun Mai and Han Qing held their breath, as they felt for the first time just how profound Liu Heng's background really was. Only Zhou Hubei remained unfazed. The circle he came from might not talk about money, but the scale of power was only higher, not lower. The living room fell into a brief silence. Ahem. Liu Hong was the first to come back to his senses. He awkwardly scratched his head, trying to break the heavy atmosphere. He walked over to Liu's father and nudged his arm. Dad, that sounds a bit outdated. You should stay out of our young people's affairs. Liu Hong tried to use a light tone to detach his father from their battlefield. Go rest. Don't affect our team building here. Liu's father put away his authoritative demeanor and revealed a common fatherly smile. You little brat, are you starting to chase me away? He patted the back of Liu Heng's head. Staying with you young people keeps my mindset young. Otherwise, if I spent all day drinking tea and playing chess with those old men, I'd be confused sooner or later. With a few words, the tense atmosphere in the living room eased considerably. Liu's father waved his hand. All right, you all have your fun. I won't meddle. I have some things to take care of. He turned and walked steadily towards the study on the second floor, leaving behind a reassuring yet awe-inspiring figure. Once Liu's father left, the oppressive feeling in the living room completely dissipated. Han Qing let out a heavy breath and turned to Lin Mo, her expression very complicated. Lin Mo's stern reprimand earlier had nearly made her cry in front of everyone. Lin Mo didn't lift his head. It's for your own good. Han Qing was choked by this perfunctory remark, her eyes turning red like a wronged child, yet she couldn't find a reason to retort. Seeing this, Liu Hong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He really didn't want to continue this heavy topic. All right, less I'll say less. He stood up, stretched, and said, running into this kind of thing right after arriving in N-City is really frustrating. Let us change our mood. He looked at everyone. How about we skip going out for dinner tonight and let the chef prepare some barbecue? After eating, we can go to the basement to sing. What do you think? Chun Mai, who had been mostly silent, brightened up at the mention of barbecue. Do we even need a chef for barbecue? He stood up. Liu Hong, why don't we just do it ourselves? It'll be more fun. He seemed to recall something, a nostalgic expression on his face. Back at my hometown when I was a kid, we often caught fish and picked bird eggs to roast. That's the real flavor. I bet you city folks wouldn't understand this unique pleasure. Lin Mo also showed interest. Doing it ourselves means we can enjoy it more. I agree. Lu Heng shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, if you're interested, I'll join you. He picked up the phone and dialed the housekeeper's internal line. Bring the barbecue grill and prepared ingredients to the backyard lawn. A few of them moved to the villa's backyard. The vast lawn was neatly trimmed, and next to it was an outdoor swimming pool, glimmering under the lights. The servants were methodically transporting various equipment and ingredients. When the ingredients were laid out on the long table one by one, everyone except Lu Heng and Zhou Shubai was stunned. Chun Mai stared at the beautifully packaged boxes and exquisitely plated meats, utterly dumbfounded. Young Master Lu, what kind of meat is this? Chun Mai pointed at a plate of beef with marbling that looked like a work of art. M9 Wagyu, just air-freighted from Australia, Lu Heng replied casually. Lin Mo picked up a small black jar, looking puzzled. Is this dark stuff caviar? Lu Heng glanced over. Yes, it's sturgeon caviar from the Caspian Sea, meant to be eaten with soda crackers. Then there were bluefin tuna belly, French Guillardeau oysters, Iberian ham. Chun Mai felt his understanding of barbecue being refreshed once again. The barbecue he imagined was skewers of lamb, big kidneys, and grilled leeks. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Lu Heng couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, everyone? You were the ones who said you wanted to do it yourselves? And now you don't even recognize the ingredients? He walked over to the plate of Wagyu and picked up a slice with tongs. This needs to be flipped after 3 seconds of grilling. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't ruin my top-quality ingredients. Lin Montauk, Chen Mai, and Han Qing exchanged glances. Han Qing's grievance, Chun Mai's shock, and Lin Mo's speechlessness reached a high degree of unity at that moment. Even Zhou Shubai, who had been calm all along, set down his sparkling water. Young Master Lu, Lin Mo flexed his wrist. It seems you have a deep misunderstanding of our cooking abilities. Chun Mai cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. The next second, the three boys moved in unison. Lin Mo and Zhou Shubai each grabbed one of Lu Heng's arms, while Chun Mai wrapped his arms around his legs. Hey, what are you doing? This is rebellion. Lu Heng struggled futilely in the air. The three of them said nothing as they lifted Lu Heng and headed straight for the nearby outdoor swimming pool. 1-2. Lin Mo and Zhou Shubai exchanged glances, exerting force simultaneously. 3. With a loud splash, the tranquil backyard erupted. Lu Heng, in an ungraceful parabolic arc, fell into the center of the pool, sending waves that even splashed onto the barbecue stand at the shore. Lu Heng struggled to pop his head out of the water, as if trying to grab onto something, but then withdrew his hand, as if fearing that grabbing something would mean losing something. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Almost as soon as he hit the water, 4 or 5 muscular men in black tactical jackets suddenly emerged from the shadows of the backyard. They moved as swiftly as ghosts, without a hint of hesitation. Young Master, don't panic. We're here. With a few more splashes, those men jumped into the pool, surrounding Lu Heng with professional rescue poses. On the shore, Lin Mo, Chen Mai, and Zhou Shubai froze in their throwing positions, collectively petrified. Han Qing dropped the skewers in her hand. What is going on? Where did these guys in black come from? Does the Lu family even have underwater security for a barbecue? Chapter 96. The Lu family's taboo. Zhou Shubai pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the shimmering water of the pool. The scene before him exceeded his database. In less than a minute, Lu Heng was surrounded by a few bodyguards, climbing up the steps from the pool. He was completely soaked, his hair flat against his scalp, looking quite disheveled. Yet his expression still bore that infuriating look. After the bodyguards got ashore, they didn't leave immediately, but instead stood in a row, their cold gazes sweeping over Lin Mo and the others. It was a look filled with scrutiny and warning, causing the temperature of the air to drop several degrees. The M9 and beef on the grill were sizzling, but at that moment, no one cared about it. Lu Heng took a towel handed to him by a bodyguard and casually wiped his head a few times. All right, you all can go. He waved his hand casually, his tone relaxed, as if he were just playing around with friends. The bodyguards glanced at Lin Mo and the others once more, then swiftly and quietly disappeared into the shadows of the villa, just as they had appeared. Lu Heng draped the towel over his shoulder, walked up to the grill, and began flipping the beef with tongs. What are you all standing there for? Keep grilling. He looked up at the group. This M9 will be bad if it cools down. Are you going to pay for it? He acted too naturally, as if it wasn't him who had just been thrown into the water and dramatically rescued by a group of bodyguards. Chen Mai opened his mouth, wanting to ask about those people, but Lu Heng's nonchalant demeanor made him swallow his words. Han Qing stepped forward, picked up a dry towel from a nearby lounge chair, and handed it to Lu Heng. Dry off first. Her tone was a bit firm, but her actions were gentle. Hurry and change your clothes. The night air is cool. Don't catch a cold. Lu Heng took the towel and flashed a smile. Thanks, Qingjie. He turned and walked towards the villa, his steps light, as if just now had merely been a trivial episode. After Lu Heng left, silence returned to the poolside, leaving only the aroma of grilled meat and the complex sounds of a few people's breathing. The Lu family has such high security? Chen Mai broke the silence, feeling his worldview shaken once again. Zhou Shubai shook his head. This ISNT standard security, it's more like a stress response. Lin Mo stared in the direction Lu Heng had left. Lu Heng's smile just now was too forced. It's not that the security level is high. A calm voice came from behind them. The group turned to see Lu's father standing there, having changed back into his Tang suit, holding a purple clay teapot. It's this kid. He's afraid of water. Lu's father walked over to them, looking at the shimmering pool. Afraid of water? Han Qing was taken aback. Uncle Lu, he was just now. He was pretending. Lu's father took a sip of tea. This kid has been like this since he was little. The more he fears something, the more he pretends not to care. Lu's father's gaze drifted far away, as if piercing through the night, seeing a scene from long ago. Xiao Heng was particularly mischievous as a child and loved to play in the water. Once at the beach, we weren't watching him, and he ran into the deep water alone. Lu's father's voice was calm, as if recounting someone else's story. A wave came, and he choked on water. His mother was the closest at that time and immediately jumped in to save him. At this point, Lu's father paused, tightening his grip on the teapot. When a person is drowning, they instinctively grab onto anything they can. Xiao Heng was too small then, terrified, struggling desperately, and clung tightly to his mother. The air in the living room seemed to freeze. Lin Mo and the others held their breath. By the time he got there, his mother had exhausted all her strength because of his struggles. Lu's father turned to look at them, his face showing a calmness that came from enduring hardships. Xiao Heng was saved, but his mother, she passed away. These words struck each person like a heavy stone, landing hard on their hearts. No one expected that beneath Lu Heng's nonchalant rich kid exterior lay such a bloody scar. Since then, he has had an extreme fear of water. Lu's father sighed. Don't mention swimming pools. Even when taking a shower, if the shower head sprays too much water, he gets nervous. There was even a time when a cleaner accidentally slipped while cleaning the pool, and it made him cry. So, as long as he's at home, someone must keep watch near the pool. Those people just now weren't there to protect him. They were there to keep him safe. Lin Mo fell silent. He recalled Lu Heng's deliberately maintained smile when he was pulled out of the water. That wasn't arrogance. It was a mask hiding his fear. Han Qing's eyes turned a bit red as she looked down at her toes, feeling a wave of fear and guilt for the prank earlier. If something had really happened to Lu Heng in the water, he doesn't want you to know. Lu's father looked at the young people. This child is strong-willed. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder. You are his friends. He cherishes you. After saying this, Lu's father placed the teapot down and sat beside the grill, as if there were no one else around. The charcoal fire on the grill continued to crackle. Chen Mai walked up to the grill and quietly placed a few pieces of slightly burnt 9 beef onto a plate. Lin Mo picked up a can of beer and pulled the tab. Zhou Shubai. Yeah? Do you think we count as school bullies? Lin Mo took a sip of beer. Zhou Shubai didn't answer, just picked up another can of beer. Just then, the door of the villa opened. Lu Heng emerged, changed into a dry tracksuit, whistling. Are you guys serious? You can burn meat while grilling? He walked over, snatched the tongs from Chen Mai's hand. Is this how you grill in 9? What a waste. Turning around, he spotted his father hiding behind Chen Mai. Dad, what are you doing here? Lu Heng reacted as quickly as a cat with its tail stepped on, instantly jumping away from the grill and positioning himself in front of Chen Mai and Lin Mo. They were just messing around with me, no malicious intent. He hurriedly explained, fearing his father would misunderstand. Lu's father looked at his son's protective stance, and instead of getting angry, he chuckled. He casually walked over to the grill, using the tongs to flip the piece of M9 beef that Lu Hong had saved. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu's father glanced at him. In your eyes, am I such an unreasonable person? He picked up an empty plate and placed the grilled meat on it. I just came down to see how your barbecue is going. It smells pretty good. Lu's father handed the plate to Lu Hong. Try it and see how well you kids can cook. Lu Hong was taken aback, momentarily not knowing how to respond. Hurry up and move. Lu's father rolled up his tang suit sleeves, surprisingly picking up another pair of tongs. In my day, I was also quite the grill master. Today is just right. Let us see who's better, you kids or this old guy. Chapter 97. The first step towards national prominence. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the backyard changed instantly. Several servants and chefs who had been waiting at a distance rushed over, some moving tables while others handed over seasonings. And the scene suddenly became lively. On Lu Hu's side, several professional chefs respectfully assisted him, delivering various top-quality ingredients to the grill in a streamlined manner, with timing, heat, and seasoning all seeming to be precisely calculated. Meanwhile, on Lu Heng's side, he, Zhou Xiubai, and Han Qing became Chun Mai's assistants. Chun Mai, it's getting hot. Salt. The salt is over there. Flip it. It's going to burn. The group was in a flurry, forming a stark contrast to the fluidity of Lu Hu's side. Before long, the finished products from both sides were placed on the table. Lu Hu looked at the several plates from Lu Hong and the others, which had varying shades of color and even a few pieces that were charred black and couldn't hide his mockery. Is this it? He picked up a piece of beef he had grilled and put in his mouth, looking pleased, as if to say he was still the best. Everyone gathered around the long table, and the atmosphere oddly became harmonious. The previous tension, guilt, and awkwardness seemed to meld away in the aroma of the grilled meat. Lu Hu poured a glass of juice for everyone and finally poured himself a glass of wine. He raised his glass and looked at Lin Mo and the others. You don't need to worry about that little singer's case anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's actions came to a halt. Lu Hong was about to speak, but a glance from Lu Hu made him swallow his words. The other party would publicly release an apology statement across all platforms that night. Lu Hu's tone was very calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. That person's surname Gao, the local tyrant from Qing province, was just that, nothing special. He didn't specify how it would be done, but the understated power behind his words made Chun Mai and Han Qing's heart shudder. Lu Hu's gaze fell on Lin Mo, carrying a sense of scrutiny. What you need to do now is to focus all your energy on the Li Sisi case. He paused for a moment, giving everyone time to digest this. This case has extremely high social attention. If you handle it well, not only will it raise the reputation of the 404 law firm, but it will also be your first step towards national prominence. Lu set down his wine glass and leaned slightly forward. Additionally, in the capital, the 88th floor of Longcheng International. His words sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. If you win this case, that office will be given to your law firm as a capital investment for Lu Heng's shares. Chun Mai's chopsticks clattered onto the table. Han Qing's pupils constricted sharply. This wasn't just a matter of money. The capital was the core of Chinese business and power, without any doubt. Having money might allow for investments in properties in the capital. But owning a building in a core area like Longqing International was not something that could be achieved simply with wealth. At least the Gao family, the richest in Xiling, didn't have that capability. Zhou Xiubai adjusted his glasses, and although his expression behind the lenses was hard to read, the action of picking up his water cup was a beat slower. The air in the living room once again froze. This was no longer just simple assistance. It was a gamble that could change everyone's fate. Lin Mo picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to meet Lu Hu's gaze, showing neither joy nor surprise, only a perfectly measured calmness. Then I would like to thank Uncle Lu on behalf of all my colleagues at 404. With a simple thank you, neither humble nor arrogant. He accepted the generous gift while maintaining his stance. Lu Hu looked at Lin Mo, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This young man was quite interesting. He smiled, seemingly satisfied with Lin Mo's reaction. However, don't celebrate too early. Lu Hu's tone shifted. This case is not easy to fight. He picked up the tablet on the table, swiped the screen, and pushed it in front of Lin Mo. I have already sent someone to contact Li Sisi's family. Lin Mo looked at the tablet, which displayed photos and information about Li Cici's parents. A middle-aged couple who looked honest and simple, making a living selling vegetables in the market. They are very scared, Lu Hu said, tapping the screen. That teacher surnamed Wang has a deep network in the school. And after the incident, he threatened Cici's family, disregarding public opinion. He said that if they dared to report to the police, they would make it impossible for them to stay in N-City and even retaliate against their daughter who was being treated in the hospital. Lu Heng's fists clenched again. So, they don't dare to see anyone now, let alone hire a lawyer. Lu Hu looked at Lin Mo. My people were also chased away by them. Then how do we intervene? Han Qing couldn't help but ask. Wait. Lu Hu uttered a single word. He stood up, walked to the edge of the pool, and looked at the starry sky reflected on the water's surface. I have already had someone gather all the dirt on that teacher, preparing to expose him and see if his influence in N-City can match the Lu family's. I want to see if his connections can shake the Lu family. At the latest by tomorrow morning, the one-sided public opinion will explode online. Lu Hu turned around. With the pressure of public opinion and the removal of threats, Li Cici's family will need someone who can help them. Finally, he looked at Lin Mo. This case will ultimately land in your hands. What you need to do is to be fully prepared. The next morning, a white commercial vehicle slowly drove up the driveway outside the Lu family villa, its body still splattered with mud, contrasting sharply with the luxury of the community. The door opened, and a middle-aged couple with weary expressions stepped down, awkwardly looking at the palace-like villa before them, their eyes betraying their fear and confusion. Inside the villa, the butler approached the people who were having breakfast, slightly bowing. Young master, Mr. Lin, Li Cici's parents have arrived. The dining room fell silent instantly, the sound of knives and forks clattering to a halt. Lu Heng set down the sandwich he was holding and stood up. The others exchanged glances and, with a tacit understanding, walked towards the living room. When Li Cici's parents were led into the living room by the butler, they were completely stunned by the sight before them. The enormous crystal chandelier, the mirror-like floor, and the group of extraordinary young people sitting on the sofa made them feel at a loss for where to put their hands and feet. Please sit, Lin Mo spoke, pointing to the sofa across from them. His tone was very calm, but carried a stabilizing force. The couple sat down cautiously at the edge of the sofa, their bodies tense. Lin Mo didn't say any comforting words, simply pushing a glass of warm water in front of them. First, introduce yourselves, and then tell us the whole story as it happened.